Su Qingyi watched the messages rapidly flooding the screen, quietly finished changing his nickname, and replied with a brief, "Hello everyone." Welcoming newcomers was a tradition, but if the newcomer wasn't active, the welcoming would end just as quickly. The dominant voices in the chat were still those socially adept extroverts. Su Qingyi turned off his phone and looked up at the Building 14 sign. It had taken at least 15 minutes to walk here from Building 7. His dorm was on the 3rd floor, but since he had very little luggage, he didn't even break a sweat carrying it up. Unlike the girls' dormitory with its high sense of privacy, the doors in the boys' dormitory were all wide open as he walked past. Su Qingyi found his room number and walked into the dorm. Due to the delays along the way, the others had not only arrived but had almost finished unpacking. Seeing him walk in, they all stood up to greet him. "Hello. The puzzle of our room 14312 is finally complete. You took so long, I thought you got lost." Su Qingyi closed the door behind him and replied, "I got held up by a few things." "No worries, no worries. Take your time unpacking." A tall boy whose bed was by the door enthusiastically helped him take his suitcase and pushed it toward the window. "Since everyone is here, why don't we all introduce ourselves?" The tall boy clapped his hands, taking the initiative to liven up the dormitory. Atmosphere. "My name is Li Tao, from Harbin. I usually like playing ball and stuff. I have a habit of getting up early for morning runs, so please bear with me." Only then did Su Qingyi look up to observe him. Thick eyebrows, a square face, black-rimmed glasses, wheat-colored skin, basketball shoes paired with a plaid shirt. He gave the impression of a traditional engineering nerd. He looked very gentle and seemed like a reliable person. Seeing him finish his introduction, another person jumped down from his bed and grinned, "Hello everyone, I'm Ma Xiu. My family runs a small business." He was slightly chubby, his hair carefully styled with wax, and as a freshman, he was actually wearing a pair of brown leather shoes. His outfit looked very much like someone already out in the workforce. He took 3 vacuum-sealed packs of spicy duck from his backpack and handed them over. "This is a specialty from my hometown. Don't be shy, everyone, try some." Su Qingyi took it and nodded in thanks. This person seemed like the sociable type. Su Qingyi thought he would likely join the student union or a similar organization soon. After the two of them finished their introductions, the room suddenly fell silent. Seeing that the other person had no intention of speaking, Su Qingyi put down the rag in his hand and took the initiative to speak. "I'm Su Qingyi, from Tangon." "And that's it?" Ma Xiu stood with his hands on his hips, seemingly wanting to hear him say more. In Ma Xiu's habit of categorizing people into social tiers, Li Tao was a typical honest guy, while the other kid was timid and cowering, likely from a small town and good for nothing but studying. So they weren't worth mentioning. Only this newcomer, not to mention his looks, he was handsome, but a face isn't everything. The key was that Ma Xiu, who prided himself on having seen many people and possessing plenty of social experience, felt he couldn't quite read this guy, which made him even more curious. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and felt there was really nothing else to say, so he simply nodded to indicate he was done. Thus, the eyes of the 3 were all fixed on the last person. Being stared at like that, the person stood up nervously and swallowed before saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Sheng Wanyu. I'm from Wencheng." He spoke with a thick southern accent, making it somewhat difficult to understand him. He looked quite delicate, but a bit frail, and his overall aura was as weak as his voice. And then there was his name, Sheng Wanyu. It sounded even more like a protagonist's name than his own. Su Qingyi thought he looked a bit like Lin Tong on the surface, but they were different. Lin Tong was truly a person of few words, but Sheng Wanyu clearly wanted to join the conversation. He was just held back by timidity and an inferiority complex, fearing he couldn't get a word in. There was a distinction between the two. Seeing him like this, Ma Xiu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Still so wishy-washy in university, he looked down on boys like this the most, certain they wouldn't amount to much. Seeing that the self-introduction phase was over, Su Qingyi began tidying his things again. The bed and the cabinet had already been thoroughly wiped down. He climbed onto the bed to smooth out the sheets, meticulously tucking the corners into the mattress. Having lived on his own since he was young, he was very skilled at these tasks. Seeing the dorm fall silent again, Li Tao began to calculate how to get everyone to become more familiar with each other. After all, he could hear the sounds of laughter from next door. Li Tao scratched his head, thinking hard. Talking about the college entrance exam was obviously pointless. They had all tested in from across the country, so who wasn't a provincial or municipal top scorer? There were 4 people in the dorm, and 2 were silent types. This was going to be difficult. Fortunately, a message arrived in the class group chat at that moment. "Hey, the counselor wants us to nominate a dorm head ourselves. What do we say?" Should we rotate or what? Li Tao said this to Ma Xiu, as he felt the other two weren't likely to respond. Ma Xiu leaned against the desk, seemingly having little interest in the position of dorm head. He answered directly, then why don't you do it, Brother Tao? Anyway, I'm not being the dorm head, it's a bunch of annoying chores. So because it's a bunch of annoying chores, you push it onto someone else. Li Tao's face stiffened, but he didn't object, giving an awkward laugh. What about the other two? Does anyone want to be the dorm head? Su Qingyi jumped down from the bed and shook his head decisively. Shang Guanyu turned around, also waving his hands in refusal. I definitely can't do it. Brother Tao, you should do it. Then let's do it this way, I'll do it for freshman year, and we'll see how it goes in sophomore year. Li Tao considered it and gave a balanced proposal. Okay, congratulations to the dorm head on his appointment. Ma Xiu chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. This sentence was meaningful. It basically meant that from now on, getting takeout for others, helping with attendance, and dorm cleaning, all the heavy burdens were being dumped on him. Su Qingyi watched for a while before choosing to lower his head and message Chu Qingmian. Did you guys choose a dorm head? No, we're all still tidying up. I'm never bringing this much stuff again, boo-hoo. You have to stop me next time, I can't finish tidying at all. As expected, there was a difference between boys' and girls' dorms. Su Qingyi looked at his desk and bed, which he had organized in 20 minutes, and sent her another piece of advice. Don't be the dorm head. Why? Those who know, know. Regarding this matter, I'll keep it brief. As for my status, you just need to understand. In short, this matter is currently in this situation. For specifics, those who know, know. Fine, I got it. 253, Chapter 250. The more heartless the man, the more interested the woman. The dormitory balcony was built quite spaciously. As evening approached, a slight breeze picked up, and the temperature became cool. Su Qingyi leaned against the balcony railing to make a phone call. Even though it was Chen Jinji who had initiated the call, most of the time he was the one talking, while she just listened quietly. After doing this many times, Su Qingyi seemed to have developed a habit of proactively summarizing recent noteworthy events in a chronological account for her. Are you getting used to living in the dormitory? Is there anyone you don't get along with? I can't tell yet, I think it's alright. As this was his first time participating in communal dormitory life, Su Qingyi felt that it was acceptable so far. Although compared to living alone, there were quite a few inconveniences. For instance, the communal bathrooms, or having to go to the balcony to take phone calls. Some people are worth getting to know deeply, while others can just remain at the level of roommates. It's not necessary to become friends. Back when I was a trainee, at the most, our dormitory had 12 people living in bunk beds. According to statistics, I am the only one who never quarreled with my roommates. Chen Jinji said, guiding him patiently. Su Qingyi hummed in acknowledgement and couldn't help but reply, that's because your tolerance is too high. Wait, why does it feel like you're afraid I'll get into a fight with my roommates? That's not entirely impossible. Remember to pick someone you can beat in a fight. I'm joking. Chen Jinji laughed and continued, in a while, an organization called the Delivery Squad will come to knock on your door, remember to pick up your things. What squad? You'll know in a bit. Eat well, miss you. Before Su Qingyi could reply, the call was hung up, leaving only the beep 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 of the busy signal. For a moment, he felt as if words were stuck in his throat, unsaid, making him feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Quite a heartless woman. Su Qingyi opened the balcony door and returned to the dormitory, instantly receiving 3 gazes filled with gossip. Matthew first said slyly, brother, who are you having a long phone call with? Doing long distance? Is there such a thing as a 5-minute and 25-second long phone call? Su Qingyi didn't change his expression. That seemed to be true. If you were on the phone with a long-distance girlfriend, this duration was too short. Matthew immediately lost interest and turned back to continue typing rapidly on his phone. He was the most active member of the class group, contributing at least half of the 99 new messages. Su Qingyi glanced at it and set the messages to Do Not Disturb. Hello. Delivery Squad. The dormitory door was knocked on loudly. Li Tao, whose spot was right by the door, opened it before Su Qingyi could. Standing at the door was a boy wearing a little red cap. Hello, classmate. Is Su Qingyi here? You have a delivery, please sign for it. Su Qingyi nodded. On the ground sat a huge box that looked quite heavy. Nice, brother. It's only the first day of school, and you already know the school has this service. Matthew curiously leaned over to take a look. How much does it cost for a delivery? The express station is too far. If it's cheap, I'll place orders like this in the future too. Su Qingyi was silent for a moment. How would he know the price? I don't remember. It shouldn't be very expensive, check the school's official account. He bent down to pick up the box and returned to his seat. After opening it, the first thing that came into view was a bed desk. It had a pink kitty cat pattern. It was hard not to suspect that Chen Jinji had done it on purpose. There was a multifunctional power strip, a laptop stand, an eye-protecting energy-saving night light, and earplugs that looked very professional and effective. Besides that, there was a whole box of steam eye masks. These were all very practical items for the dormitory, and they happened to be things he hadn't prepared himself. Especially the eye masks and earplugs, it was hard to find good ones in the school supermarket in one go. As for the brands Chen Jinji sent him, they were likely good items she had discovered through her own dormitory life experience. Su Qingyi had just been worried about this issue, because Matthew had warned everyone in advance that he snored and asked everyone to be understanding. Su Qingyi himself had very poor sleep quality, he was prone to insomnia at the slightest disturbance. But communal life meant adapting to each other's habits. If there were any issues, one just had to overcome them personally. After all, someone else's snoring was something they couldn't control. Chen Jinji, thousands of miles away, was like a prophet, having guessed everything that might happen and thus prepared everything for him in advance. Su Qingyi took the items out one by one and put them away. Suddenly, he realized what the sentence he hadn't said when hanging up the phone was. I miss you too. He had originally thought that students would be allowed to rest on the day of registration, but unexpectedly, the counselor sent a notice in the group very quickly. Tonight at 7:30, I have reserved classroom 104 in Building A. We will hold a student-teacher meeting. Students, please make sure to arrive on time. Su Qingyi silently put back the pajamas he had already taken out. He had planned to shower and go to bed early, but he didn't expect the meeting to be scheduled for tonight. The other 3 people in the dormitory were also acting as if they were facing a great enemy. Li Tao immediately started rummaging through his wardrobe for clothes. The shirt had some wrinkles he couldn't smooth out, and he changed his suit tie until the 4th one before he finally stopped. Looking at this posture, he was either going on a blind date or running for a class position. As for Matthew, he was cursing while sending voice messages one by one to the seniors he had added today. It was likely that they had planned to eat together tonight, but he hadn't expected the class to suddenly hold a meeting, so he was sincerely apologizing for that. However, one could only hear his apologies, with no replies heard. Unlike these two, Sheng Wanyu was shivering and muttering something under his breath. Su Qingyi turned his head to pay attention for a while, and only then did he vaguely hear that he was practicing his self-introduction, repeating the same sentence over and over. Hello everyone, my name is Sheng Wanyu, from Wencheng. Another socially anxious person. Was I not like this in the past too? Su Qingyi couldn't help but start thinking. Probably not. Although he would get nervous, the expression of his nervousness wasn't like this. It was, as Chu Qingmian said, looking arrogant, as if everyone owed him millions, so no one could guess that it was because of nervousness. After fussing until nearly 6:30, the 4 of them went out together. Along the way, there were many such groups of 4, all organized by dormitory units. This situation might only be common in the freshman year. Later on, everyone would basically be busy with their own things. Su Qingyi recalled his university life in his previous life, but his mind was blank. In his freshman and sophomore years, besides attending classes, he was immersed in the library. During his junior year internship, he moved out of the dormitory, and he had almost forgotten what his roommates looked like. I heard the quality of beauties in our department is second only to the management department next door. Matthew smoothed his hair, which he had applied hair wax to, and said with some excitement. Is that so? Sheng Wanyu gathered his courage to reply, although it was meaningless, like he was playing the straight man in a comedy act. Li Tao smiled and chimed in, yeah, in the freshman group, everyone is saying there is a beauty in the management department this year who is on a slaughtering level. If there's a chance, I really want to see if it's that exaggerated. Right, Boss Su? Li Tao might have felt that Su Qingyi spoke too little, so no matter what topic they were chatting about, he would habitually involve him. Indeed. Su Qingyi, of course, knew who they were talking about, and precisely because of that, it wasn't convenient to say anything more. On the way to Building A, they happened to pass by Cafeteria 1, so the 4 of them decided to have dinner at Cafeteria 1. The cafeteria at Jingda was very lavish. In a top-tier institution like this, everything had to compete with the neighbor. Of course, they couldn't drop the ball in terms of daily living. The food looked delicious and appetizing, and the prices were cheap and affordable. Su Qingyi had no interest in browsing the cafeteria, so he ordered a chicken leg rice nearby. The other 3 walked around properly, Li Tao and Matthew each brought back a large plate. In fact, one could feel that Sheng Guanyu clearly didn't want to walk around, but he was good at following the majority's choice. However, after walking around, he still bought the same chicken leg rice as Su Qingyi. The taste was average. Su Qingyi was from Tangan, and his taste leaned toward spicy. But Beijing's taste was salty and sweet. Many people would jokingly call it a culinary desert, and there was actually some truth to that. On the first day here, Su Qingyi suddenly missed the dry-pot spicy chicken from the number 1 middle school cafeteria. Even if the taste was just average, he still couldn't waste it. Su Qingyi scooped the last bite of rice into his mouth. His phone dinged once. Su Qingyi paused, discreetly switched it to silent mode, and then opened the message. Reflex arc as long as the moon, have you eaten? Asking like this was very strange. Given Miss Chu's personality, she should have just said, let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. So, Su Qingyi didn't answer directly but asked back, what's wrong? Sure enough, after Chu Qingyan's status fluctuated between, the other party is typing, several times, she replied very guiltily, my roommates insist on team building tonight. I originally wanted to come find you to eat together, but I might not be able to make it. Su Qingyi, do you want me to keep you company? You aren't angry, are you? Then I won't go to the team building. Su Qingyi tilted his head back to finish the lemon tea that came with the chicken leg rice, only then realizing that Chu Qingyan had replied with such a long message, looking nervous. It's not that serious. It just so happens we have a class meeting tonight too. Oh. Then you didn't reply for so long, you scared me to death. I thought you were angry. I'm not you, it's not that easy to make me angry. Look, hasn't this been verified? Su Qingyi changed the subject at the right moment, are you guys team building in the cafeteria? Yeah, we decided to walk around after eating to get familiar with the environment. Alright, stay safe, don't fall into Weiming Lake. We won't. By the time everyone finished dinner, it was already 7 o'clock. They had thought they had plenty of time, but they didn't expect that following Matthew's knockoff navigation system would almost lead them astray several times. Visibility was lower at night, and the landmarks that seemed obvious during the day became ambiguous. To be completely familiar with this route, it would at least have to be after military training ended. The 4 of them entered the classroom right on time. Whether it was intentional or not, the counselor had reserved a small classroom, and a single class was enough to fill it to the brim. Therefore, the seats left for the 4 of them who arrived last were, of course, the front row facing the podium. Even though it was already night, there was a serious atmosphere in the classroom. Perhaps because it was their first appearance in university, the girls all gave the highest courtesy of full makeup, and the boys were all sitting upright. Only Su Qingyi had no intention of maintaining any image, he had already completed a full university experience once. So he was also very clear that basically all social interactions were ineffective for him. Not to mention this kind of courtship-style socializing that resembled a peacock spreading its tail. However, the more indifferent he was, the more interested they became. In front of everyone who was overly tense, this relaxed and lazy state was even more eye-catching. Therefore, from the moment Su Qingyi walked into the classroom, the girls' gazes never wavered. Fortunately, he was sitting in the front row, otherwise everyone's cervical vertebrae would have been twisted off. When the hour hand pointed to 7:30, the female counselor Yuan Zhua, who looked about 30 years old and wore a crisp short haircut, gestured for the students to close the classroom door, and then cleared her throat. Good evening, students. Today is the first time everyone has arrived on our Jingda campus. I, Counselor Yuan Zhua, on behalf of Jingda, would like to express my most sincere welcome to everyone. Following her deliberate pause, the students applauded accordingly. Su Qingyi lazily clapped twice and began to zone out. Such welcome speeches and student guidelines were all clichés. He had already browsed through them on the student website and really had no interest in listening to the audio version again. It wasn't until the self-introduction session, which was unavoidable at the student-teacher meeting, that Su Qingyi finally regained his focus. Counselor Yuan Zhua started things off first. My name is Counselor Yuan Zhua, the Zhua from Excellence. I'm 34 years old and a local of the capital. And then, this is my work mobile number. She turned and wrote a string of numbers on the blackboard. Her handwriting was just like her personality, crisp and forceful. This number will not be turned off 24 hours a day. Everyone, remember, no matter what happens, you can contact me at any time. She was actually a bit like King Li. Su Qingyi leaned back slightly and thought this to himself. However, there was still a difference. University counselors found it hard to treat students like their own children the way high school homeroom teachers did. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi was suddenly stunned. Had he been missing high school a bit too much lately? While he was thinking about why, his back was lightly poked. Su Qingyi turned his head slightly and met a pair of curved eyes. "Classmate, help me pick that up." A long-haired girl was sitting in the back row, resting on her arms on the desk. Seeing him turn around, she wiggled her eyebrows to signal him. Su Qingyi looked down and saw a blue gel pen that had rolled to his feet. After bending down to pick it up and handing it back, she giggled and said, "The NKS, Han Sum." Her tone of voice was quirky and mischievous, and it sounded inexplicably familiar. He had definitely heard it somewhere before. Su Qingyi couldn't help but frown as he tried to recall. After searching his memory, he came up empty-handed. He could be certain he had absolutely no impression of this face. Then where did this inexplicable sense of familiarity come from? Feeling truly puzzled, Su Qingyi turned around to look at her again. Tada, the other person seemed to have expected him to turn around. She cupped her face with both hands, making a flower shape, and blinked her bright eyes very deliberately. Su Qingyi held his forehead and turned back around. Damn it, could this be a female version of Su Yang? But that didn't make sense. Putting other things aside, the person in the back row was a genuine beauty. If he had met her, he would have had at least some impression of her. Fortunately, the self-introduction session had already begun, and sooner or later he would hear what her name was. The order was by student ID, and those in the same dormitory were basically sitting next to each other. When Li Tao's name was called, he was quite calm, but Shang Guanyu, who was sitting next to Su Qingyi, shivered. Li Tao straightened his shirt collar, coughed, and walked up to the podium. His self-introduction was standard and proper. He even offered that if students had any issues, they could come to him for help at any time. How should he put it? It just felt like Brother Li was born to be a class monitor. This temperament was likely that of a class monitor from elementary school all the way to high school. Matthew's self-introduction was a bit more slick. He kept emphasizing things like camaraderie, which didn't sound like something one would say in a self-introduction, but rather like something said at a graduation ceremony. Moreover, it was very long-winded, accompanied by filler words like, right, sounding like a leader giving a big speech, which made everyone feel very uncomfortable. After his part ended, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, just secretly hoping in their hearts that the next person wouldn't be like that. Fortunately, Su Qingyi hadn't intended to say much anyway. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Qingyi, from Tangan City. I hope to get along well with everyone, study together, and make progress together." Unexpectedly, just as he was about to step down, the others wouldn't let him, jeering and asking him to say a few more words. Among them, Matthew from his own dormitory shouted the most enthusiastically. "Traitor." Su Qingyi grumbled in his heart, but had no choice but to walk back onto the podium. "Classmate, are you the one who scored 737 on the college entrance exam?" "Yes." Even in this group where everyone was an academic high achiever, 737 was still a mind-blowing score. He thought that once he got to university, no one would remember this, so why was it being brought up again? Su Qingyi sighed imperceptibly. "Do you have any hobbies?" "I read books in my spare time." "Is there any book you can recommend to everyone?" "The one I've been reading recently is Dostoevsky's, The Brothers Karamazov. After a few bland questions, a boy in the back row giggled and raised his hand to ask, "Classmate, I'm asking on behalf of our classes Su Quan. Are you looking for a partner?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was put in a headlock and pinned down by a girl who had jumped up from the back row. The classroom was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Here we go again." Su Qingyi suppressed his inner discomfort, smiled, and said, "Everyone has come to Jingda from all corners of the country, we should strive to improve ourselves. Making the most of our youth is what's truly important." The counselor Yuan Zhuo was satisfied upon hearing this, took the lead in applauding, and helped him out by letting him return to his seat first. Seeing the way everyone was cornering Su Qingyi, Shang Guanyu was naturally trembling in his boots. His already non-standard Mandarin became even more chaotic. He rambled on with confused logic, like spilling a basket of clattering beans. But fortunately, no one asked him any questions, and everyone applauded symbolically and let him off the hook. Su Qingyi waited patiently for a long time with his questions, finally waiting until the counselor Yuan Zhuo read out a student ID and the sound of the person in the back row pulling out her chair and standing up. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with a plaid skirt. The whole look gave people the feeling of a heroine from a Japanese campus drama. In other words, it was the kind of image that was very popular with boys. Su Qingyi looked up and sized her up for a long moment, successfully receiving a coquettish wink in response, which was so awkward that he immediately averted his gaze. "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Ju. A salted fish girl, who only loves sleeping. Getting into this school was purely a huge stroke of luck, so I hope you big shots will take care of me." What a two-dimensional self-introduction. The name Yi Ju was also quite distinctive, but he still had no impression of her. How is it? Interested? This is your type, right? Matthew, who felt he had feasted his eyes tonight, leaned over to talk to Su Qingyi even though Shang Guanyu was sitting between them. Not interested. Su Qingyi denied it flatly. Matthew curled his lip, not believing it from the bottom of his heart. Earlier, there were other beauties who went up to introduce themselves, and this great god in their dorm didn't even bother to lift his head. Now that this one went on stage, he watched without even blinking. And he calls that not interested? Sigh, young man, if you keep being stubborn, just wait to be a single dog. Seeming to know what Su Qingyi was thinking, Yi Ju kept winking at him as she stepped down from the stage. Although Su Qingyi had an urge to grab her and ask her clearly, he vaguely felt that if he asked directly, she would definitely refuse to say anything even if it killed her. It didn't matter, there would be plenty of time in the future. Whether she was Yi Ju, Yi Cheng, or Yi Pomelo, he would always be able to figure it out. Thanks to book friends with tail numbers 2704, Chi Chi Ye, and Power June for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support. 254, Chapter 251 At Ease, Attention, Stand at Attention. Chapter 251, At Ease, Attention, Stand Straight. Peking University's military training setup seemed quite formidable. The night before, the counselors took turns checking the dorms and reading out the military training regulations. Su Qingyi listened while recalling how he had managed to survive military training in his past life. Back then, he really had been a physical weakling, a total shut-in who hardly ever saw the sun. He'd be on the verge of collapsing from the scorching sun 1 second, but because of his social anxiety, he wouldn't dare raise his hand to report to the instructor. Su Qingyi sighed, thinking he should keep an eye on his roommate, Shang Guanyu, when the time came. He guessed Shangguan was also the type who wouldn't make a sound even if he hit the deck. Li Tao straightened his military training uniform and looked up with a smile, saying, I just checked the weather forecast. It's going to be sunny for the next half-month. We're in for a lot of sun. Crap, seriously? We can't be that unlucky. I heard from a senior girl that during their training, it rained 3 days for every 1 day of training. It was super easy. Ma Xiu clicked his tongue and muttered a few more curses. Huh, we're fine since we're already dark-skinned. Shangguan and President Su are the unlucky ones, they'll probably end up 2 shades darker. Li Tao put on his camouflage cap and adjusted the tightness in advance. Ha, getting a tan is good. Otherwise, you look like some sickly invalid who falls over after 2 steps. Ma Xiu's disdainful gaze skillfully bypassed Su Qingyi and landed on Shangguanyu. I'm fine. Getting a bit darker makes one look more masculine. Shangguanyu swallowed hard and spoke. Su Qingyi glanced at him upon hearing this. He was indeed pale, but it was different from Su Qingyi's own fairness, it was a sort of sickly pallor. Do you honestly think Chris Evans isn't masculine? That's not it. Shangguanyu mumbled, his voice getting softer and softer until the second half of his sentence was unintelligible. Chris Evans was the actor who played Captain America, with iconic scenes like pulling a helicopter with his bare hands and fighting 5 guys in an elevator. Su Qingyi didn't mean anything else by it, he just wanted to indirectly remind him not to be easily led by the nose by others, and not to say things against his heart just to please people. At university age, one should have their own judgment. But whether Shangguanyu took it to heart was another matter. Li Tao, perhaps picking up on something, immediately spoke up to smooth things over, hey, the key is being healthy. Some people just naturally don't tan no matter how much sun they get. Su Qingyi nodded, put his military training uniform in a basin, and stood up to head out. Even though it was a new garment, it had a strange smell. The wind was strong in the capital and the temperature was high, if he washed it now, it would definitely be dry by tomorrow morning. This was different from Tangan City. Tangan had a humid and muggy climate, and during the drizzly rainy season, clothes could hang for a week and still be dripping wet. As soon as he closed the dorm door and left, Ma Xiu immediately sneered. This guy just won't warm up, will he? It's been days, and he's still like a stranger. Acting all high and mighty, what's he so cocky about? If he's so great, why doesn't he move out? Li Tao shook his head and said with a serious expression, don't say that. I think he's just a slow burner. He's not a bad person. I think so too. Shangguanyu immediately chimed in. For some reason, he felt that Su Qingyi was the only one in the dorm who didn't look at him through biased lenses. TCH, you two are just suckers. Anyway, I'm not dealing with him anymore. Ma Xiu tossed his military uniform onto his bed, kicked off his shoes, and climbed up. Li Tao didn't respond, only silently opening the window a crack to let the cold wind and fresh air rush in. Su Qingyi had just finished hanging his clothes when his phone rang. He shook the water off his hands and pressed the phone to his ear. Chu Qingyan's smiling voice came through the receiver. Hello Su Qingyi, what are you doing? Washing clothes. Military training clothes? I see you. Hearing her pleasantly surprised voice, Su Qingyi leaned over the railing and looked down. Sure enough, he saw her standing below, waving her hand. At this hour, the area below the dorms was filled with couples. Chu Qingyan stood in the middle of the crowd, like a single person lost in a sea of pairs. But she was smiling brightly, seemingly not minding at all. She was carrying a bag of something, but it was too dark to see clearly. Come down for a bit, I need to see you. Okay. Su Qingyi turned to head out, casually grabbing the shirt hanging on the back of his chair. He walked quickly. Before Li Tao could even ask where he was going, he had already vanished through the door. Chu Qingyan was at the side gate, which happened to face their dorm balcony. It was unclear if she had planned it or if it was just a coincidence, though the latter was more likely. By the time Su Qingyi got downstairs, she had moved to the entrance and was standing on tiptoe, looking around. Chu Qingyan was exceptionally beautiful. Standing there, she looked like she had torn through the dimensional wall and stepped right out of a manga. Every boy passing by back to the dorm couldn't help but look back several times, and some even lingered at the entrance. The reason was simple, they wanted to see which inconsiderate bastard was making a beauty of this level wait downstairs. Su Qingyi walked toward Chu Qingyan amidst these heavily hostile gazes. What did you bring? His opening tone was so blunt it made the onlookers around the corner feel a pang of annoyance. Hee, I'm treating my roommates to milk tea, so I ordered some for your dorm too. Chu Qingyan lifted the bag to show him. Su Qingyi took it from her, for cups of milk tea felt quite heavy. It must have taken 10 minutes to carry it over from District 7. Don't bring things over next time. Su Qingyi glanced at her long, slender white legs showing beneath her short skirt. The night wind was picking up, and it would get a bit chilly in a while. I'll bring them if I want to. Chu Qingyan had already guessed he'd react this way and deliberately acted fierce as she talked back. Yours is the sugar-free oolong milk tea with taro balls. The others are random, let your roommates pick for themselves. Oh, I almost forgot, there's a bottle of sunscreen spray in the bag. Remember to spray it before you assemble tomorrow. Do I have to? Su Qingyi looked down and indeed saw a metal bottle with a spray nozzle next to the milk tea cups. The bottle wasn't large, but the logo on it looked familiar. It was likely an expensive luxury brand. You must. It's not that I'm afraid of you getting tanned, but if you don't use protection, you might get sunburned. Chu Qingyan furrowed her brows, her small face tensed with a very serious expression. Sunburns hurt a lot, okay? You absolutely must remember to spray it. Fine. Su Qingyi nodded in agreement. As soon as he spoke, he felt something was off. At some point, the nearby couples who were whispering sweet nothings had gone quiet, waiting to watch the show along with the boys eavesdropping. Su Qingyi glanced sideways unobtrusively. This was a bit awkward. No wonder college couples started looking for apartments nearby as soon as they made their relationship official. They wanted to move out. This was way too restrictive. Chu Qingyan followed his gaze and realized belatedly that she had been the center of attention. Her ears instantly turned red, and she became a bit embarrassed. Oh, okay then. You should go back and get some rest. She immediately turned to slip away. But Su Qingyi suddenly reached out and pulled her back. To hell with it, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Chu Qingyan was already nervous, and being pulled like that, she wobbled for a good while before stabilizing herself. Before she could complain, Su Qingyi set the milk tea on the ground and shook out the shirt he had brought down. He then grabbed the sleeves, wrapped them around her waist, and tied a knot. The shirt that fit Su Qingyi perfectly looked much larger tied around her waist, enough to cover her from her lower back to the back of her knees. The temperature drops at night. You're wearing too little. Su Qingyi said slowly in her ear. Chu Qingyan was already nervous, and his proximity made her breath hitch, her curled eyelashes trembling with tension. Su Qingyi leaned back slightly and asked curiously, "What are you so nervous about?" "I'm not." Chu Qingyan suddenly raised her voice, while simultaneously taking 2 steps back in a transparent attempt to hide her guilt. I'm going. She then turned and ran off. Su Qingyi watched the young girl's figure under the glow of the streetlights. The hem of his shirt rose and fell along with her waist-length hair. Ah, youth. Su Qingyi ignored the jealous gazes around him and picked up the milk tea bag again. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the dorm, instead, he waited patiently for something. Just as she was about to turn the corner, Chu Qingyan stopped and hesitated for a second before turning around with anticipation. Seeing him still standing there, her eyes lit up, and her lips curled into a smile. Su Qingyi, see you tomorrow. At exactly 6 o'clock the next morning, the military training whistle shrieked like a death knell. Su Qingyi opened his eyes at the same time to total darkness. However, he hadn't been woken by the whistle. The eye mask and earplugs Chen Jinji had given him were very effective. Even if an air raid siren went off next to his ear, he would only hear a muffled sound. He was woken by the vibration of his phone by his pillow. Without lingering in bed, Su Qingyi reached out to remove his eye mask and sat up. Li Tao had already changed into his military training uniform and was adjusting his cap in the mirror. Seeing him sit up, Li Tao smiled and greeted him, "Oh, not bad. You're up." Su Qingyi gave a hum of acknowledgement and hopped off the bed. Li Tao had clearly gotten up 10 minutes before the whistle. This was good, as it avoided a fight for the bathroom. By the time Su Qingyi had finished getting ready, Ma Xiu finally crawled out of bed, grumbling and cursing. Shang Guanyu didn't linger in bed either, but his low efficiency meant he finished roughly at the same time as Ma Xiu. Su Qingyi leaned against the table and picked up the sunscreen spray Chu Qingyan had given him. She had even removed it from the box for him, and a sticky note was attached to the bottle. Warning. You have successfully awakened the god of sunscreen. If she finds out you didn't apply sunscreen properly after military training, she'll turn you into an Enderman. Chu Qingyan had written the words crookedly on purpose, like a few squirming caterpillars. Perhaps she intended to create a terrifying atmosphere. What a child. Su Qingyi uncapped the bottle and sprayed it vigorously on his face for several seconds. The scent wasn't unpleasant, a bit of fresh mint, and his face didn't feel uncomfortable after spraying. So refined. Ma Xiu lifted his short-sleeved shirt and tightened the belt at his waist. Do you want some? Su Qingyi put on his hat and asked casually. No need, only girls use. Ma Xiu blurted this out subconsciously, but he immediately caught himself when he realized what he was saying. He had just finished the other person's milk tea last night. It's hard to be critical when you're indebted to someone. He gave a sheepish laugh and tried to make up for it. Boss Su treated everyone to milk tea last night, so breakfast this morning is on me. Sauce-flavored pancakes and soy milk. Let's go, we'll be late in a bit. Boss Ma is so generous. Li Tao chimed in at the right moment. By the time the group finished breakfast and arrived at the sports field, the various companies had almost finished assembling. Instructors wearing uniforms of a different specification than the students were being lectured by an officer. Hey, our class is really clever, they're waiting in the shadow of the rostrum. Ma Xiu craned his neck to look for a while and suddenly burst out laughing. Su Qingyi looked over at the sound and caught sight of a familiar figure. Yi Ju hadn't huddled in the shade under the stage like the other girls. She was sitting on the rostrum, focused intently on munching on a pancake. Su Qingyi had just seen that stack of meat pancakes in the cafeteria. The cook seemed to have been preparing to cut them into 9 equal portions for sale. Why did this girl have a whole, large one in her hand? She really is, quite unconventional. Sensing his gaze, she moved the pancake, which was large enough to cover her entire face, aside and gave him a beaming young pioneer salute. Her red scarf looked even more vibrant in the sunlight. Strange, Yi Ju acted as if she had known him for a long time too. Of course, Su Qingyi thought on second reflection, it could also just be that she was naturally friendly with everyone. After the formal assembly, the routine training process quickly began. The instructor assigned to their class looked very young, his skin tanned dark. Although his expression was serious, he didn't quite carry an air of authority. Assemble and count off. Around the field, 5 laps. Rest in place for 5 minutes. Military posture for 20 minutes. Second boy from the left in the second row, watch your posture. The training was actually much stricter than imagined. As the days passed, the weather remained clear, a vast expanse of blue without a single cloud for 10,000 miles. Looking at the upcoming weather forecast, the girls in the class were all complaining incessantly. Su Qingyi, however, felt it was fine. Their company's instructor clearly had a much better temperament than the one next door. When everyone's military posture wasn't quite standard, as long as it wasn't too obvious, he would turn a blind eye. The break time was said to be 5 minutes, but he would secretly extend it to about 7 or 8 minutes. The physics department next door had more boys, and that instructor was practically shouting for blood, showing no mercy at all. Moreover, their side was dismissed earlier as well. The afternoon assembly time was very early, so most people chose to rest in the cafeteria for a while before returning to the field. Su Qingyi's dormitory group went to the second floor of the cafeteria, where the air conditioning was the strongest. I'm starving to death. I feel like I definitely wore off 2 ounces of meat this morning, right brotherly? Ma Xiu was covered in sweat, panting heavily. Li Tao laughed and replied, then we need to eat something good to make up for it. Exactly. How about we order a few stir-fried dishes to share? Ma Xiu pointed to the ordering window on the other side. Su Qingyi shrugged, not objecting. After eating the self-service dishes in the first cafeteria for a few days, he was getting a bit tired of them. Other cafeterias were too far, so trying something fresh was fine. Seeing that he agreed, Ma Xiu directly ignored Shang Guanyu's opinion and ran over excitedly. I ordered pickled cabbage fish, stir-fried potato shreds, minced meat eggplant, and twice-cooked pork. 2 meat and 2 veg, is that good? Without asking for anyone else's opinion, Ma Xiu slapped the receipt on the table. Su Qingyi glanced at the amount in the bottom right corner. I've transferred it to you. He placed his phone face down on the table. Hey, you're being too formal, aren't you? This meal is on me, and you guys can treat me next time. Why calculate so clearly? Ma Xiu was somewhat displeased. Li Tao waved his hand and started to smooth things over again. Let's just split it this time, it's the same if you treat us next time. I've transferred mine to you too. Fine. Old Su, I'm telling you, this is really no fun. Ma Xiu began to ramble incessantly. It went in one of Su Qingyi's ears and out the other, as he nodded from time to time. Although stir-fried dishes tasted better, the wait time was also longer. Ma Xiu was so anxious from waiting that he couldn't sit still, eventually dragging Li Tao downstairs to buy drinks. Shang Guanyu looked like he wanted to follow, but even left the stool, but Ma Xiu had no intention of waiting for him, so he had to sit back down. When alone with Su Qingyi, he looked even more ill at ease, appearing exhausted from trying so hard to find a topic of conversation. You don't have to force a conversation. Su Qingyi said lazily. Shang Guanyu was startled and gave a timid hmm. Was this guy like this in high school too, or was he just shy? Su Qingyi was a bit curious, but seeing the person in front of him already as jittery as a bird startled by a bough, he kept the question to himself. Just as he was feeling bored, a group of about 10 people came up to the second floor. They were all girls, and they looked somewhat familiar. They're the girls from our class. Shang Guanyu finally found something to say. Oh. Su Qingyi nodded and glanced sideways. He had unintentionally killed the conversation again. Yi Ju was among them, amidst the group of dejected-looking girls, she seemed perfectly fine. They chose a spot further in than Su Qingyi and the others. Yi Ju sat down with her back to him, and he didn't know if she had seen him. They were very close, and their conversation could be heard. A short-haired girl complained angrily, is there anything more stupid in the world than military training? I came to university, not to become a special forces soldier. Another dark-skinned girl with black-rimmed glasses seemed to disagree and replied, I think military training is meaningful. While tempering our will to endure hardship, it also allows us to integrate into the collective faster. What's wrong with that? The short-haired girl became even angrier, dropping her chopsticks into her plate with a clatter. Meaningful? May I ask if you'll still insist on sleeping at 10 and waking up at 6 after military training, folding your quilt into a tofu block every day? Don't twist my words. Just because I can do it doesn't mean I have to do it every day. The girl in glasses also got fired up. From Su Qingyi's angle, he could see the fiery look behind her thick lenses. At this point, the people nearby started to intervene, saying things like, don't fight, and, it's a small matter. Although Yi Ju was sitting with her back to Su Qingyi, it was evident from the rhythmic movement of her arms that she was just focused on devouring the food in front of her. The short-haired girl held back for a moment, but finally couldn't help but complain, it's something that's absolutely useless, yet people insist on forcing some kind of meaning onto it. Ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is that some people actually rush to kiss up to it. They really have nothing better to do. If you're so repulsed by it, then don't go. Just don't take the credits for military training then. Su Qingyi was amazed. He wondered if people at Hua University would fight over this, probably not. They were born special forces. He had heard before that a characteristic of Peking University was starting a debate anytime, anywhere. It was just that today, the anger from the sun had made both debaters too emotional, which would have resulted in point deductions on a real debate stage. When Ma Xiu and Li Tao returned with the drinks, the girls' side hadn't just finished arguing, it seemed to be escalating. The two of them, completely unaware of the situation, were so scared they stood at attention on the spot. Everything you're saying is just an excuse for your fragility and inability to endure hardship. I don't believe that someone who can't even withstand this level of tribulation can reach any great height in the future. The girl in glasses was so angry her dark skin flushed red. Such superficial training has no meaning for life. May I ask what national defense knowledge we've learned in this training? We've only learned to sunbathe, and learned, at ease, and at attention. The short-haired girl wasn't doing much better, her teeth clenched and her eyes wide with rage. The atmosphere was tense, and just as it seemed they might roll up their sleeves and start a physical fight, a strange, out-of-tune singing voice suddenly drifted from somewhere. At ease, at attention, stand tall, crackle, pop, whir, splash, can't find the pencil, clang, clang, ping-pong, small person with big ambitions, do mama, hoo-hoo-ha-ha, can't cram at the last minute, who turned on baby bus. Su Qingyi resisted the urge to facepalm and looked at the source of the sound. Yi Ju seemed to have finished her meal and was tapping her plate for accompaniment while singing to herself. The peculiar singing echoed in the cafeteria. Realizing that everyone was looking at her in speechlessness, she widened her eyes innocently and said, "Eh? What's wrong? Have none of you heard the song from Chibi Maruko-chan? Thanks to book friend Power Kuan for the tip. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support." 255, Chapter 252 Dependency. Seriously, can't you tell they're arguing? Everyone was clearly stunned by Yi Ju's miraculous train of thought, and for a long while, no one dared to speak. Li Tao had already quietly shot Su Qingyi several looks filled with confusion and shock. But Su Qingyi could only shake his head to indicate that he didn't understand it either. Yi Ju waited for a while, but didn't get an answer. She sighed, seemingly very disappointed, turned around directly, and looked at Su Qingyi. "Classmate, you must have heard of it, right?" "Huh?" Su Qingyi had no idea why she would suddenly aim her spear at him, and for a moment, he was quite confused. Did he look like the kind of person who loved watching cartoons like that? Chibi Maruko-chan. Yi Ju, looking as if she were lamenting that iron hadn't become steel, waved her chopsticks as if they were a conductor's baton. Picking teeth, not reciting books, coming home late. Everyone has some bad habits to some extent. After singing these two lines with great cadence, she raised her eyebrows and nodded at Su Qingyi, like a newly appointed kindergarten teacher encouraging her good-for-nothing student. "If it's like this today and the same tomorrow, what should I do? I can't go on like this forever, or I'll be doomed." Under her infectious and passionate guidance, Su Qingyi finally tentatively sang the next line. "Nice. Next one." Yi Ju's baton pointed to the short-haired girl who had just been the opposing debater in the "Is military training actually meaningful?" debate. Her expression was just as stunned, confused, and helpless as Su Qingyi's had been, but under teacher Yi Ju's eager gaze, she still started to sing, "Make up your mind to defeat your shortcomings, don't be afraid of falling, confidence is the most important." Thus, under the guidance of Yi Ju's passionate baton, everyone inexplicably started an inexplicable sing-along. Listening to this familiar nursery rhyme, Su Qingyi suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Damn it. Unknowingly, everyone was joining her in acting crazy. But precisely because of this, no one remembered that people had just been arguing. Even the two parties involved were confused and let it slide. Thus, the discordant interlude in the military training ended silently just like that. The kitchen staff, perhaps watching the show, waited until everyone had calmed down before finally bringing out the plates of stir-fried dishes. Su Qingyi ate a slice of sauerkraut fish, watching the girls who had dispersed into groups of 2 or 3 and were gradually leaving. Yi Ju rested her chin on her elbows, speaking brightly to the person next to her, and soon a burst of loud laughter came from that direction. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that it was really hard to judge whether Yi Ju truly had a unique train of thought or if she was just using her own way to ease the conflict. Although strange, it was indeed effective. The remaining few days were difficult, but they also passed quickly. No one argued about such ethereal things as the meaning of military training anymore. On the contrary, they cherished this life experience a bit more. Whether good or bad, it had reached the final moments before the end. The school seemed to have designed it this way. In the last 2 days, the grueling, torturous training had decreased. There was more singing and dancing, playing various team-building games, and time for classmates to build relationships. Although for Su Qingyi, such activities might be even worse than the grueling training. Before he knew it, the day the military training ended had arrived. He remembered that during middle school military training, there were often people who were reluctant to part with the instructors. What's more, some girls even fantasized about falling in love with the instructors. Su Qingyi usually classified this as Stockholm Syndrome. By university, everyone was clearly much wiser. Because everyone knew that after getting through this stage, the university life everyone truly looked forward to would officially begin. Of course, as the horn for the end of military training sounded, the university students' first course selection and the battle for recruits by various clubs followed in quick succession. Su Qingyi sat in front of the computer, checking the course schedule for the first semester of the freshman year in the law school. He remembered that in his previous life, the school had a course that was notoriously difficult to sign up for. It was said that one had to be a junior to have a chance of getting it. Su Qingyi didn't believe in that, so he wrote a script overnight and stayed up waiting. As it turned out, he still couldn't get it. Although he didn't know why, the school had probably set a weighted bias. After this battle, Su Qingyi decided to just let fate decide when choosing courses in the future. Anyway, unpopular courses had their own benefits. In the first semester of the freshman year of law, there were only 2 compulsory courses, Constitutional Law, and General Principles of Civil Law, which were classic introductory law courses. Besides these, there were some public foundation courses selected by default, such as Modern History and Military Theory, which were commonly known as water courses. Although professional elective courses were chosen independently, there was only one course offered in the first semester of the freshman year, History of Chinese Legal Thought. Physical education classes were also fixed, boys had to do Tai Chi, and girls had to do aerobics. This was the same as the school in his previous life. After selecting these arranged courses, the only thing left for students to choose according to their interests was one general education course. Jing University's public elective courses were numerous and varied, covering such a wide range that it was dizzying. But clearly, for most people, choosing entirely based on interest was very unwise. By the way, what are you guys planning to choose for your public elective courses? Matthew browsed the course selection page and asked with some distress. Li Tao finished replying to class messages with his head down and said with a smile, I'm planning to choose water courses that are easy to pass at the end of the term, otherwise it's easy to affect my GPA. Li Tao was clearly a grade grubber determined to win all kinds of scholarships. Like what? Matthew waved his hand, signaling Li Tao to hurry up and save him. Appreciation of Western music, history of world cinema, just these, they look like water courses at a glance. The final exam is probably just writing a paper or doing a report or something, very simple. Li Tao walked behind Matthew and read out the course numbers for these 2. Seeing Matthew check the Confirm Selection button, he turned around and asked the other 2 people who had been silent all along, what about you 2? Why don't we in the dorm choose the same ones? It's more convenient to go to class together. Sheng Guanyu immediately nodded in agreement. Su Qingyi picked up his cup, took a sip of water, and replied, no need, I've chosen others. What did you choose? Li Tao leaned over with some curiosity and read the course name on the screen word by word. Selected readings of Chinese works by famous German authors. For a moment, the other 3 were silenced. Sheng Guanyu didn't understand at all, while Li Tao gave a dry laugh to express his admiration. And Matthew felt from the bottom of his heart that this person was simply too pretentious. What the hell, you can speak German? A little. Regardless of what others thought, Su Qingyi lowered his head and replied to WeChat. Reflex arc as long as the moon, did you get it? Did you get it? Submitted. Alrighty, this course was something he decided to choose together with Chu Qingyan after discussing it. This way, even if they were in different departments, they would have the opportunity to attend classes together. Considering that she also knew German, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to learn it based on their foundations. Furthermore, Su Qingyi had read the course introduction. The two-way interaction between the Teutonic civilization as the Northern European culture and the Huaxia civilization as the Northern Asian culture indeed had important paradigmatic significance. It was very interesting. Course selection ended, the dust settled, and most freshmen had a certain understanding of their remaining free time. Thus, it was time for various clubs to take the stage. Starting at 6 in the evening, the dormitory door was constantly being knocked on. The staff responsible for club recruitment came to the freshman dormitory building, knocking on doors one by one to promote and recruit people, which was commonly known as sweeping the building. Every time a group of people came in, Su Qingyi would receive a colorful flyer and was simultaneously forced to listen to a passionate recruitment speech. To be honest, although he had already experienced it once, he still didn't quite understand the difference between departments and clubs. He had absolutely no interest in organizations like the student union. But the other 3 in the same dorm were different. Hello everyone, we are from the External Relations Department. You should have seen our names in the freshman group, right? 2 brightly dressed girls said with a smile. Su Qingyi observed secretly from a distance that was neither too close nor too far, so he wouldn't appear too interested, yet he wouldn't seem impolite by being too far away. Listening to them, he felt they were quite tired. They had walked through who knows how many dorms, and they had to repeat it every time. Matthew quickly pulled out his chair. Senior, please sit, senior, please sit. Shangguan, get up. Why are you so oblivious? He also dragged the stunned Shangguan up along with him. The senior found it funny and waved her hand to indicate it wasn't necessary. Junior, are you interested in joining our external relations department? Within the student union, I believe our department offers the best training for people. We coordinate internal work for the college council and organize joint activities with other colleges. Also, during large-scale events, we are responsible for finding local businesses to sponsor us and handling the specific arrangements. I have a general idea. Senior, please have some water. Li Tao poured some water into a plastic paper cup and brought it over, looking thoughtful. I'm very interested. Senior, could we add each other on WeChat? I have more questions to ask you later. Matthew took out his phone, smiling very obsequiously. Of course. As the senior took out her phone for him to scan the QR code, she noticed the silent Su Qingyi on the other side and her eyes lit up immediately. Is this the junior everyone in our group chat was talking about? Huh? Which one? Su Qingyi had thought he could escape unscathed, but he didn't expect to be noticed after all. Immediately, the two seniors walked straight over and surrounded him. Junior, are you interested in joining our external relations department? Junior, whether you join the department is one thing, but let's add each other on WeChat first. Su Qingyi remained silent for a long moment, then shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, senior, but I don't think I'm very interested in the department work you just described. Oh my, so you're the academic type. Why am I even more excited now? The way these two had stars in their eyes was just like wolves seeing a sheep. At this moment, the door that hadn't been closed properly was pushed open. Hello, juniors. We are from the college council's publicity department. If you are interested in designing posters and writing articles, please contact us. Before Matthew could even say, hello seniors, would you like to sit down and rest, more people rushed in. Konnichiwa. We are from the Anime Association. Genshin, activate. Wait, what the heck? Why are there so many people in your dorm? Two bespectacled men wearing attaché shirts walked in and immediately exclaimed. At this point, the people from the publicity department were displeased and scolded them with straight faces. Who told you the Anime Association could go door to door now? Wasn't it agreed upon to go in order? Who agreed with you? We live right next door, so what's wrong with dropping by while we're at it? The bespectacled man made a tisk sound and didn't buy it at all. The small four-person dorm was now Hidden Tiger, Crouching Dragon, crowded with a huge group of people. Everyone was talking over each other. Someone who didn't know better would think they had walked into a wet market. Hello everyone, we are the college council's sports department. Make way, the literary and art department is here. After a chaotic scene, even Matthew, who prided himself on his interpersonal skills, collapsed. Damn, I'm speechless. Why did they all come at this time? It's too terrifying. Li Tao tidied up the flyers scattered on the table and sighed with a smile. Shang Guanyu had already retreated to his bed and stayed under the covers when the progress bar was halfway through. Su Qingyi looked at the 20-something new friends who had inexplicably appeared on his WeChat, feeling helpless. Even more terrifying was that he had just joined a club for no apparent reason. Amidst the noise, he hadn't even clearly seen what club it was before he signed the paper in a daze. 2 minutes later. Su Qingyi looked at the new message popping up in the WeChat group, and for a moment, he felt like deleting his account and starting over. Law School Debate Club Recruitment Group. Welcome, new student. Holy crap, is this that handsome junior from our college? Who pulled him in? Reward. A big reward. Isn't this inappropriate? You pulled someone into the group without an interview? Isn't this creating privileges? Yu Cheng, formally object. Sorry, Junior, I just saw your photo, please accept my friend request, thanks. Ha ha ha, Yu Cheng, you damn lunatic. You guys are going to scare our little Junior away, can't you be a bit more reserved, ladies? Su Qingyi remained silent for a long moment, then decided to tell the truth about the situation. Hello, seniors. Thank you for your care. But I have an objective understanding of my own abilities. I have certain deficiencies in both logical thinking and verbal expression. I'm afraid I cannot handle the various competitions and tasks of the debate club, and I am very sorry for the trouble. After sending this message that appealed to both reason and emotion, Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave the group. He didn't expect everyone's reaction to be completely different from what he had imagined. No, Junior, don't run. You want to run after boarding our pirate ship? I get it, you think our club lacks beauties. Whether you can or not, we'll know once we bump into each other during the interview. I mean, can you accept my friend request before leaving the group? Since things had reached this point, leaving the group now would be quite rude. Su Qingyi sighed and reconsidered. That's true, anyway, when he performed normally at the interview, they would pretty much know his limits. Even if they were just judging by looks, they couldn't force someone incapable to stay in the club, right? Jokes aside, the debate club was probably the club that least needed so-called eye candy. After all, a dead-weight teammate would drag down the entire competition. Su Qingyi didn't think there was anything wrong with his logical thinking skills, on the contrary, his argumentative essays had always been well written. But he didn't like getting into heated arguments with people. On the debate stage, people argue until saliva flies. To an outsider, it sounds quite academic, but in reality, it's just hurling insults without using dirty words. Just thinking about the scene made his scalp tingle. Su Qingyi couldn't imagine himself arguing with someone like that. What was this called? This was a character collapse, OOC. His WeChat went ding-dong, and Su Qingyi jumped, terrified it was the debate club group tagging him again. Fortunately, it was a message from Chu Qingmian. Have you chosen a club yet? Should we join the same one? Is there one you're interested in? Su Qingyi's fingers paused, and he shared a screenshot of the debate club recruitment group message. Su Qingyi, has your account been hacked? Debate club? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Chu Qingmian's reply was a triple shock. The guy who usually didn't say more than 3 words at a time had actually joined the debate club. This was as incomprehensible as a blind person signing up for a spot the difference competition. It's a misunderstanding. Su Qingyi sighed, not knowing how to explain the situation. Ha ha ha, but it's actually fine, you should give it a try. If you don't like it, just quit, don't force yourself. I've already joined the literary and art department, I'll apply for our college's debate team later too, and we'll see if we can get into the school team together later. Chu Qingmian sent a comforting emoji of a rabbit patting a head. So Su Qingyi felt a little more at ease. He didn't know why, but after dragging Miss Chu into the water with him, he felt much more relieved. Compared to his own cautious, eggshell-walking approach, Chu Qingmian's university life had started very smoothly, like a fish in water, and she was very relaxed. That was true, her personal ability was by no means limited to academic grades. It was just that in high school, everyone was buried in their studies, which made it seem like she was always overshadowed by him. In fact, that wasn't the case. Chu Qingmian's abilities were comprehensive and perfect, reflected in every aspect. In university, where studying didn't take up one's entire life, she was like a knight shining pearl that had unveiled its veil, becoming even brighter and more dazzling. As a freshman, she was now famous not just in the management school, but was making a name for herself throughout Jing University. This was probably a very rare situation in the school's history. After all, there were no ordinary people who could get into Jing University, and those whose abilities could surpass the crowd and stand out from the rest were even rarer. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, I just finished the speech. Seeing her say this, Su Qingyi finally realized. He had been so busy all day he almost forgot that Chu Qingmian had been selected as the freshman representative for this year and would have to give a speech at the opening ceremony. I'm a little bit nervous. If I forget my lines when the time comes, you have to come up and save me. Golden Age warning. By the way, have you eaten dinner? Do you want me to keep you company? Perhaps it wasn't that Chu Qingmian needed him, but that he needed Chu Qingmian more. Su Qingyi looked at the messages popping up on WeChat and couldn't help but think this. The one who had truly developed a dependency in this relationship seemed to be himself. Thanks to BookFriend27 are for the tip. Thanks everyone for your subscriptions and votes of support. 256, Chapter 253. An old friend arrives with an umbrella. Those people you thought had long disappeared from your life will always reappear by your side when you least expect it. If she wants to see you, that is. Su Qingyi finally came to a profound realization of this truth today. Peking University's opening ceremony was held at the stadium, a 20-minute walk from the dorms. The sky was gloomy, and it looked like it was about to rain. But perhaps considering that the venue had already been set up, the university proceeded with the outdoor ceremony as planned. Muggy air, a depressing sky, and a crowded audience. Su Qingyi had a nagging feeling that he would be drenched like a drowned rat in a while. With this sense of worry, he felt somewhat out of place amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere of the people around him. Fortunately, as soon as he reached the stadium, he saw Chu Qingmian leaning against the rostrum, reviewing her speech. Ever since her speech was swapped at the oath-taking ceremony, she had begun to strive for delivering speeches without a script. Her serious expression as she pursed her lips was quite cute. Su Qingyi couldn't help but look down and smile, feeling his mood improve slightly. If they don't start soon, it's really going to rain. Li Tao pushed up his glasses and showed the real-time weather forecast on his phone to Su Qingyi. If it rains, it rains. What's wrong with a grown man getting a little wet? Matthew seemed rather unbothered. Shang Guanyu sighed and said, you might catch a cold. Given Shang Guanyu's constitution, it was true, during military training, the number of times he alone requested leave was probably more than the rest of the company combined. Perhaps hearing the inner voices of those below the stage, the host responsible for the opening remarks didn't waste any time and directly announced the start of the ceremony. The first performance was something no one expected. It was actually the children from the neighboring Peking University-affiliated kindergarten performing. Su Qingyi's seat was toward the back, but fortunately, since he was tall, he could vaguely see several little kids running around on the stage. The happy pond, once planted, dreams turn into an ocean, bulging eyes, a big mouth, singing just as loud. The little girl singing had a lot of stage presence, reminiscent of a childhood Chu Qingyan. What a joyful song! And it seemed to be very popular, as Su Qingyi could vaguely hear people nearby quietly singing along. It turned out that sending the little kids out first was the right move. Despite some complaints about the weather, most students were already overwhelmed by the cuteness. After the first performance, Peking University's own student symphony orchestra followed. Their level was quite good. Su Qingyi listened intently for a while. Judging them by the harsh standards of someone who had grown up listening to national-level orchestras was naturally unfair, but from a student's perspective, their skill was already very impressive. The Symphony of Fate felt particularly powerful in this weather, making one's heart surge with excitement and agitation. Perhaps because the previous performances were so excellent, the subsequent student singing performances seemed lackluster. They were mediocre at best, and even fewer people held up their phones to record. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that the procedure here was different from other schools. Normally, wouldn't the various speeches come first before the cultural performances? If that were the case, he could have slipped away after hearing Chu Qingyan speak. After 3 songs, a warm-up video was inserted on the big screen, mostly introducing Peking University's long history and historical achievements. By the time Chu Qingyan took the stage, Su Qingyi was almost falling asleep in his seat. As soon as she appeared in the public eye, a faint sound of admiration rose from the audience. The phones and cameras that had just been put down were all raised again in unison. Chu Qingyan had already rehearsed her speech in front of him once. The former Chinese class representative performed as well as ever. He heard that there was originally another girl who had submitted a draft to compete for the freshman representative spot, but in the end, the university chose Chu Qingyan because of the quality of her draft and her overall image. It turned out this was the right choice. Chu Qingyan was a scenery unto herself standing there, her entire being perfectly matched the temperament and direction Peking University aimed to cultivate. One could imagine how the university would use this freshman representative's speech for future publicity. Her off-script speech went smoothly, flowing naturally, and full of emotion. Why can't a girl like that be in our department? Amidst the thunderous applause, Matthew sighed repeatedly. Li Tao pushed up his glasses and said with an unfathomable expression, "Our department is generally not bad either, there are several beauties." "That's true, but I feel like their ability isn't as strong. That girl on stage looks like an elite, celestial dragon. Right, a celestial dragon. Let's not even think about an inaccessible flower like her. We should stick to the ones in our own class, at least we have a chance there." True. Brother Li is indeed experienced. Listening to the conversation between these two, Su Qingyi felt secretly amused. What celestial dragon, what inaccessible flower? Chu Qingyan herself would probably hate being described that way. After the freshman representative's speech ended, the real highlight of the ceremony arrived. The president's address. Every generation of Peking University presidents had their own legendary stories, and as students, they naturally looked up to them. Who would have thought that just as the president adjusted his shirt collar and walked solemnly to the microphone, the rain that had been brewing all morning suddenly poured down. Su Qingyi saw Chu Qingyan on the other side, who had been slowly walking off the stage. As soon as the rain fell, she immediately covered her head and slipped away without a trace. The president coughed and joked, "I shall enjoy the rain together with all of you." Woo-hoo. The audience was very supportive, with laughter and applause rising together. Su Qingyi sighed, he didn't like getting wet in the rain. Just then, Matthew beside him suddenly made a rustling sound. Su Qingyi was a bit puzzled and turned his head to look at him. To his surprise, Matthew actually pulled a folding umbrella out of his pants pocket. Su Qingyi couldn't help but feel admiration. Who said old hands didn't have their benefits? He was certainly well prepared. Just as he was about to lean over to share the umbrella, Matthew suddenly made a move and ducked out. Raindrops pitter-pattered against his head, and Su Qingyi looked confused. Matthew's figure was stealthy as he weaved through the crowd. That direction is. Su Qingyi frowned. Matthew actually walked up to the rostrum holding the umbrella and then held it over the head of the president who was speaking. Su Qingyi's second-hand embarrassment immediately flared up. The president was clearly taken aback too, but he didn't interrupt his speech. After turning around and realizing it wasn't a teacher but a student, he just smiled, nodded, and continued his speech. Su Qingyi listened to the faint discussions and snickers coming from around him. Getting recommended for grad school depends entirely on this umbrella. President, thank you, student. This guy, my name is so-and-so, my student ID is. It's all about social grace, you guys don't know squat. In fact, one couldn't really say there was anything wrong with Matthew's behavior, at most, it was a bit sycophantic. But just by holding an umbrella, could he really gain the president's favor or special treatment? Of course not. So compared to his act of holding the umbrella, the people gossiping around were the most ridiculous. They weren't resisting sycophancy from the bottom of their hearts, they were just thinking, why didn't I think of that? Quite laughable. Su Qingyi raised his sleeve to wipe his damp hair, about to turn around and say something. The raindrops falling on his head were suddenly blocked out. The surrounding chatter also came to a screeching halt, leaving only the sound of raindrops pitter-pattering on a plastic umbrella surface. Su Qingyi felt strange and looked up, meeting a pair of smiling, sparkling eyes. It had been so long that Su Qingyi almost couldn't remember her name. In a red dress with long wavy hair, Jian Xiao looked even more exquisite and beautiful than last time, exuding a mature charm that was completely out of place among the green freshmen. She was currently standing gracefully beside Su Qingyi, holding a transparent plastic umbrella. The umbrella tilted mostly toward Su Qingyi in his chair, raindrops fell on her other exposed shoulder, with some splashing onto her red dress, making the color appear deeper. The sudden appearance of such a figure in the dense crowd drew everyone's gaze, and they looked at the person under the umbrella with envy and jealousy. Su Qingyi was truly surprised, he paused for a moment, unable to speak. Jian Xiao smiled and took the initiative to speak, long time no see. Do you still remember who I am? Of course he remembered. Su Qingyi sighed inwardly, remembering how he had intentionally ignored her friend's request. How come you're here? He stiffly changed the subject. Oh, if a freshman representative is allowed to speak, isn't an outstanding graduate representative allowed to attend? Jian Xiao gave a light chuckle, her gaze toward him holding a hint of playfulness. Outstanding graduate representative? Jian Xiao was also from Peking University. Didn't Su Yang say she had been studying abroad? Perhaps she only went abroad for grad school after graduating from university. Su Qingyi was momentarily speechless. True, he didn't own Peking University, he couldn't control who came and went. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and Jian Xiao showed no signs of leaving. No one around was looking at the president on stage or Matthew holding the umbrella anymore, everyone was looking at the suddenly appeared Jian Xiao. Her looks and temperament were far too devastating for these inexperienced freshmen. Su Qingyi looked at her left shoulder, which was getting wet from the rain, and felt a bit bad. But if he told her to stop holding the umbrella now, she certainly wouldn't be willing. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingyi stood up and moved to Matthew's chair, giving up his own chair. You should sit down first. Matthew had just left, so his chair was wet from the rain, while Su Qingyi's own chair was still dry. So he had to swap them to let Jian Xiao sit in his spot. Jian Xiao seemingly hadn't expected him to say that. She raised an eyebrow with interest and, without declining, sat down. Su Qingyi also took the opportunity to take the umbrella from her hand. He held the umbrella toward the left, but tilted his body toward the right. Maintaining a moderate and polite distance. Jian Xiao naturally saw that he was intentionally avoiding suspicion, she just smiled and didn't press further. After a moment of silence, Su Qingyi spoke first. How did you know I was here? Don't underestimate a senior's connections. Jian Xiao raised her eyebrows and curled her lips into another smile. Guess which school I'm from? The law school. Bingo surprised. Unexpected. Jian Xiao smiled like an old fox. This really was a joke of fate. Su Qingyi resisted the urge to facepalm. Expecting Jian Xiao to forget about him ghosting her on WeChat earlier was impossible, otherwise, she wouldn't have come all this way. Sure enough, the next second she spoke leisurely, your WeChat seems quite hard to add, little junior. Would you believe me if I said I forgot to approve it? What do you think? Alright then. Su Qingyi sighed. At this point, Li Tao, who had been eavesdropping from the front row for a long time, finally couldn't help but turn around. He just glanced at Jian Xiao and quickly lowered his gaze. Such a charming and flamboyant woman was truly difficult to look at directly. Li Tao was smart, he knew this was a type he couldn't handle. Boss Su, is this a senior you know? But he still couldn't help asking. Su Qingyi didn't speak at first, he thought Jian Xiao would introduce herself, but she didn't open her mouth, just looking at him with a smile. Su Qingyi had to speak up, yes, sort of. She's my friend's older cousin. Nice to meet you. Now we can say we have a senior looking out for us. Li Tao cupped his fists and joked. You could say that. Jian Xiao didn't decline, Her smile was flamboyant and confident, clearly possessing the ability to look out for them. Are you planning to work in the capital in the future? Being at a loss for words was too awkward, so Su Qingyi looked for a topic and asked casually. I received an offer from Junhee Law Firm last week. I came back to my alma mater today just to look around. I didn't expect. The corners of Jian Zhao's lips curled up. To find an unexpected surprise. Congratulations. Su Qingyi deliberately ignored the underlying meaning in her words and continued to play dumb. Senior, you're too strong. Junhee Law Firm is a top-tier law firm, it's very hard to get in. Li Tao couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Junhee Law Firm could be said to be the best of the best among the country's top law firms. Many law students would fight tooth and nail just to get an interview opportunity. The fact that Jian Xiao said it so nonchalantly was enough to prove how capable she was. By the way, have you contacted Su Yang? He'd be very happy to know you're in the capital too. Su Qingyi thought of another way to shift the focus. I have. Jian Xiao smiled slightly. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have known you were at Peking University. Traitor, another traitor. Su Qingyi gritted his teeth. He'd really have to settle this score the next time he saw a smart aleck. Matthew had held the umbrella for a long time and finally waited for the ceremony to end, feeling quite pleased with himself. Although others looked at him strangely, the task of showing his face in front of the president and the university teachers was accomplished regardless. It didn't matter, a general success is built on 10,000 bleached bones. He ran down from the stage excitedly, only to see Su Qingyi sitting in his seat. He was about to feel some dissatisfaction, but the next second, the plastic umbrella was raised, and Jian Xiao, her arm propping up her chin, lazily looked up at him. Matthew's foot slipped, and he almost tumbled to the ground. Seeing him was like seeing a savior to Su Qingyi. Matthew's back. Shall we go? It's time to head back to the dorms. Wait a minute, would Senior like to go to the cafeteria together? Li Tao had been observing for a while and had long since noticed the strange atmosphere between Su Qingyi and this senior. It felt like, he flees, she pursues, and neither can escape. But with such a ready-made connection right in front of them, it was clearly unwise not to invite her for a meal. Yeah, isn't it lunchtime? Let's go, let's have a meal together. And Matthew, who always valued connections, wasn't doing it for that this time, he was simply captivated by Jian Zhao's face. Among a crowd of pure female college students, such a professional older sister type was simply a dimensional strike. Jian Xiao shrugged and looked at Su Qingyi, the gesture indicating it was up to him. Su Qingyi was 10,000 times unwilling, but his dorm mates had already completely defected. His final struggle could only be, I'm not going out. I love eating at the cafeteria. Throughout the meal, Jian Xiao only gave a simple self-introduction. Meanwhile, the others in his dorm had already shared their entire life stories. They practically told her how many cows their families owned. Su Qingyi watched from the side in amazement. Jian Zhao's level was truly high. In comparison, Chen Jinji's level was also high. But she wasn't interested in such information and wouldn't choose to pry into the lives of people she just met. Chen Jinji still had a clear sense of distance with strangers, although it didn't make people feel uncomfortable, she carried an aura that kept others at arm's length. As for Jian Xiao, perhaps it was a professional habit, but she was very good at chatting and seemed to habitually gather information, regardless of whether it was useful to her. She probably had an information database in her brain specifically for storing such things, just in case they were needed. In the end, she also successfully added Su Qingyi on WeChat. After leaving another meaningful sentence, "Little Junior, we have a long time ahead of us," Jian Xiao gracefully drove away in her Ferrari under Matthew's drooling gaze. Su Qingyi lowered his head, looking at her charming selfie avatar on his phone. After a moment of silence, he opened Su Yang's chat box and sent a message, "Does your school allow bringing in electric batons? Thanks to book friend Power Kuan for the reward. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and vote support." 257, Chapter 254. A dim fire. While the freshmen had not yet shaken off the intense focus of high school classes, the atmosphere in the classroom was lively and attentive. Asterisk 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 colon. Asterisk asterisk colon dot star dot. Except for Su Qingyi, who was fast asleep, sprawled out in the back row. The only benefit of university was that you were free, whether you failed a course or not was your own choice. Last night, he had worked on a game design proposal until 2 in the morning. To avoid disturbing his roommate's sleep, Su Qingyi had only used a small night light and his laptop's built-in keyboard. This resulted in his eyes feeling extremely uncomfortable when he woke up in the morning. Fortunately, the first class was a general education course for freshmen, commonly known as a bird course. So, he chose to catch up on sleep with a clear conscience. He didn't wake up until Li Tao nudged him to change classrooms. Su Qingyi's behavior gradually began to change Li Tao's opinion of him. When he first learned of Su Qingyi's college entrance exam scores, Li Tao naturally assumed he would be his biggest competitor for scholarships. After all, someone who could achieve such heights was either a grind, a genius, or a combination of both. But from his observations over the few days since the official start of the semester, Su Qingyi might be a genius, but he was a lazy and completely undisciplined one. Such a person naturally had nothing to do with the national scholarship. Therefore, Li Tao was happy to keep watch for him and would even cover for him when necessary. President Su, the next one is a major specific course, don't sleep through it, alright? As the two walked side by side toward the neighboring teaching building, Li Tao said with a smile, I went early this morning to snag seats, the throne seats in the front row. Alright, thanks, brother Li. Although Su Qingyi didn't plan on continuing his nap, he really didn't want to sit in the front row. There were many reasons. First, you'd inhale chalk dust, and second, it was easy to get called on. Sometimes, if you just happened to make eye contact with the teacher, they would mistakenly think you wanted to speak. The two major courses for freshmen were mostly intended to introduce the basic framework and concepts of law. The teacher who walked in as the bell rang was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. At first glance, he looked a bit like a certain famous criminal law professor known for his outlaw hypotheticals. Law, also known as legal studies or legal science, is a discipline that takes the law as its primary object of study. Law emerged with the appearance of law, particularly written law, and has developed alongside the evolution of the law. The teacher lectured on the podium as emotionlessly as a robot, while Li Tao beside him scribbled notes frantically. Su Qingyi's pen spun and flipped between his fingertips, but his notebook was blank, he hadn't written a single word. His behavior naturally drew the teacher's attention. So, the teacher paused and suddenly changed the subject. Students, with so many majors at Peking University, can you tell me why you chose law? As soon as he finished speaking, rows of arms shot up with a swish swish swish. Before coming to this class, quite a few people had probably prepared extensively for classroom questions. Su Qingyi didn't raise his hand, while Li Tao beside him frowned in thought. Law represents fairness and justice. I am willing to spend my life pursuing the truth of the world. A boy with a righteous face stood up and spoke, his voice was full of vigor and quite imposing. Su Qingyi thought it was decent, but couldn't help thinking that if one wanted to pursue the truth of the world, shouldn't they have gone to the philosophy department next door? The reason I chose law is that I hope to be able to take up the weapon of the law to protect myself when my rights or the rights of those around me are violated, instead of being bewildered and left to the mercy of others. The speaker was a short girl who seemed somewhat emotional, her voice even sounded slightly choked up. Seems like someone with a story, Su Qingyi thought, straightening his back slightly out of respect. The short girl steadied her breathing, and a round of encouraging applause immediately broke out. The teacher also nodded in appreciation, he seemed to like this very practical reason. Thank you for sharing, classmate. I hope everyone understands that the law is both a dagger and a shield. It can both constrain people's behavior and protect us all from harm. My reason isn't as noble as the previous two students. The last boy scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. The reason I'm studying law is that I want to become a lawyer. Both my parents are lawyers, of course, they didn't force me. But I feel like they look very glamorous in their daily lives, and the salary and benefits are pretty good. His reason was perhaps too honest and down-to-earth, immediately causing a wave of good-natured laughter from those around him. The teacher was clearly amused as well, sighing and gesturing for him to sit down. Once you actually become a lawyer, you'll understand the hardships your parents go through. Now, this student, I'd like to hear your thoughts. The teacher raised his hand to indicate, looking toward the front row with a smile. The smile Su Qingyi had while watching the show just now instantly froze on his face. The teacher was clearly talking about him. But Li Tao next to him looked eager to try and had even prepared a cheat sheet for his speech. Why didn't he pick him? Forced fruit isn't sweet, teacher. Despite the non-stop internal complaining, Su Qingyi still obediently pulled back his chair and stood up. He cleared his throat, organized his thoughts, and slowly began to speak. Everyone has a sense of justice within their own perception, and it is this sense of justice that leads each of us to obey and respect the law. At this point, a hint of expectation appeared in the eyes of both the teacher and the students. Therefore, the reason I chose law is... Su Qingyi paused. At this moment, he actually thought of many things. He thought of Chen Jinji, pale and curled up in the wardrobe. When he found her, her vital signs were so weak that he had almost lost her forever, yet in the charges for Chen Wendy's arrest, this was merely the lightest count. He thought of Su Jihan, who was driven to end her life by the verbal violence of her relatives, teachers, and classmates. A vibrant life had vanished just like that, while the culprits didn't have to pay any price. He even thought of the horrific scar on Ho Xiaohong's arm, burned by cigarette butts. He might be nasty and hateful, but compared to his father who committed every evil imaginable, he was hardly worth a glance. There are many places in this world that are dark, where the light of the law does not reach. But the dark night gave me black eyes, and I shall use them to seek the light. An individual's power is small, I cannot eliminate all evil, not even if Batman were here. But I hope to ignite the sense of justice in more people's hearts. At the very least, to have the courage to face and confront evil. Because, where there is justice, there is no end of the world. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, wondering if he had spoken with a bit too much genuine emotion, when applause broke out like thunder. Good, very well said. The teacher's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gestured with both hands for him to sit down. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. Li Tao also looked somewhat excited, giving a thumbs up and lowering his voice to say, President Su, that was incredible. You said it so well. Have you given speeches before? Su Qingyi shook his head. Every time he spoke in front of a crowd, it was out of necessity. The 100-day oath-taking ceremony was to save the day, and the self-reflection assembly was because he was forced to read a self-criticism for group fighting. But what he had just said was the truth. After being reborn, Su Qingyi had realized one thing. That is, he really loved meddling in other people's business, the sense of justice in his heart was burning fiercely at all times. It was just that most of the time, it was only a pale fire. If it were another teacher, they might talk about some realistic, true problems. But I don't want to talk about those now. I only want to say one thing to everyone. If a young person studying law, at the beginning of their journey, does not have the compassionate sense of justice that this student has, I would think that law is not suitable for them. Only by maintaining passion at the start of your studies can you maintain a minimum, basic warmth when facing the reality of life in the future. When the bell rang for the end of class, the teacher held his lesson plan and spoke these earnest words. This class, as an introductory law course, was clearly very successful. This was evident in the fact that people were still discussing the content of the lecture until the end of the lunch break and before the start of the afternoon classes. Su Qingyi hid in the back row once again. Despite this, many people who were keen on discussion took the initiative to find him for a chat. Su Qingyi was worried at first because he didn't like chatting with strangers, let alone about such highly controversial academic topics. But he soon stopped worrying because he realized he didn't have to speak at all. The other party seemed to only need a listener, they could talk eloquently and passionately all by themselves. Su Qingyi was happy to be idle, turning himself into a wooden post, letting his mind wander, and nodding occasionally to show encouragement. But this also had a bad outcome. When the bell rang for class, the other party held his hand, their face flushed with excitement, clearly thinking they had found a soulmate. In short, the result was that a single impromptu speech after being called on had somehow made him the spiritual mentor and confidant for many classmates. For him, the physical energy consumed by this kind of social interaction was unimaginable. Su Qingyi felt that the HP he had recovered during his morning nap was now completely depleted, and his mental strength was in a crisis. To make matters worse, the afternoon's filler class was incredibly boring, the teacher spoke like they were chanting sutras, making his head throb. Su Qingyi glanced at the back door, then at the elderly teacher on the podium who was reading from a script with his head down. To escape? Or not to escape? That was the question. Was it better to silently endure the teacher's nutritionless ASMR service, or to rebel and seek the sky of freedom? Which of these two actions was more noble? Brotherly. Su Qingyi reached out, tore off a blank piece of paper, and wrote down two meaningful words. Li Tao instantly understood, pushed up his glasses, and wrote, "Want to leave?" The teacher's concentration is highest when he reads the central paragraph of each section. Li Tao underlined central paragraph. If you want to go, that's the best time. Got it. Can you help me take my bag back? Okay. I'll treat you to milk tea tonight. Su Qingyi took his phone out of his bag and stuffed it into his pocket. Li Tao crumpled the paper into a ball, stuffed it into his bag, and nodded with a solemn expression. It was just skipping class, so why did it feel like intelligence agents meeting up? While complaining inwardly, Su Qingyi bent down and crouched low. As soon as the teacher read the sentence Li Tao had just underlined, Su Qingyi immediately scurried toward the back door with his back hunched. The classroom was large, and he had foresightly chosen the back row, so no one noticed him at all. The threshold was right in front of him, a bright future awaited. Su Qingyi felt a surge of joy and quickened his pace. Who knew that at this moment, a dark shadow would suddenly dash out from the other side of the door, also at high speed. Su Qingyi couldn't dodge in time, the two collided with a bang, both hitting the threshold and tumbling out. Su Qingyi's chin took a hard hit, and the taste of blood immediately filled his mouth. But he still had the self-discipline of an intelligence agent and didn't make a sound. The other person wasn't as composed. She started going, just before the impact, and when they actually hit, she let out a direct ouch. The teacher looked up, frowned, and asked, "What was that noise?" Everyone looked back instinctively, but luckily the two had already scrambled away and disappeared. Li Tao glanced outside the door and cleared his throat to cover for them. "Teacher, it sounded like other students passing by." "Oh, then go close the back door. Let's continue." "Okay, teacher." Li Tao got up and walked to the door, where he indeed saw Su Qingyi crouching on the ground, desperately covering the mouth of another class skipper. He was silenced by the awkwardness of the scene for half a second, then gave an "okay" gesture and closed the back door. Su Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, let go, and looked at the person in front of him. Yi Ju's reaction didn't look like she'd been bumped by a person, but rather like she'd been hit by a car, and a tanker truck at that. She was already feigning a dying state, looking as if she were about to give her last words. Su Qingyi put a finger to his lips in a "hush" gesture, signaling that they should flee the scene first. Getting caught skipping class was no laughing matter. Yi Ju finally cooperated and stood up, and the two walked all the way to the stairwell. As soon as she was free, she immediately began to complain to the expressionless Su Qingyi beside her. Hey, pay some attention to the injured, will you? Heavens! My conscience! Oh, great judge, there's no justice in this world. She was way too talkative. Su Qingyi touched his chin, which was throbbing with a needle-like pain, and looked down helplessly. Yi Ju aggressively brushed aside her bangs, revealing a reddened forehead. It did look quite painful. Su Qingyi was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the movement pulled at his wound, making him hiss in pain. You got hit too. Yi Ju seemed to have just realized this, her tone sounding a bit surprised. Otherwise, did your head hit a transformer? Su Qingyi was somewhat speechless, leaning against the railing as he stared at her. Wait a sec. Yi Ju pulled the small bag that had been slung behind her back to her chest. Then she pulled out a stainless steel thermos. This thermos was very small. Su Qingyi felt that if it were filled with water, he could finish it in one gulp. He didn't know what she used it for. Yi Ju quickly provided the answer. Her thermos was actually filled with a whole cup of ice cubes. Huh. Give me your hand, your hand. No, wait, did you just touch the floor with your hands? I think so. Yi Ju flipped the lid over, poured a few ice cubes into it, and handed it to him. Su Qingyi realized what she meant, tilted his head back, and poured them into his mouth. Holding the ice against the wound, the stinging sensation indeed subsided significantly. Thanth. Su Qingyi said indistinctly, with the ice still in his mouth. No thanth, Yi Ju mimicked him weirdly. Why are you skipping class? She didn't put the thermos away, but kept it in her hand, rolling it over the wound on her forehead. No reason. Su Qingyi answered. There really wasn't any reason, he just felt tired and didn't want to waste any more time on boring things. But Yi Ju's question reminded him of something. It seemed there was an interview for the debate club tonight. If it came down to it, he'd just skip it, he really had no energy left. While he was thinking about this, Yi Ju poured more ice cubes and handed them to him. Do you always talk like this? Like what? Like that. What? Huh. What do you mean? Nothing. I thought you were playing a game of who can speak with the fewest words. Yi Ju squinted and smiled, screwed the lid back onto the thermos, and turned to walk downstairs. Su Qingyi found it really hard to keep up with this girl's train of thought. It was the first time in his life he'd met someone who made him feel this way. How strange. Thinking about it, Su Qingyi couldn't help but glance sideways at her. Yi Ju's eyes were cast down, her lips slightly pursed, and her expression was very serious, as if she were contemplating something. Perhaps she was just used to living in her own world. Su Qingyi thought about how when he was a child, crouching in a corner to watch caterpillars, Chu Qingyan probably felt the same way looking at him. Suddenly, he felt like he could understand. So, just as Su Qingyi was about to say something, Yi Ju suddenly shouted as if facing a great enemy, "Wait, don't move." Her tone was so certain that Su Qingyi was truly startled, his raised foot frozen in midair. You just stepped on the white line, you're dead. Yi Ju pointed solemnly at the white line in the stairwell used to separate left and right. Su Qingyi felt a sudden wave of inexplicable shame for his brief moment of understanding. He felt he really should take Yiju to the school infirmary for a proper checkup. Otherwise, when the truth came out, people might say she'd been knocked stupid by his chin. Thanks to readers ending in 1551, Power Kun, and Dongbao for the tips. Thanks everyone for your subscriptions and votes. 258, Chapter 255 Class Monitor's Mistake. Although the process of skipping class was thrilling and even resulted in an injury, breathing in the fresh air still felt incredibly refreshing. A gentle breeze blew across the Peking University campus in the afternoon. The sunlight filtering through the leaves had lost the midday heat, feeling comfortable and pleasant on the skin. Since most students were in class at this time, the surroundings were quiet. Looking up, only a few distant figures could be seen. Everything was so harmonious. If only the phone in his pocket wouldn't stop vibrating incessantly. Thinking about where the messages might be coming from, Su Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. It was likely the debate club group chat pressing him about the interviews. Picking up his phone, he saw that there were indeed over a dozen admentions competing for his attention. Junior, 6 p.m., First Teaching Building, Room 204. Don't you dare flake out. We have secret agents monitoring you. If you flake, we'll go shout your name under your dormitory building. Who are these guys trying to scare to death? But besides those, there was also a message from a friend. Reflex arc as long as the moon. Are you in class at the third teaching building today? I'm here too. Wait for me after class, let's go to the cafeteria together. Now he was in trouble. Su Qingyi's footsteps paused. With the little class monitor's serious attitude toward studying, she would definitely give him a lecture if she found out he skipped class. After thinking for a while, he decided to use a tactic, a preemptive strike. Student, why are you playing with your phone during class? Chu Qingmian was indeed waiting for his reply. She responded almost instantly. Class is almost over, what's wrong with me asking you? You're not paying attention in class. Su Qingyi continued to nitpick. You're the one not paying attention. Chu Qingmian's temper flared the moment she was teased. She quickly sent over a picture. A notebook was spread open on her lap, filled with neat handwriting that was identical to her high school notes. It looked like she took it guiltily and sneakily. The photo was a bit blurry, but her fair knees could still be seen peeking out from the edge of her skirt. See? Very serious. Su Qingyi felt like laughing, but he couldn't think of any other excuse for the moment. Was he really going to have to walk back to the third teaching building? Su Qingyi leaned against the lakeside railing and hesitated for a while before choosing to give up and reply, I came out early. Just come find me by the lake later. You actually skipped class, Su Qingyi. Just you wait, I'm coming to find you right now. After Chu Qingmian dropped those fierce words, she didn't send any more messages. He estimated she was waiting for the bell to finish ringing before sprinting over at full speed. She was like this because when choosing majors, Su Qingyi had repeatedly emphasized that even if they weren't in the same class, he would abide by school rules and strive to be a good youth of the new era. Otherwise, she might have given up business administration to choose the same major as him. Although he had spoken with conviction back then, Su Qingyi hadn't expected that after his rebirth, he would become even more lazy and free-spirited, completely unable to stand the constraints of rules and the waste of time that were filler classes. So, just as the semester started, he couldn't hold it together anymore. But Chu Qingmian had a soft personality, so there probably wouldn't be any serious consequences. As long as he explained it well. Thinking this, Su Qingyi leisurely enjoyed the breeze by the lakeside, waiting for the impending judgment. At that moment, a voice suddenly drifted over from beside him, Student, please check the class group chat. Su Qingyi was startled. He turned around and asked with a frown. Why haven't you left yet? Yi Ju had a kind smile on her face as she said in a flat tone, You think I don't want to leave? My side is still, as if realizing she had let something slip, her voice cut off abruptly. Seeing her like this, Su Qingyi had no choice but to open WeChat. The first thing he saw was a message from Li Tao, Boss Su, there's really no way. The school is doing a head count. I couldn't hold them off. 5 minutes ago, the counselor posted, after a check by the faculty management office, it was found that 2 students actually left early during this afternoon's class. At Yi Ju at Su Qingyi. Please message me privately and tell me what the situation is. University is not a place for you to be lax and undisciplined. Abiding by discipline is the prerequisite for everything. A record of an unexcused early departure is very likely to affect your future award and merit applications. Please take this seriously. Message me privately before 5 o'clock. I need a reasonable explanation. That sounds so serious. Su Qingyi frowned and turned off his phone screen. What do you plan to do? Yi Ju asked. Nothing. You're not going to message her privately? Nope. Fine, I expected as much. Yi Ju sighed and squatted down, typing away rapidly. She muttered as she typed, I'm going to message the teacher now to explain. You don't have to send a message. But you must remember this so we don't get caught later. I felt unwell during class and asked you to help me to the infirmary, got it? As for what was wrong, a stroke. Do you even know what the symptoms of a stroke are? What are the symptoms? Crooked nose and eyes, hemiplegia, and incontinence. Su Qingyi educated her with an expressionless face. Forget it, forget it. That's too difficult. Yi Ju shook her head solemnly and continued, then gout. Convulsions. Epilepsy. If you insist on something related to wind or cold, I suggest a common cold. But would that be urgent enough? Not thrilling or exciting enough? We suddenly skipped class halfway through to go to the infirmary. Yi Ju crumpled her face and sighed. Then let's go with a stomachache. There are many causes, it's internal, and people can't tell from the outside. Su Qingyi suggested based on his own actual experience. Got it. Yi Ju changed stroke to stomachache in her pre-written template and changed the unconscious symptom to excruciating abdominal pain, unbearable, unable to stand, vision going black. Remembered it? If the counselor asks you later, don't let it slip. Yi Ju held the phone in front of his eyes and shook it solemnly. Su Qingyi tilted his head slightly and took the phone, just in time to see the counselor's reply. Received. Next time you feel unwell, you should ask for leave from the teacher in time. Do not harbor any illusions of getting away with it. Since this is the first offense for both of you, I won't pursue it this time. Come to my office to get a sick note after you've rested. Yi Ju, as the class monitor, you must lead by example. To think such a lame excuse actually worked. Su Qingyi didn't know how to react for a moment and could only ask casually, you're actually the class monitor. During the previous class elections, Su Qingyi hadn't paid attention at all, he only knew that Li Tao had lost the election. The girls had all voted for another girl who ran for election. It turned out to be Yi Ju. What's wrong? Don't I look like one? Yi Ju feigned a fierce look and waved her fist. Su Qingyi was about to say something more when his shoulder was gently poked. Turning around, he saw Chu Qingmian holding a stack of textbooks. She had her hair in a half-up princess style today with a small bun on top, looking very cute. Class is over. Su Qingyi reached out and took all her textbooks. Good grief, they were quite heavy. Yes. Chu Qingmian answered but didn't look at him. The three of them looked at each other, a bit awkwardly. Su Qingyi cleared his throat and introduced them, this is my classmate, Yi Ju. This is Chu Qingmian from the neighboring business school. Yi Ju reached out with a smile and took the initiative to greet her, hello student Chu, hello student Chu. I've heard so much about you, heard so much about you. Perhaps because she was nervous, she spoke like a broken record. Chu Qingmian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her hand gently. Hello. Alright, then you two chat. I'll be going now. After Yi Ju said this, she didn't wait for their reply and turned around to leave on her own. Su Qingyi watched her run forward a few steps, then remembered her phone was still in his hand and called out, class monitor, you. Before he could finish, Chu Qingmian beside him looked up and let out a questioning, Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Yi Ju in front also paused and turned around. Damn, how could a simple title lead to such a mix-up? You didn't take your phone. Su Qingyi braced himself and handed the phone over, pretending as if nothing was wrong. Yi Ju seemed to sense that the atmosphere wasn't right and quickly slipped away as if her feet were greased. She's the class monitor who was just elected in our class. I only just found out too. Su Qingyi explained while trying to hide his guilt, quietly checking Chu Qingmian's expression. To his surprise, Chu Qingmian didn't seem to mind and even smiled. I see. The two of them walked side by side in silence for a while until Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask again, you're not angry? Why would I be angry? Chu Qingmian walked with her hands behind her back, her hair fluttering in the gentle breeze. In fact, the more she said this, the more uneasy Su Qingyi felt. It might have been easier to handle if she had lost her temper earlier, this calm and composed attitude was what was truly wrong. In your eyes, do I get angry that easily? Alright, here comes the trap question. Su Qingyi shook his head decisively. I can't just get angry every time you talk to a pretty girl although you look all smiles and quite pleased with yourself, that doesn't mean anything. Chu Qingmian's tone was sour, full of twists and turns. Su Qingyi found it amusing but had to force a serious expression, which was truly difficult to endure. I have to respect your freedom. You're far away from home now, so you can skip class whenever you want and do whatever you want. After all, there's another monitor looking after you now, right? So she actually cares quite a lot. Su Qingyi had no choice but to interrupt. Didn't you say before that high school is over and I shouldn't call you class monitor anymore? Chu Qingyan was momentarily choked up. Her subconscious instinct was to argue back, but after thinking about it, she realized that was indeed the case. You even threw a tantrum before because I saved your contact as class monitor of class 2. How can that be the same? He just had to bring up that sore spot. Chu Qingyan stopped in her tracks and looked up to glare at him. Little monitor. Su Qingyi freed a hand and patted the little tuft of hair on the top of her head. What is it? Chu Qingyan blocked his mischievous hand. Our major is very strict about checking for truancy. Did you get caught? Did you ask for leave? Should I help you talk to the teacher? No, wait, that's why I told you not to skip class. Maybe I should transfer to your major then. Don't say things like that. Even though Chu Qingyan spent a long time later emphasizing that she wasn't actually angry, Su Qingyi still accompanied her across half the campus to eat the earth pot chicken she had been talking about for a while. Su Qingyi, I'm really not angry. If you're going to use your sugar-coated bullet skill, save it for next time. Chu Qingyan stared at the boiling small pot and spoke very seriously. I know. Su Qingyi unwrapped the disposable chopsticks on the table and handed her a pair. If she were really angry, how could she still be walking obediently side by side with him? As everyone knows, an angry girl automatically activates sprint mode with no cooldown. If you want her to accelerate, just reach out and tug her sleeve, and she'll activate the dual mode of Berserk plus Sprint. Hee. Chu Qingyan took the chopsticks, her eyes lighting up. My roommates all said this place is delicious. I haven't come with them because I wanted to come with you. This was also why Su Qingyi knew she wasn't angry and was willing to accompany her. After all, the easiest young lady in the world to coax was probably right in front of him. While others were making scenes and demanding the stars and the moon, she just wanted you to accompany her for a meal at the cafeteria. So delicious. Chu Qingyan maintained her usual enthusiasm for food, happily swaying her body from side to side. She was the type of person who would say, delicious, delicious when eating good food, so beautiful, when traveling, and whose whole body would scream, I like you so much, when with the person she liked. In general, she was a very rare, wonderful human being who radiated love at all times. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand and watched her for a long while. The place where he had been bumped was still throbbing with pain, and he didn't have much of an appetite. But he couldn't say it. If he did, the girl in front of him would definitely get very worried again. Chu Qingyan didn't understand why he was staring, so she tentatively stood up and picked out a chicken leg from the pot for him. What is this? This is the greatest sacrifice a foodie can make, my friends. Su Qingyi didn't decline and lowered his head to take a bite. It was indeed quite good, the chicken was smooth and tender, and the broth was delicious. I already passed the interview for our school's debate club yesterday. Are you going tonight? When they came out of the cafeteria, Chu Qingyan suddenly remembered this question. Su Qingyi glanced at the time, there were still 30 minutes left. What does the interview consist of? Our school's is very simple. It's just a small test, you draw lots and then do a free debate. Chu Qingyan frowned as she thought back carefully. I only said 3 sentences in total before I was told I passed. I've even forgotten what the topic was. Free debate. Su Qingyi sighed. Well, if you really don't want to go, then forget it. Chu Qingyan tilted her head and saw his troubled expression. Her heart softened instantly, and she grabbed his wrist and shook it gently. I'll go take a look anyway. If he didn't go, those upperclassmen sisters might actually storm the boys' dormitory and cause a huge scene. Su Qingyi patted Chu Qingyan's head to reassure her. Do you have anything to do tonight? Nothing much. I'm going to the library to organize today's notes and then read for a while. What book? Su Qingyi looked up at the gradually darkening sky. A few birds flew past the treetops, their silhouettes slowly melting into the night. The general theory of employment, interest, and money. I retract my statement about wanting to transfer majors. I didn't take you seriously anyway, okay? Chu Qingyan took the textbook back from his hand and looked up at him, good luck. But if you feel uncomfortable, don't force yourself. Yeah. Su Qingyi looked at the sparkling light in her eyes and nodded. After taking a detour to drop Chu Qingyan off at the library, Su Qingyi arrived at the debate club's interview location. He first observed from the doorway. The chairs arranged in the classroom were basically full, he was the only one who arrived right on time. Fortunately, no one had chosen the seat in the far corner. Su Qingyi took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He had intended to return to a seat silently, but he didn't expect the people waiting inside to give him that chance at all. Extra, extra. Our junior Su has finally arrived. Where? Oh, I thought you weren't coming. We were all ready to head to Building 14 to arrest you. Damn, looking at the photos didn't do him justice. Junior, you should go assassinate the person who took that candid shot of you, it didn't capture your true level of handsomeness at all. Come here, register and sign in. Why do I always end up wandering into a spider's den like this? Su Qingyi was made dizzy by the chirping voices around him. After signing his name on the paper in a daze, the surroundings finally quieted down. Su Qingyi sat in a corner, watching the group of people in front of him who had suddenly become serious again. The freshmen who came for the interview sat in a row, and the 4 judges responsible for the interview sat in a row opposite them. The boy in the middle pushed up his glasses and spoke in a serious tone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Law School Debate Club's interview. I am the president of this school's debate club, Danyijo. I believe everyone has heard this saying, right? A 3-inch tongue is stronger than 1,000,000 soldiers, one person's debate is heavier than the 9 tripod cauldrons. Debate is a very meaningful and worthwhile thing for all members of this club to strive for. I hope that those of you who are about to join us can maintain enthusiasm and a high level of awareness for it. After he finished this speech, Su Qingyi could only silently think, it's a sure thing. After all, he didn't possess a single bit of what was just mentioned. But as law students, we must place more importance on theoretical basis and logical rigor than others. Our evaluation of everyone will also be based on this principle. Correspondingly, due to such high standards, we will also reward the student who performs best as the best debater this time. I won't keep you in suspense. Our club has secured the front page of next week's school WeChat official account post. The best debater this time will have full authority to write that post. No limit on the theme, no limit on the content, you can write about any topic you are interested in. Danyijo was very confident in the attractiveness of this reward. Because the people who participate in the debate club all have a strong desire for expression. The headline of the school's WeChat official account post is the part with the highest viewership among all the school's public information columns. Once an article is published here, it will first receive the attention and discussion of all teachers and students in the school, and then it will be reposted and spread on social forums. If the content receives the attention and affirmation of the school authorities, there will also be corresponding credit rewards for the writer. If it were any other reward, Su Qingyi would likely be indifferent and would mostly stick to his usual principle of slacking off. But he actually wanted this opportunity to write a post. In today's society, traffic is everything. The person holding the pen can easily control the direction of public opinion. Thinking of those topics about Chen Jinji that had suddenly popped up on Weibo recently, Su Qingyi lowered his eyes. Debate, after all, is nothing more than a clash of evidence and a confrontation of legal principles. Hiding one's light under a bushel is just that. Thanks to Power Kun for the tip. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 259, Chapter 256 A God Descends to Earth, 1v4, those topics regarding Chen Jinji sprouted overnight like bamboo shoots after a spring rain in March. She seemed to be naturally buzzworthy, easily driving the show's popularity, which had been leveling off, to new heights. Though that was certainly not what she herself had hoped for. After the first public performance aired, things turned out exactly as Chen Jinji had previously predicted. While the show's footage could be manipulated through post-production editing, the live stage performance could not. Because individual parts were fixed and every song had to be aired in full, this was her greatest chance for a comeback. As it turned out, she succeeded. The hashtag Goddess of the Mortal Realm Chen Jinji surged to the #1 spot on the trending list, becoming her signature support slogan. In the ranking announcement that followed, she crushed the second-place Zhong Xinyue with 3 times the vote count, firmly securing the top spot. While this trend was originally very positive, Su Qingyi felt a faint sense of unease even as he felt happy for her. When he saw several inexplicable topics appearing on the trending list, this unease finally materialized into something substantial. Hashtag artist Wu Qian posts to expose group scandal hashtag Chen Jinji parachutes and hashtag NS company hashtag these seemingly unrelated trending topics all pointed toward the same incident. After reading the summaries of several marketing accounts, Su Qingyi finally understood the whole story. The gist was that this artist, Wu Qian, was a trainee at NS company. If Chen Jinji hadn't joined the show, Wu Qian was originally supposed to have a spot in the lineup. However, the company ultimately decided to let Chen Jinji participate in her place, which meant she was essentially abandoned. In the long Weibo post written by Wu Qian herself, the tone was heartbreaking, with every word seemingly designed to pierce the heart. Hello everyone, I am a trainee at NS Company, my name is Wu Qian. It's normal if you don't have much of an impression of me, because I've spent 8 whole years wasting away in NS Company's practice rooms. I know that coming forward at a time like this will definitely earn me the reputation of being a clout chaser. But I can't swallow this grievance. Why can someone who stole another person's life harvest so much popularity and praise so righteously? Is it true that dreams are forever worthless in the face of capital? Does my 8 years of hard work only deserve the sentence, there will be other opportunities? I was not resigned to this, so I stood up. Not just for myself, but for the thousands of others whose lives have been stolen. At NS Iris, I'm asking you on behalf of all of them, are you happy profiting from others' misery? What an inflammatory article, Su Qingyi thought. Throughout the text, she kept herself completely clean, first using the 8-year timeframe to gain public sympathy, then claiming to speak for others who had suffered similar fates. At the end, she even named names, launching a direct and aggressive attack. This Weibo post gained massive traction, with comments and shares both reaching 5 figures. Holy crap, first row. Not sure what's going on, setting up a stall to sell sunflower seeds, peanuts, and popcorn first. There were those among the crowd who just wanted to watch the drama unfold. Oh my god, this is so sad. 8 years of time, just to have her spot taken by someone else. Hang in there, sis, I'm rooting for you. There were those moved by the content of the article who immediately chose to side with Wu Qian. When things are this unusual, there's bound to be foul play. I knew there had to be something fishy behind someone who blew up this suddenly. There were those acting like hindsight experts. Chen Jinji's fans play the victim every day, saying the show doesn't give her enough screen time or is suppressing her popularity. After all that, it turns out she was the royalty all along. And then there were fans of rival contestants in the show, fishing in troubled waters and maliciously stirring the pot. The enthusiasm of the general public for this drama was clearly more than the fans could handle. Even though fans kept trying to clarify the facts, few people cared. Under pressure, NS Company issued a statement a few hours later. To summarize, it was a piece of official nonsense, mentioning that the company's selection criteria were open and transparent, with candidates decided entirely based on strength and compatibility with the group. There wasn't a single word of defense for their own artist, Chen Jinji, who was currently participating in the show, they merely shirked the company's responsibility. Consequently, the public spearhead was once again pointed entirely at Chen Jinji. After Su Qingyi closed Weibo, he checked the time and called Chen Jinji. Her voice sounded very weary. The moment she picked up, she gave a soft sigh. When he called at a time like this, Chen Jinji didn't even need to ask to know why. What exactly is going on? Su Qingyi tried to keep his voice sounding calm. I'm not sure. The company didn't tell me about this at all. Chen Jinji's tone held a hint of bewilderment, which was rare for her. If I had known at the time, I might not have chosen to participate in the show. Su Qingyi was silent for a long moment, he could roughly guess why Chen Jinji would say that. She had also spent 4 years in the dark as a trainee and had faced a major setback on the eve of her debut. She knew better than anyone what it felt like to have all one's hard work go down the drain. Therefore, she would never be willing to let someone else experience what she had gone through. No, you've got it wrong. Su Qingyi paused to organize his thoughts. First of all, you were completely unaware of this. I suspect Zhang Yun, who invited you to the show, was also unaware. The company made the decision to swap people privately without consulting you. This is entirely the company's action and has nothing to do with you. So even if Wu Qian wants to defend her rights, she should go after the company instead of pointing the spearhead at you. Secondly, she chose to expose this now, when your popularity is at its peak, rather than when it was officially announced that you would be participating. This means she isn't defending her rights for the lost opportunity, she wants the buzz and the traffic. Finally, she doesn't mention the company's responsibility at all. Instead, she forcibly links you with capital and places you on the opposite side of all the grassroots people who have no resources or backing. This is a very vicious and unreasonable act. So, Chen Jinji, don't have any sympathy for her. Su Qingyi said all of that in one breath, but his only real goal was to deliver that last sentence. Chen Jinji obviously knew the preceding points much better than an outsider to the entertainment industry like himself. The other end of the line was quiet for a while, only the sound of Chen Jinji's gentle breathing could be heard. After a long time, she seemed to smile and replied, "All right, thank you." Hearing her say that, Su Qingyi felt a bit more relaxed. Everything else could be dealt with later, the key was that her own mindset couldn't be affected. After all, the show had now reached its most critical late stage. The utopian-style closed training was itself a great test of one's mental state. In the behind-the-scenes extras recently updated by the production team, almost every trainee had heavy dark circles under their eyes and looked like they were on the verge of a mental breakdown at any moment. Chen Jinji was a thorough perfectionist, and having made that bet with the company management, the pressure she carried was even more unimaginable. Su Qingyi's biggest concern was her mental state. The company has already issued a statement, and I'm still confined within the training base. It's currently impossible for me to speak out and clarify things myself. Wu Qian probably considered this when she chose to expose it now, Chen Jinji said slowly and methodically, her tone calm and devoid of emotion. She seems to think I'll just have to suffer this loss in silence. But she doesn't understand the show's format. The night after tomorrow, I'll be recording the latest episode. The content will be the elimination and the ranking speeches. As the number 1 rank, I will have the right to an independent speech. So, if she wants to bring me down with a single long post. Chen Jinji suddenly chuckled. The sound of her laughter was fleeting in the balcony breeze, but it made one's ears tingle. She really should have done a bit more research. After talking with Chen Jinji, Su Qingyi felt completely relieved. As long as she set aside her unnecessary sympathy, the opponent's little tricks were nothing in her eyes. Ms. Wu Qian was still too naive. If Chen Jinji were truly the type to be protected by capital, then Wu Qian should have been genuinely glad for that. After all, it would mean she hadn't provoked a true big devil who had fought her way out of a bloodbath on her own. But there was still one more problem. At the time I called Chen Jinji, she said the program would be recorded the day after tomorrow, which is actually tonight. However, there is still some time between the recording and the actual broadcast. During this period, public opinion will continue to ferment. Chen Jinji has no way to fight back, and the company, which could have fought back, has already decided to play dead. Before Su Qingyi could find time to think of a countermeasure, a ready-made opportunity suddenly presented itself. After Deng Yizhou, the president of the debate club, finished reading the rules, he stood up and turned around. The blackboard originally had, "Welcome new students," written in colorful chalk, but he heartlessly wiped it away and rewrote, "Debate topic, are the killers in the Speluncean explorers case guilty?" Upon seeing this topic, a moderate wave of commotion rippled through the freshmen attending the interview. The case of the Speluncean explorers is a very famous fictional legal case. It represents a fierce clash between legal rules and moral ethics, and is hailed as a classic of jurisprudence. Everyone sitting here had at least some understanding of it, and Su Qingyi was no exception. He had read a lot of material regarding this fictional case. Deng Yizhou clapped the chalk dust off his hands and began to read the background introduction. 5 explorers are trapped in a cave and learn they cannot be rescued in a short time. To maintain the resources needed for survival, the 5 agree to throw dice to choose a victim, allowing the other 4 to kill him and consume his flesh. Wetmore was the first to propose the suggestion, but he decided to withdraw his consent before the dice were thrown. However, the other 4 insisted on throwing the dice anyway, and Wetmore happened to be chosen as the victim. After being rescued, the 4 were prosecuted for murder. The question is, should they be found guilty? Su Qingyi retraced the case in his mind. If he were to prepare based on his existing knowledge, he would choose the affirmative position, that is, advocating for guilt. This had nothing to do with his own views, it was simply a choice based on which side was easier to argue in a debate. Every point made by the negative side could be met with a more powerful and persuasive rebuttal from the affirmative. The affirmative side hardly needs to say much, they just need to seize upon the idea that life is supreme and keep hammering on moral values. Deng Yizhou gave the freshmen 5 minutes to think, then continued to explain the format for this session. A total of 5 students received notices to participate in the interview today. This number is a bit awkward, so after discussing it, we've decided not to draw lots for the affirmative and negative sides. Everyone will freely choose their stance and give a 3-minute impromptu presentation. After the presentation, others can initiate a cross-examination for 5 minutes. Once everyone has finished speaking, we will announce the interview results on the spot and select the best debater of the session. This format was essentially a free-for-all. Every man for himself, fighting alone. This was good news for Su Qingyi. After all, teamwork was even more difficult for him. However, the speaking order was very unfavorable. Because he had initially chosen a seat in the outermost corner, he naturally became the last person to speak. This meant the points he had prepared were very likely to be used by others first. As it turned out, that was exactly the case. People who could get into Peking University and had the confidence to interview for the debate club even had similar ways of thinking. Life is above all else, life is the only bottom line. Social order requires the most basic moral principles to be maintained. Killing requires a justifiable reason, and what is a justifiable reason? It is, if I do not kill you, you will kill me. Only in such a case do we consider it a justifiable reason. In this case, that clearly does not hold. Killing is a crime, killing an innocent person is a double crime, and killing someone for one's own benefit is even more unpardonable. Su Qingyi listened to their eloquent affirmative arguments and sighed softly. He reached out, tore off the scratch paper with a few keywords written on it, and crumpled it into a ball. This action caught the attention of the judges. Deng Yizhou pushed up his glasses with interest. He was looking forward to this 737 junior who was very popular in the group chat. Perhaps they wanted to play it safe to avoid cross-examination, or perhaps they truly stood with the affirmative. In any case, after the first four spoke, they had all chosen the affirmative side. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, glanced at the blank scratch paper, and then stood up unhurriedly. Hello, judges. The position I advocate for is, the killers are not guilty. This behavior was no different from a forced 1 versus 4 because, as the negative side, the four affirmative speakers would definitely cross-examine him. As a result, the judges were a bit surprised. Seeing the safe performances of the previous candidates, they had thought this interview would be quite boring. First, we must clarify a definition. What is the function of criminal law? It is to punish evil and to educate and discipline. So, in this case, what is the evil? If we are to define an action as wrong or guilty, then we should know, what kind of action is right. As he spoke, Su Qingyi's tone was still flat, but he was already trying to channel the kind of emotion one should have during a debate. Is it right for 5 people to starve to death collectively? In fact, this question has been discussed for decades. Since we cannot provide an answer even with the exhaustive wisdom of all mankind, how can we expect people who have been trapped in a cave for days, on the brink of physical and mental collapse, to resolve this issue properly? According to the affirmative's argument, if we here were also among them, the choices we would face are either wait for death, or commit suicide, or immediately come up with a perfect solution that all of humanity has failed to solve for decades. Otherwise, it is a crime. At this point, Su Qingyi paused slightly and raised his eyes to observe the expressions of the judges opposite him. Good, it seemed they were being bluffed. So he continued, then what was the truly erroneous party that led to this tragedy? It was this natural disaster. We cannot impose punishment on the parties involved, who are also victims, simply because we cannot punish a natural disaster. On the contrary, we must compensate them for the psychological trauma caused by such cruelty. And to compensate, the first thing we must do, is acknowledge that they are not guilty. That is all, thank you. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and put down the pen cap he had been clutching tightly. He did not sit down, but waited for the affirmative's cross-examination. Unexpectedly, there was a long silence, and no one spoke. Deng Yizhou coughed and reminded them, is no one from the affirmative going to cross-examine? Time is almost up. Hearing this, the first boy who had spoken finally managed to ask a question, may I ask, why is upholding human dignity and bravely choosing death not a better choice? Su Qingyi smiled slightly and replied, your own side's view is that life is above all else and that life is the only bottom line. If you now advocate for giving up life, that is a contradiction. Therefore, because there is no right choice, wrong also loses its meaning. These words seemed to put a period on the debate. The four opponents ceased their fire and silently raised the white flag. The judges' bench burst into applause. They clearly hadn't expected Su Qingyi to pull the entire session to a new level of brilliance at the end of the debate. Debates are exciting because of the struggle for logic and the desperate comebacks, not because of playing it safe and going with the flow. Thus, Su Qingyi passed the debate club interview without dispute and also took the title of Best Debater. While the department's debate club was repeatedly reviewing the session and the university's debate club began discussing a certain junior's godlike 1v4 performance, Su Qingyi sat in front of his computer, starting to feel troubled by another matter. How should he write the draft to build momentum for Qin Jinji without revealing his own identity? Also, if he quit the club right after posting this tweet, would he be hunted down by the president? Thanks to Power Kun for the tip. Thank you all for your subscriptions and vote support. 260, Chapter 257. No longer alone. When Su Qingyi received Su Yang's call, he was accompanying Chu Qingyan at the library for self-study. Su Qingyi didn't quite understand it, they were only freshmen, so how could there be so much to preview and review? But Miss Chu looked very serious while studying, her long eyelashes drooping, sitting perfectly upright, and writing with meticulous care. In fact, Chu Qingyan had her own selfish reasons for pestering him to accompany her to the library. In high school, she had rejected an endless stream of suitors for 3 whole years, and it wasn't until the final semester that things finally quieted down a bit. Now that she was in university, it was even harder to deal with. University students, who had developed a bit of cunning, weren't as easy to brush off as high schoolers. In just a few short weeks, Chu Qingyan had already used up every excuse she could think of. Sorry, classmate, I only want to study right now, I'm not looking for a relationship. Chu Qingyan's most common excuse had failed because the other person would say, right now? That's fine, I can wait. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Sorry, classmate, I already have someone I like. If she said that, the person would say, someone you like. Where are they? Which department? Chu Qingyan was terrified that if she mentioned Su Qingyi's name, that person would go around snooping for information. Su Qingyi hated being disturbed by strangers more than anything, he would definitely find it annoying. People would leave notes while she studied in the library, ask for her WeChat while she walked on the street, and some even used things like milk tea to bribe her roommates. After this period of time, Chu Qingyan was truly getting a bit fed up. She came to school to study, and she already had someone she liked. So after thinking it over, she decided to let the facts speak for themselves. And that was to have Su Qingyi accompany her to the library for self-study. Although this wasn't easy, she had pestered him for a long time. Chu Qingyan naturally wouldn't tell Su Qingyi these things, he was currently twirling his pen out of boredom, admiring her profile. When she was concentrated, she had a habit of slightly pursing her lips. The baby fat on her cheeks that hadn't completely faded would only show at times like this, looking incredibly cute. Su Qingyi tilted his head to glance at her notes, most of it was numbers and words like futures and financing. Just looking at that stuff gave him a headache, he really wasn't suited for business. Under the distraction of the person beside her staring intently, Chu Qingyan finally finished reading a section absent-mindedly and wrote a summary in her notebook. Investment inducement is determined by the relationship between two sets of forces, the first being the schedule of the marginal efficiency of capital, and the second being the interest rates for loans of various terms and risks. Drawing a rounded period, she capped her pen and looked up to glare at him fiercely. Su Qingyi. What are you doing? I've noticed you haven't been studying at all lately. Because they were in the library, her voice was very low, like a kitten whimpering for food. Because of this, even though the little class monitor spoke with righteous severity, the sense of pressure was lacking. How could that be? Su Qingyi leaned forward onto the table, tilting his head with a smile. How could it not be? Chu Qingyan frowned and reached out to pull elements of the philosophy of right from under his elbow. She flipped through it casually, it was pristine, without a single note made. Look at this. Humph, no wonder you wouldn't let me choose the same major as you. You were just afraid I'd keep you in line, weren't you? Su Qingyi listened nonchalantly and glanced around. They were sitting in the farthest corner of the library. Since it was the weekend, there weren't many people, only one or two silhouettes in the distance with their backs to them. You have to study hard even in university, Su Qingyi. You're the best, you can't let others think you're a faded genius like Zhongyong. Chu Qingyan was still whispering her nagging, but the person beside her didn't respond for a long time. She looked over curiously, only to meet Su Qingyi's interested gaze. This person usually had a poker face, his eyes calm and rippleless like a bottomless dark pool. Once they changed, it was like this, implied with a smile and carrying a hint of a wicked aura. For some reason, that look made Chu Qingyan feel a bit in danger, so she instinctively tried to lean back. The back of her head, which was about to hit the chair, was caught just in time by a warm palm. Before she could make a sound, she was forced to accept this sudden kiss. And so, her words of refusal were swallowed whole. The feeling of oxygen deprivation swept over her, making her feel dizzy as if floating in a dream, only feeling it was wonderful and indescribable. That's when Su Yang's call came in. Su Qingyi had already put his phone on silent before entering the library. It only vibrated on the table for a second before he pressed down on it. It was a public place after all, so Su Qingyi showed some restraint. He stood up and even had the heart to pinch Chu Qingyan's flushed cheek before walking out with his phone. After Chu Qingyan regained her composure, she felt a delayed sense of shame. Heavens, what had she just done? This was the school library. The little class monitor, who had been a model student since childhood, covered her face and leaned over the table, deeply reflecting on her breach of discipline. Su Qingyi walked to the library entrance and called Su Yang back. Hello. Boss Su, why didn't you pick up? Library. Ah. Right, I always forget. I figured you'd be soaking in the library at this hour anyway. But Boss Su, take a word of advice from your brother, university life is colorful and multifaceted. Don't always keep your head buried in books. Su Yang offered earnest advice on the other end of the line. He was overthinking it, it wasn't like Su Qingyi wanted to come. Su Qingyi leaned his arm against the railing and looked up at the clear blue sky. Today was cloudless, autumn in the capital seemed to have turned the page in an instant. He only wore a thin hoodie over his shirt and could already feel a hint of chill. On the other end, Su Yang rambled on about a lot of nonsense, which Su Qingyi didn't listen to very closely. After coming to the capital, Su Yang would always call Su Qingyi at random times for no apparent reason. At first, Su Qingyi would listen seriously, but after realizing that most of it was just mundane rambling, he got into the habit of letting it go in one ear and out the other. "What do you think, Boss Su?" Su Yang's tone sounded even a bit smug about whatever proposal he had just made. Su Qingyi didn't catch it. "I said our little squad should get together tonight. Man, how long has it been since we've seen each other since school started?" Seeing his reaction, Su Yang realized something was wrong and could only sigh. Su Qingyi heard the dull thud of a basketball hitting the ground on his end. "Yeah, okay." To Su Yang's surprise, Su Qingyi agreed without hesitation. He had been thinking about this too. Although he had met many new people in university, he clearly felt that very few could actually become friends. Even if they did become friends, it always felt like the connection wasn't as pure or deep as those from high school. They should have gathered a long time ago, but there were too many things to do after school started, and it had been delayed until now. Having received his consent, the previously dejected Su Yang immediately cheered up. He beat his chest and said he would handle the arrangements. Su Qingyi just needed to show up. By the time Su Qingyi returned to his seat, Chu Qingyan had finished her self-reflection. Seeing him walk back with such a nonchalant look, she immediately put on the air of a discipline committee member, intending to give him a good lecture. Su Qingyi didn't give her the chance. He stuffed the textbooks on the table into his bag and pulled her up by the arm. "Let's go." "Where to?" "I haven't finished my book yet." Chu Qingyan could only swallow her words and follow him out side by side. Today's study efficiency was the lowest it had ever been. Next time, she definitely wouldn't ask him to accompany her for self-study. The place Su Yang chose was a mall not far from the university town. Since it was the weekend, there were many university students gathered here, mostly couples in pairs. Considering that the temperature might drop at night, Chu Qingyan went back to her dorm first to change her clothes. A white dress and a pale yellow cardigan, the fuzz looked very warm. Su Qingyi gave it a casual stroke, which generated a wave of static electricity. Several strands of hair on the back of Chu Qingyan's head stood up, making her so angry she flailed her arms and legs at him. The two of them were just walking into the mall, pulling and pushing at each other, when they heard a booming voice, "Boss Su." Su Yang came sprinting from afar like a jubilant golden retriever. Su Qingyi reached out to keep him at a distance and frowned as he ruffled Su Yang's spiky hair. "What's with this hairstyle?" "It's an American crew cut. It's been super popular lately." "How is it?" "Handsome, right?" Su Yang was quite proud, turning around to show off his hairstyle from every angle. "I think it's worse than your previous convict buzz cut." Su Qingyi gave a perfunctory smile and raised his hand to greet Lin Tong, who was jogging over behind with milk tea. Since starting university, Lin Tong's spirits seemed much better, and he no longer looked so frail and delicate. His glasses frames had been replaced with gold-rimmed ones due to damage, giving him the elegant, gentle temperament of an intellectual from the previous era. That is, except for the sweater he had already put on early for the autumn, a black and white vertical striped style that made him look like a walking human crosswalk as he approached. "Wood, where did you buy those clothes? These stripes are incredible." Zebra, don't you fall asleep." Su Yang clearly couldn't handle his aesthetic and complained. With a wrinkled nose. Lin Tong scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "The organization gave it to me when I was volunteering at school." Su Qingyi took a closer look and indeed saw a volunteer activity badge pinned to his chest. Su Yang curled his lip, reached out to put an arm around his shoulder, and spoke persuasively, "Wood, we're in university now. We need to pay more attention to our dress and external image. Otherwise, how is anyone going to want to date you?" Lin Tong blushed at such talk and waved his hands repeatedly. "Does that mean someone is looking to date a showy peacock like you?" Han Bing, who was walking arm in arm with Chu Qingyan nearby, snorted coldly, and Su Yang's voice immediately weakened. Since starting university, Han Bing seemed to have liberated her true nature. Her style of dress had completely changed, aligning herself with her idols and standing at the forefront of fashion trends. In short, if Su Qingyi hadn't known them since high school and had encountered people dressed like Su Yang and Han Bing at university, he probably would have chosen to keep a respectful distance. According to Su Yang, for an old friend's reunion, the first meal definitely had to be hot pot. Since they were in the capital, they had to eat the most classic copper pot instant boiled mutton. The shop was small, but business was good. They waited for a full 10 minutes before a waiter finally had time to attend to them. Su Yang wasn't a local, but he acted more like one than the locals themselves, ordering with more flair than a native. It was clear he organized many social gatherings. The five of them sat around a small table. The copper pot and charcoal fire sent up clouds of steam, making everyone feel warm and cozy. "So, how is it? You big shots, is university life to your liking?" Su Yang poured tea for each of them, smiling broadly and appearing to be in an excellent mood. When he went out to eat with others, paying the bill was one thing, but serving tea and water was absolutely out of the question. If anyone dared to order him around, young Master Su would likely lose his temper and flip the table. But with these few people, he was willing to do anything. Lin Tong rolled up his sleeves to wipe the fog from his lenses and spoke with a smile. "It's going quite smoothly. When I was choosing a major, I was a bit conflicted about whether to study medicine, but now I'm very certain." Su Qingyi blew on the steam floating over his teacup and took a small sip. Lin Tong was studying clinical medicine, which required many years of schooling. The growth cycle was too long, which was the reason for his hesitation. Graduating early to start working and ease Sister Lin's pressure had always been the goal of his hard work. But now that Sister Lin was no longer in that kind of dire work environment, Su Qingyi advised him to follow his interests, work a bit harder, and take a long-term view. Besides, Lin Tong clearly looked like he was suited to be a doctor in every respect. But whether Han Bing was suited to be a teacher was another story. Su Qingyi only caught a glimpse of her glittering eye makeup before she glared at him. "What is it, Su Qingyi? What are you looking at?" "Admiring." Su Qingyi raised his teacup to hide his expression. If things continued like this, even if she became a teacher, she would probably be a character like King Li. He vaguely remembered Su Yang used to curse others to find a wife like King Li. He didn't expect the cycle of karma to come around. The boomerang hits where it hurts. "I regret studying to be a teacher now. I'm so stupid, really." Han Bing sighed and leaned her head on Chu Qingyan's shoulder. "Why?" Lin Tong was a bit nervous, worried it was some serious reason. "It's all girls. It's all girls, hey. There are only 2 guys in our class, and they're freaking sisters. Who understands? Who understands me?" Han Bing wailed toward the ceiling, looking truly aggrieved. Hearing her say this, the corners of Su Yang's mouth were harder to suppress than an AK-47, and his hand pouring tea shook like he had Parkinson's. "It seems if I want to date during university, I'll have to go look around next door." "Su Yang, why are you shaking? Are you trying to scald me?" Han Bing was almost splashed by the tea and suspected Su Yang did it on purpose, her eyebrows immediately shooting up in anger. Su Yang indeed did it on purpose. He didn't care about being scolded and just laughed heartily to himself. He had been worried that Han Bing would be tricked by some pretty boy at university, but now it seemed there was no need to worry. "By the way, Mian, are there any high-quality guys at Jingdai you can recommend?" Han Bing hadn't given up on her wicked intentions. Chu Qingyan said, and first stole a glance at Su Qingyi's expression. He was drinking tea with a calm and indifferent air, looking like an old monk in meditation. There are quite a lot of outstanding people, but I don't know much about them yet." Chu Qingyan stared at the boiling broth in the copper pot and answered carefully. Su Qingyi propped up his chin and spoke leisurely, "Is that so?" "It is." Chu Qingyan felt inexplicably guilty under his questioning and could only try to cover it up by raising her voice. "Jin Yupeng from your School of Management, Lu Wenbin, the first-year grad student from the physics department, and Meng Shihua from Hua University next door." The names Su Qingyi mentioned were the most persistent among her group of pursuers. "Oh, stop talking." Chu Qingyan thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't expect Su Qingyi to know everything so clearly. Blushing, she leaned over to cover his mouth. "Truly, some are dying of drought while others are dying of flood." Having not eaten these two's dog food for a while, Han Bing could only cross her arms and speak through gritted teeth. When the food finally arrived, everyone was quite hungry from waiting. The dipping sauce was pre-mixed sesame paste. Since they were all from Tangon, they were used to oil-based dipping sauces for hot pot, but when in Rome, they were willing to try the sesame paste. A piece of mutton was dipped into the pot to cook, then rolled in the sesame paste bowl. The tender mutton paired with the rich, mellow sesame paste was fresh and delicious, offering a different flavor compared to spicy red oil hot pot. After a few rounds of eating like this, it became somewhat greasy. Su Yang, the regular customer, showed them the pickled garlic in his bowl, stating that eating meat without garlic meant losing half the nutrition. Su Qingyi originally didn't eat garlic, but unable to resist Su Yang's vigorous promotion, he tried a clove. Actually, it didn't taste like garlic anymore, it was sweet, sour, and crunchy, and it indeed cut through the greasiness. After a meal of heartwarming and stomach-warming mutton hot pot, they were all sweating profusely, having made both mental and physical preparations for the upcoming winter. The capital was brightly lit at night. Walking on the road, one could see the shape of the ancient city in the distance. There was a sense of traversing between the modern and the ancient. The three boys walked behind, watching the two girls walking intimately arm in arm ahead. Su Yang put his hands behind his head and suddenly said with a smile, "Boss Su, don't forget about next weekend." Forget what? Su Qingyi didn't understand, instinctively thinking it was the date of some important ball game. Your birthday, man. Su Yang gave him a light, exasperated punch. Only when he said it did Su Qingyi realize. October 24th, his birthday was coming up. That day happened to be a weekend. I've already planned it. We'll go out and rent a big villa to have a great weekend. We need to rent one with game consoles, a good view, and a nice atmosphere. Su Yang waved his arms around, looking as excited as if it were his own birthday. Lin Tong was also smiling, clearly having kept this in mind as well. It turned out he was the only one who had forgotten his own birthday. Su Qingyi silently counted the days in his head. Chen Jinji's debut night was on the 21st, which was Thursday. So if he rushed back on Friday, he could make it in time. However, for the classes he would miss, he would have to find a way to ask the counselor for leave. More importantly, he couldn't let the little class monitor find out. Just as he was feeling a bit troubled by this, Chu Qingyan, who was ahead, said something to Han Bing and suddenly turned around to look at him. Their eyes met, and Chu Qingyan's eyes lit up as she mouthed to him, "Your birthday is coming up." She looked as happy as if it were her own birthday, with smiles hanging from the corners of her eyes and brows. In the night wind of late autumn and early winter, she was like a flickering, swaying spark. A wave of warmth rose in Su Qingyi's heart. Why do people forget their own birthdays? Because if no one around remembers, then the meaning of celebrating is lost. And at this moment, he suddenly perceived something with absolute clarity. As his 18th birthday approached once again, he was finally no longer alone. Thanks to book friend Power Kuan for the tip, and thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 261, Chapter 258 Iris's breathing causes global warming. Su Qingyi completely didn't expect that even in university, asking a counselor for a day off would be such a difficult task. He had specifically put asking the school for leave as his top priority because he subconsciously felt it would be the easiest. Who would have thought that Counselor Yuan Zhuo would be like a stubborn old fogey, flatly refusing to accept his explanation of having personal matters. Not only did she disagree, but she also took the opportunity to give him a long-winded, earnest lecture. Student, don't think that just because you're in university, you can just do whatever you want. Learning and constantly improving yourself is always the most important thing. Your so-called personal matters, let me guess, are either going out on a date with a girl or going to a concert or something, right? If it were Friday, I might let it slide, but we have major specific classes on Thursday, don't we? Su Qingyi was silent for a long while, beginning to suspect if counselors had some sort of unspoken rule where they could only get their KPIs by making things difficult for students. All right, if there's nothing else, you can head out now. Counselor Yuan Zhuo checked the time. It seemed it was time for her lunch break. Seeing this, Su Qingyi simply pulled up a stool and sat down, putting on a posture that said he wouldn't leave until he achieved his goal. After a brief standoff, he spoke solemnly, "Teacher, is it that in your eyes, the only reasons a university student would need to ask for leave during class hours are dating and entertainment?" Counselor Yuan Zhuo was stunned, seemingly not expecting him to retort like that. Su Qingyi opened his phone and showed her a photo. The first thing that caught Counselor Yuan Zhuo was a banner with white characters on a red background hanging at the top of the frame. "Let the world be filled with love, let the sunshine fill the world." Below the banner were children chasing and playing with bright smiles. Beside them, volunteers wearing matching black and white striped sweaters were busy carrying extracurricular books and winter cotton clothes into the courtyard. The photo was clearly a candid shot. "This is..." Counselor Yuan Zhuo was somewhat surprised and asked hesitantly. "This is the Municipal Children's Welfare Home, a 2-hour drive from our school." Su Qingyi's expression remained very serious, his tone forceful and resonant. "Teacher, as youth of the new era, do we really only need to bury our heads in study? Paying attention to those vulnerable groups neglected by society, isn't that exactly the basic quality we law students should possess? The strength of one person might not be much, but I am unwilling to set this precedent. If everyone suddenly missed their turn like me and left the children waiting in vain, is that the result you want to see, teacher?" Counselor Yuan Zhuo's mood at this moment was clearly, "I'm such a terrible person," and she let out a sigh, covering her face. She then took a leave slip out of her drawer. Student Su Qingyi, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have presumed your reason for leave. You have great ideological awareness, I really admire such behavior. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and did not respond. In his heart, he was silently tapping a wooden fish, merit +1, merit +1. Only after walking out of the office with the leave slip did Su Qingyi close the chat box with Lin Tong. In his desperation, he had briefly borrowed Wood's identity as a volunteer. To compensate, Su Qingyi leaned against the wall of the office building and searched for the welfare home's contact information on the spot. Hello, does your welfare home accept material donations? When he returned to the dormitory, only Shang Guanyu was there. You're back. Seeing Su Qingyi open the door and enter, he turned his head and greeted him in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Yeah. You didn't go to class. Su Qingyi put down his things and leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed to rest. Wrangling with Counselor Yuan Zhuo for so long just now had been truly exhausting. My elective isn't today. The topic could have ended there, but Shang Guanyu thought about it and gathered the courage to continue the conversation. Did you get your leave approved? Su Qingyi didn't say anything, just picked up the leave slip on the table and waved it at him. Oh, that's good. Su Qingyi had only told his roommates he needed a day off, not specifically what he was going to do. Thinking that he would have to trouble them to help hand in the leave slip later, he opened a food delivery app and ordered 3 cups of milk tea. Boss Su, did you see the latest update on the school's official account? The popularity is really high. Shang Guanyu seemed especially eager to talk to him today, even coming up with a topic like this. But Su Qingyi really couldn't respond to this. After all, he was the one who wrote this latest update. Speaking of which, writing this promotional post had taken quite some effort. Su Qingyi had even considered just using a bold, large font for the title, Fellow Alumni, please cast a vote for Iris. It was anonymous anyway, so no one would know who this obsessed fan was. But he thought about it and realized that such content might be very eye-catching at first. However, the follow-up momentum definitely wouldn't keep up, everyone would just have a laugh and move on, and not many people would actually vote. So, he couldn't take a shortcut like that. Sitting at the computer, while looking for inspiration, Su Qingyi tried to detach himself and look at Chen Jinji's story from an audience's perspective. Looking back, it really was a muddy, damp road filled with thorns. He stared blankly at the screen for a while and typed out the title of the post. The power of idols. Recently, with the explosion in popularity of a certain variety show, the word idol has once again appeared in our field of vision. The definition of idol on Wikipedia is someone who shares their growth process with fans and actively engages in activities while treating their existence itself as a charm. But if understood only in this way, it would be a bit too narrow. In fact, when facing difficulties and feeling hesitant, when feeling lost and helpless about life, when doubting the meaning of one's existence, what accompanies us through these moments and gives us strength might be a lyric, a sentence, or a smile. Then, those who can create these values can be called idols. Therefore, an idol can be a singer, a star athlete, an actor, an anime character, or a teacher, relative, or friend by your side. It can be anyone. You make me feel special, you make me unique, no matter how much this world gives up on me, even if it stabs me with such painful words, with you here, I smile again. Even if I am an insignificant existence, even if I'm like someone who disappears without being noticed, in your voice calling out to me, I feel loved, I feel so special. I feel loved, I feel everything is different. This theme song is sung by the idol to the fans, and it also seems like it's sung by the fans to the idol. You make me unique, you make me want to be a better person. The power of an idol is the power of growing together, always believing that there is still glory ahead. Finally, Iris, thank you for appearing before my eyes as an idol. Please cover your ears and run forward. Good, he only revealed his nature as a fan in the very last paragraph. Su Qingyi actually didn't expect the follow-up popularity of this post to be so high, his original intention was just to solicit some votes. After all, it usually felt like few people at school watched Idol 101, but the anonymous hot comments under the official account post clearly showed otherwise. Holy crap. There are comrades in arms among our alumni. Iris for center. Seeing the title, LMAO, they're even buying ads on the school forum now. Seeing the end, oh, it's Iris, then never mind. It turned out everyone was watching it secretly, this really was a national program. Even the usually silent Shang Guanyu admitted that he watched the show and had been silently voting for Lin Yishui. Since the article's popularity within the school was high, it was naturally reposted to public forums. With the prestige of Peking University attached and combined with the most popular variety show recently, the popularity remained high for a time. The production team and the company were certainly not fools. They took the opportunity to do a wave of marketing and released Chen Jinji's speech after winning first place in the main show ahead of schedule. She rarely had such a 2-minute close-up shot. In the words of the bullet comments, every frame is a work of art. Chen Jinji faced the camera with a slight smile, her eyes filled with light. My life was once so sloppy it was like a discarded, low-quality oil painting, but it has also been as warm as spring sunshine. The only thing that remains unchanged is that from beginning to end, it belongs only to me. The fans, who had been swallowing their pride for many days, finally held their heads high. Iris just standing there is the power of an idol. Wah, our Jinji must walk the path of flowers. Cover your ears and run forward. Can those people who were spreading rumors before come out and apologize? Making such an 18-year-old girl take the blame for everything, doesn't your conscience really hurt? Don't say that. If someone else can't debut, it's all our Iris's fault. Hashtag Iris's breathing causes global warming and sea level rise. Penguins have no home. Hashtag Iris secretly contacts aliens to destroy Earth. Hashtag Iris eating vegetable salad causes global famine. Hashtag Su Qingyi was amused by these 3 bizarre hashtags for 5 minutes and decided he would recite them to Chen Jinji after meeting her. After all other preparations were made, only one last thing remained. Hiding it from everyone, especially the little class monitor. His friends placed a very high level of importance on Su Qingyi's birthday party, with activities arranged from Thursday night until the end of the weekend. As luck would have it, Chu Qingyan's Thursday classes were in the morning, so she could go and meet up with Su Yang and the others in the afternoon. And after the little class monitor heard Su Qingyi's full of holes lie about insisting on attending class, her first reaction was to feel happy for him. Then when will you come? Find us? Can't you come over in the evening after finishing class? We'll see. I have some other things to do in the evening. Su Qingyi's tone was flat, sounding no different from usual. After saying this, before she could answer, he immediately followed up with, if you have nothing to do, can you do me a favor? What? Chu Qingyan was a bit dazed, not knowing what he meant. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time he had used such a sentence structure to ask her for help. I'll send it to you in a bit. After Su Qingyi hung up the phone, he used his computer to send her a document he had just edited. Orange cat, cow cat, calico cat, blue cat, what is all this? Chu Qingyan's attention was successfully diverted by this sudden task, and she replied with a string of question marks. Draw these chibi cat characters. Su Qingyi took a screenshot of a character from another cute game as a demonstration. It doesn't look hard. Chu Qingyan replied. Such chibi manga characters were not difficult for her at all, the key was just to draw out a silly, cute, and chubby temperament. But what do you want these pictures for? She was a bit curious. After all, Su Qingyi himself didn't have the slightest connection to such cute things. You'll know when the time comes. Su Qingyi kept it a secret. It wasn't that he had a sudden whim to find some work for Chu Qingyan to do, although one reason was indeed to give her a task to reduce the probability of his guilty secret being discovered. However, the development of this minigame was proceeding almost simultaneously with Disco Elysium. Unlike the latter's massive workload, the basic part of the minigame was now complete, lacking only the music and art processing. Su Qingyi moved the mouse and clicked on the program. It looked very simple, a tile-matching elimination game. It was somewhat similar to games like Onipop and Everyday Elimination that had launched on mobile platforms this year. The difference was that the game only had 2 levels in total. The first level was extremely simple, and the second level's difficulty spiked sharply. From the initial design, whether one could pass the level was random, it depended on luck. The current icons were just simple numbers, once replaced with cute character pictures, the visuals would become much better. Combined with a magical and brainwashing BGM. Su Qingyi tapped the keyboard and named the program, Meow Meow. He vaguely remembered the grand occasion of this mini-program sweeping through his friend's circle in his past life. Even that busy everyday old fogey leader once accidentally shared it to the workgroup chat in the middle of the night, just to get a revival chance. After settling things with Chu Qingyan, Su Qingyi turned around and called Su Yang. What? Boss Su, you can't come on Thursday? Su Yang's voice on the phone was very frustrated. Yeah, I have class that day. Can't you ask for leave? The counselor is very difficult. Sigh, what a pity. I originally wanted to watch the debut night live stream of Idol 101 with you. Su Yang let out a long sigh, his tone full of regret. Do you think our Nanyun can actually debut? I've already rallied quite a few people to vote for her. If she doesn't debut, I'll really be sick with grief. Su Qingyi was silent for a long moment and didn't respond. He indeed couldn't watch the live stream because at that time, he would be there in person. Forget it, forget it. If you can't come, I won't force you. I'll just watch with Wood and the others. You can't miss out again on Friday night. Okay. Su Chinyi checked the time of his flight. He would definitely be able to make it by Friday night. After hanging up the phone, in hindsight, Su Yang's question about whether she could debut suddenly made him a bit nervous. He had subconsciously defaulted to Chen Jinji debuting as the center, but he had to try hard to eliminate this inexplicable confidence. Because the last time he was this confident was before the college entrance exam. And then, something major happened. If another change like that occurred, Su Chinyi would really have to drag Chen Jinji to a temple to properly get rid of her bad luck. Sometimes he really wondered if she was haunted by something dirty. How could a person be unlucky to this extent? Or perhaps it was, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on any man, it will first exercise his mind with suffering. But having endured until now, shouldn't she be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel? The more he thought about it, the more it felt like he was setting a flag. Su Chinyi sighed, quickly cleared these unlucky thoughts from his brain, and got up to pack his things. Just like the last time he went to see the performance, a hat and a mask were essential. Photography equipment wouldn't be confiscated on debut night, so he needed to bring a power bank. There wasn't much else. With everything ready, Su Chinyi leaned against the table and looked down at the flight information displayed on the screen. 9 p.m., Beijing to Hangzhou. Crossing mountains and seas, he was finally going to see Chen Jinji again. Those anxious feelings would perhaps only dissipate at the moment he saw her. Thanks to Power Kun and the Love to Leave Early for the rewards. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 262, Chapter 259 almost failed. On the morning of the second day after arriving in Hangzhou, which was the day of the debut night, Su Chinyi received a message from the president of Chen Jinji's fan club. The gist was that there was a segment in tonight's performance where fans were asked to prepare a short note and a small gift, which would be given to Chen Jinji later. The president was agonizing over what kind of gift to prepare and was planning to ask this rare male fan for advice. Su Chinyi thought about it and nonchalantly took on the task of buying the gift. He also declined the president's offer to reimburse him using funds collected from the fans. After all, the fans were doing this out of love without expecting anything in return. By comparison, he wasn't quite as noble. Su Chinyi went to a shopping mall in Hangzhou and headed straight for the luxury counters. He had originally planned to give Chen Jinji a debut gift, but he didn't know what to get or when it would be appropriate to give it. He hadn't expected the production team to be so thoughtful. Now, he could take this opportunity to give it to her. Luxury sales clerks all come with a built-in, colored glasses, skill, determining their service attitude based on their first impression of the customer. Seeing such a scholarly, student-like face at first, the clerk felt a bit dismissive. Situations like this were usually just some inexperienced young punk wanting to look at gifts for his girlfriend, only to leave looking dejected the moment he saw the price tag. She thought, go away, kid. Boutiques like Muji or Miniso next door are where you belong. As the clerk was thinking this, the young man walked straight over and tapped his knuckles lightly on the glass counter. Hello, would it be possible to take this necklace out for a look? Yes, of course. The clerk was stunned, mechanically opening the cabinet and specifically turning the 5-figure price tag to face out. To her surprise, he didn't even look at the price, but instead tilted his head to examine the small diamonds on the necklace and asked, is it only available in rose gold? Ah, this one is. If you'd like platinum, you can take a look at this one next to it. He acted too accustomed to this, so the clerk put away her colored glasses and began to wonder if he might be the young master of some wealthy family. May I ask, are you buying this as a gift for? For my girlfriend. Su Chinyi answered without much hesitation. I see. If it's for your girlfriend, you might want to look at this one. It's a pink sapphire with a lovely meaning. Or this malachite one, the dark green is very beautiful. The clerk completely cast aside her disdain and began taking out the necklaces one by one to display in front of him. Su Chinyi lowered his eyes and looked for a long while. The gold one was a bit tacky, so he preferred the malachite one. It was in the shape of an amulet and according to the clerk, malachite represented good luck. In the center was an inlaid diamond, like a dewdrop glistening amidst the misty, leafy green of a forest. If you'd like to see something more affordable, these ones over here are also quite nice. Seeing him silent, the clerk assumed the price was too high and, driven by professional habit, immediately started to backtrack. Please wrap it up. Su Chinyi pulled his bank card from his pants pocket and pushed it toward her. Also, it's possible to write a card by hand here, right? When he arrived at the final recording venue to prepare for entry, Su Chinyi was somewhat shocked. The scale and the number of people were a completely different concept compared to the first public performance. The explosive popularity of Idol 101 had been confirmed once again. The last time he attended a performance with this many spectators was in his past life, when he went to a J-Cho concert. Compared to the uniform pink glow sticks of that time, the scene before him now was completely varied, dazzling, and overwhelming. Even though the main lights inside the venue were on, the glow of the fans' light boards remained very conspicuous. Su Qingyi successfully located the large area of cyan light sources and made his way through the gaps between the seats. As soon as she saw him, the president raised her fist from afar to greet him. Su Qingyi walked over to her side and, as she intended, bumped fists with her. "Young master, the gift has already been handed over to the production team." Although he was fully armed with a hat and mask, Su Qingyi's confusion still leaked from his eyes. The president giggled and patted his shoulder. Giving such an expensive gift right off the bat, and being able to make it to every live show, if you're not a young master, then who is? Aren't you also making it to every live show? Please, I'm risking getting fired by my boss to be here, okay? The president sighed and looked back with her hands on her hips. But it's worth it. Our support club is truly disciplined and follows instructions. Su Qingyi followed her gaze and looked. Indeed, after successfully finding their seats, the fans were all very quiet, unlike the people next to them who were as noisy as headless flies. Have you ever considered quitting your job to work for the fan club full-time? Su Qingyi asked tentatively. What are you talking about? I wish. Chasing stars on the company dime would be so cool, but who's going to pay my salary? Perhaps thinking that Su Qingyi knew nothing about these things, the president patiently explained, the fan support club is called an official organization, but it really isn't. It's just that we have the authority to communicate with the company, everything we do is unpaid. He couldn't exactly say, I'll pay you, at this moment, so Su Qingyi just nodded. As the broadcast time drew closer, the atmosphere among the surrounding fans became increasingly heavy and quiet. The stuffy, crowded venue, the consecutive days of staying up late to vote, and the persistent worry about whether their little idol could debut, all of this converged at this moment. The president, who could pretend to be nonchalant and banter with Su Qingyi earlier, was now also wearing a grave expression, staring blankly at some unknown spot on the stage. Perhaps infected by this atmosphere, the anxiety Su Qingyi had buried in his heart resurfaced. Unlike other contestants for whom just debuting would be a huge success, Chen Jinji's goal was the C position. If there were no capital intervention and the production team didn't pull any shady moves, and one only looked at real popularity, then there would indeed be nothing to worry about. Even Zhong Xingyue, whose support was also quite loud, was still a large margin behind Chen Jinji. But based on his experience watching the show all this time, it was impossible not to worry. Chen Jinji's fans often joked that their hearts were made of iron. It was fine if there wasn't a single solo shot in a 2-hour episode, it was fine if the magazine photo shoot activity allowed rankings 2 through 9 to go, but not the first place, it was fine if personal content was pitifully scarce, and fans had to act like detectives, digging through others' footage in an attempt to deduce what Chen Jinji was doing that day. Chasing a star was almost awakening their deductive instincts. After 3 months, every fan had evolved into Sherlock Holmes. As things stood, Su Qingyi only hoped the production team would open their eyes to the world and not be so short-sighted as to pit themselves against infinite future commercial value for a little petty profit. Damn, chasing a star is really more thrilling than a battle royale. Su Qingyi sighed. Time dragged like years. The president, usually as steady as a rock, was also so nervous she was losing her mind, muttering some prayers. This humble believer is willing to eat a balanced diet of meat and vegetables for the rest of her life. I only pray for Jinji to debut in the C position. Please, I beg you. If Jinji can debut in the C position, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a big villa. Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. When Su Qingyi looked down at his phone for the 7th time, the clock finally pointed to 8 o'clock in the evening. The venue's white floodlights suddenly turned a very girlish pink, and the intro to Feel Special followed immediately. The surrounding screams and cheers erupted all at once. Spotlights hit the stage. Of the 101 contestants from the theme song recording 3 months ago, only 20 remained for the finals. Jinji is the eternal god. Listening to the shouts of the people around him, Su Qingyi squinted slightly, looking at the silhouettes on stage against the backlight. Although not very clear, finding Chen Jinji's position was effortless for him. Let our Xiao Shui debut in a high position. Opposite them were Lin Yishui's fans. Su Qingyi saw them holding up light boards with slogans like "Stunning Voice" and "Stormy Growth." What was even funnier was that the Chinese characters were accompanied by German annotations, for fear that Lin Yishui wouldn't understand. Su Qingyi read them silently twice. They were very awkward, clearly direct translations from software. Enyin. Mom loves you. This mom fan's voice could be said to have reached the clouds. It felt like the entire venue faintly echoed with it. The finals were broadcast live in their entirety, so it was real singing. Everyone was holding a handheld microphone. Zhong Xingyue started first, very steadily. Her ability was indeed good, drawing a burst of screams. Lin Yishui's singing was also truly pleasant. Her Chinese pronunciation had improved a lot, and her tone was dreamy, like a mermaid from the deep sea. But Su Qingyi knew very well that everyone present, whether they were fans or not, was waiting with anticipation for Chen Jinji's line in the chorus. "You make me feel special." On the big screen, Chen Jinji held the microphone, her voice clear and bright, and in an instant, the sing-along resounded throughout the venue. Truly the power of an idol. In Su Qingyi's ears was the chorus, so uniform it sounded like it had been trained. Beside him were waving light boards and glow sticks, and before his eyes was Chen Jinji, breathtakingly beautiful and captivating under the spotlight. The eliminated contestants were all on the other side of the stage, and at this moment, they also stood up in excitement one after another. After the theme song performance ended, the lights changed to blue, and the initiator and host walked out from backstage. The contestants went off to change costumes, preparing for the final public performance of the competition. Compared to the sing-along that had just ignited the whole venue, such a segment was naturally boring and a letdown. Su Qingyi faintly remembered that during the first public performance, the initiator's fans still occupied a place. But as time moved to today's finals, one could hardly see any light boards belonging to him. They were all completely occupied by the contestants' fans. "Friends at the venue, how are you?" Although the initiator tried hard to heat up the atmosphere at the venue, the response received was sparse. Su Qingyi saw that the moment the camera moved away, the initiator lowered his head and sighed quietly, finding it funny for a moment. "Making money is hard, brother." The worst news was that the next segment was introducing the sponsors sitting in the VIP seats, which made the atmosphere even colder. Su Qingyi took a glance. There was a dense row of them. He faintly remembered there weren't this many sponsors when the first episode aired. But it was easy to get forgiveness for such a long and boring segment. All that was needed was to let the contestants take the stage. The final performance involved 20 people divided into two 10-person teams, but this performance had no competitive meaning. It was simply a visual feast brought to the audience by those who had successfully survived to the end through 3 months of close training and elimination mechanisms. Even someone like Su Qingyi, who had absolutely no interest in anyone other than Chen Jinji, couldn't help but be infected by the atmosphere and followed suit by raising the cheering stick in his hand. It was at this moment that the camera suddenly moved to him. Su Qingyi's breath hitched, and he raised his hand to lower the brim of his baseball cap again in a vain attempt to cover up. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? His heartbeat was thumping in sync with the rhythm of the stage music. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the villa in the distant suburbs, the heating was on full blast, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were fogged up due to the temperature difference between inside and outside. Su Yang and Han Bing were sitting on the carpet, and the large TV in the living room was broadcasting the show live. There was about a 5-minute delay between the live venue and the broadcast. Nan Yun. Nan Yun. Debut. Su Yang was waving the cheering stick he had specially bought online, enjoying himself tirelessly. "Get lost, stop making noise. I didn't even hear Chen Jinji's part just now. Su Yang, do you want to die?" Han Bing grabbed a pillow and smashed it onto his head. Chu Qingmian was curled up by the sofa, holding a tablet and drawing, occasionally looking up at the TV screen. The Q-version kitten image should have been simple to draw, but since it was Su Qingyi's request, she wanted to do her best to make it even better. "Wow, Sister Mian, your drawing is so cute." Lin Tong was holding a tray with 4 steaming cups. The aroma of coffee drifted in the air, making one feel warm and comfortable. "Hee, I'm just thinking whether the tail should be curled up or sticking up." "Wood, what do you think?" Chu Qingmian held the tablet out. Lin Tong held the tray steadily and leaned in to take a closer look. "This tail." At this moment, the TV screen flashed, and Lin Tong's attention was briefly drawn to it. The camera, which had been aimed at the stage, turned to the heated audience area, and Lin Tong recognized who the thin figure wearing the hat was in almost a second. Su Yang and Han Bing in front were bickering and didn't seem to notice. But Chu Qingmian was a bit puzzled by his daze and slowly turned her head to look too. Oh my god, if he could recognize him, Chu Qingmian would definitely recognize him. Boss Su is really bold to dare to tell such a lie. Although he had long known that things like attending class were just excuses, he really didn't expect him to run to the venue to watch Chen Jinji's debut. It's over, it's over, it's over. If this is discovered, it's all over. Lin Tong's palms were sweating, his brain was racing, and alarm bells were ringing in his heart. He felt that he absolutely must not let Chu Qingyan find out. In his desperation, the tray in his hand became his only weapon. Spill it, he had to spill it. Spill it where? He couldn't spill it on the tablet. Chu Qingyan had been drawing all afternoon, it would be a pity to ruin it. Then it had to be. Holy crap. Wood, do you want to scald me to death? Su Yang's pig-slaughtering scream instantly echoed throughout the entire villa. He jumped up as if he had stepped on an electric fence. Fortunately, the water used to make the coffee wasn't boiling and had been cooling for a while, so it wouldn't cause burns. It's over, it's over. I'm sorry, young Master Yang, my hand slipped and I didn't hold it steady. Lin Tong ran over with a towel, looking full of apologies. Are you okay? Did you get burned? Chu Qingyan was also startled and had no heart to pay attention to the TV anymore. She quickly put down her tablet and stood up to check the situation. Han Bing was initially very worried, but some water droplets splashed onto her, and the temperature she felt wasn't as exaggerated as Su Yang's reaction. Alright, stop screaming, it's not even hot. Look, I got splashed too. She rolled up her sleeves to show Su Yang. Can we compare? Huh? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Su Yang was drenched from head to toe, his white clothes stained coffee-colored, and his carefully styled American-style forward spiked hair was stuck to his forehead, looking very comical. Han Bing wanted to retort, but found his miserable state quite funny, and for a moment, her facial expression twitched. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Lin Tong crouched on the floor, apologizing repeatedly. It's fine, Wood. Luckily it wasn't boiling water, otherwise if I were disfigured, you'd have to support me for the rest of my life. Su Yang looked a bit roguish, but he was actually a genuinely good-natured person, and he didn't mean to blame him at all for the spill. While helping him wipe the coffee still dripping from the back of his head, Lin Tong secretly felt relieved. Although the sacrifice was great, he had managed to block this disaster for Su Qingyi. Boss Su, you'd better handle this well, the two brothers in the logistics department have done their best. Thanks to book friends Wan's Hongshan Changzai and Power June for the tips, thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support. I believe everyone understands the reason for the early update today. I can finally add an extra chapter, Roaring. 263, Chapter 260. Happy debut for Jinji. With an inexplicably uneasy heart, Su Qingyi finished watching the last two performances. Although he was in disguise, such a disguise was far from enough in front of those familiar with him. Among his close friends, he estimated that only that smart aleck, Su Yang, wouldn't be able to recognize him. He could only pray that none of them were watching the program at that time. Amidst the heated atmosphere, Su Qingyi quietly looked down at his phone. No missed calls or unread messages. Good, this meant he hadn't been caught yet. Otherwise, Miss Chu's deadly chain of calls would have arrived long ago. Feeling a bit relieved, Su Qingyi turned his attention back to the stage. After the contestants finished their performances, they went backstage to change, while the unlucky host continued to manage the stage and stall for time. Is it time to announce the debut lineup now? Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask. How is that possible? The well-informed president shook her head with great certainty. As far as I know, this kind of show will definitely have a sentimental segment to squeeze some tears out of everyone. See that big screen? Please watch the VCR. Following her forceful words, as if she had commanded it, a question appeared on the big screen in black text on a white background. Have there been times when you doubted yourself and wanted to give up? Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow in surprise, shocked by the president's shrewdness. The president spread her hands, looking somewhat smug. See, I knew it. But this kind of segment won't fool me, such clumsy tricks only work on first-time fans. Su Qingyi turned his head noncommittally and continued watching the big screen. First to appear on the screen was Lin Yixue. Her small face was tense, her brow slightly furrowed as she tried hard to listen to the staff's questions. After a long time, just when Su Qingyi thought she hadn't understood again, she finally lowered her head dejectedly and answered, yes. Immediately, a wave of pained wails erupted from her fan group opposite. Sometimes, I speak very slowly. Before I finish, others have already walked away. Lin Yixue continued speaking word by word with her head down, looking as pitiful as a stray golden retriever. Just as the staff were moved to pity and about to offer comfort, she continued, but Sister Jinji always listens. Even if she doesn't understand, she still listens, so I'm very thankful to her. So she gave you a lot of affirmation, right? Lin Yixue looked up, her eyes and tone becoming firm at the same time. When there was light in her eyes, her pupils were beautiful, like clear sapphires. Ack. While Su Qingyi was watching intently, the person beside him suddenly made a strange noise. Turning his head with some confusion, he saw that the president's facial expression management had failed. She looked like she was about to break down. Why is our Jinji so good? I really can't take it. Who was just saying that such clumsy tricks couldn't fool anyone? The big screen cut to the next person, Zhong Xingyue. Su Qingyi originally thought that with her personality, she would never admit to having self-doubts, but she gave a bitter smile and answered, to be honest, I don't want to admit it. But since coming to this show, I've been constantly doubting myself. Sometimes I ask myself, why can't you do it when others can? It's been 8 years, and for the first time, I felt like I couldn't hold on and wanted to give up. As she said this, a wave of sighs rippled through the venue. Some of the fans holding Xingyue light boards with low-tier thresholds were already crying their eyes out. Su Qingyi also felt a bit emotional, thinking for a moment that those who could persevere until the end were actually quite remarkable people. As someone who has already debuted once, I'm still doing so poorly. I feel like I might really not be suited for this industry. Nan Yun smiled gently and looked up, seemingly holding back tears. If I fail again this time, I'll probably need some time to think things over. Sometimes, giving up is a harder choice than persevering. But, failure is always a constant throughout life. Su Yang would be heartbroken if he saw this. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. He actually quite liked Nan Yun as a contestant and hoped she could debut. She looked like Han Bing, but her vocal color and temperament reminded him of Lin Jiwan. By the time the video reached its end, the contestants had returned to the stage, all watching the big screen intently. Su Qingyi saw Chen Jinji standing not far away. She had changed back into her initial uniform, and for a moment, she looked as if she were wearing the No. 1 middle school uniform. Why weren't there any shots of Jinji in the VCR? The president wiped away her tears and belatedly realized a problem. The production team wouldn't be so petty, would they? Even cutting the footage from the final interview. I was wondering why they were so generous as to show others praising Jinji. Right, why wasn't Chen Jinji interviewed? Su Qingyi couldn't help but look up at where she was standing. Her profile looked very calm, as if she had long known that the production team had interviewed everyone except her. At this moment, new subtitles appeared on the screen. When you want to doubt yourself, the scene shifted, and a very kind-looking middle-aged couple appeared, holding a small white dog. The background was simple, like a plain and warm home. Yun, when are you coming home? Mom and Dad miss you. Since you entered this industry, you've come home very few times. Look, your little dog Een has grown so big. At this point, Nan Yun, who had been forcing herself to stay calm, finally couldn't hold it anymore and crouched down, crying. The next to appear was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman. One didn't need an introduction to know whose parent this was. Many in the audience also recognized this famous director, and a wave of surprised cheers immediately broke out. Honey, how have you been lately? Are you sad? Mom has followed every episode. You're really great, even though your dancing is still like a scarecrow's. The show is ending. Have you completed the task of making friends? A parent with a completely different style from the previous one. Lin Yishui's position was very close to Su Qingyi's side, so he clearly saw her lower her head and grumble huffily, "Nicht wirklich." Not really. John Eun-yun's parents were exactly like the elite-class parents Su Qingyi had imagined, facing the camera as if they were holding a press conference. Eun-yun, you should be thankful that you were born in a good era. It allows you the opportunity to chase your dreams and do whatever you want. In our time, this would have been called nonsense. Her father spoke solemnly until her mother nudged him with her elbow. Only then did he drop his serious expression and say with a smile, "Of course, you've always been great. Daughter, Mom and Dad love you very much. If you feel tired, just come back and inherit the family business." Oh, I can't say that either. Nudged again, he hurriedly stood up and turned off the camera. What on earth are they saying? It's so embarrassing. John Eun-yun let out a scream and hid her face behind her palms. Zhong Xingyue's family was quite different from what Su Qingyi had imagined. He had thought her personality would be the product of a family like John Eun-yun's. Unexpectedly, a large group of people appeared on screen, all holding Xingyue light boards. Go for it, baby Xingyue. Our whole family are your fans. A little boy also shouted in a childish voice, "Go, big sister. I've already told all my classmates to vote for you. Don't go for it, don't go for it. It's better to be eliminated early and come back to spend more time with me, your old man." An old man holding a teacup waved his hand and spoke contrarily. Dad. What are you saying? This is going to be broadcast. Zhong's mother, who had maintained a smile in front of the camera for several minutes, let out a sharp shriek. Sorry, everyone. My family is just like this, a bunch of jokers. Please don't laugh at us. Zhong Xingyue covered her face, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This was a huge contrast to the ambitious villain image she had previously built, which actually made her quite likable. The audience members below couldn't help but laugh. Just as Su Qingyi was about to curl his lips into a smile, he suddenly saw Chen Jinji in the corner, her head slightly tilted up, her gaze focused. He knew why she was the only one who hadn't received that interview. Because only she had no family to provide a follow-up video. The screen turned pitch black again, and new subtitles appeared. When you want to doubt yourself and want to give up, remember to look back. Your family will always be your strongest support and your most loyal fans. A cruel blow to the heart. Su Qingyi almost didn't dare to look at what kind of expression Chen Jinji would have at this moment. He looked away, but saw her fingers hidden behind her back, gripping the microphone so tightly they were turning white. Seeing the other contestants having the support of their relatives and a warm path to retreat, what was she thinking? Was she thinking of her mother who had passed away years ago, or that damn father of hers who was one in name only? Why make her witness others' happiness like this? Don't they think it's too cruel? Her fans around her clearly realized the situation as well. Everyone was terrifyingly quiet, and one could almost hear the sound of breath suppressing emotions. This silent atmosphere continued until the host, microphone in hand, began to read out the debut lineup. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light. Su Qingyi lowered his head, his thoughts a bit chaotic. If only he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have let her participate in this damn show. It's okay, we wrote her a letter. The president stared blankly, gritting her teeth and repeating this sentence over and over. Su Qingyi felt like he could hear the grinding sound of her teeth. Right, what about the gift the production team asked the fans to prepare? Thinking of this, he looked up at the stage again. 20 contestants stood in 2 rows on stage, and opposite them were 11 seats. Only those whose names were called had the qualification to sit there. The ranking was announced starting from 10th place, with 11th place left for last. Su Qingyi had no heart to pay attention to others, he was only watching Chen Jinji's figure. Her ranking in the last episode was clearly first place, but as usual, she stood silently at the very edge of the line. From Su Qingyi's angle, her slightly pale profile was partially visible, making it hard to see her expression clearly. The show's host was not straightforward when announcing the rankings, always dragging it out. When he described the characteristics of the person, the camera would cut to several contestants who fit the description, lingering on them to build suspense. The hearts of the fans in the audience were firmly gripped by such tactics. 10th place was the ranking Nan Yun's fans were expecting, and Su Qingyi felt that the area where they were sitting was so tense they were almost hyperventilating. But unfortunately, it wasn't her. The trainee whose name was called gave her acceptance speech while crying, then walked to the position marked with the number 10 and sat down. After this process repeated a few times, Su Qingyi finally heard a familiar name when 4th place was announced. This is a foreign contestant whose Mandarin isn't very good, often making everyone laugh. As soon as the host said this, the camera immediately cut to Zhao Nunyan and Lin Yishui. Both of them were the legendary royals. Zhao Nunyan was laughing heartlessly, while Lin Yishui still had a frozen little face. She is always full of energy, bringing joy to everyone. She is from NS Entertainment, Zhao Nunyan. Yeah. Zhao Nunyan didn't have a microphone, but her excited voice seemed to have its own reverb. She pushed through the crowd that had gathered to congratulate her and threw herself into Chen Jinji's arms first. Thanks to her actions, Su Qingyi was finally able to see Chen Jinji's face. She lowered her head and smiled faintly, petting Zhao Nunyan's head with great affection. When giving her speech, recalling the super grueling days of the past 3 months, Zhao Nunyan finally shed tears in retrospect. There were many times these past few days when I wanted to run away. Boo-hoo-hoo, thank you all for always supporting me and letting me persist to the end. Sister Jinji, I said I would walk to the end with you, I'll be waiting for you up here. Listening to her speech, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that these 3 months were practically a Mandarin intensive training camp. Both she and Sister Lin had improved their Mandarin rapidly. Congratulations to our little sister Unyan for successfully debuting. Next, we announced 3rd place. As soon as the host spoke, the camera cut to Chen Jinji. What does that mean? The president immediately sprang up like a frightened bird, looking like she was ready to embrace a bomb and perish together with the production team if they dared to say Chen Jinji was 3rd place. This contestant has demonstrated superior strength and has maintained super high popularity from beginning to end. Ambiguous words. She is very charismatic on stage and is a big stage type of contestant. Now even Su Qingyi was a little panicked. She is, let us congratulate the independent trainee, Zhong Xingyue. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the audience.
Everyone had originally thought it would be her and Chen Jinji fighting for the final C position. No one expected her to leave early. There was a commotion where Zhong Xingyue's fans were, but she herself did not show any signs of surprise. Thank you all very much for supporting me until now. This show has helped me grow a lot and become a better version of myself. Her speech was also very brief, and she walked to her position after a deep bow. Then there was no suspense left for the final first and second places. The host raised his hand to signal. Please, NS Entertainment trainee Iris Chen Jinji and independent trainee Lin Yixue, come to the center of the stage. Lin Yixue seemed a little nervous. Chen Jinji smiled slightly at her and nodded to show encouragement. Su Qingyi looked at Lin Yixue's expression and suddenly understood why she was nervous. She didn't want the C position. She was afraid her good mother had given the production team too many favors, and she was only nervous because she didn't want to steal Chen Jinji's C position. The two walked to the very center of the stage together, preparing to welcome the announcement of the final result. How are you two feeling right now? Xiao Shui, please say a few words first. The host handed the microphone over. Lin Yixue took it and was silent for a long while, seemingly searching for words. Everyone was waiting patiently, and she finally spoke slowly. Fans, everyone loves me very much. I know, thank you. Mom, I've made a good friend. This girl had already tried very hard to say this much. Cheers rang out, and Lin Yixue turned to gently hug Chen Jinji, as if declaring to the whole world that this was the good friend she had made. Okay, now the microphone goes to Iris. After the host said this, a staff member came up on stage from the side and handed the host a box. Su Qingyi recognized at a glance that it was his box. Good grief, the stingy production team didn't even change the box. During the interview segment earlier, we regret that we couldn't reach Iris's family. But we entrusted the fans to prepare another gift for you. Open it and take a look now. Chen Jinji was clearly unaware. Her gaze swept briefly toward the azure light board, as if saying, you actually kept this from me. She opened the box very carefully, first pulling out a letter from inside. Dear Iris, when you read this letter, you will already be standing at the end of this journey, about to welcome your grandest flowery path. After becoming the president of your fan club, I met many fans who love you just as I do. They come from all over the world, speaking with all kinds of accents. The only thing that remains the same is that they can all sing every lyric of yours. Whenever I go through my corporate slave life day after day, I always think of you. It's like a black and white movie suddenly having color. You always have such a miraculous magic. Jinji, happy debut. Please carry all our dreams and run forward with your ears covered. We will always love you, support you, and stand behind you. All members of the Iris fan club. When Chen Jinji read the last few sentences, she would pause briefly to steady her breathing. She was holding back tears. She had never been one to cry, let alone on an occasion like this. Su Qingyi looked up and saw her finally reveal a hint of vulnerability, and he actually felt his vision blur. After the short letter was read, the surrounding fans were already in tears. Chen Jinji carefully put the envelope away, took out the necklace from the box, and saw a few simple words on the card below. The handwriting was flamboyant and very familiar. It's been a long journey, you've worked hard. Happy graduation. When putting on the necklace, her fingers seemed to tremble slightly, and she repeated the action several times before clasping it. Taking the microphone, Chen Jinji raised her eyes to look at the camera. The brilliant tears that fell were even more dazzling than the diamond studded on the necklace. Thank you all for accompanying me through this journey. This summer, I have no regrets. She bowed deeply, and when she stood up again, she had already gently raised the corners of her mouth. At this moment, I suddenly thought of a poem. I know this world is as fleeting as dew, yet. At this moment, Chen Jinji's gaze suddenly looked over from afar. Separated by such a distance, she couldn't see him in the dark audience. Su Qingyi was certain of that. But he still couldn't help but meet her gaze. Among the thousands of people present, only Su Qingyi knew why Chen Jinji mentioned this poem at this moment. He was the one who had read this poem to her. On the rooftop of No. 1 high school, during an ordinary morning reading class. At the moment when the morning light was dim and all things were awakening. The two were leaning against the railing in the breeze, and Su Qingyi had thought of this short poem for no apparent reason, so he recited it casually. At that time, Chen Jinji seemed to have added a line, but it was blown away by the wind, and he didn't hear it clearly. He only remembered the first ray of morning sunlight falling, and she was completely enveloped in that gentle, golden glow. Just like now, her dreamlike silhouette under the spotlight. She in his memory and she on stage spoke in unison, and the dissipated voice resounded in his ears once more. Yet, I have seen the first ray of light before the night ends. Congratulations to NS Entertainment trainee Iris, debuting in the C position.
264, Chapter 261. The curtains of the human world fall for a moment. Su Qingyi felt like he was dreaming. Confetti and gold dust drifted and danced across the sky. Amidst the deafening cheers and screams of the entire audience, Chen Jinji walked toward the highest position marked with the number 1. She actually debuted successfully. Perhaps because he had been struck head-on by fate too many times, Su Qingyi felt that such a scene was somewhat surreal for a moment. Even when the live broadcast ended and the audience began to exit, he was still in a bit of a daze. As a result, he took the wrong exit and accidentally wandered into the staff backstage area. Perhaps his fully geared up appearance looked too much like a staff member. Not a single person reached out to stop him along the way. When Su Qingyi snapped back to his senses, he found himself in front of a group of people as busy as worker bees. "Makeup artist, come over here again. John Eun-yun, I beg you, stop crying. There's still more recording later. Look at you, your eye makeup is so smeared you look like a panda. Is the clothing inventory finished over here? What? More than 20 pieces were worn away. Come on, let's take a final group photo to celebrate the wrap-up. Congratulations on the great success of Idol 101. Look at the camera. 3, 2, 1, eggplant." Su Qingyi, who was just passing by, was inexplicably pulled over by someone and joined this grand group photo. By the time he realized what was happening, he quickly turned around to make his escape. If he got caught later, it would be hard to explain. He might even be treated as a Saseing fan or some kind of pervert. But the backstage was a temporary shed, and with staff and contestants mixed together in a chaotic jumble, he spun around like a headless fly several times without finding the exit. Which group are you from? The worst-case scenario finally happened. A person wearing a headset, who looked like the general director, spotted him and asked with a frown. As if caught red-handed doing something bad, Su Qingyi instantly lost his ability to speak. "Speak up, which group are you from?" "Security. Come over here for a moment." The staff member found him more and more suspicious and reached out, intending to pull off his mask. With no other choice, Su Qingyi took 2 steps back, prepared to leave things to fate and pick any path to run. "Director Ding, he's with our company." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Jinji was standing there. Seeing Su Qingyi's gaze turn toward her, she gave him a faint smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. Su Qingyi couldn't help but wonder, had she been there from the start, or had she appeared suddenly? If it was the latter, why hadn't he seen her? If it was the former, why did she look so natural? Seeing that the newcomer was Chen Jinji, the previously fierce director Ding suddenly became incredibly gentle. "Oh, is that so? My apologies then, it was a misunderstanding." He stepped forward and gave Su Qingyi a vigorous pat on the shoulder, seemingly as an apology, before turning back to his own business. Just as Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, his wrist was gently grabbed. Taking advantage of the moment everyone's gaze was diverted, Chen Jinji successfully pulled him into a small adjacent cubicle. The cubicle was very dark, seemingly a temporary setup for storing props. Before Su Qingyi could speak, his waist was encircled by a pair of soft arms, and the scent of rose perfume from her body enveloped him. "I missed you so much." Chen Jinji spoke in a breathy voice that was almost undetectable. Su Qingyi didn't quite dare to speak. This cubicle wasn't exactly hidden. The footsteps and conversations of the staff passing by outside were very clear, and he could even hear the clatter and friction of the props in their hands. As if she could guess what he was thinking, Chen Jinji gave a soft laugh. Her warm breath fell on his throat, feeling a bit itchy. "They can't hear us." She tilted her head up slightly and pulled down his mask. The kiss was so gentle it felt like a soft mist after rain, light and airy. When shadows flickered outside the cubicle and light briefly shone in, Su Qingyi looked down into her eyes. Suddenly, for no reason, he thought of the expression she had on stage while watching the video messages from the other contestants' families, and he couldn't help but pull her into his arms. "You've worked hard." Su Qingyi buried his face in the crook of her neck and said this in a muffled voice. Even though he was the one comforting her, when Chen Jinji raised her hand to gently stroke the back of his head, he felt out of thin air that she was the one soothing him. "When I think of you, it doesn't feel hard at all." Su Qingyi guessed she only said this so he wouldn't worry, so he didn't take it to heart. After reining in his overflowing emotions, he finally realized their current situation and asked, "Are there still many activities tonight?" The group just formed, so there's follow-up filming." Chen Jinji spoke nonchalantly, her fingers moving up to find his ear and giving it a gentle squeeze. Su Qingyi didn't resist and continued asking, "When will you have a vacation?" "It might be a while longer." "Why?" Chen Jinji thought he had something serious to say and tried to step back a bit so she could see his expression. Su Qingyi, however, suddenly tightened his arms and held her closer. After struggling fruitlessly for a moment, Chen Jinji could only let out a soft laugh and a sigh, letting him prolong the duration of the hug. The graduation trip, like we said before, I'll take you in the winter. Winter is coming soon. It's only the end of October. Chen Jinji's tone was slightly surprised. Hearing her say that, Su Qingyi finally realized the difference in climate between Beijing and Hangzhou. In Beijing at the end of October, some places had already started heating, and the temperature often dropped to zero. Hangzhou, at most, could only be considered autumn. When he came over today, he was only wearing a thin sweatshirt and even felt a bit hot. He was silent for a moment, not knowing how to smooth it over. Doing this made it look like he was particularly anxious to whisk her away on a trip, a classic case of ill intentions. Alright, I promise you, after the start of winter. Chen Jinji keenly sensed the awkwardness of the person beside her. Her tone was gentle as she leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth. Su Qingyi instinctively wanted to check his phone to see what date the start of winter fell on this year. Just then, there was a knock on the cubicle door, and the flimsy-looking sheet metal door made a precarious rattling sound. Iris? Are you in there? An unfamiliar female voice spoke outside, followed by the sound of a handle turning. Su Qingyi was startled, but Chen Jinji remained calm and unruffled, answering in a steady voice, "It's me." "What's wrong?" The staff member quickly stopped trying to open the door and said instead, "Are you done changing? We're about to take the group photo to post on Weibo. I'll be ready in a moment." Chen Jinji looked at Su Qingyi's walking on thin ice expression, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Even her tone when speaking to the staff member carried a hint of amusement. The staff member, unaware of the situation, only felt her ears go soft from such a tone and replied stutteringly, "Oh okay, then come over to the main hall once you've finished tidying up." Only when the sound of her receding footsteps completely vanished did Su Qingyi breathe a sigh of relief. "You've got to be kidding. If they were caught, it would be a total idol scandal, okay? She just debuted, she has to hold out for at least a while." The person involved, Chen Jinji, didn't seem to care at all, looking entirely devoid of any sense of crisis. Could this be the rumored, "The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is"? Su Qingyi looked at her amber pupils, which reminded him of a 1,000-year-old fox, and suddenly reached out with a bit of emotion to pinch her cheek. Chen Jinji was already thin, and this period had been especially hard and grueling. She was practically skin and bones now. "Alright, go ahead and change." Su Qingyi put away his emotions and turned, intending to step out first. But Chen Jinji pulled him back and shook her head. "No, they're waiting for me." She raised a finger to point at a gap, signaling him to look outside. Su Qingyi leaned in skeptically to take a look. The person he thought had already left was currently standing by the main entrance, talking to someone else. If he had impulsively pushed the door open just now, he would have been caught red-handed. Su Qingyi had no choice but to retreat, feeling a wave of relief. It seemed that in matters like this, he shouldn't question Chen Jinji's professionalism and should just follow her lead blindly. While he was thinking this, he looked up only to see Chen Jinji reaching out to unbutton her uniform shirt. Her delicate collarbones were partially visible, contrasting with her black hair, making that patch of skin look almost transparently white. "What are you doing?" Su Qingyi quickly covered his eyes with his hand. "Changing clothes. Didn't you hear what she said just now?" Chen Jinji's voice sounded perfectly casual. The cubicle was narrow and cramped. Su Qingyi struggled to turn around, his palms still firmly over his eyes. Having stayed here for so long, the air was entirely filled with Chen Jinji's fragrance, giving him a faint, dizzying feeling of oxygen deprivation. Even a saint would find it hard to hold out now. Su Qingyi squeezed his eyes shut, trying to clear the image he had just seen from his mind. He mumbled a string of sutras in a muddle, feeling his palms grow a bit hot. And yet, Chen Jinji was still whispering like a little devil beside him. "HM. Can you see that clearly even when it's this dark? Is your night blindness cured? Teacher Su, won't you help me choose? The zipper on the dress, I can't reach it." Only after hearing that last sentence did Su Qingyi lower his hand. But before turning around, he hesitated and asked first, "Chen Jinji, are you sure the only thing left is the zipper?" He was so serious he even used her full name. Chen Jinji really couldn't help but want to laugh. How could someone be this serious when they shouldn't be? "Hurry up." She also feigned a tone of urgency. Only then did Su Qingyi turn around with some hesitation. Chen Jinji had already taken off her uniform and changed into a cyan long dress. This color suited her, giving her the aura of a classical beauty. Seeing that he finally dared to face her, she tilted her head slightly, signaling for him to look at the zipper at the back of her neck. Su Qingyi moved behind her and saw a slightly shimmering necklace on her beautiful swan-like neck. He carefully raised his hand to pull up the zipper and then smoothed out her loose, soft hair for her. Chen Jinji turned to look at his serious expression and pursed her lips. The taste of her lipstick reminded her, no way, there was no more time to fix her makeup. Only then did she pull back her thoughts and said with a smile on her lips, about a minute after I leave, you can come out. To the left facing the door, the path with the posters is the exit. Okay. I'll message you later. Emichim. I'll miss you. She held on to his shoulders and stood on her tiptoes, just lightly brushing her cheek against his. Then she turned, opened the door, and walked out. Chen Jinji's movement seemed casual, but she had actually seamlessly pulled the door to a point where one couldn't see anyone inside, without it being so deliberate as to close the door and arouse suspicion. Su Qingyi stood against the wall, watching her departing back. Wow, our center is so beautiful. Holy crap, a goddess. Photographer, look over here, quick. The staff waiting at the door were a bit impatient at first, but that vanished the moment they saw her. Only after everyone had followed her lead and left did Su Qingyi push open the cubicle door and come out. The backstage could only be described as a mess. Su Qingyi carefully stepped around the clutter scattered all over the floor and finally found the exit according to Chen Jinji's instructions. By the time he came out of the venue, it was already late at night in Hangzhou, but the vicinity was not quiet. Fans of the young idols who had successfully debuted were gathered together, singing and hanging out nearby, discussing where to go for a celebratory feast. On the other side, there were many disappointed fans, some were crying, while others were comforting each other. Su Qingyi walked through these two sharply contrasting groups of people. He felt it wasn't quite polite to look at either side, so he could only look up at the star-studded night sky. It was rare to see so many stars in the city. Fortunately, this venue was in a relatively remote location, basically in the suburbs. In the absence of high-rises and city lights, the starry sky twinkled once more. No wind, no moon, the galaxy hung high in the heavens. Su Qingyi looked on, a bit lost in thought. The surrounding fans didn't notice this strange person at first, but after a while, they began to get curious and looked up one after another. Immediately, someone couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. People who had spent a long time rushing through the city's neon lights were probably like him, not having seen such a starry sky for a long time. For a moment, they all set aside the joys and sorrows of tonight. Only when the phone in his pocket vibrated briefly did Su Qingyi look down. Chen Jinji, after the start of winter, where do you want to go? When he first promised to make up for her graduation trip, they were still on the train to Sunlight City. At that time, he had truly cared about the sense of ceremony surrounding graduation. Although Chen Jinji hadn't graduated in the true sense, she had experienced the immersive atmosphere of the final sprint for a third-year student at No. 1 high school. Therefore, he didn't want her to be left with that regret. But when the trip was mentioned again today, Su Qingyi realized his mindset was already different from back then. In the end, it seemed he just wanted to see her. Not on or off a stage, not separated by a crowd, and without needing to dodge the gazes of others. He thought for a moment and replied, let's go to the farthest place. Let's go to the border. Okay. The other party replied very quickly, as if she had agreed without a second thought, she would agree no matter where he said. Su Qingyi turned off his phone and continued walking forward as a taxi slowly pulled up to the curb. The flight back to Beijing was scheduled for the early morning again. It seemed every time he came to Hangzhou, it was a hurried trip without staying long. Before opening the car door to get in, he took one last look at the night sky. The galaxy turns in the heavens, the curtains of the mortal realm fall. Thanks to book friends Lucifergui, last 4 digits 5287, Power Kuan, and Flower Tea Shop Mo Chuan for the tips. Thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 265, Chapter 262. First snow. The first thing I felt upon returning to the capital was that I was going to freeze to death. Compared to the day I left, the temperature had plummeted, but heating hadn't started in most areas yet. Fortunately, the taxi had the air conditioning on, otherwise, Su Qingyi felt he would have caught a severe cold before even reaching his destination. He had originally planned to go back to school, but after thinking about the at least 20-minute walk from the school gate to the dormitory, he dismissed the idea. Only a fool would be willing to walk several kilometers against the wind wearing just a single layer in this kind of weather. I don't know if it was due to a tight budget, but the villa Su Yang rented was located in the far suburbs. The hot air from the taxi's AC made people drowsy, so Su Qingyi simply leaned against the car window and took a nap. By the time he arrived at his destination, it was around 5 in the morning. Pushing open the car door, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in immediately. Su Qingyi caught a glimpse of the driver in the front seat shivering, so he quickly hopped out of the car, closed the door, and hurried along, clinging to the last bit of warmth. The night in the suburbs was quiet and peaceful, with the faint sound of a crow or two echoing in the desolate night sky. Everything around was pitch black, with only the dim yellow light on the first floor of the villa illuminated. Su Qingyi understood. He had called Su Yang when he got in the car to tell him roughly when he would arrive. The others must have all gone to sleep, and it was likely Su Yang staying up late on the first floor waiting to open the door for him. He walked to the door and knocked lightly. Bang bang, unexpectedly, the moment the door opened, the villa suddenly lit up, and ribbons from party poppers flew everywhere. The 4 people inside were all radiant and energetic, showing no signs of the fatigue from staying up late. "Welcome, the guest of honor of our birthday party." Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to react, so he simply closed the door again with a straight face. But the 4 guys in front of him still maintained their beaming expressions, as if they wouldn't give up until they got a response. Su Qingyi was silent for a long moment, then spat out one sentence, "It's so cold outside." "Huh? Big brother, is that your only reaction?" Su Yang was clearly very disappointed, but he still took the initiative to step forward, put an arm around his shoulder, and lead him inside. "Then come in and warm up by the fire, there's a stove here." "Damn, Boss Su, are you trying to kill yourself wearing so little?" Hearing Su Yang's fussing, the other 3 realized that he wasn't just making small talk, but was genuinely cold. Chu Qingyan reached out to take his fingers. It was indeed like holding a piece of ice. Chu Qingyan immediately tossed the heart-shaped balloon she was holding aside and rubbed his hands with her palms. "Why did you wear so little?" She looked up and glared at him. "I didn't check the temperature when I left." Su Qingyi felt this excuse was a bit clumsy, but fortunately, she was only worried and didn't mind. "Do you want some ginger soup? Or should you just drink some traditional Chinese medicine?" Han Bing asked with her hands tucked in her sleeves. She seemed to have been forcefully woken up from her sleep, and she had a half-awake, half-asleep vibe. Recalling the incident where she had insisted that 999 cold remedy was traditional Chinese medicine, Su Qingyi quickly shook his head. Lin Tong brought a blanket from the other side, shaking it open as he walked, and draped it over him from behind. "Are you warmer now? Do you want me to go get a jacket?" "No need, thanks." The blanket was very thick, and combined with the open fire in the fireplace, Su Qingyi already felt like he was soaking in hot water. Lin Tong reached out to tuck in the edges for him and suddenly noticed some faint gold powder mixed into the hair on the back of his head. The party poppers they set off when he entered didn't contain gold powder. This must have been scattered during the celebration at the debut night scene. Lin Tong glanced at Chu Qingyan, who was squatting on the carpet warming his hands, and coughed, saying, "Boss Su, do you want to take a bath first? There are thicker pajamas in the room." Su Qingyi was a bit surprised. Lin Tong generally wouldn't take the initiative to suggest what he should do. Seeming to sense something, he turned his head and glanced at him. The 2 made eye contact, and Su Qingyi understood. He took Chu Qingyan's hand and stood up. She had been squatting for too long, so her legs were numb and she couldn't stand steadily. She leaned against him as he pulled her up. "What are you doing? Do you want to take a bath too?" His words sounded a bit like he was being a rogue. Chu Qingyan had never been able to handle such talk. Her face turned red instantly, and she pushed him away in a panic. Han Bing closed her eyes, looking like she didn't want to watch anymore, and pointed to the second floor. "Su Qingyi, your room is there. If you say such things to my nickname again, be careful, or I'll tell Uncle Chu." Su Qingyi smiled nonchalantly and took the blanket to cover Chu Qingyan's legs. "Would, take me there." "Okay." Lin Tong naturally knew what he meant by that. The 2 went upstairs together. Su Qingyi didn't close the room door but leaned against the door frame, from where he could still see the 3 people downstairs. "The broadcast cameras on the debut night caught you. I found a way to interfere with it at the time, so she shouldn't have seen it." Lin Tong lowered his voice, feeling he had to tell him about this so he would know, in case it was dug up later, which would cause big trouble. Su Qingyi nodded. He had also guessed this possibility. "You have gold powder on the back of your head." Lin Tong raised his hand and pointed. Su Qingyi nodded again. After saying this, Lin Tong suddenly realized that he was a genuine accomplice, and sighed. "Then you go take a bath first." Su Qingyi patted his shoulder instead. "Thank you, Wood." Lin Tong shook his head without speaking. At a time like this, he couldn't just say, "This is what I should do, right?" But that was indeed what he thought in his heart. If it weren't for Su Qingyi, he would still be that inferior and cowardly person from before. And precisely because of this, he firmly believed that Su Qingyi was not the kind of scumbag who toyed with feelings. Even if he were guilty, one couldn't deny that he had genuine sincerity in his feelings. And how it would all be resolved in the end, and how long this tightrope walking behavior would last, was not something he should consider. Lin Tong thought that he just needed to help Su Qingyi unconditionally. Whether it was covering things up or taking the heat for him, he would go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Qingyi chose not to take a bath. He was a bit of a clean freak and almost never used the bathtub when staying in hotels before. He took a quick shower, and while blow-drying his hair, he carefully checked if there was any gold powder left that hadn't been cleaned off. The pajamas were coral fleece, which were very comfortable to wear. The warm, humid air made every pore on his body feel comfortable. Resisting the fatigue that made him want to collapse and sleep, Su Qingyi pushed open the bedroom door and looked down from the second floor. The others seemed to have gone to sleep. Chu Qingmian was covered with a blanket, curled up in a corner of the sofa, as if waiting for him. The firelight from the fireplace reflected on her face, a warm orange red. Su Qingyi's footsteps as he went downstairs were very light, so he didn't wake her up. Miss Chu was sleeping very peacefully. Su Qingyi couldn't help but associate her with that litter of little orange kittens at number 1 high school. When the weather was nice, the little orange kittens would always swarm out to bask in the sun, and when they were petted on the chin by humans they liked, they would roll around on the ground comfortably. But as soon as they saw him, they would scatter and run away as if they had seen the king of hell. Thinking this, Su Qingyi reached out and inserted his fingers into Chu Qingmian's hair, gently rubbing it. She sensed it but showed no signs of resistance. Instead, she actively leaned closer to him. Fortunately, this little orange kitten wouldn't run away when she saw him. Su Qingyi watched her like this for a while, and when he felt the sleepiness gradually spreading to himself, he woke her up. "Get up, go sleep in the bed." Chu Qingmian opened her misty eyes and stared at him blankly for a long time, as if she hadn't realized what the situation was. Su Qingyi felt like laughing at the way she looked at him, so he simply wrapped the blanket around her and picked her up, blanket and all. "Where is your room?" The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Chu Qingmian slightly more awake. She buried her face in Su Qingyi's chest and said muffledly, "Next to your room." "Which side?" "The right side." Chu Qingmian's room was a bit smaller than his own. It looked like it had been converted from a children's room and didn't even have a proper window, but the chandelier was in the shape of a cute rabbit. This was probably the reason she chose this room. Su Qingyi placed her on the bed, pulled away the blanket, and tucked her in. Chu Qingmian seemed completely awake now, her watery eyes staring at him without blinking. Su Qingyi had originally intended to turn off the light and leave, but seeing her like this, he had to stop and sit on the edge of the bed to ask her, "What's wrong?" Chu Qingmian shook her head without speaking, and not knowing what she thought of, she suddenly started laughing. She was very beautiful, such a relaxed smile made one feel exceptionally good. Su Qingyi reached out to cover her eyes. "Go to sleep." Chu Qingmian agreed readily, but her eyelashes lightly brushed against Su Qingyi's palm. "Have you thought about what you want to do tomorrow?" Part, Gemini 3.0, Flash, Su Qingyi chatted casually to make conversation. He didn't want to think about what that inexplicable throbbing in his heart meant in this kind of atmosphere. No. Chu Qingmian flatly denied it. But she was really bad at lying. One could tell she had a guilty conscience just by listening to her. Su Qingyi didn't expose her, guessing it was probably some surprise event for the birthday celebration. With smart Alec around, he didn't really believe it could be anything good. "Go to sleep early so you'll have energy tomorrow." Su Qingyi let go of the hand covering her eyes. After Chu Qingmian adjusted to the light, she suddenly noticed a rare trace of tenderness in his eyes. Such tenderness made her feel very at ease, so she nodded obediently. Su Qingyi switched off the bedside pendant lamp and stood up. It was an unfamiliar environment after all. The moment the room truly fell into darkness, Chu Qingmian felt a bit panicked again and grabbed his finger. Su Qingyi hesitated for a moment, then leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Good night." Early the next morning. The temperature seemed to have dropped a few more degrees. Su Qingyi actually had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds, so he woke up very early. He made a cup of coffee in the kitchen and went to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Due to the temperature difference between inside and outside, a thin layer of mist had formed on the glass. He raised his hand and wiped it gently. The morning light wasn't glaring, and the atmosphere was peaceful and serene. Perhaps in the future, he could choose to buy a house like this and live in the far suburbs. Su Qingyi thought to himself. In his previous life, it wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but for the sake of work convenience, he had chosen a large flat in the city center. Shanghai was a true city of the night. No matter how early one woke up, one could never experience a morning like this. After spacing out for a while, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Su Qingyi turned around and saw a somewhat surprised expression on Lin Tong's face. "Boss Su, you're up so early?" "Yeah. Want some coffee?" Su Qingyi raised the cup in his hand. I'll get it myself." Lin Tong was terrified he might actually do it and hurriedly quickened his pace. "We went to the supermarket yesterday. There are frozen dumplings in the fridge, and also toast. What would you like to eat, Boss Su?" "Toast, just heat it up. No jam needed." Su Qingyi put down the cup in his hand and opened his laptop. Since he was already up, he might as well do some proper work. "There's chocolate sauce and strawberry jam, are you sure you don't want any?" Lin Tong held up a jar in each hand, showing them to him from a distance. "Strawberry jam." Lin Tong chuckled inwardly upon hearing his answer. Chu Qingmian had insisted on buying the strawberry jam, it seemed she hadn't made a mistake. The soft, milky-scented bread after heating, paired with the sweet and sour strawberry jam, even though he didn't like sweets, Su Qingyi still ate 2 slices. After the meal, he retested the meow meow program a few times and confirmed everything was correct. All that was left was the music and art processing. Stretching slightly, he saw a sleepy-eyed Chu Qingmian walking down the stairs. "Good morning, Su Qingyi. Why did you get up so early?" She walked straight over and looked at his computer screen with a bit of curiosity. A string of code that looked like a heavenly script made her dizzy. She quickly shook her head. Shifting her gaze to his remaining half-cup of coffee, Chu Qingmian picked it up and took a sip. Yuck, so bitter. She quickly regretted the decision, the contents of the cup were like Chinese medicine, almost impossible to swallow. How could anyone drink coffee without adding sugar or milk? Su Qingyi looked at her small face scrunched up in a ball and chuckled inwardly. Chu Qingmian was completely jolted awake by the bitterness of the coffee, and she also remembered the reason she had hurried downstairs. She turned around and looked out the window with great anticipation. The morning light was great, and the scenery was beautiful, but... Chu Qingmian sighed, looking a bit disappointed. "What's wrong?" Su Qingyi closed the program and glanced at the dejected person beside him. "Nothing." Chu Qingmian shook her head. There was definitely something. Su Qingyi knew, but he didn't keep asking. Anyway, she would eventually say it herself when she couldn't hold it in anymore. To change the subject, Chu Qingmian brought over her tablet. "Here, I've finished drawing." Su Qingyi took it and flipped through the pages one by one. Chu Qingmian's drawings always had a rare kind of spirituality, he couldn't describe it, but they just made people feel very comfortable. An orange cat showing its belly to act spoiled for food, a spirited tabby cat walking with its head held high, a lazy blue cat sleeping soundly. She clearly hadn't used many strokes, yet they looked vivid and lifelike, making one smile knowingly and find it hard to put down. This was something that could only be achieved with talent, a realm that could never be reached no matter how hard one worked. "They're drawn very well." Su Qingyi praised sincerely. "Humph, such a simple task. I only needed an hour to." Chu Qingmian's expression at this moment was as spirited as the little cats in the drawings. If she had a tail, it would probably be curled up to the sky by now. Unfortunately, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Han Bing, who had just come downstairs. "An hour? You mean 1 cat per hour?" "Oh, stop it." Having her best friend expose her, Chu Qingmian sprawled on the table and covered her ears in protest. Han Bing snorted coldly while holding a water cup, looking at Su Qingyi and saying, "She was holding the computer and drawing for most of the day yesterday. See that white cat with heterochromia? She spent at least an hour just on the eye color. No wonder, this white cat looked very expensive. In a gacha game, it would be a hidden SSR." Su Qingyi thought about it and decided to set it as the hardest to obtain hidden skin. Chu Qingmian, fearing that Han Bing would get worked up and reveal more of her secrets, quickly got up and pushed her away. Throughout the entire morning, no surprise events appeared. Su Qingyi continued to struggle with meow meow at the dining table. Chu Qingmian and Han Bing curled up on the sofa watching K-dramas. Su Yang sat nearby with a bag of potato chips, watching with them and critiquing the plot while eating. Lin Tong sat next to Su Yang, reading a book with his head down, occasionally watching the TV plot for a bit. Time suddenly became very slow in such an atmosphere. On the surface, Chu Qingmian was watching the K-drama, but in reality, she would turn her head every so often to glance at Su Qingyi at the dining table. She had already quietly checked the weather forecast many times. How could this be? How long would she have to wait? Finally, when she turned her head for the nth time, the thing she had been waiting for finally happened. "It's snowing." Hearing her surprised and happy voice, everyone leaned back together to look. Su Qingyi was closest to the floor-to-ceiling window. With just one turn of his head, he saw the snowy scene outside. This was the first snow in Beijing, out in the far suburbs away from the city center. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, and the outlines of everything in the world suddenly became blurred. Chu Qingyan jumped up from the sofa in joy and was about to run outside wearing only her pajamas. Su Qingyi saw this and quickly stepped forward 2 paces, draping the blanket from the chair over her shoulders. It was at this moment that she took the opportunity to grab his hand and lead him into the falling snow. It rarely snowed in Tangan City, even if the temperature reached below zero, it was mostly sleet. The muddy roads after rain were not at all aesthetic, and the cold wind wrapped in rain and snow was bone-chilling. When they truly saw such beautiful snowflakes, all of them were excited and thrilled. Holy crap, this is the first snow, right? As soon as Su Yang got happy, his primitive side emerged, and he let out several monkey-like cries. So pretty, I haven't seen snow in so long. Lin Tong took off his glasses, his tone rarely excited, and then took out his phone to take a picture to send to Lin Jiwan. Han Bing had been forcibly dragged out by Su Yang. She shivered several times from the cold and complained while hugging her arms, the first snow just started in the K-drama, and it's snowing in reality too. What a cliché coincidence. Chu Qingyan was truly happy. She ran a distance into the yard and then turned around with a smile. Su Qingyi. It's snowing. Su Qingyi didn't speak, just looked at her. The scenery behind her was suddenly very blurred, as if the lens was only focused on her. Even the snowflakes falling into the folds of the brown blanket on her shoulders and melting in an instant could be seen clearly. The world fell silent in this moment. Su Qingyi stepped forward 2 paces, and Chu Qingyan looked up at him. Snowflakes also landed on her thick, curled eyelashes. With a gentle blink, the snowflakes melted into the smile in her eyes. Today really is the first snow, the weather forecast wasn't wrong. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and suddenly understood what the emotion he had deliberately ignored last night was. It was a heartbeat of attraction. Thanks to book friend Xiao Ju Hui Shui for the reward, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 266, Chapter 263 Stolen Kiss. For a long time afterward, Chu Qingyan chased Su Qingyi and asked the same question countless times. Why was it that day? Su Qingyi never gave a direct answer, only brushing it off with vague excuses. He couldn't exactly tell the truth. It was because the snowflakes landing on her eyelashes made her look too beautiful. Remember this site's domain, go to Chaoquan for a complete selection of Taiwan's best books. It sounded like a casual, sweet-talk excuse, but it was the absolute truth. So that day, Su Qingyi looked into her eyes and suddenly called her name out of the blue, Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan was confused, her clear, bright pupils reflecting the drifting, beautiful snowflakes. In the drama you were just watching, what did the female lead say? Su Qingyi asked. Chu Qingyan was stunned. She had thought Su Qingyi was sitting so far away that he wasn't paying any attention to what was on the TV. How could he not? The volume was so loud, and with that classic sentimental BGM, it could be heard clearly even from the second floor. Su Qingyi answered the question in her eyes internally. The version on the TV wasn't the original, it was the Chinese dubbed version. And the female lead, using that strange translation-style tone, had said, legend has it that if you confess to your beloved during the first snow and succeed, you can be together forever. Chu Qingyan repeated it slowly, her gaze flickering and her eyelashes fluttering. While it felt moving when she watched the drama, saying it herself felt mushy and embarrassing. Was it because there was no BGM or slow-motion effects to help? While she was pondering this, Su Qingyi suddenly took another step closer. I like you. I'm afraid you didn't know, so I'm saying it again. His expression and tone were as casual as if he were asking her what she wanted for lunch. Chu Qingyan had felt a bit cold at first, but now, even as the wind blew snowflakes into the gaps of her loose blanket to melt into droplets on the back of her neck, she only felt her whole body burning up. With her heartbeat thumping in her ears, Chu Qingyan heard her own trembling voice ask, really? Su Qingyi didn't speak, he just slightly raised an eyebrow, seemingly asking back in silence. Hearing such words from Su Qingyi's mouth was truly a once-in-a-lifetime, world-shaking event. Chu Qingyan suspected she was dreaming and pestered him to say it again, but he was quite stingy and refused to speak further. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the green shrubs looked as if they were coated in a layer of white down. The cold wind finally dampened the group's excitement a bit, and they all returned to the warmth of the house. When it snows, the world outside the window is always a vast expanse of white. Perhaps tired from the commotion outside, the group huddled on the sofa wrapped in blankets without speaking. For a moment, only the crackling sound of wood burning in the fireplace could be heard. After a while, Chu Qingyan spoke up and asked, why is it always especially quiet when it snows? Because it needs to create an atmosphere. Su Yang immediately blurted out an answer.
Seeing Han Bing's brow furrow in preparation to retort, he quickly added, "Look, why do the confession scenes of the leads in your K-dramas always have to be set in winter? Not only are they set on snowy days, but you guys have to dig them out and watch them again every winter. In winter, you have to huddle together for warmth. Human reproduction and continuity depend entirely on this winter atmosphere." Su Qingyi was confused by what he heard, but he roughly caught the drift of his words. Perhaps, he wanted to confess. Lin Tong thought for a moment and said, "But it's quiet first, and then there's an atmosphere, right? Isn't the cause and effect reversed?" Would never have expressed such a dissenting opinion before. Now that their relationship was better and his personality had matured a bit, he was more easygoing. Su Qingyi felt a strange sense of gratification, like, my son has finally grown up. Exactly. Su Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you ever studied physics? Han Bing grabbed a banana pillow and threw it at him. Don't you know my physics score? If you don't know, Boss Su definitely does, right Boss Su? Su Yang caught it with a grin and squeezed closer to Su Qingyi's side. The memory of that 43 on the college entrance exam was still fresh. Su Qingyi moved away slightly to avoid being pressed against him and said slowly, "You are the worst student I have ever taught." Noticing out of the corner of his eye that the curled-up Chu Qingyan was still dazed, he cleared his throat and said, "Sound is a mechanical wave that propagates through the vibration of air. So it is most afraid of sponge-like objects. When sound enters such small pores, it reflects continuously inside, exhausting most of its energy, leaving only a small portion to pass through. Accumulated snow cannot be dense, it can only be in a fluffy, porous state. Therefore, it can also act as sound insulation. That's why you feel like the world is particularly quiet when it snows. See? That's what you call professional. What the hell was that about reproduction?" Han Bing couldn't help but jab Su Yang with her elbow. "The world doesn't just belong to physicists, it also belongs to us romantic poets, okay?" Su Yang stood up, waving the banana pillow as he argued his point. "Late evening, the sky is about to snow, can we drink a cup?" After casually reciting the poem, his excitement rose. He ran to the kitchen and happily brought out a bottle of red wine. Come, let's drink a little, drink a little." Su Yang was the first to shove a glass into Su Qingyi's hand. Su Qingyi didn't resist. Drinking a little wine by the fireplace in this weather was indeed very pleasant, but he still retorted calmly, Bai Ji was a realist poet. Exactly. Chu Qingyan held her glass with both hands waiting for the wine, but her instincts as a little class representative still drove her to agree. Lin Tong declined for a long time but was still served a large half-glass by Su Yang. To the first snow, cheers. The rims of the glasses clinked with a crisp sound. Su Qingyi took a sip and couldn't help but frown. The red wine tasted okay, it wasn't astringent, so it probably wasn't cheap. But he probably wasn't used to red wine. It all tasted bad to him anyway. If he had to choose, he'd rather have a few ounces of strong ergotu. Chu Qingyan and Han Bing, on the other hand, started feeling the buzz as they drank, and the two of them gulped down nearly half a bottle. He knew Chu Qingyan's alcohol tolerance was decent, after all, there were usually all sorts of social functions and banquets waiting for her at home. As for Han Bing's tolerance, that was unknown. Su Qingyi sipped slowly, observing the situation. Su Yang was drinking very cautiously, only pouring his second glass after a long while. This clearly meant he had a follow-up move. Lin Tong didn't seem to have drunk red wine before. He was taking large gulps as if he were drinking beer, seemingly wanting to finish it quickly so he could put down the glass. Just as Su Qingyi was about to get up and stop him, Su Yang shook the empty wine bottle on the table and gave him a look. Su Qingyi had long guessed he would seek him out. Without a word, he walked straight toward the balcony. The two stopped by the window. In just this short time, the outside was already draped in silver. Su Yang imitated his manner, pretending to be deep and silent for a moment, but he ultimately couldn't keep it in. He lowered his voice and asked, "Boss Su, do you think it's appropriate for me to confess today?" "It is." Su Qingyi finished the remaining red liquid in his glass in one gulp, answering with certainty. "What? Why aren't you stopping me? Don't you think it's too impulsive?" Su Yang felt he was being brushed off and immediately scratched his head in anxiety. "If you had been impulsive earlier, would you still be single now?" Su Qingyi originally wanted to say that, but when the words reached his lips, he changed his phrasing. "Today is very suitable for a confession. The first snow, after some wine, in a warm house." "Really? I think so too. But I just don't feel settled in my heart, and I don't know why." Su Yang sighed. Always cautious when he should be impulsive, and impulsive when he should be cautious,
so much so that 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. Su Qingyi shook his head and placed his glass on the table with a crisp clink. The noise caught the attention of the two drunks, who immediately waved their hands in protest. "Where's the wine? Where's the wine? Waiter, bring this master's wine. Any empty wine bottles for sale?" Su Qingyi gave Su Yang a shove. "This is your mess, you keep serving them, little Yang." Su Yang gave an "oh" and turned to go to the storage room for more wine. Lin Tong finished the wine in his glass, went to the kitchen to rinse it clean, and quietly circled behind Su Qingyi. "Boss Su, is young Master Yang thinking of?" "Yes." Su Qingyi felt like laughing at his cautious tone. "Sigh, I think." Lin Tong had a worried look on his face. Su Qingyi followed his gaze. The two on the sofa were a drunken mess, currently singing an out-of-tune song that sounded like they had made it up themselves. Before Lin Tong could finish, Su Yang came out carrying more wine. Under his winking and suggestive beckoning, the two had no choice but to return to the sofa. After a brief exchange, each person harbored their own thoughts. Chu Qingyan was thinking about Su Qingyi's words, using alcohol to hide her blushing. Han Bing was wondering how long this smart aleck would hesitate. Su Qingyi was wondering why Lin Tong was pessimistic. Su Yang was repeatedly rehearsing his words in his head. Lin Tong was praying that Su Yang wouldn't say anything stupid. Consequently, this drinking session actually lasted until nightfall. The group gathered around a low table, drinking while using the frying pan provided by the villa to grill meat. The fatty aroma of pork belly mixed with the scent of wine. Su Qingyi, who hadn't intended to drink much, gradually became a bit tipsy while drinking to cut through the greasiness. Red wine has a strong after effect. Even Su Yang and Chu Qingyan, who had better tolerance, were starting to fade. In the end, only Lin Tong appeared completely sober, methodically cleaning up the mess on the table. Su Qingyi leaned against the sofa, signaling Su Yang with his eyes to get on with it. Encouraged by him, Su Yang stood up with the help of his liquid courage and said with a thick, stuttering tongue, "Han Bing, you come over here for a second, I have something to say to you." Han Bing glanced at him and wrapped her blanket tighter around herself. "All right." The two of them walked side by side to a small window sill around the corner of the dining room, a spot that couldn't be seen from the living room. Su Qingyi craned his neck to try and see, but he couldn't. Chu Qingyan crawled over from the other side of the sofa and leaned out just like him. She almost flipped over headfirst but was caught around the waist by Su Qingyi and pulled back. "Can't you just stay still when you've drunk this much?" "I'm not drunk." Chu Qingyan was indignant after being lectured. Su Qingyi kept his eyes closed and didn't say anything. Lin Tong came over after finishing the dishes. Seeing the two of them gone, he immediately asked nervously, "Did he go?" "Yeah." "Wood, why don't you go eavesdrop and see how it's going?" "Forget it, I'll go myself." Chu Qingyan couldn't wait a moment longer to get the gossip and immediately tried to slip away. "You'll be discovered the moment you make a move." Su Qingyi grabbed her again without mercy. "But I'm curious." I'll go." Looking at the two stumbling people on the sofa, Lin Tong felt that only he could take on this heavy responsibility right now. Although Su Qingyi sounded coherent and looked calm, one could tell from his eyes that he was about to fall asleep at any second. Lin Tong tiptoed to the corner of the kitchen and pressed his ear against the wall to listen carefully. "Is there any point in you saying stuff like that?" It was Han Bing's voice, sounding somewhat angry. Lin Tong's heart skipped a beat. Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately used sign language to signal the two gossipers on the other side. "The situation doesn't seem right." Su Qingyi realized once again how convenient sign language was and immediately replied, "Did the confession fail?" The two of them were gesturing back and forth, and since Chu Qingyan couldn't understand, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Is the format that important? I just felt the atmosphere was right today. Can't I make up for what you mentioned next time?" Su Yang sounded very nervous, his tongue tied as he gave a rambling explanation. "No." Han Bing's voice suddenly became shrill. She shoved Su Yang aside and walked out. The situation changed abruptly, and the furious Han Bing came face to face with Lin Tong, who hadn't had time to slip away. Fortunately, she wasn't in the mood to deal with an eavesdropper and went upstairs alone. Su Yang walked out dejectedly after a while. He wasn't in the mood to talk either, only saying that he had messed up. Chu Qingyan went upstairs to comfort Han Bing. The three men downstairs remained silent for a long time until Su Qingyi finally asked, "What exactly did you say? Even if the confession failed, it shouldn't have turned you into enemies so suddenly, right? Did you threaten her? Or force her?" "Big brother, how would I dare? Don't you know she knows Tai Chi? One punch could shatter my kidneys, okay?" Su Yang grabbed a throw pillow and sighed. It's just. I was too nervous. I couldn't get a single word of my prepared lines out, so I just said something random. Said what? Lin Tong poured a glass of warm lemon water, preparing to hand it to Su Yang. I said, look, it's been nearly 2 months since university started. You don't have a partner, and I don't have a partner. Since we know each other so well anyway, why don't we give it a try? The moment Su Yang finished recounting this, Su Qingyi threw a pillow at him and couldn't help but curse, you're a fucking genius. Lin Tong silently pulled back the lemon water and took a sip himself. She has a really good temper for holding back from shattering your kidneys before walking out. Su Yang wailed, holding his head in reflection. Damn it, alcohol is a menace. I don't know what I was thinking just now. Su Qingyi was speechless. It seemed Lin Tong knew smart Alec better, he knew nothing good would come out of his mouth. Out of 10,000 ways to confess, smart Alec chose the second worst one. The absolute worst would probably be putting a note in a jump scare prank prop, you don't have a partner, I don't have a partner, do you want to be my partner? No, even that might have been better than his. Were you too worried that if you failed, you wouldn't be able to be friends anymore, so you chose a way that perhaps left some room for retreat? Lin Tong tried to speculate on his thought process. The one who knows me is wood. Su Yang reached for Lin Tong's hand as if he had found a soulmate. You're so cowardly. Su Qingyi remarked. His own situation was much more complicated than Su Yang's mutual crush, yet even he hadn't chickened out. Love is a hand that wants to touch but pulls back. Su Yang poured himself another drink and downed it in one go. Su Qingyi chuckled and said slowly, just keep pulling back until she's completely disappointed in you, then it'll be over. Don't come crying to us with your woe is me act when Zhou Kairong, Li Kairong, or Chen Kairong beats you to it. Su Yang hung his head and said nothing. Su Qingyi suddenly felt a bit of pity, so he added, there's still a chance when you sober up tomorrow morning. Have a proper talk. Su Yang immediately lunged at him like a golden retriever, covered in snot and tears. Su Qingyi couldn't dodge in time and ended up with a shoulder full of tears. He couldn't help but think that he never imagined a day would come when he'd be an emotional mentor to others, it was truly unthinkable in his past life. Chu Qingyan finally managed to calm Han Bing down and only came downstairs after seeing her fall asleep. She had originally wanted to criticize Su Yang for what on earth he was doing, but seeing the pile of stumbling beer bottles on the low table, she knew they had started another round. Su Qingyi was lying on the sofa with only a corner of the blanket casually draped over him. Seeing this, Chu Qingyan quickened her pace and ran over. While tidying the blanket, she touched his hand. Fortunately, it was very warm. It was late at night, and it was pitch black outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Only the warm yellow strip lights along the edge of the TV wall were still on. Su Qingyi seemed truly drunk and was sleeping soundly. Chu Qingyan crouched beside him and called his name softly several times, but there was no response. A bit worried that he would catch a cold sleeping here, Chu Qingyan looked around but didn't see Su Yang or Lin Tong. Had they all gone back to their rooms? What was she to do? She couldn't move him by herself. Chu Qingyan sighed and simply lay by the sofa, watching him for a long while. Su Qingyi's eyelashes were long and straight, casting a shadow on his face under the warm light, making him look gentle and quiet. It was only at times like this, once he opened his eyes, he'd have that punchable poker face again. To commit a crime. Her gaze lingered for a moment before uncontrollably moving down to rest on his thin lips. Just one kiss wouldn't be too much, right? No one would know anyway. Miss Chu never hesitated. She leaned in closer, nervously watching his closed eyes. The night was like a heavy curtain covering everything, and all things had fallen into a deep slumber. Vaguely, it seemed only the sound of snow falling outside could be heard. However, even after summoning all her courage, she didn't dare to actually kiss him. She only touched him briefly before quickly pulling back. Chu Qingyan was so nervous she was about to hyperventilate. Just as she was celebrating that no one had noticed, the person in front of her suddenly opened his eyes without warning. It's over, I've been caught red-handed. Her first instinct was to turn and run. But her wrist was grabbed, and combined with her guilty conscience and weak knees, she immediately fell back to where she had been sitting. Su Qingyi's eyes were calm and rippleless as he asked like a policeman interrogating a suspect, what did you just do? Overwhelmed by shame and anger, Chu Qingyan simply decided to go all out, raising her voice to bolster her courage. I just kissed you. So what? Just as Su Qingyi was about to speak, she followed up in a small voice, you're my boyfriend, what's the big deal about me kissing you once? Her tone was tsundere and self-righteous. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow and countered, since when was I your boyfriend? You said you liked me. So. I never said I was going to be your boyfriend. Su Qingyi. Chu Qingyan slammed the table and stood up, her legs weren't numb anymore. But the moment she stood straight, she saw two terrified gossipers hiding behind the sofa. She almost had a heart attack from the fright. Boss Su, Sister Mian, I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything. You guys continue, you guys continue. Su Yang scrambled away on all fours. Lin Tong was silent for a long while, gave a thumbs up, and also vanished at light speed. Su Qingyi felt like laughing and pulled the blanket up to cover his face. He actually hadn't been asleep at all. After a while, a corner of the blanket was lifted, and a soft, warm heat source crawled in. Su Qingyi leaned further in to make more room for her. Actually, there was no need, Chu Qingyan was already very thin, and she was even smaller when curled up. Su Qingyi measured her waist with his arm. He didn't close his eyes. Although he was very sleepy, he was waiting for Chu Qingyan to speak. She might say, "It's all your fault, how can I face anyone tomorrow?" Or she might say, "You kissed me in the library before too. You like me, and it's not the, you don't have a partner, I don't have a partner, let's just make do, kind of liking, right?" Chu Qingyan asked in a small voice. Su Qingyi endured his sleepiness and gave an mm. Only a smart aleck like Su Yang would say something like that. Then that's enough. Thanks to Dong Laishue and Power Kun for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 267, Chapter 264 Birthday, Part 1, Chapter 264, Birthday, Part 1, As the morning light brightened, Su Qingyi's consciousness returned. The source of warmth in his arms was gone, leaving him lying flat on the sofa alone. For some reason, he felt like breathing was difficult, as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis. The side effects of the hangover kicked in at the same time, a dull ache throbbed at the back of his head, as if he'd been struck by a blunt club. Su Qingyi struggled to open his eyes and sat up. Several layers had been added to the blanket on him at some point, pressing down on him like a heavy, multi-layered cake. There were exactly 5 layers in total. Likely, several enthusiastic individuals had each added a layer as they got up. He peeled them off layer by layer and turned his head to look out the window. It seemed to have snowed all night, and the snow had already accumulated. The world was draped in silver, a vast expanse of white. At that moment, Chu Qingyan, who was busy in the kitchen, saw him wake up and called out with a beaming smile, "Su Qingyi, happy birthday." She was wearing a proper chef's hat, but the kitchen looked as if it had been hit by a bomb. Su Qingyi nodded, watched her for a while, and then pointed to his own nose. A bit of white flour was stuck to the tip of her nose, looking quite comical. Chu Qingyan let out a confused "huh," and reached out to wipe it. But her hands had just been kneading dough, so instead of wiping it off, she ended up smearing it all over her face. She looked a bit like a kitten that hadn't learned how to groom itself yet. Su Qingyi hesitated to speak, finally choosing to say, "Yeah, it's clean now." He folded the blankets one by one, went to the bathroom for a quick wash, and then everyone else gathered in the living room. "Boss Su. Happy birthday." "Thanks. Happy birthday, Boss Su. I wish you progress in your studies and that everything goes your way." "Okay. Happy birthday, Su Qingyi. Take good care of my Mian. Su Qingyi responded to each of them and sat down at the table. Colorful streamers surrounded balloons shaped like the words, "Happy Birthday," with 4 stacked gift boxes in the middle. There were likely other gifts as well. He had received many delivery notifications this morning, but they were all sent to the school. He hoped there weren't any bulky items, or he'd be exhausted just moving them back to the dorm. Su Yang brought over a cup of hot milk, waiting with a grin for him to open the boxes. Open them, open them. Guess which one is from me." Su Qingyi looked them over. The 4 boxes were of different sizes and shapes, but they were all wrapped in the same colorful paper. One was a thin rectangular box that looked like a book, it was likely from Lin Tong. One was shaped like a pencil case, probably an anime figure, only Su Yang would give something like that. One was a larger box. Su Qingyi reached out to weigh it. It was very light, likely a piece of clothing. Probably from Chu Qingyan. Han Bing probably wouldn't give something like that, so the last box must be hers, but he really couldn't guess what was inside. Su Qingyi stated his guesses aloud. To his surprise, while Su Yang looked frustrated, everyone else wore triumphant smiles. "Damn it, why is mine so easy to guess?" Su Yang sighed and carefully handed his box to him. For someone usually so careless, being this cautious meant it was something valuable. Su Qingyi slowly tore open the outer packaging, and the classic Marvel logo appeared first. Tada! An Iron Man 3 Malawian Kwacha's figure. Before the inner box was even open, Su Yang couldn't wait to start introducing it, the most classic Mark I armor, with 6-barrel miniguns on both shoulders that can lock onto and kill enemies. And this left arm, that's enough, that's enough. You're like a broken record. Han Bing found it annoying and gave him a shove. Su Qingyi took the figure out of the box. It was heavy and exquisitely made. This set of armor was indeed the most classic, establishing the foundation for the flashy red and gold color scheme. Iron Man 1 was also his favorite movie. There's more, Boss Su, try pressing the arc reactor. At his suggestion, Su Qingyi pressed it, and the reactor actually lit up. The pale blue light source felt very high-tech. Holy crap, that's awesome. The real thing is way cooler than the unboxing videos I saw on YouTube. Su Yang slapped the table, so satisfied with his gift-choosing ability that he was practically bowing to himself. It is cool. Su Qingyi smiled, it could even serve as a desk lamp during a power outage. He chose to open the box that was almost certainly a book next. To his surprise, when he opened it, it was the latest Kindle. An e-reader from Amazon. Although people joked it was just a cup noodle lid, it currently had no rival in the e-book market. Lin Tong scratched his head sheepishly and explained, Boss Su, aren't you studying law? I thought since you usually have to memorize legal codes and stuff, staring at a computer screen all the time would be hard on your eyes and tiring. So I bought this. I've never used one myself, so I don't know if it's any good. At a price of over 1,000 yuan, Lin Tong must have saved up for a while. Law students indeed had to read a lot, but was it any better for medical students? He hadn't even used one himself, yet he bought one for him first. Su Qingyi carefully put the box away and nodded in thanks, Wood. You've been very thoughtful, this is very useful. When he was about to open the third box, Su Qingyi specifically called over Chu Qingmian, who was busy in the kitchen. After all, it was her gift, the person themselves shouldn't be absent when it's opened. Thinking this, Su Qingyi opened the box. It was a very plain-looking box, with no luxury brand logo in sight. Su Qingyi was momentarily surprised, this didn't fit Miss Chu's style at all. He lifted the lid, and a light, pleasant scent of soap nuts wafted out. Inside was a sweater. Blue and white, with no tags, in a simple and nice style. It felt soft to the touch, one could tell it was hand-knitted stitch by stitch, and with excellent craftsmanship. Su Qingyi looked up at Lin Tong and asked, from Sister Lin. Lin Tong nodded. He only knew it was a gift, his sister hadn't said anything, so he didn't know exactly what was inside either. Seeing this sweater, his mood couldn't help but become a bit complicated. Sis, is it possible that your own brother is still wearing that ugly zebra-patterned sweater from volunteering? Su Qingyi nodded to show he understood. The sweater was knitted very thick, more than enough for this winter. Sister Lin must have considered the temperature in the capital. It was quite heartwarming, Su Qingyi thought, as if he really had gained an older sister. But there was only one box left. Su Qingyi glanced at the remaining two people. Chu Qingmian's eyes were mischievous and sly, it seemed her gift wasn't here. Su Qingyi opened the box, and inside was a set of vinyl records. By the band Oasis, and they were even signed. Su Qingyi looked up at Han Bing in surprise. What made you think of giving me this? I felt like you're the kind of person who would like this sort of music. Han Bing shrugged and answered casually. Indeed, he liked it very much. Hey, there's a record player here. Su Yang pointed to the large horn-shaped machine in the corner. Su Qingyi took a look, stood up, pulled out a record, and placed it inside. Today is gonna be the day, a day to forget the past and start anew, that they're gonna throw it back to you, it's today. Accompanied by the acoustic guitar intro, Wonderwall, hailed as the British national anthem, echoed through the villa, contrasting with the pure snow outside. All 4 boxes were finished. Su Qingyi gathered the wrapping paper on the table with a rustle and stuffed it into the trash can. Chu Qingmian followed behind him like a little shadow, clearly waiting for him to ask what gift she had prepared. Su Qingyi knew this but intentionally didn't ask. He walked unhurriedly toward the kitchen, avoiding the mess on the floor, and poured a glass of water. Chu Qingmian had to pretend to be very busy, spinning around like a top several times, hovering right in front of him. However, when it came to patience, she was clearly no match for the great Buddha before her. By the time Su Qingyi slowly finished his glass of water, Miss Chu finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to interrogate him. Su Qingyi, why don't you ask me what gift I got you? If you didn't want to say, why would I ask? I didn't say it because I wanted to maintain the mystery, okay? Chu Qingmian was exasperated. Alright, so what did you give me? Tell me quickly, I'm losing sleep over it. Su Qingyi had no choice but to indulge her. Chu Qingyan was finally satisfied. She took the colorful streamer from the table and signaled for him to crouch down a bit. What are you doing? The mystery. Oh, just cooperate, it's not like I'm going to sell you off. Chu Qingyan stood on her tiptoes and blindfolded him with the streamer. Is it too tight? Does it hurt your eyes? Su Qingyi blinked a few times and shook his head. Actually, a little light still filtered through, he could see a general outline, but it was very blurry. Chu Qingyan tied a loose bow at the back of his head and giggled as she admired her work. Then she took his hand and led him outside, walking backward. Walk slowly. Oh. Su Qingyi felt her warm, soft palm. He walked with composed steps, not at all like someone whose vision was blocked. On the other hand, Chu Qingyan, terrified he would trip or bump into something, almost tripped and fell headfirst herself, only steadying herself after Su Qingyi gave her a pull. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, she finally turned around to walk properly. After pushing open the door, a blast of cold wind hit them, carrying icy snowflakes that tucked themselves into their collars. The two went from the warm indoors into the snow. After a few more steps, Chu Qingyan let go of his hand and moved behind him. 1, 2, 3, tada. The blindfold fell away, and appearing before him were 2 snowmen. They were lopsided, their shapes hard to identify, and their faces were especially abstract. Are these supposed to be people? Su Qingyi frowned and observed for a long while, finding it difficult to judge. Chu Qingyan waited for a moment, and when no praise came, she had to move in front of him, waving her hands in protest. Hey, 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 Su Qingyi. What's with that look of disgust? Not bad, 2 charmingly naive snow cows. These are snowmen. They're people. 2 laughably ugly snowmen. Su Qingyi spoke truthfully. You. Chu Qingyan was so angry she was flailing her arms, her breath visible in the cold air. Su Qingyi found it funny and shrugged helplessly. Are you sure you built these? Didn't you just take a shovel and pile up 2 random lumps of snow? Nonsense. I really spent an hour building them. Chu Qingyan squatted down next to the 2 bald snowmen and tried to explain, look, this big one is you, and the small one is me. I even drew happy birthday on your belly. Oh, it seems a bit hard to see now. Su Qingyi crossed his arms and nodded. Okay, very thoughtful. Thanks. Can we go back now? You're just humoring me. Chu Qingyan protested with a mournful face. Su Qingyi smiled and pulled her up from the ground, taking a few steps back toward the house. He was still clutching the streamer used for the blindfold. He looked down at it and suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he turned back. After checking the length, he wrapped the streamer around the small snowman's neck. With this bit of decoration, it did indeed look more human than before. Su Qingyi admired it for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a strangely shaped protrusion behind the large snowman, like a small box. A dark brown box suddenly appearing in a pile of white snow was very strange. Su Qingyi reached out and dug it out. Oh brave youth, congratulations on discovering the mysterious treasure prepared for you by the soft-hearted god. Hurry and open it. Chu Qingyan, who had been observing from the side, circled back with a smile and grabbed his arm. It was a leather box. Su Qingyi paused before opening it. A car key. To be precise, a Bugatti Veyron key. Su Qingyi closed the lid and turned to look at Chu Qingyan. The other person didn't seem to realize the value of this gift at all, asking cheerfully, How is it? This is a coming-of-age gift. I spent a long time picking it out. Do you want to see the real thing? I don't have my driver's license yet. Su Qingyi sighed and tapped her on the head. This kind of big toy, costing tens of millions, wasn't something you could just give away. You can just drive it after you pass your test. The hidden little surprise had been revealed. Chu Qingyan protected her head with one hand and pulled him back with the other. 2 sets of footprints, deep and shallow, were left side by side in the snow. Su Qingyi felt like this priceless box was a bit of a hot potato. Chu Qingyan had given it away as casually as if it were a lighter shape like a car key. After being out in the wind and snow, returning to the house felt like moving between fire and ice. I said maybe, I'm saying it's possible, you're gonna be the one that saves me, you can save me from this cold and warm world, and after all, after enduring hardships, you're my Wonderwall, you are the miracle that appeared in my life. The record player was still playing. Chu Qingyan shook the snowflakes off her shoulders and couldn't help but sneeze. It's freezing, I'm going to warm up by the fire. Su Qingyi didn't let her leave, asking with his hands in his pockets, how did you know I'd go back to tie a scarf on it? Chu Qingyan narrowed her eyes and smiled, answering confidently with her hands on her hips, "The snowmen I built are so cute, you definitely wouldn't have the heart to let them be cold." Snow cows. You're the cow. I appreciate the thought, but you should keep this car for yourself. I won't. There's no such thing as taking back a gift. Chu Qingyan glared at him, looking like she was truly about to get angry. Su Qingyi sighed and rolled up his sleeve. The red string with gold thread was still tied around his wrist. "Miss Chu, can you give me a more down-to-earth gift next time?" Chu Qingyan was clearly mollified by the fact that he was still wearing the red string. Her anger vanished instantly, and she smiled brightly. "Next time for sure, definitely next time. Thanks to book friend Power Kun for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes of support. 268, Chapter 265 Birthday, Part 2, Chapter 265, Birthday, Part 2, Classmate, are you sure all 6 of these packages are yours? Yeah. Do you need a cart? Thank you." Su Qingyi stacked the 6 boxes onto the cart and transported them from the school's delivery station back to the dormitory. He had already checked, the largest and heaviest one had the sender's name as Su Zilong, his dear old father. It better not be something impractical. Otherwise, he really would pack it up and send it back. Su Qingyi moved the items upstairs in 2 trips, only to realize he hadn't brought his keys, so he had to knock on the door. Li Tao came to open the door. "Whoa! So many. Why didn't you send a message to ask me to come down and help you carry them?" As soon as he finished speaking, he proactively stepped in to help move the large boxes inside. "Thank you." Su Qingyi thanked him first before adding, "I wasn't sure if you were in the dorm." This was just a casual excuse. If he had directly said, "I didn't need help," or "Don't bother," it would have seemed very distant and cold. This was The Art of Language, a lesson class monitor Chu had given him over the weekend. How could that be? What else would I be doing on a weekend night? Remember to call me next time. Li Tao clapped his hands and said with a smile. "Okay, thanks." Su Qingyi also looked up and gave a polite smile. It wasn't that he was intentionally keeping his distance, it was just too difficult for him to develop the same close friend feeling with his roommates in such a short time. "But what are all these? Did you buy this much in one online shopping spree?" Although Li Tao was a bit curious, he had a good sense of boundaries and didn't peek at the sender information. "No, they're all items sent by my family." Su Qingyi paused for a moment but still didn't mention that today was his birthday. They weren't familiar with each other yet, saying it like that might lead to a misunderstanding that he was asking for gifts. Li Tao didn't press further, nodded, and turned back to sit down. Su Qingyi looked around. Matthew and Shengguan Yu were both out. But this pile of delivery boxes really took up a lot of space, he had to unbox and clean them up quickly. He first opened the large box at the bottom. Sure enough, after the cardboard box was opened, the leather case inside already clearly showed the shape of a plant and fan. Su Qingyi sighed, took the guitar out, and leaned it against the desk. A Yamaha folk guitar. He didn't know what the intention behind sending this was. He wasn't very good at playing the guitar, at most an entry-level player. The greeting card at the bottom of the case answered his question. "Son, happy birthday. I thought about the gift for a long time and felt that a top-tier girl-chasing tool, an acoustic guitar, is exactly what you need. Trust your dad, no matter the era, girls can't resist a man playing a guitar and singing Southern Girl to them. As for other options, the piano is too pretentious, the eru is too classical, and the common problem with the shao, flute, and saxophone is that you can't talk while playing. Just tell me, was your dad's consideration thorough or what? Keep it up, strive to settle your life's major event during university, and have 2 kids in 3 years during your masters. Dad loves you, moi." Su Qingyi slapped the card onto the table with a thud. Is it possible that he doesn't know how to play the saxophone at all? And what the heck is 2 kids in 3 years? For some reason, he felt an urge to throw the guitar out along with the card. After thinking about it, he decided against it. Su Qingyi sighed and adjusted the angle to make the guitar stand more stably to prevent it from tipping over. The sender of the next box was Yang Lu. It was relatively light, Su Qingyi guessed it might be winter undergarments or something similar. Unexpectedly, inside was a suit. It looked custom-made to his measurements, with gold-stamped cuffs in a classic black and white style. A greeting card was tucked into the breast pocket. Xiao Yi, happy birthday. Is university life going smoothly? Have you made any new good friends? It's okay if you haven't, take your time. The key is to eat well, rest well, exercise more, and drink plenty of water. Winter is coming, and I see the temperature in the capital has been dropping. Be sure to keep warm. Mom always feels that time flies, in the blink of an eye, you're 18. Lately, when I dream, I often dream of you as a child, leaning over the table doing mathematical Olympiad problems. I hope that in the new year, your academic performance improves. Wait, it seems my child has no room left for improvement. May everything go as you wish and all your dreams come true. Mom thought about the birthday gift for a long time and felt that an adult boy indeed needs a suit of his own. Try it on when you have time and take a photo for Mom to see. Your loving Mom. He'd pass on trying it on now. Su Chingy put the suit back in its box and stored it in the wardrobe compartment. There was no iron in the dorm, it would be a hassle if it got wrinkled. There would likely be many occasions requiring formal wear during university. Yang Lu had been very thoughtful. The sender's name on the next box was Chocolate. Su Chingy actually hadn't expected this kid to send him a birthday gift, especially since he had pranked him before leaving by leaving him a box full of exam papers. He suspected there might be some kind of retaliatory prank toy inside. Su Chingy stared at the box for a while before opening it. Inside was a box of liquor chocolates, a small rubber soccer ball toy for stress relief, the kind often sold at school convenience stores, and even a few pen refills. The greeting card looked handmade, with ugly borders. Drawn in watercolor pens. Brother Xiao Yi, hello. I hope this letter finds you well. Happy 18th birthday. These chocolates are delicious, I accidentally snuck one. Sorry. The soccer toy is the most popular thing in our class right now, it's very fun. The pen refills are ones I couldn't finish using. Is university fun? Is there a lot of homework? Mom always says university is easy, but I don't believe her, I only believe you. Please reply soon. Sincerely. The handwriting was crooked but written with great effort, it looked like he had tried his best to write well. Su Chingy felt like laughing, after Sister Lin the confidant, he now felt like he had an extra unlucky younger brother. He tore open the wrapper and tasted a liquor chocolate. It was so sweet it stung his throat, he felt like only little kids would like it. Wait, perhaps Chu Qingmian would like it too. The fourth box was very small. Su Chingy had tucked it into his pocket earlier and only remembered it when it poked him as he stood up. He didn't recognize the sender's name. After opening it, there was a USB flash drive inside. The letter paper was very classical, even written with a brush. After unfolding it, there was a faint scent of ink. He didn't need to look to know who sent it. So the sender was likely one of old Li's assistants or something similar. Chingy, seeing the letter is like seeing you. Happy birthday. How have you been lately? Many flowers in the courtyard have bloomed, full of vitality, autumn is even better than spring. The matter you entrusted to me has already gained momentum, but further plans are needed after you've listened to it. After much thought, I have decided to give this series of tracks to you as an adulthood gift. I wish you success in both your career and studies. Ziyuan was right, the future belongs to you. As the saying goes, one should know the ambition of reaching for the clouds in one's youth, having once promised to be the best in the world. Su Chingy held the USB drive, his thoughts somewhat complex. Old Li's expectations for him were clearly very high, partly because of his grandfather and partly because he truly believed Su Chingy could do well. He inserted the USB drive into the computer. Inside were 3 audio clips of about 45 seconds each, named Bar, Street, and Coast. There was also a 3-minute audio clip named Easter Egg. Su Chingy put on his headphones and listened to them one by one. The experience could only be described by a line of poetry. It was as if listening to celestial music, momentarily clearing the ears. It was hard to imagine that this was old Li's first foray into this type of music, his debut work in the genre. The drum beats in Bar were chaotic and dreamy. At first listen, it belonged to that kind of decadent, neon-lit atmosphere of the last century. Correspondingly, Street created a feeling of slight loneliness amidst the bustle, clearly belonging to a stranger in a foreign land. Coast was Su Chingy's favorite. Just listening to it felt as if he were on a coast shrouded in night, with the unique scent of the sea breeze hitting his face. It was simply too powerful. Old Li's current status in the composition world really didn't have a shred of exaggeration. Being able to hire a composer of this level without even paying for production costs was a massive stroke of luck. Su Chingy was momentarily happy, this way, the game Disco Elysium wouldn't be ruined in his hands. Even if the game production itself was poor, the reviews would say, music made with heart, game made with feet. The last Easter egg music was something Su Chingy had mentioned in passing before. It was best if it were catchy and brainwashing because it was to be used as the BGM for the game Meow Meow. After listening briefly, Su Chingy felt his head echoing with this bizarre yet comical drum rhythm. He even felt an inexplicable urge to tap his leg along with it, only barely managing to restrain himself. This With the BGM added, the production of Meow Meow could basically be declared finished. Only the last 2 delivery boxes remained. One was from Shanghai. He didn't recognize the sender's name, but for some reason, he knew it was Chen Jinji at a glance. One was from Tangon, sent by Liang Nina. It was even sent directly from the guardhouse. Su Qingyi hesitated for a moment and decided to save Chen Jinji's for last. Liang Nina's box was very small. After opening it, there was a glasses case inside. Armani sunglasses. What was the intention of this gift? Su Qingyi opened the greeting card. Senior, today is another day of being able to live on only by thinking of you. There are 7 months left until the college entrance exam. In the most recent monthly exam, my score reached just over 600. I'm getting closer and closer to senior, right? I've vaguely heard that senior seems to be quite popular at Jingda, so I sent sunglasses as a gift. When you encounter people you dislike and don't want to deal with, just put them on. Actually, it can't really be called a gift, because there's no need to wait for a birthday as an excuse. At any time, anything senior wants, I will satisfy. Aha, saying it like this seems a bit perverted. Senior must be sighing again after seeing this, right? Ha ha ha, happy birthday, senior. Seeing the end, Su Qingyi forcefully held back the urge to sigh. But in any case, she had started studying hard because of him, right? This could be considered a good deed. The kid is just immature, she'll be fine once her Chinibyu phase passes. Su Qingyi comforted himself with a few words and casually placed the sunglasses case on the desk shelf. For Chen Jinji's gift, which he had specifically saved for last, Su Qingyi gave it the highest respect, sitting upright and opening it with bated breath. The moment he opened the box, the scent of fresh tea after rain lingered around him. Sure enough, in private, she still preferred this light scent. The gift box was carefully arranged. On the left was a Burberry cashmere scarf in the classic check pattern. On the right was another box, a Rolex Submariner mechanical watch with a pure black dial, looking low-key and handsome. Chen Jinji's aesthetic had always been excellent. Su Qingyi tried the watch on his wrist for a moment and was actually a bit reluctant to wear it. After taking out the scarf, he saw the envelope underneath. The envelope was sealed with a vintage wax stamp. Su Qingyi pulled it open. Instantly, fluttering pink rose petals scattered over his knees. Su Qingyi was slightly startled, then was immediately amused by her romantic little trick. When he pulled out the letter and unfolded it, the paper still carried the fragrant scent it had picked up from being with the petals. Su Qingyi, seeing the letter is like seeing you. When I'm writing this letter, I'm on a flight to the first performance after our debut. Before picking up the pen, I had a brief dream. I dreamed that everything now was a dream, and I was back on that flight from South Korea back to China. Logically speaking, I should have felt terrified and broken, right? But then I thought, at that time, I was already about to meet you. So I actually kind of wanted that dream to come true, so I could start liking you all over again. Happy birthday, and be happy in the new year. Your previous watch was broken. Although we don't have many chances to meet, I noticed that you still occasionally have the habit of raising your wrist to check the time, so I picked one out for you. Don't be reluctant to wear it just because it's a gift. As for the scarf, well, I just thought you'd look good wearing it. Speaking of which, I didn't used to believe in fate. I didn't believe in things like misfortune turning into a blessing or the road to happiness being strewn with setbacks at all. But since meeting you, all previous suffering has been wiped clean. When we're face to face, you never believe what I say, saying my eyes can lie. So now I'm writing it down solemnly, in black and white, beyond any doubt. No matter who I am, Chen Jinji or Iris, I will always belong only to you. The weight of that last sentence left Su Qingyi momentarily stunned. When he unfolded the letter, he had thought of many things Chen Jinji might write, but he never expected such a promise. Su Qingyi folded the letter and picked up the scattered petals one by one, putting them back into the envelope. He looked up. After the process of receiving birthday gifts, his originally neat and simple space had suddenly become crowded. The desk was packed tight, looking a bit cluttered. His obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in, and he stood up to do some simple tidying. But looking at these items, his fingers paused, and he felt that it was actually quite nice as it was. The gifts he received for this birthday were probably more than all the gifts from all his birthdays in his previous life combined. If it were in the past, he might not have been happy about it and might even have felt it was a burden. Because of the common social courtesy of reciprocity, when someone prepares a gift for you, it's only reasonable for you to put in the same amount of effort when it's their birthday. This was something the old Su Qingyi found very hard to do. If it were just a matter of money, it would be fine, but the problem was that it's the thought that counts. At most, he could only manage a heavy gift with light sentiment. But now his thinking had changed. Because receiving gifts indeed brought surprises and made one feel happy from the bottom of one's heart. There was also a very tiny cake box on the table, made by Miss Chu. The original plan was a 3-tier large cake, but as it turned out, without the passionate guidance of her family's pastry chef, Miss Chu alone could not complete such a grand undertaking. The vision was beautiful, but what finally came out of the oven was a lump of black charcoal, with a shape as abstract as the snowman outside the door. But before rushing back to school, she still managed to whip up a cupcake like this. Su Qingyi himself didn't care at all, he hadn't eaten cake in many years. But Chu Qingyan insisted that this was a sense of ritual and ordered him to eat it properly. Su Qingyi sat down again and opened the lid. The cake base was covered in cream and decorated with simple strawberries. Su Qingyi took a lighter out of his drawer. He had bought it on a whim on the day of registration. He didn't smoke, he had intended to use it to light mosquito coils. But the capital was different from Tangan, there weren't that many mosquitoes, so he hadn't used it since he bought it. Click. Su Qingyi pressed the button on the lighter, and a flame flickered up, swaying slightly. He closed his eyes and made a wish. May every year be as good as this, and may the beautiful scenery always remain. Thanks to Reader Power Kun for the tip. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes. 269, Chapter 266. Scarf. From Thursday to Sunday, using his birthday as an excuse, he had essentially taken a short vacation. But it didn't feel as relaxed and comfortable as attending classes at school. It was Monday morning, on his way to the classroom, that Su Qingyi learned he was being wanted school-wide by Deng Yizhou, the president of the debate club. He was wearing the scarf Chen Jinji had given him, walking with a brisk, confident air. He hadn't expected to receive such bad news. The debate club has activities every Saturday night. Sometimes it's a group discussion, sometimes it's a small group debate, and sometimes we watch tournament highlights together. And then, for last week's activity, guess what it was? Su Qingyi watched Yi Ju squinting her eyes with a sly, mischievous smile and rationally chose to remain silent. It definitely wasn't going to be anything good anyway. Correct. The answer is a surprise welcome party. Specifically held for a certain God-descended, best debater freshman. A huge crowd was invited, including seniors who are already in graduate school. The entire classroom was resplendent, with streamers flying everywhere. Yi Ju did a seal-like clap. But not only was the protagonist absent, he also didn't reply to messages, refused to answer calls, and was in a complete state of vanishing from the face of the earth. It caused President Deng to lose face completely. He was almost forced to go to the anime club next door to get a makeover and cosplay as you. At this point, she finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. This girl had a look of pure schadenfreude, laughing truly heartily. Su Qingyi crossed his arms and looked at her irritably for a while, suddenly realizing something. But, how do you know all this so clearly? Yi Ju leaned against the railing and laughed until she'd had her fill, then tilted her head to look at him with a "guess what" expression. You joined the debate club too. Seeing her flash a teachable student smile, Su Qingyi's desire to quit the club finally reached its peak. Relax, we're both newcomers, I won't make things difficult for you. Yi Ju shook her head and entered the classroom ahead of him. This was a major specific course, and one had to grab a seat in the front rows. Su Qingyi sighed and followed her into the classroom. Ma Xiao and Li Tao were waving at him from seats near the edge of the fourth row. Shang Guanyu stood up, intending to give him the seat by the aisle. Su Qingyi shook his head, walked to a window seat himself, set down his textbook, and asked casually, not sitting in the front. It was still early, and there were many empty seats in the first and second rows. They're all taken, look closely. Li Tao's expression was somewhat helpless. Su Qingyi was a bit surprised and focused his gaze forward. Sure enough, the seats he thought were empty all had small items placed on them in an orderly fashion. Some had a sticky note, some had an earphone, and some people had even gone so far as to disassemble a pen into its cap, barrel, and refill to claim an entire row of seats. College students these days really come up with all sorts of underhanded tricks. The teacher for this course is very eccentric. They only give full participation points to people whose faces and names they can remember. Li Tao sighed. Next week I'll have to remember to come early and save seats for us. Ma Xiao scoffed, seemingly not understanding. What's the use of caring about those few points? You'd be better off spending that time on student union activities. Speaking of which, I really have to criticize you, Taozi. You joined the student union with me, but you haven't shown up to the last 2 dinners. Whenever I ask, it's always taking leave or having homework. How do you think the seniors will view you? It's lucky you have your brother here to cover for you, otherwise you'd cough
before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Qingyi's cough. Meeting Ma Xiu's confused gaze, the latter tilted his chin to indicate the door. It turned out the teacher had already walked in with books in hand. Ma Xiu still had more to say, but in the end, he just smacked his lips and could only shut up. Su Qingyi propped up his chin, boredly spinning his pen. He was truly fed up with hearing about this bureaucratic nonsense. Luckily, the teacher arrived just in time. In his past life, he had most detested the bureaucratic style of the student union, where people acted like a chicken feather was a command from on high. There were indeed people in the organization who sincerely helped their fellow students, but they were a tiny minority. Most people, like this fellow next to him, treated the student union as a warm-up exercise before entering the workplace. Dinners couldn't be refused, forced drinking had to be accepted, flattery was rushed out, and chores were scrambled for. Their heads were full of thoughts on how to humbly please their superiors, and once they became superiors themselves, they would start putting on airs to torment the next level of newcomers. It went round and round, endlessly. It could be considered a cycle of sorts, albeit a vicious one. After being brainwashed by Ma Xiu's theories first, the content of the major course became much more interesting. 2 months after the start of the semester, Su Qingyi finally picked up his pen and wrote the first sentence in his brand new notebook. The law should have great power, reaching everywhere and punishing even the far off. But at the same time, it must have warmth and meet the public's expectations for the most basic moral bottom line. Let's go, there's a regular meeting later. Taozi, hurry up. As soon as the bell rang, Ma Xiu stood up impatiently and dashed out the door. Perhaps moved by Ma Xiu's impassioned speech, Li Tao greeted Su Qingyi and Sheng Guanyu and also quickened his pace to catch up. Su Qingyi packed his things unhurriedly, while Sheng Guanyu sat honestly beside him, waiting to go to the cafeteria together. Classmate, you seem busy. A slightly familiar voice sounded nearby, though the tone was a bit sinister. Not busy, can I help you? Su Qingyi didn't look up, instinctively assuming it was some unfamiliar classmate from his class. What were you busy with last Saturday? You didn't even answer your phone. Hearing this, Su Qingyi's heart finally skipped a beat. Sitting next to him was none other than Deng Yizhou, who had a kind smile on his face and his hands folded over his chest, waiting for an answer. No way, he really was being wanted school-wide, and they'd even chased him to the classroom. He felt like he'd been betrayed by some traitor in the class. Su Qingyi was silent for a while before answering honestly, I had some family matters and didn't stay on campus. What family matters were so busy that you didn't reply to messages or answer calls? Logically speaking, Friday is still a workday, right? Do you not look at your phone at all? Deng Yizhou pushed up his glasses. His lenses glinted silver-white in the light, as if he were ready to enter combat mode at any moment. Su Qingyi certainly wouldn't tell the truth, that he had muted the debate club's group chat long ago. He looked at the classroom, where only a few scattered people remained, and was thinking of what plausible lie to spin. President, you know, ever since I was a child, Su Qingyi was about to say his parents were divorced and his mother had worked hard to save money to come to the capital just to see him. So he had taken a day off and used the 3 days of Friday and the weekend to take his mother to see the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and the Summer Palace. Su Qingyi. Chu Qingyan appeared out of nowhere. She leaned against the classroom door, poking half her body in, and waved at him with a beaming smile. Thus, the lie on the tip of Su Qingyi's tongue had to be swallowed back down. Deng Yizhou was startled. Where did such a beautiful girl come from? Wait, she looked a bit familiar. She seemed to be that freshman representative from the business school. Since the start of the semester, at least double-digit numbers of upperclassmen had pestered him to ask if he had that junior's contact information. Sheng Guanyu, meanwhile, almost buried his head in the desk. He was already unaccustomed to talking to girls, let alone such a beautiful one. Even though she wasn't there for him, he felt like he was going to evaporate just being in her presence. Chu Qingyan stood at the door and observed for a moment. After confirming there weren't many people in the classroom, she ran over. Why are you here? Su Qingyi asked. I have class here today too. Didn't I send you a message telling you to wait for me? Chu Qingyan puffed out her cheeks, about to flare up, when she suddenly saw 2 unfamiliar faces sitting next to him. Miss Chu's young lady temper generally didn't show in front of outsiders, so she had to temporarily forget the fact that Su Qingyi hadn't looked at her message again. And this is? Deng Yizhou leaned back slightly, having already formed an idea of the situation. Normal. Young people in love. As expected, prominent figures always date other prominent figures. In a moment, he could tell those brothers who were still waiting for her contact info to give up. After all, besides being a bit older and having more seniority, they couldn't compare to this junior in any way.
Chu Qingmian smiled politely and gave a brief self-introduction. Su Qingyi leaned against the back of his chair. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Shang Guanyu was so socially anxious he wanted to sink into the floor. No one understood this feeling better than him, so he immediately spoke up to break the ice. "Shangguan, are you going to eat with us later?" I have something to do this afternoon." "I'm in a bit of a hurry, sorry. I'll go first." Shang Guanyu looked as if he had been granted a reprieve, shot him a grateful look, then picked up his bag, bowed, and hurriedly slipped away. After he left, Deng Yizhou felt more and more like a bright light bulb staying there. Just as he was about to find an excuse to run away as well, he suddenly remembered his business. Deng Yizhou lowered his head, coughed, and said, "Anyway, Junior, you can't skip this week's activity again. Last week you, okay." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qingyi nodded and agreed. Chu Qingmian finally realized what this bitter-faced man with glasses was doing here. She winked at Su Qingyi, meaning, "Do you need me to help cover for you?" Su Qingyi shook his head slightly, the movement almost imperceptible. Deng Yizhou was also a smart man, he naturally saw the two of them flirting openly. So, should he leave? The three of them went downstairs together, and Deng Yizhou made an excuse to leave first. Su Qingyi and Chu Qingmian walked toward the cafeteria side by side. Chu Qingmian used a fluffy hair tie for her ponytail today, it swayed as she walked, looking playful and cute. Su Qingyi watched for a while, and a sudden impulse rose in him to reach out and pull the hair tie off. Chu Qingmian had a premonition, she took a step back to protect her head and glared at him. "What are you doing?" Su Qingyi withdrew his hand nonchalantly and put them in his pockets. "I think you look better with your hair down." "Really?" Chu Qingmian seemed a bit swayed by his words and seriously struggled with the idea for a while. When the two sat down in the cafeteria to wait for a table, she decisively stopped struggling. "Can't have hair down. You must tie your hair for convenience when eating." This is the first sentence of Volume 2 of A Foodie's Self-Cultivation. Although the base of the small hot pot in the cafeteria wasn't spicy enough, it was piping hot and felt very warming to eat. Su Qingyi scooped the last meatball in the pot into her bowl, watching her chew seriously, looking a bit like a little hamster. If this were put into a mukbang in the future, she could probably become a top-tier influencer. But Miss Chu didn't lack that kind of traffic anyway. After eating and drinking their fill, Su Qingyi prepared to return to the dormitory. Today, the dormitory was rarely empty. Li Tao and Ma Xiu went to the student union, and Shang Guanyu had an elective class in the afternoon. He prepared to get some good sleep. "Su Qingyi, accompany me to class this afternoon?" Chu Qingmian asked as if on a whim. "Huh?" Su Qingyi immediately wanted to refuse. "Oh, just accompany me, please, I beg you." Chu Qingmian looked at him pitifully with her eyes wide, while shaking his finger back and forth. Su Qingyi originally wouldn't have been moved by this kind of acting cute, his heart was usually sealed with cement. But something felt a bit strange. Generally speaking, Chu Qingmian wouldn't make such a request. She might say to accompany her to the library, or strongly request to come listen to law school classes, but she wouldn't just want him to accompany her to her own class. This was illogical. Su Qingyi looked at her with his hands in his pockets for a long time and decided to follow his intuition. Chu Qingmian didn't even seem to expect him to agree, even on the way to the teaching building, she confirmed it with him several times. "Su Qingyi, did you really agree? You won't just drop me at the door and run away, right? It's not a delaying tactic, is it?" Not until the two of them were actually sitting in the back row did Chu Qingmian feel at ease, saying with a smile, "Hee, thank you for accompanying me." Su Qingyi nodded nonchalantly, then lay on the table to try and fall asleep. Sleeping anywhere was the same. "Is your teacher strict for this class? Do they care about sleeping?" To avoid being criticized as a negative example later, he asked beforehand. "It's fine, go ahead and sleep. I'll tell the teacher later." While answering, Chu Qingmian spread her textbook and notebook from her bag onto the table. At this moment, 4 boys walked in through the back door of the classroom. One of them looked around as soon as he entered, seemingly looking for someone. When his gaze fell on Chu Qingmian, it lit up at first, but when he saw Su Qingyi, it became complicated. Su Qingyi had always been very sensitive to others' gazes, this was a socially anxious person's self-cultivation. So he had already sensed that slightly aggressive aura, so he lazily lifted his eyelids to lock eyes with him. The other party was stunned for a moment, then quickly averted his gaze and sat down in a row nearby. Su Qingyi realized later and gave a tisk. Chu Qingmian drew a straight line in her book, then paused and wrote on a piece of scratch paper, "What's wrong?" "OVO." Su Qingyi grabbed a pen from her pencil case, his handwriting was so messy it was hard to read. "What do you think?" Someone was using him as a scapegoat shield again. Then would you rather let another boy sit with me? Chu Qingyan wrote quickly. Su Qingyi gave a heh and threw the pen back into the pencil case. Chu Qingyan was satisfied and continued writing her notes. Actually, today was a special case. Usually, she sat among her roommates, but today her roommates happened to be busy and couldn't come to class. Normally, even with roommates, boys would intentionally sit in the back or front rows. Today's situation would have been even more troublesome. She was annoyed just thinking about it. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was willing to accompany her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel happy, and even her handwriting on the paper became light and breezy. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, was not very happy. He had intended to continue closing his eyes to rest and sleep, but someone kept looking at him every few seconds. Not just that boy from before, but many other curious onlookers. How the hell was he supposed to sleep? He didn't know how Chu Qingyan, who was stared at like this every day, could stand it. Su Qingyi felt a burst of irritation, so he simply took out his earphones, put them on, and started looking at his phone. Before opening Weibo, he quietly glanced at Chu Qingyan's concentrated side profile. She probably wouldn't notice this. He clicked on the latest material sent by the official fan club, an interview with Chen Jinji. The question the host asked was, for members whose birthdays are in winter, what gift would you choose to give? The two before her both suggested scarves, but Chen Jinji replied, a down jacket. The host teased, is it because your answer overlapped with the previous two that you changed it? Chen Jinji smiled slightly and shook her head in denial. To me, a scarf is a very intimate item and will only be given to, she paused slightly, her eyelashes drooping. A lover. As soon as she finished speaking, the host and the members instantly let out monkey-like hoots, calling for everyone to give Iris scarves as gifts in the future. That way, whether she acknowledged it or not, the givers could unilaterally claim it first. For a moment, Su Qingyi felt the scarf tied around his neck get a little hot. It was as if the classroom's heating had suddenly become warmer. He reached out, hesitating whether to take it off, but in the end, he only loosened it slightly. Chu Qingyan finished writing a page of notes and, seeing Su Qingyi looking at his phone very seriously with his head down, couldn't help but write on the scratch paper, what are you doing? Su Qingyi exited Weibo without leaving a trace and instead opened an app on his desktop that didn't have an icon yet. Do you want to play? Sure, what is it? Chu Qingyan glanced at the time, there were still 2 minutes before class officially started. It wouldn't hurt to play a minigame to wake up. You'll know once you play. The bell rang for the end of class. Su Qingyi. I hate this so much, what is this? Why do I always fail the second level? Chu Qingyan was going crazy. She had spent the entire class playing this damn minigame. She didn't listen to the lecture at all and didn't write a single word of notes. Su Qingyi lay on the table, trying very hard to hold back his laughter. I'm so mad, I'm so mad, I'm so mad. After an afternoon, both the game and her knowledge were lost. Chu Qingyan was so angry she was flailing her arms and legs. She definitely won't let Su Qingyi accompany her to class again. Thanks to book friend Power Kuan, book friend ending in 1309, and Internal Affairs Bookworm 007 for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and vote support 270, sincere leave request. The flu has been making me feel unwell for a while, so I am taking a day off, boo hoo hoo. It is the autumn and winter season recently, so everyone please take extra care when going out. 271, Chapter 267. Watching a movie. The Peking University dormitory area was surprisingly quiet at 10 in the morning. Most students were in class, and those who weren't had gone to the library. Su Qingyi lay on his back alone in bed, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. The screen on his phone stayed on the chat history with Chen Jinji from the previous day. After hearing his idea, she sent a 10-second voice message where she spent 6 seconds laughing. Okay, I get it. Why are you laughing? I think it's cute. Calculating the time, she should be getting off the plane around now. Su Qingyi opened Weibo and looked at the topics trending on the hot search list. Hashtag meow meow. Hashtag is meow meow meant for humans. Hashtag meow meow level 2 strategy. Hashtag the comments after clicking into these topics were also very amusing, with many even coming from 3 or 4 in the morning. I've never played such a toxic game in my life, it's so addictive. How on earth do you pass the second level? Wait, don't you guys think the main reason it's so addictive is the BGM? It's so catchy and brainwashing. The 5 deadly sins of meow meow. Pride, I can easily clear such a retarded little game. Envy, why do so many people in XX province pass? It must be rigged. Greed, please, give me a few more item cards. Wrath, die, you piece of trash game. Sloth, I'll just play one round and then stop. Hello, I am the game designer of Meow Meow, and I was fired from the company today. Only I possess the secret to clearing the second level. Everyone is chasing me, and I have nowhere to hide, so I can only turn to you for help. Transfer me 50, and I will teach you the secret to the second level. Can you stop playing that Meow Meow thing and play what you're best at, like my feelings? Just as Su Qingyi was finding it funny, he caught sight of another one. Hashtag vowing to find the Meow Meow production team and send them razor blades. Hashtag oh no, things are getting dangerous. Su Qingyi felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, a new hot search was gaining strong momentum at this time, climbing several spots every time he refreshed. Hashtag Chen Jinji is also playing Meow Meow. Hashtag Su Qingyi curled his lips and clicked into this hot search. Since her debut, more and more fan sites dedicated to following and photographing her had appeared. Su Qingyi had followed a few at first but later gave up. They were popping up like mushrooms after rain, it was impossible to keep up. Below this hot search were airport photos taken by fan site masters, fresh out of the oven. Chen Jinji was also wearing a scarf today, a classic plaid pattern just like his. The lower half of her face was tucked into the scarf, and her expression as she looked down at her phone was very serious. The fan site master's lens captured the screen on her phone, which was indeed the suddenly viral minigame, Meow Meow. The comments below were refreshing rapidly. Our Jinji needs to be careful while walking. At NS Iris, baby is an internet-addicted girl today. Iris plays Meow Meow, I play Meow Meow, so I equals Iris. Ah, Jinji is playing this too. I stayed up until 3 last night playing. Sleep at 3, wake at 7, the coffin is a rectangular prism. What is this? Can someone who's a black hole at games play it? I want to play the game Jinji likes. Yes, it's just a match 3 game, but it's a total scam. Okay, going to download it right now. It seemed the promotional effect was quite good. Chen Jinji herself was likely someone who wouldn't play this kind of minigame at all, so. This was actually something Su Qingyi had requested. With Chen Jinji's current popularity, she only needed to pretend to be caught playing it by chance for it to be excellent publicity for the game. The reason Sheep a Sheep from his previous life was so popular was also very simple. The game itself had nothing special about it, it was just an ordinary match 3 game. The key lay in its marketing and promotion. The first level of the game was extremely simple, anyone could pass it, which directly lowered the barrier to entry and psychological defense. The sudden spike in difficulty for the second level, however, would stir up people's competitive spirit. After all, letting the heavens know I won't admit defeat is etched into everyone's bones, so this refusal to lose lasted until 3 in the morning. Every time a challenge failed, the chance to revive or obtain game items required watching ads or sharing to various chat apps. Sharing links was equivalent to another form of disguised promotion. And watching ads was precisely how the game made a profit. Only after establishing a player base did Su Qingyi add a new competitive mechanism. In this morning's update, Meow Meow added regional rankings. The system would rank regions based on the progress of the game across the country. Any player who cleared the level could be displayed on the game's homepage with their ID and region. I bring glory to my province. In addition, there were outfits that could be obtained for free and hidden SSR skins that could only be unlocked after clearing the game a certain number of times. The free outfits were things like hats and clothes that could be matched with one's cat avatar, making it more cool and eye-catching when appearing on the homepage. The hidden SSR skin was the white cat with heterochromia that Chu Qingmian had drawn most diligently, it was truly beautiful. After Su Qingyi stayed up late to clear the level and obtain this skin, he kept appearing in the Beijing section of the homepage with the very obnoxious ID, Duguqiubai. This led many people to take screenshots and ask everywhere how they could get the white cat skin. Say it again, how many times do I have to clear it? Say it one more time. Are there any power levelers? Although the initial orange cat skin is also cute, this white cat is absolutely stunning. Does anyone know who the artist for this game is? Anyone who gets this white cat skin, DM me, the price is negotiable. In short, under this set of combined marketing tactics, the popularity of Meow Meow could be described as bursting onto the scene. From 70-year-old seniors to 5-year-old children, everyone knew of the game's existence. Su Qingyi turned off his phone screen, closed his eyes, and began to think. But for a game like this, the hype comes quickly and, of course, fades just as fast. He had no intention of building his fortune on this, for now, he just wanted to make a quick buck. As it turned out, this idea was correct and successful. Meow Meow had indeed earned him a fortune. Although it was just a test run, the projects that would require a significant investment of effort were the ones to follow. Ding dong. The phone rang with a short, sharp tone, accompanied by a vibration. Su Qingyi opened his eyes and picked it up to look. It was a picture sent by Chen Jinji. Congratulations on clearing the level. You have joined the Shanghai City Miao group, you cleared it already? Su Qingyi was somewhat shocked. You should know that even as the game developer, it took him quite a while to pass. Yeah. Chen Jinji replied. Su Qingyi sat up from the bed and opened the game interface to scroll down. There were very few people in all of Shanghai who had cleared it, so Chen Jinji's long-haired ragdoll cat was very conspicuous among them. Her ID was a layer of crisp. As expected, the big demon king is amazing at whatever she does, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. It was hard to imagine anything in this world that Chen Jinji wasn't good at. I have to get on a plane again in a little while. Chen Jinji sent another message, along with a photo of a staff meal from a restaurant near the airport. Okay, stay safe. Su Qingyi replied. Yes, she had just flown from Suching to Shanghai with her teammates, and in the afternoon, she would catch another flight to Beijing. Because today was November 12th. The release date of Interstellar. Su Qingyi had always remembered this. A long time ago, while chatting with Chen Jinji, he had secretly decided he wanted to go to the cinema with her for the premiere. But back then, how could he have imagined that today, watching a movie with her would be such a luxury and a rare occurrence? As a current trending star, whether she could find the time was one thing. But as long as he asked, Chen Jinji would squeeze out the time no matter what, that wasn't a big problem. More importantly, going to a movie with her seemed like it would be very easy to get caught by the paparazzi. Su Qingyi sat on the edge of the bed, recalling Chen Jinji's reaction when he had impulsively made the invitation. Tomorrow Interstellar is released, do you have time? Okay, I'll buy the plane ticket now and come over after the event. But it might only be for an evening screening. Ah, no, I meant if you have time, I'll come over to see you. Su Qingyi hurriedly tried to fix it. Chen Jinji's reply was a screenshot of a flight booking. She meant that since he had already come to see her so many times, it was her turn to catch a flight. Although Su Qingyi didn't think there was anything difficult about it. Compared to Chen Jinji dodging dozens or hundreds of paparazzi lenses to come to Beijing, it was obviously more convenient for him to go there. And if she came to Beijing, he always felt it was a bit dangerous. Su Qingyi sighed, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He silently bought the movie tickets for a mall far away from the university town. It should be fine, Beijing is so big. Just as Su Qingyi was reassuring himself, another message popped up on his phone. Speak of the devil. Reflex arc as long as the moon, Su Qingyi, Interstellar is released today. Didn't you really like the trailer when you saw it? Let's go watch it tonight. Su Qingyi was silent for a while before replying, I'm afraid today won't work. How? About tomorrow? Chu Qingyan first sent a sulking emoji and then replied, What? What are you busy with? I already made plans with Bing Bing and the others. I have an assignment. Su Qingyi sent her a screenshot of a message from the class group. Teacher, students, please send the case analysis assignment assigned yesterday to my email by 10 o'clock tonight. This assignment is related to the evaluation of your participation grade. I hope everyone takes it seriously and avoids being perfunctory. Su Qingyi added another sentence, this assignment is a bit tricky. I only wrote a rough framework last night and need to supplement and revise it tonight. Seeing this, Chu Qingyan had no choice but to reply reluctantly, well, okay then. I'll watch it with Bing Bing today, and then I'll reluctantly accompany you to watch it again tomorrow. Humph, you better not be afraid of me spoiling it for you. I heard it's quite a brain burner. Su Qingyi thought to himself that he already knew the plot by heart, there was no need for spoilers. He could even write out the script word for word from memory right now. And the excuse he used to put off Chu Qingyan wasn't exactly a lie. It was just that he had already finished it last night and sent it to the email. This kind of assignment wasn't difficult, excluding the time to read the materials, it only took him about 40 minutes in total to write. Fortunately, this excuse could still be used today, and it was well-founded and convincing. Chen Jinji's flight was due to arrive in Beijing at 6 in the evening. Su Qingyi booked movie tickets for 8:30 p.m., so they would have time to grab a meal in between. While she was waiting for her flight, Su Qingyi had been wording his concerns about what preparations he needed to make to avoid being spotted by the paparazzi. Chen Jinji seemed to have anticipated his nervousness and reassured him, it's fine, just be your usual self. You don't need to make any preparations. But Su Qingyi clearly wasn't listening, he still wore a hat and a mask when he went out. He even stuffed the sunglasses Liang Nina had given him into his pocket. He could reinforce his disguise if necessary. At 6 in the evening, he waited at the arrival gate for a while but still didn't see her. Su Qingyi lowered his head to send a message. Have you arrived? I'm at. He looked up to see which exit he was at, and at that moment, his eyes were suddenly covered by soft palms. The person didn't speak, but the scent of fresh tea after rain on her had already announced her presence to the world. Su Qingyi held her wrists and turned around. Chen Jinji was wearing a camel-colored wool coat and looked much more relaxed and at ease than he did, wearing only a scarf and a mask. Seeing him turn around, her eyes crinkled into a soft, beaming smile. Have you been waiting long? No. Su Qingyi took 2 steps back to maintain some distance. He peeked around suspiciously and asked in a lowered voice, you weren't recognized, were you? Chen Jinji lowered her head and smiled, answering helplessly, I'm not that famous yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the initiative to hold Su Qingyi's hand. The mall Su Qingyi chose was near the airport, a 10-minute walk away, so they didn't bother taking a taxi. The wind was a bit strong tonight, and there weren't many pedestrians on the street. Although Su Qingyi secretly observed every innocent passerby as if they were a suspicious paparazzi. The rustling of the leaves in the wind made the night seem even more tranquil. The two walked slowly side by side, wearing identical scarves. They looked perfectly matched, like a pair of college sweethearts. Are you tired? Su Qingyi took off his baseball cap and placed it on her head. Not tired. Chen Jinji had a small face, and her vision was mostly obscured all at once, so she scratched his palm with a slight air of mock reproach. Su Qingyi stopped, leaned over, and adjusted the brim of the hat so she could see the path. Chen Jinji's peach blossom eyes still shone beautifully in the night. He felt that looking at them for one more second would make him drown in them. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. With their fingers interlaced, Su Qingyi tucked her hand into his coat pocket. Chen Jinji's fingers touched a cold object, and she let out a questioning, Sunglasses. Oh, right, do you want to put them on now? Just as Su Qingyi was about to take them out, Chen Jinji pressed them back. No need. Dressing so cautiously only makes it easier to be noticed, okay? Chen Jinji chuckled and looked at him sideways. I suppose that's true. Su Qingyi was convinced. Besides, disguises seemed of little use for Chen Jinji. Her personal aura was too prominent in a crowd, giving off the feeling that she was definitely not an ordinary person. It was better to be relaxed and casual, it would actually be less likely to arouse suspicion. Thanks to book friends Power June and Alohia for the tips, and thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 272, Chapter 268. Do not go gentle into that good night. The restaurant Su Qingyi booked was a night tea place. The food was similar to a morning tea house, but the opening hours were shifted to the evening. Have you ever had morning tea before? No, I haven't. The temperature in the private room was just right, and Chen Jinji naturally helped him take off his scarf. 2 scarves of the same style were folded together and placed to the side. It's okay. I ate it often when I was a child. Although it's called morning tea, many people eat from morning straight through to the afternoon. Su Qingyi smiled and handed over the menu. Su Zilong's hometown was in a Cantonese-speaking area, so this could be considered a specialty from that side. Chen Jinji took off her mask. Her face was small, and the regular-sized mask had almost covered more than half of it. Having just walked through the wind, the tip of her nose was slightly red. For some reason, it made her look even more beautiful. You order, I don't know what's good. Noticing Su Qingyi's unblinking gaze, she flashed a beautiful smile. Okay. Su Qingyi took the menu back, asking her questions as he checked off items. Crispy bamboo shoot and shrimp dumplings, cordyceps flour shrimp dumplings in broth, pink abalone phoenix eye dumplings, steamed pork ribs with rice flour, Nanyang scallion honeycomb tripe. Do you like all of these? They're all fine, just don't order too much. Multi-layered egg tarts, cream pudding, cheese salmon wonder rolls. Order a bit less, it'll be a waste if we can't finish it later. It's fine, the portions aren't large. Tiger skin chicken feet, water chestnut and tangerine peel beef balls, seaweed shrimp rice noodle rolls, finger shrimp spring rolls. Su Qingyi. Okay, I'll stop ordering. The waiter came over to take the menu and brought the hot tea first. Su Qingyi took a sniff, it should be oolong tea. Chen Jinji happened to feel a bit thirsty. Compared to the south, the wind in the capital was stronger and the air was drier. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyi picked up the teapot and began by rinsing the bowls, chopsticks, and cups one by one with the hot tea. Realizing Chen Jinji's slightly puzzled look, Su Qingyi coughed and explained, it's a habit. It was always like this when I was a kid. As soon as I come to this kind of Cantonese restaurant, my bloodline awakens. Chen Jinji couldn't help but laugh, quietly waiting for him to finish the whole routine before she drank her tea. Once the dishes started arriving one after another, Su Qingyi realized he might have indeed ordered a bit too much. Chen Jinji pursed her lips and asked slowly, "Teacher Su, do you know what the most important self-cultivation for an idol is?" Su Qingyi was silent for a moment before answering cautiously, not being allowed to date. "No, it's body management. You're already so thin, what's the big deal about eating one meal?" Su Qingyi placed a steamer of crystal-clear shrimp dumplings in front of her. Chen Jinji smiled and sighed, eating two to give him face. Su Qingyi suddenly remembered how back then, she could survive a whole day on just one iced Americano and a single bite of food, despite the energy consumption of a high school senior. These two palm-sized shrimp dumplings might already be her limit. Don't force yourself if you can't eat anymore, watch out for a stomachache. Just have a taste. Since he had made the boast, Su Qingyi had to finish it himself. Chen Jinji leisurely prepared the dipping sauce for him, then rested her chin on her hand, watching him eat with a beaming smile. By the end, he could hardly taste the food anymore, everything tasted the same. But Su Qingyi remained calm on the surface, waving his hand and saying nonchalantly, "See, I told you, cough, the portions weren't that large." He reminded her of a child in the senior class of kindergarten who insisted he was fine just to get the best eater, little red flower. Chen Jinji sighed, pulled her chair closer to sit next to him, and reached out to slowly rub his stomach. "Do you want some yogurt?" "That wouldn't be bad." Su Qingyi ordered another serving of strawberry jam yogurt. Since the meal took slightly longer than expected, the two of them only entered the theater just as the movie was about to start. Interstellar was a movie with high ratings across the board, so naturally, the theater was packed on the day of the screening. When Su Qingyi bought the tickets, he had originally thought the last row would be more secluded. But now that he walked in, he realized the last row was actually for couple seats. They were distributed in pairs, with dividers separating them from other seats, so that the people inside could do whatever they wanted without being noticed by those next to them. Su Qingyi paused, feeling a bit awkward for a moment. Chen Jinji, however, acted as if nothing was wrong and led him straight inside. Their seats were in the innermost position, which was truly dark and secluded. He hadn't thought much of it when he bought them, but now it really seemed like he had ulterior motives. Considering his night blindness, Chen Jinji walked very slowly, her voice tender, "Walk slowly, watch your step." Su Qingyi gave an "n" and looked away with a bit of a guilty conscience. None of the couples already in their seats looked up at them, they were all immersed in their own affectionate atmospheres. Is it possible that it's not yet the spring season when all things revive? The hormone levels in the air were surely exceeding the limit, weren't they? Don't you guys know the cinema surveillance can see everything clearly, hey? While screaming silently inside, Su Qingyi obediently followed Chen Jinji to their seats. The movie hadn't started yet, and the screen was rotating through advertisements and fire safety videos. "Did you watch the trailer before coming?" The atmosphere was a bit too romantic, so Su Qingyi made small talk. "Yeah, after you mentioned it, I watched it on the way here." Chen Jinji casually tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned gently on his shoulder. "I haven't seen many sci-fi movies. Will I be unable to understand it?" "No, I'll explain anything you don't understand." Su Qingyi rubbed his chin against her head. After saying this, he realized he sounded a lot like a spoiler-happy person who had already seen the movie. Fortunately, Chen Jinji nodded and didn't press further. Su Qingyi himself was a die-hard sci-fi fan, the kind of meticulous researcher who would actually look through several thick research papers because of a certain movie plot. Therefore, for him, the charm of sci-fi movies lay exactly there. The ability to break down the barriers of obscure, unapproachable scientific mysteries, allowing everyone to feel the power and beauty of technology. Beyond the sense of disillusionment as history vanishes, the insignificance of human fate, and the ruthless passage of time, there is also the soft warmth and humanity within the hard steel and cold numbers, and the remaining light of hope in desperate life-and-death situations. These were all reasons why Su Qingyi loved sci-fi, but he felt quite ashamed that at this moment, he had thrown all of them to the back of his mind. With a beautiful woman in his arms, it didn't matter if they were watching Interstellar or Peach Hero vs. Chrysanthemum Monster. As the movie began, the quote from the trailer appeared. "We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars, now we just look down and worry about our place in the dirt. Climate change, frequent dust storms, dying crops, and species extinction." Like the dim, yellow tones, the early part of the movie showcased a brand new Earth filled with an apocalyptic atmosphere. Industrial society had completely regressed into an agricultural one, with humans focusing more of their energy on how to produce more food to solve the famine problem. Su Qingyi was a little worried that this slightly long beginning would make Chen Jinji feel bored, so he quietly glanced at her. Her long eyelashes were slightly lowered, and she looked like she was watching very seriously. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, cast aside his stray thoughts, and began rewatching this movie that he liked very much. The protagonist's daughter discovered a strange gravitational field phenomenon in the study, books fell out of the bookshelf for no reason, and dust on the ceiling was arranged into special shapes. The daughter thought it was a ghost, but the protagonist didn't believe her. He cracked the dust code and obtained the coordinates of a research facility. The protagonist thus joined the plan to save humanity. The research facility discovered 3 potentially habitable planets on the other side of a wormhole. Plan A was to build a space station to save everyone on Earth after obtaining gravity algorithms and black hole data. Plan B was to abandon everyone on Earth and bring fertilized eggs to colonize an alien planet. Even though the plot was already ingrained in his mind, Su Qingyi still felt a wave of sadness when he saw the scene where the protagonist said goodbye to his daughter, and she cried saying she had cracked the code of the books falling from the shelf. Stay. Perhaps because he knew the ending, this segment seemed even more heart-wrenching. Many years have passed, and meeting again, she is already gray-haired. Chen Jinji in his arms seemed to have a premonition of something and sighed softly. Su Qingyi wanted to say something but was afraid of accidentally giving spoilers, so he had to remain quiet. Fortunately, the subsequent tense and exciting movie plot and magnificent special effects arrived together, diluting the sorrowful atmosphere. To escape, the male and female leads had to use the black hole's gravity slingshot effect to launch the space station toward Edmund's planet. It's when a spacecraft uses the gravitational field of a planet to achieve acceleration. The planet's gravity acts like a slingshot to hurl the spacecraft out. They let the black hole pull the ship to a calculated critical point, then the ship ignites instantly, so the ship will be launched toward the new planet. Su Qingyi lowered his head and explained in a whisper. Chen Jinji gave an "en" and took a deep breath, appearing somewhat tense. Tension was appropriate, because the following plot was the climax of the whole film. The protagonist entered the black hole but miraculously survived and entered a strange space, the Tesseract. The protagonist saw his daughter here and moved the books on her shelf through gravity. The books falling to the ground were the ghost from the beginning of the movie. And that "stay" was also a message the protagonist left for himself. Stay, don't go, stay with your daughter. However, his future self did not change the past, everything still happened according to the original trajectory. But at this moment, the turning point for everything came again. Love is the only thing that transcends time and space. Through the hands of the watch he gave his daughter, the protagonist used Morse code to transmit the black hole data. The scene shifted to the other side of the Earth, where the daughter obtained the quantum data, solved the gravity formula, and found a way to save all of humanity. Due to the time difference between the black hole and Earth, the protagonist was also saved and arrived at the space station built by his daughter. Father and daughter finally met again. But by this time, a century had passed on Earth. The protagonist still looked the same as he did back then, but the daughter who was a little girl in his memory was now a centenarian lying on her deathbed, breathing her last. By the time the movie reached this point, there was already a low sound of sobbing in the theater. Do not go gentle into that good night, old age should burn and rave at close of day, rage, rage against the dying of the light. With the apocalypse approaching, humanity had truly reached the end of the road, the brink of extinction. After technology, industry, and all other means lost their effectiveness, love was the only thing capable of crossing time and severing disaster. Time cannot go backward, space cannot be blocked, black holes swallow everything, and the stars of the universe will forever shine in that unknown place on the other side. In the face of these behemoths, humans are like ants, yet love is a force powerful enough to contend with them. As the saying goes, life is as humble as duckweed, but love is as magnificent as the firmament. Unlike the other crying audience members, the person beside him was very quiet. Su Qingyi kept his eyes on the screen but silently pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Chen Jinji. Sometimes it was strange, it was as if there was a certain magnetic field between the two of them, allowing them to feel each other's joys and sorrows from the heart. When the movie ended and the lights came on, the audience didn't stand up for a long time, still immersed in the shock brought by the film. Su Qingyi suddenly recalled what he was thinking when he watched this movie in his previous life. He was thinking about five-dimensional space-time relationships, space-time paradoxes, Murphy's Law, and Mobius strips. He was thinking about whether what had already happened was what was originally supposed to happen and was also inevitable. The protagonist didn't change history because saving humanity was something that was supposed to happen in history anyway. But now, Su Qingyi simply turned sideways and gave Chen Jinji a hug. The heating in the theater was very strong. Her cheek was warm, and her eyelashes were slightly wet with tears, marking the reality of this very moment.
If history can be changed, then I have already changed it. If history cannot be changed, it means that in any timeline, we were destined to meet. This is a match made in heaven, and it is also destiny. Outside the cinema was a park with an artificial lake. The location was remote, and since it was already late at night, there were few people. On the long stone path, there were almost only the sounds of their footsteps as they walked side by side, echoing softly in the silent night. Surrounded by trees, it would probably be a good place for sightseeing if they came during the day. Dusk would be even better. If they sat by the lake, they could see the fiery red sunset reflected on the water, complementing the evening glow in the sky. Both of them quietly enjoyed this time alone together, and for a while, no one spoke. With no one around, Chen Jinji took off her mask, her scarf wrapped around her neck. The hot air she exhaled turned into white mist and quickly dissipated. Su Qingyi didn't mention the hotel. Chen Jinji had activities tomorrow during the day, so she would have to fly back to the Magic City overnight. Looking at her slightly tired expression under the streetlights, Su Qingyi suddenly felt a bit of regret about the decision to ask her to watch a movie. "Thank you, Teacher Su, for taking me to the movies." Chen Jinji seemed to be like a roundworm in his stomach, accurately capturing the drift of his emotions. Su Qingyi stopped walking and reached out to brush away the hair on her forehead that had been messed up by the night wind. Chen Jinji's gaze was so gentle it seemed like it would melt into the night. She spoke slowly, reciting the poem quoted in the movie. "Do not go gentle into that good night." Su Qingyi was slightly stunned and followed her words to recite a section of the latter half. "Grave men, near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay, rage, rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless, me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night, rage, rage against the dying of the light." This was his favorite part of the entire poem. In the gentle night wind, Chen Jinji spoke with a smile as soft as the moonlight. "Su Qingyi, you are the one who kept me from going gentle into that good night. You let me know the meaning of life and gave me something to look forward to tomorrow. Because of you, I rage against the dying of the light." Thanks to book friends ending in 7336, 04WER, and very fond of leaving early, for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 273, Chapter 269. The Wine Bureau. After watching a wonderful movie, returning to real life always brings a sense of loss and disparity. The scenes from the movie play over and over in one's mind like a slideshow. After all, a good movie experience is like escaping from everything, a journey through time and space. The sense of loss comes from being pulled back into the real world once again. I wonder if Chen Jinji feels this way. She should be on her flight back to the Magic City by now. When Su Qingyi saw her off at the boarding gate, he inexplicably felt like they were one of those young couples forced into a long-distance relationship because they didn't manage to get into the same city after the college entrance exam. However, those couples might actually be in a better situation, as they at least don't have to worry about elusive paparazzi. Chen Jinji's silhouette was beautiful, the belt of her woolen coat accentuated her slender waist, making her look graceful and elegant. Su Qingyi watched her for a while until she suddenly turned back and waved to him from a distance. Never mind, she is Chen Jinji, after all. Spending more time apart than together was nothing unbearable. When Su Qingyi returned to the dormitory, he was still immersed in the melancholy of the movie when he suddenly remembered something. He still had to accompany Miss Chu to watch it again tomorrow. And he had to pretend he hadn't seen it at all. He was instantly pulled out of his emotions. It was nearly midnight, but only Sheng Guanyu was in the dorm. He propped himself up on his elbow in bed to greet Su Qingyi. "You're back." "Yeah." Su Qingyi unwound his scarf, folded it neatly, and placed it on his desk. "Where are the others?" "Oh, they said the student union was having a dinner party. They probably went to KTV afterward, they're not back yet." Sheng Guanyu scratched his head and looked down at the greeting text he had sent Li Tao half an hour ago, which remained unanswered. Su Qingyi nodded without responding. Since it was the weekend, the dorm lady had been lenient and let him in, otherwise, the doors would have been locked long ago. Li Tao and Matthew would probably have to stay in a hotel tonight. If the student union was competent, they would have made arrangements. That was for the best. If they drank and couldn't shower, the air in the dorm would be polluted. It would be even more horrifying if they threw up. Imagining the scene, Su Qingyi shook his head, did a quick wash-up, and lay down in bed. Unexpectedly, he received another piece of good news. "Reflex arc as long as the moon, Su Qingyi, I can't go to the movie with you tomorrow QAQ sob sob." Su Qingyi was reflexively happy, but he still replied seriously, "Oh, why?" Chu Qingyan sent another crying emoji before explaining the situation. "I originally thought the five of us, you, me, Bing Bing,
Su Yang, and Wood, could go together. I even booked the whole theater. Booked the whole theater. So that happened. As expected of the young lady's financial power, Su Qingyi was impressed. But after Bingbing found out, she told me she refuses to attend the same event as Su Yang. I tried to persuade her for so long, but she wouldn't listen. So I had to give away the booking for today's screening. Well, it seemed to be because of that confession incident last time. Han Bing hadn't flipped out immediately back then and had maintained a surface level of peace for a while, likely for the sake of his birthday. Su Qingyi felt a bit flattered, he hadn't realized he had that much face. However, he could completely understand why Han Bing didn't want to see that smart aleck, Su Yang, at all right now. Smart aleck had played a winning hand so poorly, anyone would react that way. Mutual crushes, successfully getting into the same city for university after the college entrance exam, the group relationship remaining excellent with all friends being supportive, both staying single with no new meddlers appearing, and matching family backgrounds with open-minded parents. All that was missing was a romantic confession ceremony. No, they didn't even need a ceremony, just a slightly sincere, "I like you." It was a tap-in goal, yet he still managed to mess it up. Absolutely ridiculous. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi felt like hitting smart aleck over the head with a brick again. I think if they keep this up, our little group will be finished. So I've decided to ask Bingbing out for a good talk tomorrow. You help out too, and persuade Su Yang along with Wood. Chu Qingnian said persuasively. She was right. The reason people say, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, follows the same logic. Su Yang had been timid and afraid to confess before for the same reason, he feared a failed confession would ruin their friendship. And now, they were at a critical juncture of survival. Okay. Su Qingyi agreed readily. As long as it wasn't watching the movie, anything was fine. Su Qingyi turned off his phone, pulled the blanket up to his chest, and began to think about the best way to handle this. All the blame lay with that sentence Su Yang had blurted out in a moment of heat, "You don't have a partner, and I don't have a partner. How about we just settle for each other and give it a try?" That sentence was truly a taboo of confessions. It reeked of old-fashioned arranged marriages and modern-day blind date rhetoric, it didn't sound like something a young person should say at all. Anyone who could say that sincerely clearly valued compatibility over love. But Su Yang clearly wasn't like that, he just lacked a filter and talked nonsense when he got anxious. So the top priority was to convince him to prove that he actually likes Han Bing. Good, clear objective. Sleep. Su Qingyi closed his eyes and turned over, ready to drift off. Bang, bang, bang. He had just managed to summon some sleepiness when the dormitory door was pounded on. Su Qingyi opened his eyes and sat up. Shang Guanyu, whose bed was nearest the door, hurriedly scrambled down to open it. Come, Shangguan, don't leave yet, give me a hand. Li Tao was supporting Matthew's entire weight, gasping for breath from the exertion. Matthew reeked of alcohol and had no strength in his legs, relying entirely on Li Tao's support. His eyes were half closed, and he was mumbling, I'm fine, I'm fine. Shangguan was startled, gave an "oh," and stepped in to help. But he was too weak to properly support someone of Matthew's build. Su Qingyi sighed and climbed down from his bed. Just as Li Tao felt like he was about to run out of strength and collapse onto the floor with Matthew, Su Qingyi arrived in time to grab the other side. Thanks, President Su. Li Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and together with Su Qingyi, he helped Matthew into his chair. Su Qingyi now felt like he was covered in the smell of alcohol too, and began planning to boil some water for another shower. Heh. Who's this? Isn't this our little Su? You're here too. Wheeze ha ha ha, let's go, let's drink together. Matthew saw Su Qingyi through his daze and immediately reached out to grab him. Drunk people move slowly, Su Qingyi dodged left and right, easily avoiding him. Holy crap, little Su, what's going on with you? Do you know the shadow clone jutsu? Why are there so many of you? Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue, stepped back 2 paces, and took the kettle out to boil water. How did he get this drunk? Shangguan scratched his head and asked. Sigh, don't even get me started. Li Tao was exhausted and stood with his hands on his hips as if he hadn't recovered yet. Seeing this, Shangguan quickly pulled his chair over. Wasn't there a student union gathering today? Holy crap, I've never seen people force drinks like that. It was terrifying. I really couldn't drink anymore, and the senior asked me why I wasn't giving him face. Then Matthew drank it for me. Li Tao sighed. Everyone could see what happened next, so he didn't continue. How should I put it? He was quite loyal. The kettle gurgled as it boiled. Su Qingyi opened the window slightly, leaning against his desk with his arms crossed. Ugh, bleh, Matthew, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and hunched over, retching. Oh my God, is he going to throw up? Sheng Guanyu cried out in alarm. Since the start of the semester, this was the first time Su Qingyi had heard Sheng Guanyu's voice reach such a high volume. Probably not, he's been throwing up the whole way back. Although Li Tao said this, his eyes were fixed on Matthew's face, and his hand moved to the trash can, ready for an emergency. Is it really necessary to pick on the newcomers like this? Su Qingyi frowned. Matthew looked like he had truly blacked out, it felt like he might even have alcohol poisoning. The kettle beeped. Su Qingyi unplugged it, poured half a basin of hot water into Matthew's wash basin, and then added some cold water from the bathroom to make sure it wasn't too hot. But when he saw Matthew's towel, which was used for both face and feet, he quickly pulled his hand back. Li Tao saw his frozen expression and immediately understood, getting up to take a new towel from the wardrobe. Let me do it. Sheng Guan took the towel, soaked it, wrung it out, and wiped Matthew's face. Actually, today was a special case. If it were just our internal student union activities, it would be fine, but this time there were graduated seniors there too. That senior Wu, damn, he's a real piece of work. President Su, Sheng Guan, I'm only telling you this in private, so don't tell anyone else. Li Tao sighed heavily, took off his glasses, and rubbed his face. He looked like he had drunk quite a bit himself. Su Qingyi thought that, normally, Li Tao would never say such things. Oh right, and Senior Jian Xiao from last time. President Su, you know her, the one who held the umbrella for you, remember? He certainly remembered. Su Qingyi knew that since they graduated from the same school, they would run into each other eventually, but he hadn't expected it to be in this manner. I heard that Senior Wu is pursuing her. It felt like tonight's party was entirely arranged for her. I don't know if he gets a sense of achievement from messing with newcomers or what, but anyway, about a third of the way through the meal, Senior Jian made an excuse and left. He was probably in a bad mood, so he took it out on us newcomers. He's a real jerk. Li Tao muttered a profanity. Matthew, who was slumped in his chair, suddenly woke up and said incoherently, Taozi, what's wrong with you? How can you curse at the senior's mother? The other three were silent for a while. Seeing no response, he fell back asleep. Sigh, anyway, that's what happened. I originally joined the student union to develop my skills, but now this makes me want to quit. Li Tao put his glasses back on and ran a hand through his hair. Quitting requires a 3,000-word application, handwritten. Su Qingyi added nonchalantly. Ugh, damn it. Li Tao sighed heavily and stood up. President Su, give me a hand. Let's get him onto the bed. He can't sleep like this all night, can he? His neck will be broken by morning. Su Qingyi nodded, not showing much resistance. But the two clearly underestimated the weight of a drunk person. After struggling for a long time, they still couldn't lift him onto the bed. Instead, they worked up a sweat. I can't do it, I can't do it. Forget it, let's try something else. Li Tao slumped in a chair, waving his hand and sighing. Su Qingyi didn't speak. He had climbed onto the bed to help pull Matthew up, and now he felt like he had strained a muscle in his arm. The last time it hurt this much was when he was in a fight with Ho Xiaohong's gang in high school. Sheng Guanyu hadn't been able to help much and could only watch anxiously. Now he finally found a chance and spoke up hesitantly, I have an extra straw mat here. How about we spread it on the floor, put a cotton pad down, and let him sleep on the floor for the night? Fine, fine, fine. After another round of busy work, they finally got Matthew settled. The trash can was right next to him, if he wanted to throw up in the middle of the night, he could just sit up. Only then did Su Qingyi pour hot water into his bucket and go to shower again. By the time he returned, the dorm was filled with the rhythmic snoring of the drunkards. After all that commotion, his sleepiness had long since vanished. His arm was still throbbing, and it ached even more when he put pressure on it. He couldn't get comfortable, so he decided to pass the time on his phone. Opening WeChat, he scrolled down his messages with a purpose and, sure enough, saw a message Jian Xiao had sent several hours ago. Little Junior, I didn't see you tonight, how disappointing. Attached was a photo taken at the party. Li Tao and Matthew were both huddled in a corner. The difference was that Li Tao looked troubled while holding his glass, whereas Matthew was trying hard to look like he was in his element. It really gave off that 18 that year, standing like a lackey, vibe. Su Qingyi stared at the screen for a while before replying. Unexpectedly, Jian Xiao replied quickly. Oh, not asleep yet? My roommates just got back. There was a faint trace of resentment in Su Qingyi's tone. No way, does the Jinda dormitory not have a curfew anymore? Is it possible that's not the point? Oh, Jian Zhao's reply was meaningful, but then she immediately cleared herself of responsibility. I'm declaring beforehand, this senior of yours is innocent. I didn't want to come at all, Wu Haran insisted I show up. I didn't force the newcomers to drink either. Who would have such twisted taste? I stayed for 15 minutes at most and then left. She even sent a live photo of her computer screen. Su Qingyi zoomed in to look. It seemed to be a dossier in English regarding corporate financing. She seemed to be indicating that she was still working overtime. I didn't say it had anything to do with you. Su Qingyi replied dryly. Don't worry. Worst case scenario, I'll help you out drink them next time. Tomorrow, or the day after. That won't be necessary. Su Qingyi quickly sent this reply and closed his phone. He couldn't keep talking to her. If he did, he would definitely be lured into some scheme of hers and only realize something was wrong after he was already sitting at the drinking table. He wasn't even in the student union, so why would he waste time attending such meaningless parties? He hoped that after this ordeal, Matthew and Li Tao would cut their losses and see the true faces of the people in the student union. Besides, he had an important mission tomorrow. Thanks to readers Xiaoyan Y, Jinda Shi Baixionga, and Power June for the tips. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes. 274, Chapter 270. Playing with toys leads to the loss of ambition. The next morning, when Su Qingyi opened his eyes, the morning light was already bright, but the snoring in the dormitory was still thunderous. Even Li Tao, usually the most disciplined, was still fast asleep. Normally at this time, he would have finished a 5-kilometer run and memorized a set of level 4 English vocabulary. Alcohol truly erodes human willpower. Su Qingyi sat up and got out of bed quietly. Before meeting Su Yang, he had to meet up with Miss Chu. This girl had been sending him messages since 6 in the morning to emphasize this point. After getting out of bed, by the light from the window, Su Qingyi noticed that Matthew was still sleeping stiffly in his original position, without having moved an inch. He had to admit, unexpectedly, his drinking etiquette was quite decent. Sleeping honestly is much better than those who go around acting like a drunkard. Thinking of cases where people choke to death on vomit after getting drunk, Su Qingyi stood quietly beside him for a moment. Only when Matthew started another round of snoring did he carefully step away and go to the bathroom to wash up. Even though he knew he wouldn't wake anyone, he turned the faucet to its minimum, the stream as thin as drinking water for an African child. Since the start of the semester, Su Qingyi's evaluation of his first experience with collective living was that it was quite good. Yang Lu was very worried that he wouldn't get along with his roommates, but he felt they were doing fine. Li Tao had a good temper and would never fall out with anyone. Shangguan was timid and cautious, but he was also a good kid. Although Matthew had many minor flaws and loved to talk in official jargon, he was actually a very loyal person. Overall, they were all decent and easy to get along with. He just didn't know what kind of person he was in their eyes. Su Qingyi brushed his teeth slowly in front of the mirror, thinking that he would most likely be seen as an emotionally deficient stone face, the kind that's very hard to get along with. When he came out after washing up, Shangguan Yu had also woken up. Like Su Qingyi, he didn't like disturbing others, so his movements getting out of bed were extremely careful, as if in slow motion. Seeing Su Qingyi come out, he mouthed a silent greeting. Awake? Su Qingyi nodded and walked around him to open his wardrobe. The weather seemed very good today, the sunlight outside was dazzling and bright. The temperature didn't seem too low, so he put aside his bulky cotton coat and instead put on a black overcoat. He went out with Shangguan to have breakfast at the cafeteria. Along the way, they saw students rushing toward the teaching buildings. What day of the week is it? Su Qingyi was momentarily uncertain. Saturday. Shangguan caught up with a few quick steps while tying his scarf. There are several organized activities at the school today, they're probably all going to participate. I see. Su Qingyi looked down at his watch, it was 15 minutes to 9. Chu Qingmian's original words were that she was only responsible for the opening of today's event and could leave after her speech. The event name seemed to be something like, The Significance of Broken Gold and Chipped Jade, a seminar on birds, beasts, grass, and trees and cultural relics. It seemed to be organized by the school's literature department, no wonder she had to do the opening. However, just by looking at the name, he knew it wasn't the type of thing Su Qingyi would be interested in. Shangguan Yu had also woken up early to attend a lecture, so to accommodate his schedule, the two of them each bought an egg pancake and ate while walking. Hello, classmate. May I have your contact information? A girl wearing a headband stepped forward with a blushing face, seemingly having summoned great courage. Su Qingyi bit into his egg pancake and let out an indistinct, To be honest, although he had received plenty of welcome since the start of the semester, this was the first time someone had asked for his contact information so directly. He looked up and noticed 3 other girls whispering together a short distance behind her, clearly a dormitory group outing. This might be a bit offensive, but I noticed you while queuing at the cafeteria just now and thought you were really handsome. You're completely my ideal type, so. The girl's voice grew smaller as she spoke, like a balloon slowly losing air. This was indeed the university student way. They wouldn't use words like high schoolers, but instead went straight for ideal type. Su Qingyi was silent for a while, not quite knowing how to refuse. Refusing in public might make her lose face, but if he agreed, she might think there was hope. While the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shang Guanyu glanced at the time and suddenly spoke up nervously, "Oh no. We're going to be late for the lecture sign-in. Let's go, let's go. Sorry, classmate, maybe next time." Before the girl could react, he grabbed Su Qingyi's arm and slipped away. After weaving through the crowd and walking quickly all the way to the teaching building, Shang Guanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks." Su Qingyi was a bit surprised by his quick reaction. After all, he usually didn't look like someone who would lie. "Ah, no need. I've been asked this by many people lately." Shang Guanyu smiled, then realized his words might be ambiguous and hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean people were asking for my WeChat. Some people know I'm your roommate, so they ask me for your contact information. But I haven't given it out. I always find excuses like this to slip away." He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "Ah, then thank you very much." Su Qingyi meant this sincerely, otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. "No problem, no problem." Shang Guanyu waved his hand and added, I think you're a very good person. Helping out with this little thing is only right." Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He never expected that he had such a mild and kind image in his roommate's heart. He would have to brag about this to Miss Chu later. The seminar was held in a large classroom on the first floor. Su Qingyi had to circle around before finding the entrance. It was actually a sunken design on the basement level, with another flight of stairs inside leading down to the seats. It was exactly 9 o'clock now. The sign-in process was mostly over, and the classroom was packed. Su Qingyi decided not to go downstairs and instead looked down from above at the busy organizers on the podium. Chu Qingmian was strikingly beautiful in the crowd. Today she wore a fuzzy white jacket and had her hair in a cute princess style. She was holding a script and talking to someone next to her. She was probably explaining the workflow precautions because she had to leave early. "Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy you could all join the seminar organized by the literature department. Thank you very much." Seeing that it was time, Chu Qingmian stood before the microphone, her voice clear and bright, her tone gentle. Ever since the disaster at the college entrance exam oath-taking ceremony, she had developed a psychological shadow, so she would memorize her script before every speech. Because of this, she would pay more attention to the audience's reaction. Seeing that the students below were quiet and cooperative, she breathed a small sigh of relief. In fact, more than half of the people attending this damn seminar were there just to see her. Of course, she herself didn't know this. Chu Qingmian cleared her throat and was about to continue when she saw a certain uninvited guest by the railing. He was leaning on the railing, staring at her with great interest. Chu Qingmian's prepared speech immediately became a mess. And the culprit, seeing that she had finally noticed him, even raised his hand and gave a nonchalant wave. The research results of this book's author represent and realize a possibility of art archaeology before the 1990s. He was content with solitude throughout his life, yet brave in exploration and diligent in writing, leaving behind such a precious academic legacy. Chu Qingmian stumbled through the simple sentence and couldn't help but look up and glare at Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi smiled, clearly receiving her message, but he had no intention of looking away for the time being. Having no choice, Chu Qingmian had to bite the bullet and continue. These academic legacies are worthy of study, reflection, and inheritance by those who follow. So, let us study this work together on this bright winter day and explore the mysteries within the book. Su Qingyi. Why did you keep staring at me? You almost made me forget my lines. As the two walked toward the school gate, Chu Qingmian poked him in frustration with her rolled-up notebook. Su Qingyi crossed his arms and retorted nonchalantly, "Was there a sign at the seminar entrance saying, Su Qingyi forbidden?" "Of course not." "Then why can't I go in and watch?" Su Qingyi answered righteously. Chu Qingmian was momentarily speechless, unable to find a suitable reason to argue back, so she gave up. "I'm telling you, you have a very important responsibility today." She simply shifted the topic to the main business of the day. "Yes, leader. What is the mission this time? Su Qingyi humored her like she was a child, reaching out to pull her back from the edge of the sidewalk so she was walking on the inside. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing his words, Chu Qingyan immediately got into character and answered excitedly, this operation's code name, Matchmaker. Goal, to make the two parties, Su Yang and Han Bing, reconcile and live happily ever after. That seems too difficult. Chu Qingyan pondered for a moment and clapped her hands. The code name for this operation is changed to, Icebreaker. Goal, to let the two parties, Su Yang and Han Bing, get to know each other again. By the end, her impassioned tone had lost all its momentum. The bus they were waiting for arrived. Su Qingyi took a few coins from his pocket and dropped them into the box, then ushered Chu Qingyan onto the bus. What's the specific situation between them now? The two of them sat down in the last row. At this time, there were only a few scattered people on the bus, all looking like students from Peking University. Hearing his question, Chu Qingyan sighed. Sigh, I don't know either. Bing Bing just doesn't want to talk about it at all, and she doesn't want to see Su Yang. She's obviously very angry. But it makes sense, what Su Yang said was way too much. Su Qingyi leaned against the back of the seat, watching the rapidly changing scenery outside the window. I think it'll be fine as long as Su Yang proves he was just speaking without thinking, and not that suitability is greater than liking is really true. He repeated the method he had thought about last night. That seems to make sense. Chu Qingyan suddenly understood. The key is how. He's going to prove it so Han Bing believes him. What do you think? Su Qingyi turned to look at her, she was frowning, lost in thought. Prepare a meticulous confession ceremony. Chu Qingyan said tentatively. Like the one I prepared for you in high school. Su Qingyi, you're so annoying. Chu Qingyan looked up and glared at him huffily. Su Qingyi was secretly amused and reached out to pinch her cheek. At most, we can only advise them. Their matters can only be handled by themselves. That's true, but if they don't reconcile, it'll be so awkward for us friends in the future. Chu Qingyan sighed with worry. Su Qingyi wasn't as worried as she was. Before, Su Yang had been timid and hesitant, mainly fearing that Han Bing didn't like him. If a confession failed then, going back to being friends would have been very awkward. But now, that concern was gone. Although his method was terrible, if he used his brain even a little, he would know that Han Bing being angry about it was because she also liked him. In that case, he just needed to make amends with the form of the confession, and everything would be fine. As expected, just as Su Qingyi imagined. When he saw Su Yang, the guy was completely beaming, with no sign of distress left. Chu Qingyan went to find Han Bing. Today's activities were split into two paths, only to meet up at the cinema at the end. Of course, the fact that they were going to meet up was being kept from Han Bing. Boss Su. Wow, where did you buy this overcoat? It's so cool. Su Yang ran over excitedly with Lin Tong, asking as soon as he opened his mouth. I don't remember. Su Qingyi shook his head, it didn't seem like he bought it himself, Yang Lu had sent it over. I want to buy the same one too. Heh, look at you two, dressed like a pair of twins, the Black and White Reapers. When Lin Tong stood next to Su Qingyi, Su Yang noticed that their dressing styles were becoming more and more consistent. Besides black, white, and gray, there was only more black, white, and gray, making him look like a flashy peacock. It was still early for dinner, but luckily there were plenty of places to browse in the mall. In Miss Chu's design, this time should have been for Su Qingyi and Lin Tong to earnestly educate Su Yang, but the reality was, the three boys headed straight for the arcade. Super Mario, King of Fighters 98, Battle City, Double Dragon, Contra, the three of them basically played through all the games from the Millennium-era Super game consoles. Holy crap, not bad, Boss Su. In all my years, I've never seen anyone who could go toe-to-toe with me like this. Su Yang was spinning the joystick so fast it almost caught fire, clenching his teeth as he operated it with focus. Su Qingyi's expression remained unchanged, his movements effortless, as if the fighting character before him wasn't an intense battle but just a string of lifeless code. After a brief stalemate, large red letters appeared on the screen, KO. Damn, I'm truly beat. Su Yang slapped his forehead in frustration. Wait, Boss Su, have you played this before? Why are you so strong? Didn't teachers say good students never go to arcades? I played when I was a kid. This was also thanks to his dear old father. Back then, Su Zilong specifically bought a game console and cartridges to bring home, calling it, letting his son balance work and play, when in fact he just wanted to play himself. At first, he could rely on experience and age to crush Su Qingyi, but unexpectedly, after playing a few times, he could no longer beat him. The shame of being easily crushed by an elementary schooler made Su Zilong successfully quit a gaming addiction he hadn't been able to shake for decades. Su Yang went to the vending machine to buy more game tokens. Su Qingyi stood up and gave his seat to Lin Tong. "Would, you want to play around?" No, I don't know how." Lin Tong scratched his head. Compared to Su Qingyi, he was the true model of a good student, the student from another class, that teachers always talked about. There were arcades in his town before, but he had never played. One reason was he had no money, and the other was he believed in the principle that playing leads to losing one's will. But now, seeing Su Qingyi's relaxed and easy manner while playing, Lin Tong couldn't help but wonder, does playing really make you lose your will? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Qingyan and Han Bing were chatting in a dessert shop. Amidst the sweet scent of cake and milk tea, Chu Qingyan couldn't help but think that Su Qingyi must be earnestly advising Su Yang right now. "It's really hard work, I'll bring him a little cake later." However, the next second, she received a WeChat video from Su Qingyi. It looked like he had asked Lin Tong to film it. Su Qingyi and Su Yang were huddled around a claw machine with bated breath. A bit more to the left, a bit more to the left. No, back. It looks about right from the side. Shake it and then press. Shake it and then press. Su Qingyi maneuvered the steel claw to descend slowly, successfully grabbing a pink pig head. Just as it approached the exit, the claw suddenly loosened. But Su Qingyi was calculating, the angle he grabbed the pig head at was very tricky. Even though the claw loosened, the pig head still bounced off the rim and rolled out of the machine. The other end of the video was immediately filled with laughter and cheers. What on earth are they doing? Chu Qingyan felt like she was having trouble breathing from anger. Losing one's will to play. Being too happy to think of home. Betraying the organization. Miss Chu lowered her head indignantly and typed away, her force enough to pierce the screen. Su Qingyi, I want that rabbit next to it. Thanks to Power Kun for the reward. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 275, Chapter 271 Elevator. Avi, what kind of chaotic scene would it be when someone with social anxiety and a social butterfly go out together? Su Qingyi finally experienced it today. Aside from the arcade, the second floor of the mall was filled with trendy toy stores, Lego stores, and even a children's playground. If Su Qingyi and Lin Tong hadn't pulled Su Yang back together, he likely would have charged right in. I won't even mention your height, but with your weight, wouldn't you break someone's trampoline if you jumped on it? Su Qingyi expressionlessly dragged Su Yang away. Hey, let go. I'm suffocating. Su Yang patted his elbow and coughed a few times. Su Qingyi finally let go and shook his arm out. The after effects of dragging Matthew yesterday were still causing a faint, lingering pain. Holy crap, Boss Su, why are you so strong? Have you been lifting weights behind our backs? Su Yang held onto the railing and caught his breath for a good while. Su Qingyi ignored him, there was no way it was that exaggerated. This guy was completely putting on an act. However, it couldn't be ruled out that such strength might have come from personal resentment. Because earlier in the boutique, Su Qingyi had seen a very beautiful crystal ball. It was red and green, very Christmassy, and when shaken, it looked like it was snowing. Just as he picked it up to take a look, Su Yang leaned over and asked, Boss Su, how is it? Is it pretty? Do you like it? It's alright, I'm just looking. Su Qingyi thought he was going to buy it, so he shook his head and put it back in its original place. His desk was already packed full, there was simply no room for anything else. Boss. Su Yang suddenly grabbed the crystal ball and waved it at the shopkeeper by the counter. The expression on Su Qingyi's face was just as bewildered as the shopkeeper's, who was playing on his phone. He had no idea what kind of madness had suddenly possessed him. Boss, I'm a student, give it to me for free. Su Yang's loud voice successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Su Qingyi turned around and left immediately. His entire face screamed, I don't know this person. The boss, even if you were just born, it wouldn't work. After wandering around like that, they finally made it to mealtime. The three of them chose to go to the food court on the basement level to eat. What should we eat? Barbecue? Or hot pot? Su Yang leaned against the escalator, scrolling through the restaurant menus on his phone. Su Qingyi stood one step behind him, reporting his status to Chu Qingyan with a straight face. We're on the basement level, probably eating barbecue or hot pot. Received. I'm the matchmaker. We're considering Japanese food or Vietnamese food on the third floor. Chu Qingyan replied very quickly. Boss Su, what do you want to eat? Wood, how about you? Su Yang didn't seem to find a satisfactory shop and muttered with a frown. I'm fine with anything, let's just pick one on the basement level. Lin Tong had been observing the atmosphere the whole time, and his answer now was perfectly neutral. But for some reason, Su Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, but I heard there's a good Japanese place on the 3rd floor. Why don't we go there? Their salmon is incredible. Su Qingyi still didn't speak and continued typing. Change of plans, might go for Japanese food on the 3rd floor. Keep scouting and reporting. Chu Qingyan's exclamation marks highlighted her nervousness. Never mind, Japanese food doesn't feel filling enough. There's a Vietnamese place on the 3rd floor that's good, but Wood might not be used to it. How about braised chicken pot? Forget it, let's go for grilled fish. Holy shit. Su Yang was talking to himself when he suddenly felt a sharp pain and clutched his stomach. On Su Qingyi's phone screen, he typed Vietnamese food, then deleted it character by character. He typed braised chicken pot, and deleted it again. Grilled fish. This time, Su Qingyi didn't hit delete but instead gave Su Yang a solid elbow to the ribs. We're eating grilled fish. Not many people chose to eat grilled fish in the middle of the day, so the 3 of them managed to get a prime window seat with a view. Su Yang lavishly ordered a ton of dishes, as was his usual style. Lin Tong silently poured the tea for everyone. Su Qingyi propped up his chin, staring out the window in a daze. The good morning weather lasted until noon, and the sunlight refracted through the glass window, landing at his feet. Because there were few people, the food was served very quickly. The steaming grilled fish wafted the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns and chili, and the oil around the side dishes sizzled and bubbled. Auntie, 3 more Cokes over here, chilled glass bottles, please. Su Yang snapped his fingers and gave the instructions to the waitress with a smile. Strange. This guy actually didn't order beer. Su Qingyi withdrew his gaze from the window and gave him a scrutinizing look. After all, there's an activity later. Su Yang winked at him. Oh. It sounded like an activity that wasn't as aimless as the mornings. Though he was a bit curious, he was also quite hungry. Su Qingyi didn't reply but simply pulled his bowl a bit closer and reached out to pick up a piece of meat from the fish's belly with his chopsticks. Damn, why is it so spicy? In an instant, he felt the stimulating taste of the chili rush straight to the crown of his head. Su Qingyi glanced at the menu stuck to the corner of the table. The flavor column clearly stated extra numbing, extra spicy. Su Qingyi thought for a moment, then expressionlessly swallowed that mouthful of steaming fish meat. Su Yang observed secretly for a while and finally felt safe enough to use his chopsticks. He had just seen the reviews for this place saying the chili was particularly fragrant but the spice level was really intense, recommending extra numbing, extra spicy, for those who could handle it. So he had boldly ordered it, but when the fish was served, the bright red, glistening chili still made him a bit worried. It wasn't until Su Qingyi across from him ate it smoothly and looked like nothing was wrong that Su Yang confidently picked up a large piece. Auntie. Help. Where's the Coke? Perhaps fearing he would go into shock the next second, the waitress's quick steps to get the drinks were almost a blur. The glass bottle of Coke was covered in icy mist. Su Yang took a large, frantic gulp before he barely managed to recover. Su Qingyi unhurriedly took a bottle, still appearing calm and composed. In reality, the tip of his tongue was already numb from the spice. It was only when the icy, sweet carbonated water hit his throat that he finally regained some sense of taste. However, Lin Tong on the side was eating quite smoothly. In just a few minutes, he had already finished off the fish tail that no one else was eating. Wood, isn't it spicy for you? Su Yang looked at him as if he were an alien. But Su Qingyi didn't find it strange. Lin Tong had some peculiar traits to begin with, such as being able to drink a lot, having exceptional observation skills, and despite being called Wood, having a very high EQ. Thinking about it this way, being able to eat very spicy food wasn't that weird. Although they had ordered the largest portion, the 3 of them still ate the fish meat clean, leaving only a perfectly intact fish skeleton. You said there's an activity this afternoon. What is it? Seeing that the 2 beside him were full and in a good mood, Lin Tong finally spoke up and asked. Su Yang leaned back, a smug expression on his face. Actually, I'm watching a movie with Han Bing tonight, right? Su Qingyi had already guessed that he knew this news for a long time, so he wasn't surprised. Sister Mian booked the whole theater again, but she doesn't know that I contacted the staff to help prepare a little surprise. Su Yang leaned in closer and lowered his voice as if he were afraid outsiders would hear. But at this moment, their table was the only one left in the entire restaurant. What surprise? Su Qingyi pulled out a tissue and wiped the corner of his already clean mouth again. Would, remember to lie to Han Bing later and say you heard there's a post-credit scene. After the final credits of the movie finish rolling, a song will start playing. I specifically chose a song by Han Bing's favorite idol. And then, at that moment, Su Yang clapped his hands and continued enthusiastically, Boss Su, you and Sister Mian pretend you need to go to the bathroom, but in reality, you're going to the mall entrance to get the flowers and cake I ordered. When the climax of the song hits as a signal, you two will enter slowly, one holding the flowers and the other pushing the cake. I'll confess my feelings then. How about it? How about it? He seemed to be overwhelmed by his own perfect creativity, his eyes shining brightly. Su Qingyi was silent for a while. He had originally wanted to offer some suggestions, but then he suddenly thought of the red roses and white candles at the entrance of the No. 1 middle school cafeteria. Forget it, it was already impressive that smart Alec could think this far. Compared to last time, this was clearly much more sincere. Su Qingyi swallowed his objections and gave a token round of applause. Not bad, let's go with that. Lin Tong lowered his head in thought, and after a long time, he asked seriously, the format and process are all planned out, but how exactly will you confess? Have you thought of the lines? Right, that was the key issue. Last time at the villa in the outskirts, the first snow confession should have had a great atmosphere. In the end, it was still messed up. Su Yang nodded and pulled a crumpled sticky note from his pocket. Su Qingyi frowned and looked up. You even need a cheat sheet for this? I can't help it, I'm nervous. Once I see her, I won't be able to say anything. I can't help it. Su Yang scratched his head and sighed helplessly. That time in the cafeteria, you weren't intimidated even with so many people watching, were you? Su Qingyi's tone was airy. But hearing it made Su Yang's hair stand on end, and he waved his hands repeatedly to clear himself of responsibility. Boss Su, for heaven's sake, please don't mess with me. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, I always feel like there's a hint of murderous intent in Su Qingyi's words. Su Yang took a sip of cola to calm his nerves, and seeing that his expression hadn't changed, he continued, however, I'm truly impressed. So when Sister Mian said back then that she had someone she liked, she was talking about you, Boss Su. How did I never notice that? It's truly bizarre. Lin Tong listened silently, truly unable to understand what was going on in high school Su Yang's head. The way Chu Qingyan looked at Su Qingyi was so straightforward that the word like was practically written in the air. But it's good, you two are such a match. You know each other inside and out, childhood sweethearts, you're practically a match made in heaven. Sigh, she was the white moonlight for so many guys at No. 1 high, I never expected you to come out of nowhere and swoop in like that. Su Yang drank his cola with the intensity of someone downing a shot of baijiu. Heh. Su Qingyi chuckled for no reason and clinked the mouth of his glass bottle against his. But if my confession is successful today, wouldn't that mean Wood is the only single dog left in our little squad? Ha ha ha. Su Yang suddenly thought of this and burst into laughter immediately. He's setting a flag again. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue, popping champagne before halftime really is a habit this guy will never be able to break. Wood, are there any girls in school who like you? I feel like girls these days should all like your type. Su Yang whooshed over from the opposite side to sit here, forcing the three of them to squeeze onto the same bench. That's probably not possible, right? Lin Tong waved his hands repeatedly, his ears turning red. It didn't feel impossible. Lin Tong is Lin Juan's own brother, after all, with Sister Lin being so beautiful, how could Lin Tong be any different? Especially since he recently swapped out those cheap plastic black-framed glasses, his entire demeanor had changed along with them, he was definitely the type girls would like. Someone must have asked for your WeChat, right? Surely. Hey, it's really strange, it's one thing for Boss Su to keep to himself since he has Sister Mian, but you're a single handsome guy, why are you so honest? Su Yang patted his shoulder with a look of exasperation, as if wishing he could mold him into someone better. If it really doesn't work out, Big Brother will introduce you to someone. What type do you like? Lin Tong was about to have a breakdown from his questions and had no choice but to cast a look of help toward Su Qingyi. You'd better memorize your cheat sheet first. Su Qingyi said unhurriedly, then glanced down at his watch, stood up, and scanned the code to pay. Su Yang woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly let go of Lin Tong, and took out the sticky note to read it over and over. Han Bing, I've liked you for a long time. You might not believe it, but it wasn't until I liked you that I knew what it felt like to like someone. Su Qingyi had just glanced roughly at the content earlier. It was very sincere and looked like he had put a lot of thought and effort into preparing it, it could definitely pass. If nothing else, it was enough to move a sea turtle to tears. So, since everything was ready and it seemed like the time, place, and people were all in their favor, where was this bad premonition in his heart coming from? Su Qingyi frowned, a bit unable to figure it out. Chu Qingyan didn't have everyone meet at the entrance of the cinema, but instead sent the ticket collection number to Su Qingyi in advance. This way, they could use the seating arrangement to directly surround Han Bing, giving her no chance to run away even if she wanted to. When the three of them snuck in through the door, they happened to make eye contact with Han Bing, who was sitting in the middle. The smile on her face vanished instantly, and she stood up immediately to leave. Fortunately, Chu Qingyan was quick-witted and grabbed her, and Su Yang also vaulted over from the front row to the seat next to her, sitting down comfortably. What's the meaning of this? Kidnapping? Han Bing was so angry she laughed, and she gave Chu Qingyan an annoyed look. Oh, Bing Bing, just think of it as keeping me company. I've already booked the screening, paid the money, I can't just let it go to waste. Chu Qingyan looked up with a fawning smile. Fine, 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 whatever you say. Han Bing couldn't do anything about her and had no choice but to sigh and sit back down. But as for these gentlemen next to me, the theater is so big, could I trouble you to change seats? Don't crowd next to me. Her tone changed abruptly. Lin Tong and Su Qingyi, who were sitting at the far ends on the left and right, looked down at their noses and focused on their own minds, not saying a word. Seeing that his brothers couldn't be relied upon, Su Yang had no choice but to speak up stammeringly himself. Well, we're watching a movie, it's only atmospheric if we sit together. I won't bother you, just ignore it. TCH. Han Bing scoffed and shifted her gaze to the screen. Seeing that the situation had finally stabilized, Chu Qingyan was a bit happy and poked Su Qingyi, who was sitting next to her, to greet him. Su Qingyi tilted his head slightly, looking at her smiling eyes. He took the pink-haired rabbit he had just won at the arcade out of his coat pocket and handed it to her. Chu Qingyan was extremely surprised and threw herself into his arms. You really caught it. Watch the movie properly. Although the candy scent on her was very pleasant, Su Qingyi still rationally reached out and pulled her away. Chu Qingyan was always easy to coax and didn't hold it against him, she just gave a docile, ahm, and obediently started watching the movie while hugging the rabbit. Even though everyone had their own thoughts, fortunately, the movie was interstellar, and the plot was enough to make them briefly forget about other things. Of course, that excludes Su Qingyi, who had just watched it once. By the end of the movie, Miss Chu's eyes were already red from crying, which actually made her look a bit like the rabbit in her arms. Su Qingyi looked at the undried teardrops hanging on her eyelashes and reached over. She closed her eyes subconsciously, and the tears slid down her cheeks, only to be gently wiped away by his fingers. Fearing that she would forget the main task, Su Qingyi leaned over to her ear. Bathroom? Chu Qingyan was engrossed in the movie, and just as she wanted to shake her head, she belatedly remembered her matchmaker mission. She hurriedly leaned over to Han Bing's ear and whispered, Bing Bing, I'm going to the bathroom. Han Bing was also very touched, she wiped away her tears and, hearing her say this, assumed she wanted her to go with her. Okay, I'll go with you. She started to stand up as she said this. Chu Qingyan was startled and hurriedly refused. No, no. How could the female lead leave the scene early? Han Bing looked confused. Su Qingyi coughed and said unhurriedly, I need to go to the bathroom too. You two are going together? Han Bing's expression was indescribable. We're just going the same way. Chu Qingyan stomped her foot. She carefully placed the rabbit in her arms onto the seat and even patted it gently before pulling Su Qingyi toward the exit. After walking a certain distance, Su Qingyi turned his head back and glanced imperceptibly at the direction of Lin Tong and Su Yang. It was rare for this guy Su Yang to not fall asleep during a movie, but he was bawling his eyes out. Su Qingyi deeply suspected that he had already forgotten about the confession. Fortunately, Lin Tong was by his side and quietly nodded at Su Qingyi. Great, there was finally a reliable, normal person in the team. Su Qingyi felt slightly relieved and walked out of the screening hall with Chu Qingyan. Hurry, hurry, the flowers and cake have already been placed on the first floor. As soon as they were out of Han Bing's sight, Chu Qingyan dragged him along at a trot. The cinema was on the 7th floor of the mall, and it would be too slow if they took the escalator. Chu Qingyan glanced at the sign and decided to take the elevator on the other side to go down. Su Qingyi looked it over and felt something was a bit off. This elevator seems to be a backup one. Is it? But it seems like it can be used. Chu Qingyan reached out and poked the button to go down, and the elevator door opened with a clang. This sound didn't sound very safe. Both of them hesitated for a moment. But at this moment, the other elevator next to them showed that it had already reached the first floor. This meant that the elevators on this side were still in normal use. There were no signs around indicating under maintenance or do not use. So both of them felt slightly relieved and walked into the elevator. Su Qingyi pressed the button for the first floor, then crossed his arms and looked up to watch the red floor numbers change. I'm so nervous, so nervous, so nervous. Chu Qingyan looked even more excited than the person involved. What on earth are you so hyped up about? Su Qingyi looked at her with composure. Chu Qingyan hum-fed and leaned toward him. A hardcore oblivious guy like you wouldn't understand. Seeing your best friend happy, oh my god. At this moment, the elevator door suddenly made a loud clang, and under the swaying, both of them lost their balance and almost fell to the ground. Su Qingyi pulled the panicked Chu Qingyan into his arms, and with his other hand, he quickly pressed all the floor buttons and the emergency button in the elevator. But unfortunately, along with the sound of the elevator falling rapidly, the lights also went out. The two of them were quickly plunged into pitch-black darkness where they couldn't even see their own hands. Su Qingyi sighed leisurely in his heart. Fine. So that's where the bad premonition was waiting. 276, Chapter 272 Monkey's Claw, ka.hux.com. After a brief drop, the elevator stopped moving with a crisp snap. Su Qingyi had already crouched down, pulling the terrified Chu Qingyan into his arms. The elevator had malfunctioned, and it didn't look like the kind of glitch that would fix itself. Fortunately, it seemed to have run aground on a certain floor. He had vaguely heard before that an elevator falling isn't the scary part, what's scary is it shooting upward at high speed. Modern elevators are generally equipped with more than 4 steel cables, so a random break in one won't have much of an impact. Beyond that, there are safety gears and speed governors, so even if all the cables snapped, it wouldn't plummet to the bottom floor. But an elevator crashing into the ceiling is a different story. People inside might continue moving upward due to inertia, hitting their heads directly against the ceiling before slamming back down onto the floor due to gravity. He seemed to have heard of such a fatal accident somewhere. Once he understood their current situation, Su Qingyi felt slightly more at ease. He patted the person curled up in his arms. Ostrich, come out of your hole. Su Qingyi, what's happening? Chu Qingyan answered tremulously. This young miss had clearly never experienced something like this, even though her home had an elevator installed. An elevator malfunction. Obviously. Su Qingyi was long used to such things. Though he lived in a walk-up apartment, he had encountered accidents with old elevators in residential buildings many times before. He fished his phone out of his pocket and glanced at it. As expected, it showed no signal. The signal on the fruit phone had been garbage since time immemorial, and even 10 years later, it would remain unimproved. He tilted his head up to look out. Through the narrow gap in the elevator doors, he could see it was pitch black outside, estimating they had dropped to a basement level. Fortunately, Su Qingyi's calm, unruffled tone and state clearly put Chu Qingyan at ease, and she plucked up the courage to open her eyes. Will we run out of oxygen and suffocate? Will no one come to save us? Miss Chu was full of worry. We won't starve to death, will we? Please, no, I didn't even eat my fill at lunch. I still want to eat steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted spring chicken, roasted young goose, braised pig organs, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine nut small tripe. Stop talking. Su Qingyi reached out and covered her mouth. MMPH, MMPH. Chu Qingyan whimpered pitifully. Su Qingyi suddenly felt like a human trafficker kidnapping an innocent girl with ill intentions, so he had no choice but to let go. Su Qingyi, what should we do? What if no one comes to save us? Chu Qingyan wrapped her arms around his neck, looking up and asking in a muffled voice. Then we won't be saved. Su Qingyi replied casually. He clearly felt Chu Qingyan stiffen. What's wrong? You're not satisfied with dying with me? He felt like teasing her and continued to talk nonsense. It's not that. To his surprise, Chu Qingyan's tone was incredibly serious. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he heard her whispering to herself. There are still so many things I haven't done. I can't die yet. Later is fine. Su Qingyi could tell she was being completely serious. He couldn't keep joking for a moment. After a long silence, he cleared his throat. Don't be silly. Once Su Yang and the others realize we're missing, they'll come looking for us. Chu Qingyan nodded first, then realizing he might not be able to see her, she gave a verbal response. Compared to the sightseeing elevators customers usually used, this backup elevator was far inferior in both quality and appearance. He hadn't felt much when they first entered, but now the damp smell of rust and dust was starting to waft up. Perhaps because she hated the smell, the person against his chest clung to him even more like an octopus. "Aren't you hot?" Su Qingyi tried to struggle a bit. Miss Chu immediately started acting spoiled and threw a tantrum. "Hold me, I'm scared. I told you it's fine. What if there are ghosts?" Chu Qingyan had originally just been looking for an excuse, but once the words left her mouth, she actually started to feel afraid in hindsight. She had always known how to avoid risks. As a genuine coward, the first rule of her self-cultivation was to stay far away from horror movies and ghost stories. But having lived this long, she had inevitably seen a few fragments by accident. Thus, this situation caused various scattered images to surface in her mind. Encountering an elevator ghost while going home alone at midnight, ending up on the deadly basement floor no matter which button you press, or the elevator doors opening to reveal a sinister, terrifying face. The more Chu Qingyan thought about it, the more scared she became, and tears were about to well up. Su Qingyi was pondering how to get her to stand properly on her own when she suddenly sniffled, a clear precursor to crying. "Huh? Su Qingyi, tell me a story, I'm scared." Chu Qingyan closed her eyes again and spoke tremulously. "What story?" "Anything. Just talk, it's too quiet in here," Chu Qingyan said, rubbing against his shoulder and sobbing. Su Qingyi fell silent for a long while. He then realized he had no idea how to start. He seemed to have never told anyone a story, perhaps it wasn't just stories, he had rarely even recounted a complete event to anyone. Structures like introduction, development, climax, and conclusion seemed to only exist in his essays. Seeing that he hadn't reacted for a while, Chu Qingyan changed her request. "If that's too hard, you can sing a song too." That was even worse than telling a story. Su Qingyi paused, and suddenly a flash of inspiration hit him, so he said solemnly, "In that case, I'll recite a sutra for you." Before Chu Qingyan could object, he started reciting to himself, "Thus have I heard. At one time the Buddha was staying in the Jita Grove, Anathapindika's park, in Shravasti. With a great community of bhikshus, 1,250 in all. At that time, the world-honored one, it had to be said, Su Qingyi's voice and tone were quite suited for reciting sutras. A steady, completely emotionless chanting machine. In the dark, enclosed environment of a broken elevator, Chu Qingyan actually felt like Buddha's light was appearing before her eyes, and she was about to be ferried to the other shore in the next second. She forced herself to listen for a good while, thinking Su Qingyi would be done after one section, but it turned out this guy seemed to have memorized the entire thing. How should one dwell, and how should one subdue their mind? The Buddha said, "Excellent, excellent. Subhuti, oh, stop, it's making me dizzy. I don't want to hear this." Chu Qingyan protested. "Then I'll switch to the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, what's the difference?" "Fine." Chanting sutras did seem to bring peace of mind. Right now, there was nothing in the world he couldn't forgive, and nothing he couldn't agree to. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and actually remembered a story related to elevators. Once upon a time, there was a person named Chu Xiaomian. As soon as he finished the first sentence, Chu Qingyan gave a HMPF, guessing it wouldn't be a good story. Every night when Chu Xiaomian went home, she had to take the elevator. But, she was very timid, a genuine coward. So every time, she would ask her, roommate, Su Mao Yi, to come downstairs and meet her. Not roommate, it's boyfriend, okay? Hearing the names of the two protagonists, Chu Qingyan laughed and couldn't help but interject. Su Qingyi ignored her and continued. This night, when Chu Xiaomian walked downstairs, she had just called Su Mao Yi when she saw him already standing at the elevator entrance. So Chu Xiaomian was very happy. She hung up the phone and went up to ask him why he came down early. Su Mao Yi smiled and didn't say a word. Chu Qingyan clearly lacked any intuition for horror stories. At this moment, she still thought it was some sweet little romance story. Just as the two of them stepped into the elevator, Chu Xiaomian's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID actually said Su Mao Yi. Chu Xiaomian was shocked because the person next to her wasn't on the phone at all. With suspicion in her heart, she answered it, and a familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello? Chu Xiaomian, why did you call me and then hang up? Do you want me to come down and meet you now?" Chu Xiaomian was startled. She stared at the person next to her, not daring to speak. At that moment, the Su Mao Yi in the elevator suddenly turned his head, smiled, and asked, "Guess which one is real?" "Su Qingyi." Chu Qingyan let out a scream and punched him on the shoulder. "Who told you to tell a ghost story?" Su Qingyi found it secretly amusing and continued to say seriously, "Guess which one is re." As a result, before he could finish, Chu Qingyan firmly covered his mouth. "Not allowed to say it, not allowed to say it," not allowed to say it. I hate you. After finally catching his breath, Su Qingyi was about to speak when Chu Qingyan gave a stern warning. Su Qingyi, if you use our names to tell ghost stories to scare me again, I'll bite you to death. Su Qingyi coughed and said nonchalantly, those aren't our names. That person was clearly called Su Maoyi. Anyway, you're not allowed to tell another one. I want to hear a healing little story. The difficulty of this was way too high. Su Qingyi thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything to tell, so they had to compromise. Chu Qingyan said any story was fine as long as it wasn't scary. Su Qingyi guaranteed there were no ghosts, but whether it was healing or not was another matter. So he told that famous story, the monkey's paw. Once upon a time, there was an old man who accidentally obtained a magical object, a shriveled, mummified monkey's paw. It was said that it could grant a person 3 wishes. All one had to do was hold the monkey's paw in their right hand and wish aloud. The old man was skeptical. When he returned home that evening, he told his wife and son about it. At that moment, he remembered that because they had bought a house, they still owed a £200 loan. So he held up the monkey's paw and wished loudly, I wish for £200. The wife and son both thought the ritual was ridiculous and funny, and they immediately burst out laughing. But the laughter was quickly interrupted by the old man's panicked cry. My God, the monkey's paw moved. It twisted in my hand like a slippery snake. His wife and son quickly comforted him, saying it was fine, probably just psychological. Despite saying so, the 3 of them felt as heavy and complex as the sound of the wind at night. The next day, just as the old man and his wife were starting to relax, a stranger knocked on their door. Your son was caught in a meat grinder at work and has died of his injuries. The old man and his wife were struck as if by a thunderbolt, unwilling to accept the truth, but the man continued speaking. The factory expresses its deep condolences for this tragic news, and we are willing to compensate you both with a sum of money. The old man couldn't stop trembling all over and asked in disbelief, how much? £200. The monkey's paw had granted the old man's wish in this way. The son was buried in a cemetery 2 miles from home. The old man and his wife lived without joy all day, struggling through a week like this. As night fell, the wife's spirit finally broke, and she cried out frantically, where is the monkey's paw? Please, go make a wish to bring our son back to life. She was acting too crazed, so the old man had no choice but to fetch the monkey's paw, raise his right hand, and wish, I wish for my son to come back to life. The monkey's paw squirmed like last time, and the old man dropped it to the floor in a panic. The wife waited by the window with great anticipation, while the old man secretly prayed for the monkey's paw to fail. The clock ticked away, and the night was terrifyingly silent. Just as the wife was feeling disappointed and the old man was feeling relieved, a soft sound suddenly came from the door. It was the sound of a knock. The old man turned and quickly locked the door, then ran back to the bedroom. By then, the sound of knocking was so loud it echoed through the entire house. The wife cried out in joy. It's our son back. I forgot, the cemetery is 2 miles from home, it would take him half an hour to walk back from there. Then she rushed out to open the door. The old man couldn't stop her, so he had to crawl on the floor, searching for the monkey's paw he had dropped earlier. Just as his wife was about to pull back the last bolt of the door, the old man finally found the monkey's paw and tremblingly made the 3rd and final wish. I wish for my son to go back. The frantic knocking suddenly vanished, and at the same time, the wife finally unlocked the door. A gust of biting cold wind blew in. And the wife let out a sharp, painful wail. The old man stumbled to the door. The flickering streetlights illuminated the silent, desolate road. There was nothing outside. Even though there were no ghosts, still, Chu Qingyan shivered tremulously. Why is it still so scary? Su Qingyi shrugged and replied, isn't this just a dark version of Aladdin's magic lamp? I guess so. No, it's not. Aladdin's magic lamp is very cute, okay. Chu Qingyan took a deep breath. Listening to that story just now had made her heart race with fear, and she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Su Qingyi's image was perfectly suited for telling such creepy stories. If you had a monkey's paw, would you make a wish? Su Qingyi asked casually. Chu Qingyan shook her head very decisively. Please, with side effects that big, who would use it? I thought you would say you don't have anything you want. Su Qingyi really couldn't think of any reason why Chu Qingyan would need to use a monkey's paw to make a wish. That's not true. Chu Qingyan thought seriously, counting on her fingers. First wish, I hope Su Qingyi can like me a bit more. Second wish, I hope Su Qingyi can admit he is my boyfriend. Third wish, Su Qingyi interrupted. It's the last wish, you'd better think it through before you speak. What do you mean? You're making it sound like it'll actually come true. Chu Qingyan gave a HMPF, reached out to grab Su Qingyi's wrist, and held up his paw with mock seriousness. Third wish, I hope we can get out right now. As soon as her words fell, the elevator doors let out a clunk and slowly opened. Though it was stuck between two floors. A blinding light spilled in, clearly illuminating the two's incredibly shocked expressions. Huh. Even Su Qingyi was a bit dazed. If it was a coincidence, it was far too coincidental. So coincidental it made one feel a bit uneasy. Hey, elevator malfunction, you must have been scared out of your wits, right? A worker in a uniform poked his head in to look, holding maintenance tools in his hand. Boss Su. Are you guys okay? Su Yang also appeared behind him, waving his hand vigorously. Lin Tong followed beside him, laboriously poking her head in to look, and only after confirming they were both standing fine did she breathe a sigh of relief. Mian Mian. How are you? Are you okay? The look on Han Bing's face was very anxious, and the hair on her forehead was messy. The two people trapped in the elevator were momentarily unable to respond to the concern of those outside, as they both simultaneously felt the profound absurdity of this world. Thanks to Love's Leaving Early and Power Kun for the tips. Thanks to everyone for your votes and subscription support. 277, Chapter 273 Iron Tree Blossoms. One shouldn't rashly exit an elevator when it's stuck between two floors. If it suddenly started moving, it would result in a horrific accident, literally cutting someone in half. That's how ghost stories are born. Only after the repairman repeatedly emphasized there was no risk were Su Qingyi and Chu Qingyan finally pulled out together. Read Taiwan novels anytime on Swizican. As soon as Su Qingyi returned to solid ground, before he could even steady his footing, Su Yang lunged at him with tears and snot streaming down his face. You scared the life out of me, Boss Su. Thank goodness you two are okay. It was just a common elevator malfunction. Su Qingyi tried to push his face away, but to no avail. Han Bing was on the other side, hugging and comforting Chu Qingyan. It wasn't the right time to ask about the confession. It was likely a bust, the carefully prepared flowers and cake were probably still sitting downstairs, forgotten. But right now, the smart aleck only seemed worried about their physical safety, too preoccupied to feel regretful about the confession. Apologies, our sincerest apologies. Are the two of you all right? The mall management finally arrived, looking very nervous. They were clearly breaking out in a cold sweat. I'm fine. Su Qingyi nodded, having no intention of making trouble for them. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. If they had encountered someone difficult, things wouldn't have been so simple. The young man in front of him seemed very calm, clearly someone easy to talk to. So the manager smiled apologetically and spoke tentatively, yes, of course. We will provide compensation for mental distress to both of you, if you'd like. No need. Su Qingyi shook his head and pointed to the caution, wet floor sign nearby. If the maintenance frequency for the backup elevator is lower and it's not recommended for customers, it's best to put up a sign. I don't really care, but it wouldn't be good to scare the coward over there. He then patted Su Yang, signaling that they could leave. The manager glanced over. The coward he mentioned was currently clinging to another girl's arm, tearfully recounting what had happened. Noticing his gaze, the girl was startled and seemed a bit embarrassed. Realizing they were in front of outsiders, Chu Qingyan quickly reined in her urge to play out a tragic drama. She gave a faint smile with the classic, elegant grace of Miss Chu and nodded slightly, thank you for your hard work. Goodbye. Why did this feel so strangely familiar? The manager scratched his head, watching the backs of the young people as they left together toward the escalator. Then he remembered. When the top-level leadership came to inspect before, the tone and expression they used when speaking to this girl weren't just similar, they were identical. Could it be that some conglomerate's young miss had come out for some fresh air? The manager thought for a moment, but having no clue, he simply gave up. All right, everyone move it. Bring over the under maintenance sign. It wasn't until they were on the escalator going down that Su Qingyi finally found a chance to ask Su Yang about the main business. Sorry for dropping the ball. What's the situation on your end? Su Yang let out a dismissive sound and waved his hand with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. As long as you guys are okay. There's always a next time, right? Lin Tong looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. After a few twists and turns, they finally reached the first floor, and Su Qingyi immediately saw the bouquet placed on the counter. A mix of tulips, pink roses, and violets. The smart Alex's taste seemed quite good this time. A pity. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and suddenly slowed his pace imperceptibly. Su Yang and Lin Tong were both somewhat distracted and didn't notice him falling behind. He stopped by the counter, looking down at the brightly blooming bouquet. The white tulips were blooming beautifully. Before Su Yang and Lin Tong noticed, Su Qingyi reached out and plucked the prettiest one, hiding it behind his back before quickly catching up. So. Back to school. I still have homework to do tonight. Han Bing tightened her scarf, her leather boots clicking with a hint of urgency on the marble steps at the mall entrance. Chu Qingyan was still immersed in the story of the monkey's paw, feeling anxious all the way down, and only now realized that her self-orchestrated Operation Matchmaker had gone down the drain. Go back. What about you guys? Su Qingyi met her slightly pleading gaze but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lin Tong had to speak up, then shall we disband? I had a great time today. I'll call a car. He lowered his head and began hailing a ride on his phone. Su Qingyi took a small step back, leaning against the mall's glass door, and gave Su Yang's ankle a light kick. The other turned his head, confused. Su Qingyi inconspicuously handed him the tulip hidden behind his back. Su Yang was surprised at first, but he quickly understood his intention. Han Bing didn't notice the rustling between the two, she was busy helping. Lin Tong entered the school address. Su Qingyi slowly walked forward 2 steps, first pulling Chu Qingyan, who was leaning in to watch the fun, to the side. After Lin Tong placed the order for the car, he looked up and realized Su Qingyi's intent, so he also quietly moved a few steps away. So when Han Bing snapped back to reality, the 5 of them had formed a 1-1-3 formation. What on earth are they doing now? She found it a bit funny for a moment, and just as she was about to question them, a tulip was held out in front of her. Su Yang's face was turned awkwardly to the other side, his hand gripping the stem trembling slightly. While Han Bing was stunned for a second, Su Yang spoke slowly, I hope you're happy today. The 3 people eavesdropping nearby never expected him to say something like that. Su Qingyi felt the words were a bit out of left field, he had originally intended for Su Yang to use the flower to confess. Although the formal plan had failed due to circumstances, the sentiment of the confession was still there, so it didn't really matter. A bouquet is beautiful, but a single flower is enough. Chu Qingyan was more optimistic, thinking that although Operation Matchmaker had failed, Operation Icebreaker could still be salvaged. Lin Tong couldn't say for sure, but he didn't have a bad feeling, which meant it might be going well. Han Bing, of course, didn't expect Su Yang to say that while holding a flower. But she went silent for a moment and actually laughed. Well, thank you then. She took the flower. The frozen air around them suddenly relaxed, filled with a touch of warmth. Although Su Qingyi didn't quite understand, he could see that the situation had inexplicably taken a turn for the better. The 5 of them stood together again, waiting for the taxi in the cold wind. Someone started humming a song, no lyrics, just a fuzzy melody. Su Qingyi thought about it, it seemed to be the song Su Yang had chosen for today's confession ceremony. The title was First Snow. A fool like me has nothing to say, Merry Merry Christmas, just saying Merry Merry Christmas, how are you? How have you been lately? Snowflakes fall on this scarred heart. Let the white snow cover everything. Are these tears or the white snow? Christmas, you seem to be drifting further away, that Christmas. Su Qingyi and Chu Qingyan took a taxi back to Peking University. Su Qingyi, you gave that tulip to Su Yang, didn't you? Chu Qingyan asked curiously. Yeah. Su Qingyi answered absent-mindedly, watching the scenery fly by outside the window. How did you think of that? You're so smart. Chu Qingyan was very happy about their reconciled friendship. Her joy and sorrow were always very pure. Su Qingyi withdrew his gaze and looked at her fluttering dimples. Chu Qingyan was suddenly a bit shy under his gaze, so she chose to find something to talk about. Humph, but since you took the flowers, why didn't you give me one too? What if I wanted one as well? Commonly known as picking a fight. Su Qingyi, however, seemed to have been waiting for those words. Like a magic trick, he pulled a rose from the sleeve of his coat and held it out to her, giving it a slight flourish. The rose petals showed no signs of damage and were still beautiful, a pale pink that perfectly satisfied a young girl's heart. Chu Qingyan's earlobes instantly turned beet red. Good heavens! She wasn't afraid of sweet talk or sugar-coated bullets, but she was afraid of the impossible, the iron tree finally blooming. Thank you. They hit the evening rush hour, so it was already dinner time when they returned to Peking University. Miss Chu still had homework to submit, so she hurriedly bought 2 pieces of bread and went back to her dorm, whining all the way. Su Qingyi went to the cafeteria alone, feeling relaxed. Ma'am, 2 orders of preserved egg and pork porridge, to go. As he passed the porridge stall, he heard a Somewhat familiar voice. Su Qingyi looked curiously. Li Tao was standing in front of the window, pulling out his meal card to pay. There was a beep. Brother Li. He paused and greeted him. Oh, you're back. Li Tao turned around with a smile. He still didn't look very well, with heavy dark circles hidden behind his black-rimmed glasses. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, looking at the plastic porridge bowls in his hand. Are those for someone? They're for Ma Xiu. The lid of a porridge bowl was a bit loose, so Li Tao quickly placed it on the table to seal it tight again. How is he doing? Su Qingyi looked up at the porridge stall's menu. He's still not feeling great today. He's lying in the infirmary on an 4 drip. I'm just taking some food over to check on him. Li Tao sighed. Was taking a few drinks for someone that serious? How much had he actually been forced to drink? Su Qingyi was silent for a moment, then replied, wait for me. He stepped forward to swipe his meal card. Ma'am, 1 babao porridge to go. The two of them walked toward the infirmary together, carrying the porridge. You like sweet porridge? Yeah, I can't get used to savory porridge. Su Qingyi had disliked savory porridge since he was a child, which once deeply confused Su Zilong, who was from a Cantonese-speaking area. In his mind, any ingredient could be used to make porridge. However, after discovering that no amount of correction or brainwashing worked, he stopped bothering with his son. The infirmary wasn't far, it only required crossing a small path from the cafeteria. By the time they arrived, the porridge bowls in their hands were still steaming hot. With winter just beginning, the beds in the school clinic were clearly in high demand. Li Tao led Su Qingyi through a few turns before finally finding Ma Xiu's bed. The neighboring beds were also occupied, but their curtains were drawn. It looked like people were trying to rest, so Su Qingyi instinctively lightened his steps. When he saw Ma Xiu, he just nodded in greeting. He was lying on the hospital bed, face pale, with an 4 drip in his hand, waving back with great effort. Asterisk cough, asterisk, why are you here too? I just got back to school and ran into Brotherly, so I came to see you. Feeling any better? Su Qingyi placed the porridge bowl on the bedside table. Much better. I was throwing up all morning, I felt like my bile was coming up. I'm actually feeling a bit hungry now. Ma Xiu smiled and sat up. Sigh, the revolution is not yet won, comrades must still strive. I didn't expect my alcohol tolerance to be so poor. I need more practice, definitely more practice. I made a total fool of myself and caused you guys so much trouble last night. I'm really sorry. Ma Xiu pressed his hands together in apology to Su Qingyi. It's fine. Su Qingyi didn't really care and shook his head. To express my apologies to everyone, I, Ma Xiu, have decided. Tomorrow, I'm treating everyone to a movie, Interstellar. Ma Xiu suggested with a grin. Su Qingyi felt like he was going to throw up in the next second. Eat first. Li Tao saw that he didn't seem to want to watch it, so he stood up to unfold the folding table and set out the porridge. Wow, preserved egg and pork porridge, smells great. Ma Xiu seemed truly hungry, his eyes lit up at the sight of a bowl of porridge. Su Qingyi wasn't in a hurry to open his container, he sat on the edge of the bed and surveyed the surroundings. This casual glance revealed something, a gap suddenly opened in the curtain of the neighboring bed. A pair of very familiar, clever eyes peeked out. As soon as their eyes met, the other person squinted mischievously and pulled the curtain open. Why are you here too? Su Qingyi instinctively cleared his throat and leaned back slightly. Sitting on the neighboring bed was actually Yi Ju. Hearing Su Qingyi's question, she raised her wrist with a look of exasperation and waved it around. A needle was stuck in the back of her fair hand, with a faint trace of red blood seeping out. If it weren't for the needle, she probably would have shoved it right in front of Su Qingyi's eyes for him to see. Big brother, what do you think I'm doing here? Su Qingyi's gaze only lingered on the red blood for a brief moment before Yi Ju quickly pulled her hand back, hiding it out of sight. Li Tao, hearing the two of them speak as if they were arguing, felt they might be at odds and spoke up to mediate. Boss Su, Yi Ju is also in the student union, in the publicity department. Su Qingyi looked up and observed her. Sure enough, her face was just as pale as Ma Xiu's in the next bed. Yi Ju shook her fist, seemingly dissatisfied with his scrutinizing gaze. Hey, what's with that expression? Looking down on me? Su Qingyi didn't take the bait and instead leisurely changed the subject. Are you that free? You're in the debate club and the student union. It's called burning through life, okay? I'm just that kind of burning, ambitious young girl. Yi Ju started talking nonsense again. Boss Su, don't underestimate her. Her alcohol tolerance is much better than mine, she's the only one among the newcomers who held her own. She even helped call the car for us to get back to school. Thanks, class monitor. Luckily you were there, or Brotherly and I would have been sleeping on the streets. Mashio was so hungry he didn't even care about the heat, taking several gulps of porridge before speaking. It was nothing, don't mention it. Yiju waved her hand gallantly, like a heroine who does good deeds without seeking fame. So why are you here too? Su Qingyi asked, not giving her any face. I slipped up, okay. Even the best can stumble. Yiju pouted in protest. Su Qingyi glanced at her and stood up, bracing himself on the edge of the bed. What are you doing? My good man, you wouldn't lay a hand on a patient, would you? Yiju felt a bit flustered by his sudden approach, but her mouth didn't stop running. Su Qingyi didn't bother to speak, he just placed the unopened babeo porridge on the table next to her. Since she had the same symptoms as Ma Xiu, she must have been vomiting all day and should be very hungry by now. Save your energy and recover, student Yi. Thanks to book friends Quan Yongxia, Suyu Ling Che, and Power Kuan for the tips. Thanks for everyone's subscriptions and votes. 278, Chapter 274. On the way back to the dorm with Li Tao, Su Qingyi asked about the night of the party from a different angle. His suspicions were subsequently confirmed. The reason Senior Wu, as a senior, would lack such grace and make things difficult for several newcomers was indeed rooted in strong personal emotions. The reason was also very simple. It was just because when Jian Xiao arrived, she saw Li Tao and Matthew and asked with a smile, "Oh, Su Qingyi from your dorm didn't come?" And that was the only smile she showed all night. Other than that, she didn't pay any attention to Wu Haoran and left after staying for a while, so he naturally felt frustrated. But he couldn't do anything to Jian Xiao, so he could only vent his emotions on a few innocent guys. After figuring it out, Su Qingyi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Overall, it was because of an unintentional remark by Jian Xiao about him that drew fire onto the innocent Matthew and Li Tao. That's why they were forced to drink, and why Matthew collapsed after drinking on behalf of others. And of course, there was the even more innocent Yi Ju. So after all that, the blame successfully returned to him. Although this reasoning was a bit far-fetched, Su Qingyi still felt a bit guilty. Close friends knew that although he usually looked like nothing mattered to him, he actually loved meddling in others' business. If you traced the origins of his current close friends, they were actually all a result of his meddling. Chu Qingyan was because of the college entrance exam. Oath-taking ceremony where he inexplicably went on stage to save the day. Su Yang was because he promised to help him with physics, Lin Tong was because he was bullied by Ho Xiaohong and his gang, and Su Qingyi couldn't stand it and stood up for him. Han Bing was the exception, she was mostly a bonus gift from Miss Chu. Chen Jinji went without saying, occasionally Su Qingyi would look back and find his actions at that time quite strange. Besides them, there was He Wufei, who could now be called a good friend. He even meddled quite a bit in the affairs of Zhou Lian, with whom he once had a terrible relationship. Thinking about it this way, Su Qingyi reconciled with his inner discomfort. He had meddled so much along the way, what was the big deal with meddling one more time? While his thoughts wandered, the two had already reached the dormitory building. Su Qingyi's steps stopped in front of the vending machine on the first floor. Oh, which unlucky guy's potato chips got stuck in the exit? Ha ha ha. Li Tao stood behind him and sharply noticed a bag of potato chips stuck in the dispensing slot. Indeed. Su Qingyi scanned the code to buy a can of Sprite, and the bag of potato chips fell out along with it. But he only reached out and took the Sprite. Brother, such high character. For a moment, Li Tao felt a hint of shame for his schadenfreude and his thought of taking the chips as well. No, that bag of chips is tomato-flavored, I don't like it. Got it. After returning to the dorm, Su Qingyi first opened the Sprite and took a sip. The lemon-flavored soda was very refreshing, although it didn't seem to fit well with winter. Brotherly, when did you say the student union's next gathering is? Ah, it seems to be tomorrow. Sigh, it's really worrying me. I wanted to recover for a couple of days. Li Tao scratched his hair irritably. He had just tried to ask for leave in the group chat, but was immediately shut down. At all members, students, the schedule for this activity has been posted in the group announcement. Special notice, this is an important collective activity, no absences allowed without special circumstances. As soon as Li Tao saw it, he privately messaged the administrator to try and ask for leave, but they ignored his message and didn't even reply. He had no choice but to send a message directly in the group. Sorry, seniors, my physical condition isn't great yet. Is it convenient to ask for leave? I'll definitely be there next time. Clenched fist, the administrator who didn't reply to the private message earlier replied very quickly now, but in an extremely sarcastic tone. This year's newcomers are more fragile than the last. If you can't handle this level of intensity, what are you doing? Do you think you can just slack off in the student union and easily get such high activity points? Think about it yourself. If I speak too harshly, people will hold a grudge. That's all, no more replies regarding leave. Perhaps seeing the awkward situation, Matthew tried to smooth things over in the group. Don't be angry, senior. He's just joking with you. Our atmosphere group will definitely be there. Grin, clenched fist, Li Tao sighed. The more he looked, the more annoyed he became, so he simply turned off his phone and placed it face down on the table. Su Qingyi nodded and didn't say anything. He quietly opened a search engine and typed in, drinking game rules. The next day, the student union gathering was held at a local Jianghu cuisine bistro. The environment was decent, but the lighting was a bit dim, giving it the atmosphere of a regular bar. The stir-fried dishes were oily and flavorful, and the chef was generous with the chili. The air was filled with the spicy aroma of Sichuan peppers. Su Qingyi walked slowly at the very end of the group. With a gathering of dozens of people, he, an outsider, followed silently and didn't attract anyone's attention. The Western-style long table looked strange here. Su Qingyi suspected the student union had brought it themselves. After everyone was seated, the seat at the head of the long table was still empty. Because of this, no one dared to move their chopsticks or glasses. Su Qingyi looked down at his watch. It was 7:45, 15 minutes past the agreed time. One rule for the officials and another for the commoners. Su Qingyi glanced at the serious expressions of the people at the table and felt it was somewhat funny. This really was experiencing workplace life in advance. Li Tao's expression looked bitter, probably thinking of his bad experience last time. Matthew's face was tense, wondering what he was thinking. Probably thinking about his toast speech for later. Yi Ju, on the other side, was easier to read. She was intently staring at the plate of spicy rabbit meat in front of her, looking like she might drool any second. Su Qingyi didn't like the feeling of waiting for someone, especially when he knew that person wasn't worth waiting for. He was slightly impatient, so he leaned back against the chair. Squeak, the chair was old and made a sharp sound, and everyone's eyes turned toward him at once. Su Qingyi acted as if nothing had happened. His seat was closest to the door, so he naturally heard the movement in the hallway approaching the private room. The clicking of high heels on the floor was calm, matching the tone of her voice. Did I ask you to wait for me? In comparison, the sound of leather shoes following behind was somewhat nervous and messy. Of course not, Xiao Xiao. I know Junhe Law Firm has a regular meeting today. You know far too much. Jian Zhao's voice had cooled down. Listening to it, Su Qingyi felt it was somewhat unfamiliar. She usually spoke in a playful and seductive tone. The next second, the door to the private room was pushed open. Also, don't call me so intimately. Jian Zhao was wearing a dark red trench coat, her long curly hair swayed slightly, and the scent of her perfume was strong. The man following behind hurried a few steps to hold the door handle for her. Jian Zhao didn't stand on ceremony and let go of the door. Her gaze then fell on Su Qingyi by the door. Su Qingyi clearly felt her mood instantly brighten. Long time no see. Jian Zhao smiled, pulled an empty chair over, and sat down beside him. Su Qingyi was always a bit uncomfortable with Jian Zhao's initiative, so he quietly moved his chair a little further away. The man who followed her and looked a bit upset, controlling his emotions, he gently reminded her, Xiao Xiao, your seat is over there. He pointed to the empty seat at the front. Jian Zhao didn't even lift her eyelids. I'll sit here. The man knew that if he continued, she would only become more annoyed, so he stopped asking for trouble and walked to the main seat at the head of the long table. Ahem. He didn't speak normally, just cleared his throat. Someone nearby immediately stood up with a glass. Hello, Chairman Wu. Chairman. Su Qingyi turned his head to look at him. So this senior Wu Haoren was the chairman of the student union. As if guessing what he was thinking, Jian Zhao picked up a glass in front of her and meaningfully said two words. Vice. Su Qingyi was silent for a moment, and she laughed again. But when the chairman isn't present, calling him vice chairman will get you into trouble. Whether Wu Haoren heard it or not, Li Tao, Yi Ju, Matthew, and the rest of the group nearby heard it and nodded repeatedly at Su Qingyi, as if afraid he wouldn't believe it. A strict hierarchy indeed. Su Qingyi lowered his head and suppressed a laugh. Everyone together. Let's have a drink first to toast Chairman Wu. Someone in the front row started to set the mood. Even if some were reluctant, they had to stand up with their glasses. Except for the two at the end of the table. Su Qingyi had just tasted the beer in his glass. It was very bad, quite bitter. He didn't know the brand, but he didn't like it. Jian Zhao had no intention of standing up at all. She also took a sip of the wine in her glass. Su Qingyi observed her, her expression didn't change, as if she didn't find anything wrong with the drink. In the eyes of the person at the main seat, the gap in the standing crowd was naturally conspicuous and an eyesore. He didn't speak, his face darkened, and the hands of others holding their glasses were forced to stop in mid-air. The scene momentarily froze. While everyone else was walking on thin ice, the two at the center of the storm seemed completely unaware. Because of Jian Zhao's indifference, Su Qingyi stubbornly took another sip of the beer, only to find it even more unpleasant. There was a strange sourness amidst the bitterness. Jian Zhao burst out laughing, put her glass on the table, and said nonchalantly, "Don't make people toast with such terrible wine." Wu Haren's face darkened further, but he took a deep breath and put on a smile again. "Have the waiter bring up the red wine I ordered," he instructed the person next to him. As if receiving an amnesty, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and put down their glasses. The next second, they became a bit nervous again. Because Wu Haren left his main seat and walked toward the end of the table. Unlike usual, Wu Haren's eyes weren't looking at Jian Zhao with obsession, but were fixed on the new, unfamiliar face. The latter lazily raised his eyes. Although he was sitting, his eyes held a condescending look of scrutiny. The people around them consciously made way, and Wu Haren pulled out the chair opposite Su Qingyi and sat down. "Student, which department are you from?" "I'm not in the student union." Su Qingyi answered truthfully. "Then why are you at our internal gathering?" Wu Haren raised an eyebrow. Before Su Qingyi could speak, Jian Zhao spoke up from the side, "Oh, then as someone who has already graduated, I shouldn't be here either." Her words were full of protective intent. Wu Haren's prepared remarks were blocked, and he suddenly felt the frustration of swallowing a broken tooth. But someone who could make it to the position of vice chairman naturally wouldn't lack this much refinement. He quickly adjusted his mindset and said with a smile, "Of course not. The purpose of the student union is to include every student who is interested and enthusiastic about our activities." The door to the private room was slowly pushed open, and the waiter brought in the newly ordered red wine. "Since that's the case, why don't we make friends over drinks?" Wu Haren crooked his finger, and someone came forward to help fill the glass in front of him. Su Qingyi also received the favor, but he raised his hand to block it, indicating he could do it himself. "Sure." He agreed casually. Wu Haren snorted inwardly, thinking he was just a green boy who hadn't been to many drinking sessions. Agreeing so readily now, you'll be the one getting toasted in rounds later. A smart person would have humbly said they weren't good at drinking or that they weren't feeling well today. To show his senior status, Wu Haren raised his glass, ready to drink it all in one go. Su Qingyi shook his head and asked, "Just drinking straight?" Wu Haren was amused. Did this kid want to play some tricks with him? He found it ridiculous but didn't show it, only pretending to be confused as he asked, "How does Junior want to drink?" "Perhaps, a drinking game?" Su Qingyi rested his elbow casually on the table, his brow slightly furrowed as if he were really thinking. At the mention of a game, the interest of those around them was piqued. They were still young after all, no matter how much they pretended to be mature, their playful nature couldn't be hidden. Spin the bottle. Russian roulette. Dice. Finger guessing. The cheering rose and fell. Seeing this, Wu Haren quickly and proactively said, "Then finger guessing. 15-20, do you know how to play?" Other games relied on luck, but in finger guessing, the difference between a veteran and a novice was very obvious. It wasn't that he was afraid of drinking, he just didn't want to lose face in front of Jian Zhao and his subordinates. Su Qingyi smiled slightly and nodded. A little. He indeed knew a little. He had just learned the rules last night. 2 people play, 1 hand open is 5, 2 hands open is 10, and a fist is 0. When throwing, you have to shout a number, and it must be greater than the number you are showing. That is to say, if a person shows 1 hand and shouts the number 10. If the opponent also shows 1 hand but shouts 15. Then the first person wins, and the opponent loses and has to drink. If both are wrong, they move to the next round. Wu Haren was very confident in this game. In his mind, experience was everything. The onlookers surrounded them in layers, all waiting for the show. Drinking games were the best for livening up the atmosphere. Jian Zhao looked at Su Qingyi's expressionless face, reached out to pour wine for him, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, just play. If you lose, I'll drink for you." Usually, Su Qingyi would definitely pretend not to hear, but this time, he curled his lips, raised his head, and said, "Okay." Opposite him, Wu Haren's molars were almost crushed from clenching. "Let's start." Su Qingyi withdrew his gaze and nodded nonchalantly. That's right, he was deliberately provoking the other party. This game was different from others, there were techniques involved. He had analyzed it last night. First was probability. Most people were used to alternating between 1 and 2 hands and rarely kept their fists closed, so the probability of the answer being 10 or 15 was the highest. Second was the volume of the shout. Generally, the more imposing one was, the more likely they were to show 2 hands. Third was the posture of the fist. Over-clenching was a sign of tension, which could reveal whether he would show that hand. The last point varied from person to person. By observing a person's character, one could infer their preferred patterns. 15. 10. Drink up, continue. 20. 15. Continue. 10. 5. Please drink. Tonight was a night where everyone in the student union was shocked. Someone actually lost 12 rounds in a row in the game of 15-20. And that person was their vice chairman, Wu Haoren. This would definitely be big news in the school. Up to now, Su Qingyi still hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, looking completely composed. Meanwhile, Wu Haoren opposite him was red-faced, had taken off his jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and his glasses had slipped down to hang from his collar as he panted for breath. Again, continue. He was already incoherent, his speech slurred. The more someone got worked up, the easier they were to deal with. Su Qingyi shook his head, losing even his last bit of interest. Matthew had secretly signaled Su Qingyi countless times to show mercy, but seeing Wu Haoren like this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of secret satisfaction. Jian Xiao was very happy watching the show. The only pity was that all the wine had been drunk by Wu Haoren. She had originally wanted to have a few sips herself. Thanks to book friend Power June for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes. 279, Chapter 275 Time to Keep the Appointment. Chapter 275, Time to Keep the Promise. There's definitely a reason he managed to become vice chairman. Su Qingyi couldn't help but marvel as he watched Wu Haoren's stubborn refusal to be supported by anyone. The man was about to faceplant into the floor, yet he was still talking tough. Don't touch me. I'm telling you all, everyone. Unite with your classmates, be courteous to the newcomers. I told you, don't touch me. Wu Haoren flung away the hand reaching out to support him and slammed the table with a loud thud. You're a good man, He leaned over the table, pointing a finger at Su Qingyi, seemingly wanting to say more. Su Qingyi slowly buttoned his cuff, waiting composedly for him to finish. However, the next second, Wu Haoren slumped into his chair, completely unconscious. It's good to be young. He fell asleep the moment his head hit something. The lackey who had been waiting on him carefully leaned forward and gently poked his shoulder. Chairman. Chairman. There was no reaction, only the faint sound of low snoring. Chairman Wu. Wu Haoren. The lackey continued to call out. Stop shouting. Call him vice chairman. Jian Xiao, annoyed by the noise, swirled the wine in her glass. The lackey nodded and shouted at the top of his lungs, Vice chairman. Vice. Chair. Man. The other man remained in the same position, sleeping soundly. The lackey's face lit up instantly, and he skipped around joyfully announcing to everyone, reporting. He's really drunk and asleep. Su Qingyi clearly felt everyone around him breathe a sigh of relief, some even started clapping. The private room was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. It seemed that everyone had long harbored grievances against his high-pressure, bureaucratic rule. It was just that most of them were too afraid to speak up. Once they confirmed it was safe, everyone spontaneously began eating, drinking, chatting, and playing finger-guessing games. Su Qingyi took another look at the sleeping Wu Haoren, then stood up to leave. He had only come to stand up for the innocent victims from last time. Now that the mission was accomplished, it was time to head out. To his surprise, just as he stood up, that same lackey rushed over holding a wine glass. Let's toast to tonight's little god of gamblers. Su Qingyi was stunned by the awkwardness, but the others clearly didn't mind, raising their glasses with grins. Cheers. Su Qingyi sighed and looked around. Yi Ju was winking at him from the side, clearly enjoying the spectacle. She would probably be satisfied if he ended up as drunk as Wu Haoren. Jian Xiao had personally refilled his glass, laughing heartily. It was as if she wasn't the same person who had just offered to drink for him if he lost the finger-guessing game. Matthew had also forgotten his previous troubles, cheering the loudest of them all. Meeting their expectant gazes, Su Qingyi had no choice but to tilt his head back and drain the glass. Another round of cheers immediately erupted. By the time they walked out of the tavern, the night wind was blowing, and it was already the early hours of the morning. Su Qingyi coughed, feeling the alcohol's effects dissipate slightly in the wind, leaving only a subtle sense of haze. He now felt he might have misunderstood Wu Haoren a bit. There was no need for the man to force drinks on them. These guys could drink themselves into this pathetic state just by being in a good mood. It wasn't easy to get a taxi at this hour. As one of the most sober people there, Su Qingyi saw everyone off into their cars one by one. Yi Ju didn't look very sober, but she remembered she was the class monitor and stubbornly refused to leave first, her gaze as determined as if she were taking an oath. Let these comrades go first. Excellent. Unfortunately, she was pointing at a green belt, where the leaves of the bushes were swaying lazily in the wind. Su Qingyi grabbed the hood of her sweatshirt and pulled her back from the edge of the road to the sidewalk. Jian Zhao's Ferrari was parked by the curb, she was leaning against the door, calling for a designated driver. Noticing Su Qingyi's gaze, she curled her lips into a smile. Cold. Want to sit inside for a bit? Su Qingyi shook his head. He thought the temperature tonight was fine. Besides, getting some air would help keep his head clear after the alcohol. You're so good at drinking games. Do you play them often? First time. Su Qingyi answered truthfully. Jian Zhao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly lowered her head and laughed. You're really interesting, little junior. Are you sure you won't consider your senior? No. Su Qingyi rejected her without a hint of hesitation. There was no one else around right now, and if there were, they were drunks. So there was no need to worry about saving face. As if she had expected his answer, Jian Zhao waved her hand dismissively. Fine, fine. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Just as she spoke, the designated driver arrived on an electric scooter. Hello, are you the customer with the number ending in 4673? Jian Zhao gave a hum of affirmation and handed him the keys. The driver clearly panicked a bit when he saw the car, he hadn't expected it to be a genuine luxury vehicle. Don't be nervous, they all drive the same. Jian Zhao opened the rear door, but before getting in, she looked back at Su Qingyi. Want your senior to give you a lift? Su Qingyi shook his head and pointed at Yi Ju, who was currently talking to a tree with great solemnity. I still have to get this one home. Tisk. Jian Zhao let out an ambiguous, soulful sigh, her eyes seductive in the night. You really do prefer the little sister type after all. Seeing Su Qingyi fall silent, she laughed again. Just kidding. Get home safe. You too. Su Qingyi watched the Ferrari's taillights disappear around the corner. He thought about Jian Zhao's words and found them illogical. If he factored in his age before his rebirth, Jian Zhao was also a little sister to him. In that sense, there was no such thing as a type at all. Liking someone was just liking them, there weren't that many rules and restrictions. After all, there were perfect examples right in front of him, Chu Qingyan and Chen Jinji had completely opposite personalities. Having figured it out, he turned back to where they had been standing. Everyone else had already left in cars, only the last taxi was still on its way. Perhaps Yi Ju was tired of chatting with the tree, as she had crouched down and was uncharacteristically silent. Su Qingyi stood half a meter away from her, neither too close nor too far. Not close enough to cause a misunderstanding, but not so far that he couldn't catch her if she suddenly went crazy and dashed into the middle of the road. An eerie silence fell between the two for a moment. For a while, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Su Qingyi's black trench coat flapped in the wind, likely giving him a somewhat desolate appearance from afar. It looked like Yi Ju was only wearing a thin sweatshirt, he wondered if she was crouching because she was cold. At this thought, Su Qingyi was the one to feel uneasy first. Are you okay? He asked tentatively. McDonald's burgers, ho 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 McDonald's fries, Friday fries, I shouldn't have asked. Su Qingyi pressed a hand to his forehead, regretting that he had felt the need to strike up a conversation. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I've had formal training, you know. Huh? Su Qingyi was confused. I used to work at Mickey D's. Yi Ju looked up, her drunken eyes shining exceptionally bright in the night. Su Qingyi lowered his gaze and asked slowly, impressive. What else have you done? Yi Ju gave a ha-ha laugh and began counting on her fingers. So many things, let your big sister tell you all about it. I've shaken milk tea at a shop, let me tell you, the signature recipes at several shops are exactly the same, they just changed the name. I've also handed out flyers. My God, talk about cheap labor. And you have to stand in the sun and keep smiling. Avoid. I've fried chicken cutlets too, but I was fired for sneaking fries, so no comment on that one. Su Qingyi listened quietly, then suddenly asked out of the blue, have you ever dressed up as a mascot? His tone was calm, with a slight upward inflection at the end, as if he were asking the most ordinary question. Yi Ju's intuition sensed a trap, but the alcohol had numbed her brain, and she replied blankly, yeah. Su Qingyi nodded, as if the question had really just been a casual inquiry. He looked up at the night sky, which had an unnatural pale purple glow reflected from the distant neon lights. Yi Ju shook her head and couldn't help but press for more. How did you know? As she spoke, another gust of wind blew past, making her shiver and her voice tremble. Because I remembered where I've seen you before. Su Qingyi replied slowly. He took off his trench coat and draped it over her shoulders. Because the movement was so casual, the oversized coat almost completely enveloped her. The sudden warmth made Yi Ju sneeze. It was hard to tell if her mind had cleared a bit or become even more muddled. She thought about it seriously, then suddenly found something funny. She had always been whimsical, so when she wanted to laugh, she really did. Su Qingyi stood with his hands in his pockets, helplessly watching her laugh so hard she was hitting the ground. What on earth are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. She was laughing too hard to form a complete sentence, and it took a while for her to catch her breath. Su Qingyi waited patiently for her to finish. Alright, handsome, want to learn about swimming and fitness? Yi Ju stood up with a smile and gave a wobbly curtsy. Yes. This girl was that cheeky mascot bear he had encountered long ago in a shopping mall in Tangan City. That was why he found her tone of voice so familiar, yet had no impression of her face. Now that his suspicion was confirmed, Su Qingyi watched her gesticulate wildly, and the memories overlapped perfectly. As expected, it wasn't just her tone of voice, her movements were identical too. 3 bears living together: Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear. Papa Bear is chubby, Mama Bear is slender, Baby Bear is so cute. Growing up strong, wrapped in his trench coat, Yi Ju sang her own accompaniment and performed the entire 3 Little Bears dance. Was he supposed to clap now? Su Qingyi hesitated for a moment before giving a token round of applause. Thank you for your support. Since you've watched this bear's performance, you have to come in and get a yearly fitness membership, okay? Where did this bandit come from, trying to force a sale like this? Have you ever actually succeeded in promoting anything? Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask. Of course. Who are you looking down on? I was the employee of the month, okay? Yi Ju shot him an annoyed glare, seemingly very displeased that he questioned her performance level. Alright. Su Qingyi could only offer a dry response. But how did you guess? You've never seen my face, though I've seen yours, so I recognized you instantly. Forgot to tell you, in the bear's eyes, your features were all distorted, so it's actually quite impressive that I recognized you. Yi Ju was curious. In such a cool moment of deduction, Su Qingyi habitually tried to put his hands in his trench coat pockets, only to realize he had lent it to Yi Ju. I saw your information when you were filling out the form in the class group. Hey, you pervert. Why were you peeking at other people's information? Yi Ju protected her chest with both hands, looking like she was guarding against a thief, or Su Qingyi. Anything put out for free editing is public information, okay? Besides, I didn't look on purpose. Su Qingyi defended himself. He really hadn't done it on purpose. It was just that as the class monitor, Yi Ju had been the one to create the form, so her information was naturally in the first row. The moment Su Qingyi clicked in, he saw her place of residence, which clearly stated, Tangan City. At first, he thought Yi Ju knew him because of the top scorer in the science stream thing. But that wouldn't explain why he felt familiar with her. Normally, no matter how much he narrowed it down, he would never have associated her with a mascot bear he had met by chance. But that bear had left a very deep impression on him. Usually, those bears aren't allowed to talk, and that bear's cheeky tone was indeed rare. This suspicion had grown stronger and stronger as he spent more time with Yi Ju. As it turned out, intuition is rarely wrong. This really was a case of fate working in mysterious ways. Su Qingyi felt a bit of relief as he watched a taxi finally pull slowly to the curb. Fortunately, it hadn't arrived while Yi Ju was dancing, otherwise the driver might have thought he'd seen a ghost. Late at night, a long-haired woman in black, gesticulating wildly and singing eerie children's songs. The driver would have fled with his taxi overnight. He might even have made a solemn declaration in the Beijing taxi group chat, never take an order from this street in the middle of the night again. Yi Ju struggled to wriggle into the back seat. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyi chose the back seat as well. Otherwise, it would be hard to deal with if she threw up in the man's car. Sir, Peking University South Gate. Got it. Su Qingyi had originally wanted to crack the window for some fresh air, but strangely, there was no unpleasant smell on Yi Ju. Even though she had been drinking, she still smelled like some kind of laundry detergent. Once in the car, whether it was because she was tired from the commotion or because of the driver's presence, she fell silent again, leaning against the window quietly. Su Qingyi thought she had fallen asleep, but when he adjusted his angle to take a peek, he saw her eyes were open. The streetlights cast long shadows from her eyelashes, making her expression look somewhat somber. Perhaps this girl wasn't as carefree as she seemed. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. The starlight twinkles in the midnight, everyone happily tells stories, yet what I want to say tonight isn't easy, hesitantly looking at you, wanting to speak but hesitating again. The car radio was playing an old Cantonese song that Su Qingyi found familiar. The melody was sad, painting the cold night ahead with a touch of desolation. Su Qingyi couldn't recall the name for a moment, so he listened intently, waiting for the chorus to remember. As a result, the moment the radio reached the chorus, Yi Ju suddenly burst into song as if she'd been struck by lightning and fully revived. Who would believe? This shallow dialogue of a lifetime, let me give it to you, the song that made millions cry. Please, that's not even the right song. Su Qingyi tried to stop this karaoke king. Only then did I cry out to the heavens because of you, love 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 so much. Are you crazy? I said it's not this one. Be quiet, I want to hear what song that was just now. And even gave you an excessive love, forget it. Su Qingyi covered his face and gave up the struggle. The driver in the front was laughing so hard he could barely keep his foot on the brake, almost surging across the white line. Alright, I'll switch it to King of Karaoke for you, little girl. You sing really well. Young man, don't worry, that song just now was called Love Story Part 1. Thank you. Su Qingyi replied. He wondered if there was a switch somewhere on Yi Ju that, once accidentally flipped, turned her into a little maniac. To think he had just thought her true nature wasn't like this. That being said, this taxi driver had quite a good temper. Su Qingyi sighed and opened his phone to pay the fare. He'd been busy all night, though he wasn't sure with what. Only now did he have time to check WeChat. Chen Jinji had sent a message an hour ago. Su Qingyi clicked on it, it was a picture. The picture was of a calendar. Su Qingyi had originally thought it was her group's itinerary, as he had seen the fan club president post it on Weibo before. It was packed to the brim, sometimes they had to rush to several events in one day, changing their look in between, with absolutely no time to rest. But when he looked closer at the picture, he realized. It wasn't that. Because in the entire month of November, only the day of Lidong was carefully circled in red ink. Beside it was a line of small text in Chen Jinji's handwriting. It's time to keep the promise. Thanks to book friend Power Kun for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 280, Chapter 276 begins with a chocolate kiss. Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network, Mongolian Tugrik Korean 1 Laotian Kip Nigerian Naira. Sadio, super reliable. The trip to Mo was set for Friday, which, combined with the weekend, made for a nice little long holiday. But to enjoy it to the fullest, careful planning was required. Su Qingyi was the type who liked making plans, so he had roughly mapped out the itinerary on the way to the airport. Because it was a remote area with low population density and hadn't become a popular tourist spot yet, transportation and infrastructure weren't particularly convenient. Su Qingyi had contacted a driver in advance. The 3-day trip would mostly rely on a chartered car. The price was unexpectedly affordable, only 800 yuan. Su Qingyi thought about it and decided to round it up to 1,000 when the time came. The distance between each village was about 100 or 200 kilometers, all through snowy terrain. Without a reliable local driver to lead the way, it would actually be somewhat dangerous. The hotels and guesthouses had also been booked in advance. There were no proper hotels in the villages, only Mo City had them for the first night. For the remaining 2 nights, they would have to stay in village guesthouses. But since they were coming all this way, experiencing the local life was the most important thing. Su Qingyi contacted the guesthouse owner once more to confirm. After receiving a positive reply, he finally felt at ease. He carried his luggage through security. The contents of his suitcase were simple, cold weather gear including a long black down jacket, fleece-lined gloves, a scarf, and a hat. Besides those, there was the camera he had bought earlier. In freezing weather, fruit phones would freeze and automatically shut down. This was basically common knowledge that wasn't exactly common. So, if one wanted to take photos as mementos, other equipment had to be prepared. Of course, there was one last, most important matter. How could he pull off a deception and mysteriously disappear from school for 3 days without getting caught? The answer, of course, was to find outside help. And this help had to be someone who wasn't close enough to the young lady who checked up on him, so that she would feel too awkward to press for details. Wukong, has the intensive training been going well lately? Su Qingyi called He Wufei, a call that was clearly a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, harboring no good intentions. Very smoothly. He Wufei was a smart man, he guessed immediately that Su Qingyi needed something from him. And in all probability, it was something related to moral principles. As it turned out, it was exactly that. Su Qingyi requested that Wu Fei testify that he had gone to the training camp specifically to visit him this weekend. Although Wu Fei didn't know why he needed to tell this lie, he could only agree. Miss Chu was a bit puzzled at first, but after Su Qingyi explained the whole story about signing Wu Fei up for the classes, she accepted it immediately. She even gave him a thumbs up and praised him quite a bit. Thus, she no longer had any complaints about him disappearing for a weekend. Su Yan once found it impossible to understand Su Qingyi's habit of planning everything. He always felt that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Travel was just about being happy, after all. However, Su Qingyi didn't think so. Relevant surveys showed that when couples travel together, the possibility of conflicts leading to a breakup is at its highest. If Su Yang and Han Bing went traveling alone, there was a 99% chance they would fight. The remaining 1% was that they never even set off. In an unfamiliar environment, with just the two of them, any small matter or conflict would be infinitely magnified. But while making this guide, Su Qingyi didn't feel any sense of crisis. He couldn't say why, but he just felt it was impossible for Chen Jinji to get angry or have a conflict with him over such things. Chu Qingyan might occasionally have little tantrums, but he couldn't even imagine what Chen Jinji would look like if she were properly angry. Sometimes he felt she was a bit too tolerant. Su Qingyi leaned back in the airport lounge chair, lost in thought. As he thought, he suddenly realized a problem. In the itinerary released by the Iris fan club a few days ago, Chen Jinji had these days packed full of activities. As the group center, she should be the one least likely to be absent, right? How could she have time? Doubt arose in Su Qingyi's mind, so he opened Weibo to check again. This time, however, he saw the name at the top of the trending topics. Hashtag Chen Jinji Seising Fan. Hashtag Su Qingyi frowned. The term Seising Fan was something he had been educated on by the fan club president. It roughly referred to fans with extreme behavior and crazy methods who, to satisfy their own selfish desires, would constantly harass their idols through secret filming, stalking, and other means. Unlike paparazzi who also stalk and take secret photos, the goal of a Seising fan isn't to make money, it's simply an extreme, non-profit way of following a star. Su Qingyi clicked into the topic. After browsing through a mountain of nonsense from unscrupulous marketing accounts and useless information, he finally figured out the sequence of events. The incident started with a phone recording leaked by a Seising fan. After the call connected, the first thing heard was Chen Jinji's voice. Hello. Her tone was very calm, so polite that no emotion could be heard. The Seising fan was a girl whose voice sounded somewhat excited. Is this Chen Jinji? Is it? It's me, Chen Jinji replied. Based on Su Qingyi's understanding of her, she should have realized something was wrong long ago, yet she didn't hang up. Great, I called you over 30 times and you finally bothered to pick up. You guys are at XX Hotel, room XXX, right? Ha ha ha. The Seising fan recited the hotel room number, followed by a slightly eerie laugh. Chen Jinji didn't respond here, likely out of consideration for her teammates living with her. Don't stay silent. We're right downstairs now. Have you eaten dinner? Do you want us to bring some up for you? The Seising fan even used the word we, it was a group effort. Hearing this, Chen Jinji sighed softly, appearing somewhat helpless. The Seising fan, however, felt no shame and instead raised her voice even more aggressively. We'll be waiting for you right outside the door. I don't have any schedule today, so I'm afraid I won't be going out, Chen Jinji replied slowly. At this point, the voice on the Seising's end changed to another shrill female voice, as if someone else had taken the phone. Are you staying with Lin Yishui or Zhang Yunyan today? Let her take the phone, okay? What's the point of changing numbers? We'll always find it. But Chen Jinji suddenly let out a laugh. What's the use of calling them? Most of the time, they won't understand what you're saying. Her attitude finally caused the Seising fan's side to fall silent. Perhaps because this harassment didn't achieve the desired effect, the Seising fan leaked the recording. Although Chen Jinji appeared very calm about it, Su Qingyi felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. He didn't expect that the further incidents brought to light by this recording would be even harder to accept. Ordinary fans were extremely angry at the company's inaction and summarized many malicious incidents caused by Seising fans. Only then did Su Qingyi realize what Chen Jinji was going through. Every day. Amidst her busy schedule of work and activities, she had to find time to practice dancing and prepare for stage performances. And during this time, in her scattered moments of rest, she would receive non-stop harassment calls and threatening texts from Seising fans. Even during live-streamed events arranged by the company, Chen Jinji was forced to keep using her hands to hang up calls. She would be blocked at hotel doors, and her travel vehicles would be forcibly cut off. In the videos, people surrounding the car would smash the windows and pull at the door handles. If he didn't know better, Su Qingyi would have thought it was a scene from some apocalyptic zombie movie. Amidst the screams mixed with the dull thuds of hitting the glass, Chen Jinji just sat there quietly. If all of this was within the scope of what a celebrity should endure, then what followed was even more terrifying. One of Chen Jinji's staff members spoke out, "Once at the company, we received a package with Jinji's name on it. We thought she bought it, so we took it over to her. When opened, it contained a bloody prosthetic limb. Everyone present was terrified. Everyone, please try to put yourselves in her shoes. Was this some horror movie being filmed?" Su Qingyi felt his worldview collapsing. Why would someone do such things to their idol under the banner of love? Besides that, there was one more thing that bothered him. And that was that Chen Jinji had never mentioned any of this to him. Su Qingyi felt a complex mix of emotions for a moment. The Saisiying fan incident caused a huge stir. Fans and passers-by were constantly speaking out. The company's attempt to play dead failed, so they had to issue a statement. Solemn statement: our artist Iris, real name, Chen Jinji, has been subjected to frequent harassment by some extreme fans, which has seriously affected her work and life. In response to this incident, we have decided to temporarily suspend all of the artist's work to protect her physical and mental health. We strongly condemn the illegal and criminal behavior of such extreme fans and reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility against them. We have always called for rational fandom, love others and love yourself. Suspending all work, so that was the reason Chen Jinji was free. Su Qingyi turned off his phone screen and, after a long while, sighed. Chen Jinji's flight was half an hour earlier than his, so when Su Qingyi arrived at Mo Airport, she was already there. He pulled his suitcase and walked out. Although it was just noon, there weren't many people at the airport, and it was quite desolate. From afar, he saw Chen Jinji standing at the exit. She was actually wearing avocado green today, the only splash of bright color in the gray airport, making her very easy to find. Su Qingyi stepped forward quickly, meeting her smiling gaze. "Have you been waiting long?" "It was fine." Chen Jinji reached out to help him straighten his scarf, which was uneven on both sides. He had taken it off on the plane and tied it quite casually when he got off. Su Qingyi stared at her for a long while. She hadn't changed since the last time they met, her makeup was light, but she was perfectly beautiful. He tried to find even a single trace of something wrong in her state, so he could righteously ask her why she hadn't said anything. But he couldn't find anything. Fortunately, Chen Jinji only needed one look to guess what he wanted to say. She sighed softly, her soft fingertips grasping his palm. "Can we talk about this later, okay?" "Okay." Su Qingyi paused and agreed first. An airport was an easy place to be photographed, not to mention those terrifying Saisiyangs. As the two walked out of the airport, the driver Su Qingyi had contacted in advance came forward to meet them. The driver looked honest and simple, wearing a military coat, cotton-padded shoes and pants, and a lei feng hat, fully equipped. "Hello, hello. Are you Mr. Su?" The voice carried the high-pitched enthusiasm unique to Northerners. Su Qingyi inexplicably thought of that ramen chef at the noodle shop near No. 1 middle school. "Hello, it's me." Su Qingyi nodded in response. "Hello, master. Thank you for waiting in such cold weather." Chen Jinji smiled slightly and exchanged polite pleasantries. "Ha! What are you saying? It's all part of the job." The driver waved his hand and immediately led them outside. "Cold, isn't it? Oh my, you two are wearing so little. Young people really have spirit." The driver rubbed his hands, his small steps moving very quickly. Su Qingyi led Chen Jinji as they followed behind. Outside was already a vast expanse of ice and snow. Black boots stepped into the thick snow, making a crunch sound and leaving a trail of footprints of varying depths. Come, get in the car. It's warm inside." The driver's car was an old-fashioned pickup truck, but it looked like he cherished it, it was kept very clean. The road to the hotel wasn't far. After discussing the next day's itinerary on the way, they had already reached the city center. Su Qingyi jumped down, picked up their suitcases, and glanced at this unfamiliar city. The roads were built straight and clean, with few high-rise buildings. Perhaps because it was a border city, the architecture leaned towards a European style, giving one the feeling of being abroad at first glance. This was the northernmost place in China. Su Qingyi took a deep breath. There was no scent of an industrial city, the air was filled with drifting snowflakes. Su Qingyi hadn't put much thought into booking the hotel, because the guest houses were what needed careful selection. He had simply chosen the most expensive room. Carrying the luggage upstairs, he discovered that this most expensive Snowview room was actually a couple's suite with only one large bed. Su Qingyi stood at the door hesitating, not knowing if he should enter. This made him seem too ill-intentioned. Chen Jinji took the luggage from his hand and gave him a meaningful look over her shoulder. Su Qingyi coughed to hide his embarrassment, followed her in, and locked the door behind him. The Snowview room on the top floor had clean, transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking out, the entire scenery of Mo was reflected in their eyes. Su Qingyi was staring somewhat blankly when Chen Jinji walked over and looked up at him. Her eyes were swirling with complex emotions, he couldn't tell if she was asking for a kiss or craving a hug. Su Qingyi reached out and pulled her into his arms. Amidst her black hair was a faint scent of cedarwood, unfamiliar, yet it fit the current scene perfectly. For a moment, Su Qingyi suddenly felt he shouldn't bring up those unhappy things again, enjoying this moment was enough. But after a moment of silence, he still spoke. Can you talk about it now? Chen Jinji gave a soft in his arms. The two huddled on the sofa. On the coffee table were 2 cups of freshly made hot cocoa, its sweet scent thick and rich. The satiating situation has actually been going on for a long time. It's not just me, the teammates are too. Chen Jinji's tone was as calm as ever. But this time the impact was so big, she looked up at Su Qingyi and suddenly revealed a familiar, 1,000-year-old fox-like smile. I did it on purpose. A giant question mark appeared on Su Qingyi's face. Receiving the call happened a while ago. The reason I exposed it now is because I wanted to take a vacation. Chen Jinji smiled faintly. Su Qingyi was speechless for a moment, only able to feel deep admiration for this girl's calculating ability. Even an experience like this could become a bargaining chip in her hand. Regardless, those things can't be fake, right? He still asked the question he was most worried about. Most of them are true. Like that prosthetic limb, of course, I wasn't scared. Chen Jinji picked up the hot cocoa on the table and took a small sip. It was too fake. It should have been taken off a department store mannequin, and the blood seemed to be faked with ketchup. She analyzed calmly. Then what about the car stalking and harassment calls? Satiating fans can only find the number registered with my ID, which is just the number the company kept on file. So the number I gave you, which is the one I normally use, was actually registered with the help of a staff sister. Although the stalking is dangerous, it didn't delay my personal itinerary, so relax, it's fine. Chen Jinji explained everything in one breath and held the cup to his lips. Although Su Qingyi didn't like sweets, he still lowered his head to taste a little bit. Even so, why have you never told me about these things? He tried to make his tone sound serious. Chen Jinji put the cup back on the coffee table, stood up to cup his face, her eyes tender. Because you would worry. This was the answer Su Qingyi had expected. He wasn't satisfied with it and wanted to argue some more when Chen Jinji kissed him without warning. It was just a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Su Qingyi's words were blocked back, and only then did he realize that when he drank the hot cocoa just now, a little chocolate stain might have gotten on the corner of his mouth. Thanks to book friend Loves Leaving Early and Power Kuan for the tips. Thanks everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 281, Chapter 277 3,000 miles away, I met you by chance. Wait. Su Qingyi leaned back tactically, widening the ambiguous distance between them. Don't try to fool me like that. He warned sternly. Alright. Chen Jinji held back her laughter, watching him with composure. Every time we've talked on the phone lately, I've been the one doing the talking while you listen. You even remember my class schedule perfectly, but if I want to know what you're up to today, I have to check the public schedule on Weibo. Su Qingyi averted his gaze from Chen Jinji, he couldn't stay serious once he made eye contact with her. And sometimes the schedule isn't even accurate. He added, then continued, setting aside the issue of stalker fans for a moment, I heard fans saying something about you fainting from low blood sugar last time. Did that happen? No, it didn't. Chen Jinji blinked, her tone making it impossible to tell if she was being truthful. Really, no. Are you sure? Really, no. I just felt dizzy for a brief moment. The fans were very worried, so they exaggerated it. Even though she sounded very convincing, Su Qingyi was still a bit skeptical. Chen Jinji sighed softly and took his hand. The heating in the room was strong, and both their palms were warm. Su Qingyi, I promised you that I would take good care of myself. Standing outside the industry, you might feel that this life is like walking on thin ice, full of difficulties. But I don't feel that way, because everything I do is for the sake of being with you better in the future. Just thinking about it like that makes me feel very happy. As she said this, she revealed a beautiful smile, the gentle curve of her lips and her eyes soft yet firm. Really, I often feel very happy just because you are by my side. Su Qingyi responded, feeling as if a ball of melting hot chocolate was in his chest. He couldn't describe it. The progress bar of a shonen manga was past the halfway point. The main group of protagonists waved their swords, triumphant and proud, shouting that they were the strongest in the world now. But only Su Qingyi, watching from the audience, knew that a chasm still lay ahead. No matter if you were invincible, or if your love was as firm as gold, regardless of whether you could successfully cross it in the end, it would inevitably result in heavy casualties and rivers of blood. Harboring such anxiety about the impending collapse, even in this happy moment, he felt a lingering melancholy. He couldn't shake off. What are you thinking about? Chen Jinji asked leisurely. Su Qingyi snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. This reaction clearly didn't fool Chen Jinji, but although she didn't believe him, she didn't pursue it further. Su Qingyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, pretending to be nonchalant. Let's go out and get something to eat. Okay. Chen Jinji placed the cup she was holding back on the table. Su Qingyi glanced at it and realized she had only drunk about 1/5 after all this time. No wonder she was so thin, an idol's physique management was engraved in her DNA. If it were him, he would have finished it in 2 or 3 gulps. When they left the hotel again, they had changed into outfits suitable for the local residents. Heavy long down jackets, fleece-lined gloves, and long boots, they looked like 2 bears trekking through the snow. Su Qingyi hadn't booked a restaurant, so they just found one by the roadside that looked busy. Upon walking in, they realized it was an iron pot stew place. The landlady was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to clear a 2-person table in the innermost corner for them. What would you kids like to eat? She smiled and handed over the menu. Su Qingyi took it and immediately passed it to Chen Jinji. You order. Chen Jinji lowered her eyes and looked at it for a while, seemingly unable to make up her mind, so she smiled and said, Auntie, what is your restaurant's specialty? She had taken off her mask after entering the shop. The landlady was startled. This girl was truly adorable, and that smile melted people's hearts. In our shop, it has to be the iron pot stewed goose. A small pot is more than enough for the 2 of you. The side dishes include potatoes, corn, and vermicelli, and Auntie will add some chicken and spare ribs for you. Alright, thank you, Auntie. Su Qingyi handed the menu back. The advantage of eating in the Northeast is that you can have fully automated ordering. During the wait for the food, the landlady came over 2 or 3 more times. Bringing a pot of hot tea and asking after them, the service was excellent. It made Su Qingyi repeatedly check if the restaurant had some sort of KPI task for positive reviews. When the iron pot stew was brought up, both of them were startled. It was truly a huge pot, and according to the landlady, this was only a small one. Given Chen Jinji's appetite, this pot would last her until next year. In the pot were the goose, mixed with spare ribs and chicken. The aroma of the sauce was rich, and one could tell at a glance the sticky, thick flavor characteristic of northeastern cuisine. Su Qingyi's taste buds were quickly awakened, but when he reached out with his chopsticks to taste it, he was reminded by the landlady that he had to wait a while longer after it was served for it to stew. Pale yellow corn cakes were stuck one by one around the iron pot. Watching the dough gradually cook and puff up had a strangely healing feeling. When they could finally eat, Su Qingyi silently picked up a chicken wing he had been eyeing for a long time and put it into Chen Jinji's bowl. It feels like it was cooked by my gaze. Chen Jinji was amused and laughed. She lowered her head to take a bite and let out a surprised, It's delicious. Is that so? Su Qingyi picked up a piece of spare rib, not caring that it was hot, and took a bite, blowing on it. The taste was indeed very good. The meat was soft and tender, full of flavor, and salty and fragrant. The most distinctive northeastern feature had to be the stewed vermicelli. The ingredient was likely sweet potato, which was very chewy, and coated in sauce. It felt smooth and bouncy in the mouth. The corn cakes that Chen Jinji was most looking forward to had honey added to them, he could taste. They were fluffy, sweet, and fragrant. Eating them dipped in sauce and eating them alone offered 2 different flavors. After eating like this, they both gave the restaurant's cooking a perfect score. Unfortunately, the portion was too large. Even though they ate hard for a long time, they still wasted quite a bit. Next time, he would have to discuss with the owner about making less. Su Qingyi was already so full he was feeling a bit of a food coma, thinking groggily. Needless to say, Chen Jinji had never eaten such a strenuous meal in her life. After paying the bill and coming out, it was already afternoon, and the snowflakes that had stopped for half a day started to fall again. However, the iron pot stew clearly provided plenty of heat, both of them felt warm all over and didn't feel cold at all. The sunlight disappeared into the clouds, and snowflakes began to drift sparsely in the sky again. The two walked aimlessly along the street. The ground was icy and a bit slippery, so Su Qingyi held Chen Jinji's hand, walking very slowly. The whole of Mo exuded an atmosphere completely different from Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, or any other city. This small northern city was silent and slow. It was suitable for retirement. Su Qingyi thought this and turned his head to look at Chen Jinji. She was looking down at the road intently, with tiny snowflakes falling between the loose strands of hair on her forehead, faintly obscuring her beautiful eyes and brows. There were quite a few people in this world with good bone structure, and even more with good looks. But Chen Jinji's beauty was different. It inexplicably made people feel that she was born to be beautiful. Even if you covered her eyes or her mouth, she would still be the most beautiful person in the world. If she were thrown into a bustling crowd, everyone around her would automatically fade, and one could only see her alone. As the saying goes, the hall is full of beauties, but suddenly my eyes meet only yours. Su Qingyi shook his head and reminded himself, even if it were Aphrodite, he had been looking at her for so long, he should be used to it by now. Where are we going? Walking to an intersection, Chen Jinji looked up at the words on the bus stop sign and asked with a smile. Forget it, he would never get tired of looking at her. Su Qingyi thought. How you wear your dress, how your eyebrows curve, how your hair is coiled. I can't remember you clearly, so I must see you, and see you again. Mo. There should be a dance hall. A dance hall? What kind of dance hall? I don't know, let's look for one. The two continued to wander aimlessly along the streets of the small city. As it turned out, they really found a dance hall. It was semi-basement style, hidden very deep, and you had to go down a flight of stairs to enter. When they reached the door, they could already hear faint music coming from inside. There really is one, huh? Chen Jinji's eyes lit up, and she looked pleasantly surprised. Su Qingyi gripped the doorknob and pushed it open slowly. The iron door was a bit rusty, emitting a soft creaking sound. The two walked indoors, the cold air from outside was shut out, and the warmth brushed against their faces, the music in their ears hazy for a moment. Su Qingyi realized belatedly that the piece was Second Waltz, also known as the famous Second Waltz. This was a very typical old-fashioned disco hall, the colorful lights a bit dazzling. Perhaps because it was still early, the entire dance hall only had the two of them at this moment. In the center, there was a low stage, with a microphone and speakers placed there. They walked all the way to the center of the hall before someone who looked like the owner came up to greet them. Hello, tickets are 10 yuan per person. Su Qingyi was taken aback, his first reaction being, it's actually this cheap. This place looked like a KTV private room, but a luxury version. At most, it was just missing some fruit platters. Su Qingyi nodded and paid the money. The owner went back to the bar at the entrance, looking as if to say, make yourselves at home. Is it this casual? Su Qingyi paused, his tone a bit hesitant. Chen Jinji looked around, as if she had suddenly remembered something, and suddenly smiled meaningfully. Su Qingyi immediately had a bad premonition. Do you still remember that you owe me a dance? Chen Jinji leaned in closer, her eyes smiling. Is that so? No way. Su Qingyi pretended not to know anything. But in reality, he had already remembered, it was a long time ago. During a lunch break, the two were chatting in the classroom and inadvertently mentioned ballroom dancing, so Chen Jinji took advantage of the situation and demanded this promise from him. He didn't expect her to remember it for so long. April 7, 2014, at 12:13 p.m., Su Qingyi owes Chen Jinji a dance. She repeated it slowly. All right, all right, all right. Su Qingyi raised his hand in surrender. What kind of dance do you want to do? It wouldn't be one of your group's dances, would it? I have watched the videos, but that is way too hard. Su Qingyi thought of the dance practice videos their company released. Whenever Chen Jinji appeared, the screen would instantly be covered in comments, forcing him to turn them off to watch. Chen Jinji chuckled and shook her head. Since we're already here, we naturally have to do as the locals do. She spun gracefully in place and offered her hand to him in the most standard dance posture. Su Qingyi instinctively took her fingertips, then froze in place. And then? Then just follow my lead. The bittersweet melody of Second Waltz, the dizzying colorful lights, the empty disco hall. Chen Jinji was a very good teacher. Su Qingyi thought, her tone gentle, her movements patient. At first, he was a bit nervous, stiff as a wood, but under Chen Jinji's methodical guidance, he relaxed without realizing it. Thus, when the song ended, even someone with zero talent for dance like him was actually able to stumble through the simplest ballroom dance. It could be called a miracle in the dance world. The owner, who had just been idling at the bar, didn't know when he had looked up to start appreciating this duet, and suddenly let out an admiring monkey-like howl. Woo-hoo! You dance quite well. He poured 3 glasses of fruit wine from the bar, placed them on a tray, and brought them over. Thank you. Su Qingyi felt he couldn't accept the compliment, so he responded dryly and took 2 of the wine glasses. Young people nowadays rarely come to dance halls like ours. The owner sighed with a smile and continued, it's still too early now, you should have come later, there are still quite a few old men and women who come to dance. Here, it's a tradition. I see, that's amazing. Chen Jinji smiled slightly. The owner raised his glass to clink with theirs, then introduced that this was white wine they brewed themselves to drink, with a low alcohol content. Su Qingyi was relieved after hearing this and took a small sip. It was smooth going down, tasted sweet and clear, without any bitterness. After downing a glass of wine, the owner became even more talkative. Just chatting for a while, Su Qingyi already knew that his ancestors were from Harbin, and he had been transferred here to work at the age of 25. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter at home, and his wife was a teacher who taught Chinese. His daughter was in the 1st grade and couldn't even grasp addition and subtraction within 10. When the owner curiously asked about their background, Su Qingyi only said they were college students traveling over the weekend. In this small city at the far north, information seemed to be more isolated. Otherwise, Chen Jinji, this popular trending star, should have been recognized very quickly. The few of them drank and chatted until the plastic bottle of wine was finished, then Su Qingyi stood up and said they had to leave. The owner was reluctant to see them go, left his contact information, promised to meet again if there was a chance, and walked them all the way from the semi-basement to the street. Outside, it was already sunset, the night wind was rising, and large, goose-feather-like snowflakes were blowing about in a flurry. A layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground, perhaps it wasn't thick enough, but stepping on it didn't feel as soft as imagined, but rather like ice shards. The alcohol brought warmth, and Su Qingyi felt his ears getting hot. He instinctively wanted to take off his scarf, but was stopped by Chen Jinji reaching out. You'll catch a cold. The night street actually seemed more lively than during the day, with pedestrians opposite them walking with uneven steps just like them. Beside the old-fashioned European-style buildings, warm yellow streetlights lit up one by one. The further they walked forward, the more open the view became. Finally, a patch of clean, pristine snow appeared. Su Qingyi, as if drained of all strength, lay back into the snow. Chen Jinji tried to pull him, but lacked the strength, and was pulled down to the ground with him. Snowflakes crept into her neck, and she shivered from the cold, immediately looking up at him. Su Qingyi laughed and suddenly reached out to pull her into his embrace. He liked the taste of that fruit wine very much and had unknowingly drunk more than half the bottle. Now the alcohol was going to his head, and he was already a little drunk. Chen Jinji had long seen that this guy was already a drunkard, but she didn't hold it against him and reached out to pinch his earlobe. You can't drink, yet you still drink. No, I didn't. Su Qingyi was still smiling. At first, he felt his vision was a bit blurry, but the stars in the night sky were faintly twinkling and dazzling. A fitting melody suddenly rang in his mind, and he followed his memory, singing it intermittently. I have never seen a village where the aurora appears, nor have I seen anyone setting off fireworks in the dead of night. Chen Jinji paused slightly, signaling him to keep singing. The evening stars are just like your eyes, killing and setting fires. You didn't say anything, the wild wind disturbs me. Su Qingyi sang up to this point and suddenly laughed again. At this very moment, Chen Jinji's eyes were truly, in the night, beautifully, killing and setting fires. 3,000 miles away, I accidentally saw you. In the garden, a skirt danced. Under the lights, the morning light was shaken off, in the 1980 Mo dance hall. Singing to this point, he suddenly stopped. The year 1980 reminded him of something, making him feel a moment of sobriety from his drunken haze. In 2014, did this song exist? Why did you stop singing? Chen Jinji was listening very attentively, although the melody of this song was unfamiliar, it was very pleasant. Su Qingyi blinked his eyes, not knowing how to answer. What is the name of this song? It's actually quite good. Chen Jinji asked. Just singing randomly. There was no other way, he could only spout nonsense. Chen Jinji obviously didn't believe him and looked at him calmly. It's so cold, let's go, let's go. Su Qingyi quickly scrambled up from the ground, his drunkenness mostly gone, and walked forward, swaying slightly. Chen Jinji was amused by his childish behavior, and she sat there calmly without moving. Su Qingyi walked a few steps pretending to be serious, realized she hadn't followed, and had to turn back. Chen Jinji looked up and reached out, signaling him to pull her up. Su Qingyi bent down instead, wrapped his arms around her under her armpits to form a loop, and lifted her up in one motion. I won't ask you anymore, but it's fine to sing it one more time, right? Okay. 3,000 miles away, I accidentally saw you. Thanks to book friends Red Lotus and Power for the tips. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes of support. 282, Chapter 278, Winter Love Story. The highlight of a trip to Mo is, of course, not the actual city area, but those small villages on the outskirts. The villages truly located on the northernmost border look more like the north from a fantasy novel than the city does. Early the next morning, the charter driver who came to pick them up was still driving his beloved little pickup truck. The speed wasn't fast along the way, of course, in this kind of snowy weather, it really couldn't be fast anyway. 2 more kilometers ahead is Christmas Village. Do you two want to go play for a while, take some photos or something? The driver asked with a chuckle, gripping the steering wheel. He didn't seem to be in a rush, carrying that unique sense of relaxation typical of the locals. Su Qingyi tilted his head and asked for Chen Jinji's opinion. Chen Jinji nodded and asked, will there be reindeer there? Yes. There definitely will be. There's even a Santa Claus. He's Finnish, but he can understand more than half of what you say. By the way, there's a fee to take a photo with him. Just keep that in mind, it's 5 yuan a photo. The driver was afraid they'd get ripped off, so he specifically turned his head to warn them. Su Qingyi found it amusing and agreed. The wheels trudged through the snow, and when they looked up again, a birch forest had come into view. The driver parked the car on the side of the road and gestured that they could go out and play. He didn't get out himself, instead nestling comfortably in the driver's seat to have a smoke. It made sense, he must have driven this road at least several hundred times, so he likely didn't have a shred of interest in it. Su Qingyi jumped out of the car holding his camera. The straight tree trunk stood tall against the wind, draped in a layer of desolate thin snow, standing out vividly against the vast white expanse. Walking through such a birch forest gave one the illusion of being in another world. The clear sunlight cast long shadows of the trees, their tops standing tall against the deep blue sky. Chen Jinji stood among them, her face as elegant as jade. Su Qingyi quietly raised his camera and pressed the shutter. But he had clearly underestimated this center position star's sense for the lens. The moment he picked up the camera, she had already turned around in anticipation. Su Qingyi looked at the photo and thought it was no wonder Chen Jinji's fans called her a lens radar. Fortunately, even though the candid shot failed, the photo was still very beautiful. Su Qingyi's photography skills were naturally quite average, but he couldn't help it that the model was top tier. The finished product looked like the result of a 4-figure package at a professional studio. While he was admiring the photos one by one, he suddenly discovered an uninvited guest in the corner of the last shot. For a moment, he doubted his own eyes. Su Qingyi hesitantly looked up, and it turned out that fellow really was standing next to a birch tree, poking its head out and staring blankly without moving. Their eyes met, and for a moment, both sides were very curious about each other. Seeing Su Qingyi staring off to the side, Chen Jinji felt a bit puzzled and followed his gaze. Now her expression also froze in exactly the same way, which was a very rare occurrence. Is that a deer? Chen Jinji's tone was full of self-doubt. Su Qingyi raised his camera and took another close-up of it, trying hard to suppress a smile. This was also the first time he had seen this species in real life. While feeling it was novel, he also inexplicably felt that this fellow had a silly temperament that was out of place with the world. It doesn't seem to have antlers, and it's so fat. Chen Jinji observed closely. Su Qingyi finally laughed out loud. Haha, that's a silly row, Sha Pao Zi. What? Chen Jinji, a born and bred southern child, was quite shocked by this. Is it really a silly row? Yeah, don't you think it looks a lot like that puppy that got stung by a bee? Su Qingyi handed the zoomed-in close-up of its face to Chen Jinji to see. Chen Jinji also felt an inexplicable urge to laugh after seeing it, and she couldn't help but ask further, is the scientific name for a silly roe actually silly roe? Strictly speaking, it should be called the Siberian roe deer, and some say pygmy deer. Su Qingyi tilted his head and thought for a moment, sharing some knowledge. It belongs to the Artiodactyla order and the Cervidae family, making it a close relative of the deer. When startled, the fur on its tail puffs up, turning into a white butt. If it's a female, it's a heart-shaped butt. I heard that in the past when hunters went hunting, they didn't even use guns. They'd just grab a stick and give the silly roe a whack, they didn't even have to chase it. Because after a while, it would run back on its own to see what it was that hit it so hard just now. Every story about this fellow seemed to come with its own comedy. Chen Jinji buried her face on Su Qingyi's shoulder, shaking with laughter. Unsure if it had heard the two horrifying upright apes mocking it, the silly roe actually walked over slowly with its intelligent gait. Not wanting to startle it, Su Qingyi put down his camera and squatted down at the same time. This was also a bit of trivia he had learned before: first attract its attention, then squat down, and it will wonder, how did he get smaller? And then it would walk right into the trap. Sure enough, the silly roe stopped in front of the two of them, tilting its head and sizing them up seriously. The opportunity was precious. Su Qingyi tried reaching out to give it a stroke, only to find that the fur on the top of its head and forehead was covered in snow. It looked like it had plunged headfirst into the snow more than once. Who knows what it was trying to achieve? Perhaps because the weather was cold and its fur was puffed up from the frost, it actually felt quite nice to pet. Su Qingyi had originally thought it would have the coarse, stiff feel of felt. But these guys are very friendly to humans. I read in a book when I was a kid that if someone fainted from the cold in the wild during winter and happened to encounter a silly roe, it would lie down on them and use its body to keep them warm. Quite a few people have been saved that way. Su Qingyi gently brushed the snow off its head and spoke of this rumor, which might or might not be true, with a smile. Well, judging by this one's behavior, the credibility is quite high. Chen Jinji pinched its chubby cheeks, looking even happier than if she had seen a real reindeer. The two of them gave this adorable, northeast divine beast a good petting until it hopped back into the forest. Only then did they stand up and continue walking toward Christmas Village. As they approached the village, proper reindeer were out, working. Compared to the divine beast from just now, the reindeer looked much taller and more handsome. The reindeer's antlers could be described as majestic, but their temperament was equally gentle, and they could be touched freely. Touching its thick head fur, Su Qingyi looked around at his surroundings. The Christmas village here seemed to be a relatively commercialized village. There were many activities for tourists to experience, such as turning water into ice by splashing it, horse-drawn sleds, and so on. Most of the animals pulling the sleds were small horses, but they looked well cared for, with smooth manes and a bit of spirit. Since they were already here, Su Qingyi decided to try it out. The sled was covered with large floral fabric very characteristic of the Northeast, and it seemed to be padded with cotton underneath, making it very soft to sit on. The driver sat in front, and the little horse ran enthusiastically and with great energy. For the tourist experience, this route headed into the forest, giving it a very 1980s snow country scenery feel. Chen Jinji beside him was being jolted and swayed, so Su Qingyi simply reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Hearing her soft voice thanking him in his ear, mixed with the crisp jingling of the bells on the little horse, it all vanished into the cold wind of the forest. After the ride, the scenery was indeed nice, but it was freezing, with frost all over their eyebrows and eyelashes. Su Qingyi used the scarf around his neck, which carried his body heat, to help wipe Chen Jinji's face. She wasn't wearing any makeup today, and her face was as clean as a piece of unpolished jade. Before continuing north to another village, the two of them paid a visit to that Finnish Santa Claus. The house was a typical European-style building. The firewood in the fireplace blazed brightly, and the temperature inside was warm and comforting. Santa Claus, wearing the classic red and white suit, was nodding off in a rocking chair. Su Qingyi and Chen Jinji walked up beside him but didn't make a sound to disturb him. They just sat down on a bench and quietly warmed themselves by the fire. Cookies. To their surprise, it was Santa Claus who spoke first. His voice was a bit older than Su Qingyi had expected, making one wonder for a moment whether his white beard was glued on or actually belonged to him. He had woken up at some point and was smilingly pointing at a plate of cookies on the table, asking them in Chinese if they wanted some. Okay, thank you. Are these chocolate butter ones? Su Qingyi answered in English, casually picking one up and feeding it to Chen Jinji's mouth. She lowered her head and took a small bite. The bear-shaped cookie was now missing an ear. Yes, yes. Would you like some hot coffee? Santa Claus hadn't expected to meet someone with smooth communication skills today, and he immediately became full of energy. No thank you. If you don't mind me asking, is your job just sitting here chatting and taking photos with people? Su Qingyi looked around at his working environment and really couldn't see what else could be done here. His question was indeed a bit offensive, so Chen Jinji gently squeezed his finger. Aha, young man. It's not the time for my work to get busy yet. Santa Claus laughed heartily and gestured for him to look at the calendar hanging on the wall. True, next month is the Christmas month. By then, even more people drawn by his reputation should come. At that time, you can write greeting cards here, make handmade gifts, paint, make wishes, anything. He pulled out a large pile of flashy props from the desk to demonstrate. Alright, I get it. Su Qingyi quickly stopped the overly excited old man. So, you two are a couple. Santa Claus returned to his chair. Only his eyes were visible under the cover of his white beard, but his gossiping intent was extremely obvious. Su Qingyi nodded in silent admission. Christmas gift. Like a magic trick, Santa Claus pulled a classic red and white striped candy cane from his chest pocket and handed it to Chen Jinji. Congratulations, for your winter love story. He squinted his eyes and smiled, then tugged at his own beard. By the way, my beard is real. Although Santa Claus didn't look very professional, his phrase, winter love story, clearly made Chen Jinji's mood even better. She decided, quite uncharacteristically, to eat this entire candy cane. Su Qingyi took a taste. It was incredibly sweet and cloying, obviously imported candy. Only foreigners could tolerate something of this sweetness level. When they returned to the village entrance, the driver was already waiting there, waving his gloves from a distance to greet them. The northernmost village is just ahead. You can see the border line just by walking around. Lots of people take photos there. There's the northernmost outpost, the northernmost post office. You guys just look around and have fun. For food, just find a place around the guest house. The taste won't be half bad. Check the price first. If it's over this amount, you give them my name. Say you're introduced by Zhao Laosi, understand? Before they got out of the car, the driver grabbed Su Qingyi's hand and gave him a long list of instructions. Su Qingyi nodded obediently, but whether he actually took it in was uncertain. Because his attention had been completely captured by the scenery before him, and he could hardly move his gaze. In the distance were the rolling Greater Xing'an Mountains, appearing a dark, dull gray-black in the twilight. Signal towers stood in the endless snowfields, proof of modern technology's existence on this land. Other than that, there were old, low-slung houses with black fences forming square little yards around them, and cooking smoke rose leisurely above these houses. Here, all colors suddenly seemed to fade. Su Qingyi suddenly had such a random, nonsensical thought. The guest house they booked was on the edge of the village. When the owner led the two of them to the door, Su Qingyi felt a bit amazed. It was actually a Russian-style Muklang log cabin. Pine floors, clean and tidy, with an ensuite bathroom inside. It was a completely different style from the northeast floral Kong bed he had imagined. But suddenly feeling a bit of regret, what was that about? He'd heard that Kong beds were incredibly warm. The owner checked inside and out, and after making sure there were no problems, he said with a smile, "This side is a house my family newly built this year. You're southern kids, I'm afraid you wouldn't be used to sleeping in our own place, so I arranged for you to stay here." Okay. Despite his slight regret, Su Qingyi still dutifully went out to see the owner off, and then conveniently hauled the suitcases into the house. This house really was built at the very edge of the village. Staying here felt almost like living in a paradise far away from human habitation. When he returned to the room, Chen Jinji was staring out the window in a daze. Su Qingyi poured a glass of hot water and handed it to her, following her gaze into the distance. It was already evening. The sunset here wasn't intense, but a soft, dreamy purple. The sun set amidst cold mist, the twilight was gentle, and at this moment, everything had fallen into a drunken haze. Between heaven and earth, it seemed only the two of them standing side by side remained. Su Qingyi was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke, "It feels a bit like an Antarctic research station." At this moment, he thought of a related documentary that recorded the lonely and secluded lives of research personnel. Extreme weather, magnificent glaciers. After watching that documentary, Su Qingyi felt that the North and South Poles, as the Earth's extremes, truly were the ultimate journey for explorers. "Teacher Su, are you sure you want to talk about this with me right now?" Chen Jinji stuffed the water glass back into his hand and reached out to undo her hair tie. A cascade of long hair slid from her shoulder, brushing past his fingertips. "I'm going to take a shower. I touched a lot of little animals today." "Okay." Su Qingyi finished the remaining water in the glass, and the bottom of the glass hit the wooden table with a dull thud. "You should wash up too." Chen Jinji took his pajamas out of the suitcase and placed them on the bed. Last night in Mo City, the dance hall owner's wine really had a lot of kick. He was dead to the world as soon as he reached the hotel. Chen Jinji had spent a long time struggling to move him onto the bed and really didn't have the energy left to change his clothes, so he had slept in his clothes all night. Su Qingyi said "okay" and stepped forward to take the pajamas, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Chen Jinji had been organizing the bottles and jars of skincare products in her suitcase, but she looked up and caught a glimpse of his incredibly awkward expression. In an instant, she guessed that he must be thinking about something messy. The room next door also has a bathroom. She spoke leisurely. Oh. Su Qingyi fled in panic, clutching his pajamas. Thanks to book friend Power Kun for the tip. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 283, 27th. Chapter 27 Re. It was said to be the room next door, but it was actually a public bathroom at the end of the corridor. The hot water heated up very slowly, and Su Qingyi leaned against the side waiting for a good while. The wind and snow outside had stopped, and the world had become very quiet again, only the dull sound of the water heater operating could be heard. A few sparse stars and a fading moon remained in the pale cyan sky, the moonlight hazy. Su Qingyi silently watched the shadows of the continuous mountain ranges in the distance. His aura blended and complemented such scenery, cool and indifferent. If someone were to pass by at this moment, they would absolutely not notice him standing there. Not until the water heater let out a beep did he get up and walk into the bathroom. Scalding hot. After taking such a hot bath, Su Qingyi felt as if his skin was about to be scalded off. When he returned to the room, Chen Jinji had already finished her bath and was standing in front of the mirror drying her hair. Su Qingyi tossed his changed clothes onto the suitcase and leaned against the doorway to watch her. Her hair was scattered messily over her forehead, making her look somewhat youthful and innocent at this moment, a far cry from the popular star Iris on the screen. Even from a distance, Su Qingyi could imagine her body temperature being slightly cool, her frame slender, and her skin as soft as white jade. Chen Jinji didn't turn around, she just lifted her eyes and met Su Qingyi's gaze in the mirror. She curved her eyes and gave him a bright smile. As if under a spell, Su Qingyi stepped forward and took the hairdryer from her hand. The hair on the top of her head was almost dry, only the ends were still damp. His fingers picked up a few strands of hair as soft as silk and carefully dried them. Is it too hot? It's not hot. Seeing that it was almost done, Su Qingyi turned the wind setting to the maximum and aimed it at the top of her head. The soft strands of hair flew about, becoming messy once again. Chen Jinji didn't get annoyed by such childish primary school behavior, she just used her fingers as a comb and gently smoothed it out. The result looked as if it had been meticulously designed by a hairstylist. Tisk. Su Qingyi blinked and unplugged the hairdryer. Could anyone in the world really capture an ugly photo of Chen Jinji? The difficulty level was simply too high. While thinking, Su Qingyi poured hot water into 2 glass cups on the table. The rising mist in the cups briefly blocked his vision. When his vision cleared again, Chen Jinji was already sitting beside him, tilting her head like a child waiting to drink water. Neither of them was wearing the pajamas provided by the guest house, they had brought their own. Su Qingyi's pajamas were a very old-fashioned and common black set, he had even properly buttoned every single button. Chen Jinji, however, wore a white slip nightdress, making even her fair collarbones clearly visible. Su Qingyi only took a brief glance before quickly shifting his gaze away. Aren't you cold? His throat felt a bit dry, and he blurted out the question as a cover-up. To be honest, for a couple, everyone should be well aware of what would happen next, what should happen, and what naturally happens. But Su Qingyi was actually a conservative person at heart, he subconsciously felt it was still too early. This too early wasn't about age, after all, counting it up, he was someone living his second life. Rather, regarding how to handle the inevitable sure field that would arrive sooner or later, he didn't even have a thought that could be called a plan yet. Fire cannot be wrapped in paper, and before the fire started burning, he would always feel like there was a lump in his throat, having to sleep with one eye open. The thoughts in Su Qingyi's head were a tangled mess, but the other protagonist of the story was perfectly composed, picking up her cup and taking 2 sips of hot water. I'm not cold, she said slowly. Then are you hungry? We just ate something an hour ago. Chen Jinji leaned back slightly, nestling herself into the soft sofa, her eyes brewing with a slightly teasing smile. Su Qingyi coughed and stood up. Then we. Let's watch TV. Su Qingyi pulled out the remote he had just found from behind him and actually turned on the TV provided by the guest house. Perhaps the owner didn't expect anyone to actually watch TV in a place like this, so they could only find a few channels in total, and the reception wasn't very good. The first channel was broadcasting a modern idol drama. I, Murong Yunhai, swear to the earth. To the sky. To the clouds. To the wind. To the flowers and the rainbows. In this life, I will only love Chu Yuchuan alone. I will make her live happily for the rest of her life, until she grows old and passes away. Chen Jinji smiled with her eyes curved and nodded in appreciation, very sincere. Teacher Su, can you swear to the earth, the sky, the flowers, and the rainbows? No. Su Qingyi remained silent for a long while before answering through gritted teeth. Change channel. The second channel was actually still an idol drama, only the setting had changed to abroad. I'm telling you, proud ye fan. Today it's not you telling me it's over, it's me telling you we're breaking up. From now on, I will absolutely never pester you again. You aren't worth my love, you aren't worth my sacrifice. So, take your indifference, take your heartlessness, take your grand history of love, and go to your hell. What a pair of lunatics. Change channel. Chen Jinji was already laughing uncontrollably. When these dramas were explosively popular in the country, she was probably in South Korea, so she had never seen them. The last channel was broadcasting Journey to the West. Su Qingyi was so happy he almost wanted to clap in celebration. Brother Monkey and Pigsy surely wouldn't betray him. Mandarin ducks roost together, butterflies fly in pairs, the garden full of spring colors makes one drunk. Quietly I asked the holy monk, is the daughter beautiful? Is the daughter beautiful? Unexpectedly, it happened to be the episode of the Kingdom of Women. Su Qingyi suddenly felt an urge to cover his face. You say all is void, yet you keep your eyes tightly shut. If you were to open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe your eyes would be empty. If you don't dare open your eyes to look at me, why talk about all being void? In the next life, if there is fate. I only want this life, not the next. The screen was blurry and the quality wasn't good, looking like it was pixelated. The background noise was also loud, making even the lines hard to hear clearly. But the two of them watched very seriously. How can one find a way to satisfy both, to not fail Buddha and not fail the beloved? Su Qingyi felt a bit sentimental watching it. When he was a child, he thought this trial was the easiest, no powerful demons, no agonizing spells. Looking at it now, who could pass the trial of love? The final scene froze on the ruler of the Kingdom of Women seeing them off, with the backs of Tang Sanzang and his party continuing their journey west. Chen Jinji leaned on Su Qingyi's shoulder, softly humming along to the insert song. Talk not of royalty and riches, fear not the precepts and rules. Only wish for eternity, to closely follow my beloved. Chen Jinji really sang beautifully, and she had her own unique style that made one's ears soften. In your group, were you the dance lead or the main vocal? Su Qingyi suddenly asked out of the blue. He actually didn't know why he would ask such a question for no reason. Perhaps it was because the TV show had finished and the surroundings had become quiet again, allowing some sentiment to quietly grow in the air. Chen Jinji found it a bit funny, looking at his indifferent expression and his Adam's apple that was bobbing up and down from nervousness. She hooked her arms around his neck and slowly leaned in. I was the ACE. The weight in his arms pressed against him, and Su Qingyi subconsciously hugged her waist. The next second, he realized that continuing like this was absolutely not okay. So he made a wrong decision. That was to carry Chen Jinji to the bed, sincerely hoping she would sleep obediently. The final outcome was, of course, losing the bait along with the fish. Too early, it really was too early. Su Qingyi's final bit of rationality repeatedly reminding him to restrain the desire to kiss her. But her eyes were shimmering, and obviously, she was waiting for when this kiss would fall. Su Qingyi sighed, propped himself up with his elbow, and looked down at her. Chen Jinji, do you know what will happen if this continues? This was truly the final ultimatum. Chen Jinji understood the underlying meaning perfectly, but she didn't speak, only blinking her eyes. Su Qingyi clearly felt that the tail of an ancient nine-tailed fox was slowly extending and swaying behind her like a blooming lotus. So be it. Su Qingyi closed his eyes as if accepting his fate and leaned down to kiss her. Chen Jinji had always been beautiful, with skin as clear as jade and exquisite features. And at this moment, she was even more beautiful, like a legendary consort from a prosperous age, whose smile could topple cities. Su Qingyi suddenly noticed a very faint mole at the corner of her eye, so faint that it could only be discovered by getting this close. Such a beauty mark made her look even more charming and enchanting. Strange. Both of them had used the body wash provided by the guest house, yet Su Qingyi smelled a familiar scent of fresh tea on her. The curtains had been drawn at some unknown point. The dim light, the rising body temperature, the air seemed to be filled with intoxicating alcohol, everything became dizzy and heavy. Brewing wine with pine flowers, steeping tea with spring water, the scent of flowers and wine blending purely. The moon lingers at the window, the dawn dream first returns, the east wind of the night makes the early plum blossoms bloom. Su Qingyi's knowledge of intimate contact once only existed in written fantasies. Humans are strange creatures, no matter how one touches their own body parts, the sensory experience brought about can only stay at touching. The touch of a stranger is repulsive, the touch of family and friends varies from person to person, some feel close, while others still feel awkward. Su Qingyi's feeling towards this had always been the latter. He resisted any physical contact, and in the past, he would even repeatedly wash and disinfect his hands because of a common behavior like shaking hands. So he had also always thought that he was a platonic lover, in the true sense. But, it wasn't until now that he understood. If there exists a bridge called love between two people, this bridge will pour all that love and emotion into every intentional or unintentional touch. From the touching of fingertips to skin intimacy, it is one adventure after another between nerve endings. Chen Jinji's eyes were hazy, her eyelashes like fluttering soft wings. She looked at him, her eyes carrying a misty dampness. Su Qingyi, do you love me? Did she guess that his mind was currently thinking of these strange theories? Su Qingyi felt a bit confused, but his tone was very firm. I love you. When the curtains were drawn open again, the night was silent and deep. Su Qingyi only opened a small gap before lying back on the bed, hugging the slender and soft waist of the person beside him. The corners of Chen Jinji's eyes were slightly red, and Su Qingyi couldn't help but stare at that mole. Has it always been there? Chen Jinji gave an "hm," her voice a bit hoarse. She cleared her throat before continuing, it was more obvious when I was a child, but it seems to have become fainter and fainter as I grew up. Su Qingyi's finger pad brushed over it, gently rubbing it. It's really beautiful. It's rare, oh, for you to praise me. The corners of Chen Jinji's mouth curled up. Su Qingyi shook his head in rebuttal. How is that possible? Think about it yourself. When Chen Jinji said this, Su Qingyi thought back seriously and realized that he really did seem to rarely praise her beauty in a formal way. But the main reason was actually that this fact was too obvious, he subconsciously felt there was no need to say it. Just like no one would specifically introduce a glass of water as water, or a fox as a fox. How do you say, you're really beautiful, in Korean? Su Qingyi suddenly thought of how they often say such things in Korean dramas. Chen Jinji blinked her eyes, her speaking speed very slow. Nuna is so pretty. Su Qingyi followed along, learning word by word. Nuna nomu yepo. Chen Jinji actually felt a bit shy hearing it, extending her fingers to block her eyes as she laughed. Only then did Su Qingyi realize something was wrong, catching her fingers and pulling them away. You're lying to me, aren't you? I'm not. Chen Jinji kept her eyes closed, still smiling beautifully. By now, Su Qingyi had probably guessed what the phrase she just taught him meant, and he pinched her face as a punishment. Are you hungry? Not hungry. You are hungry. After Su Qingyi said this, he got up and took out the midnight snack he had quietly bought on the road today from his coat pocket, waving it as if showing off. 2 skewers of tanghulu. Su Qingyi always felt that only sugar-coated hawthorns could be called tanghulu, nothing else was right. Chen Jinji didn't know when this little classmate had quietly bought them, so she got up and followed him over. The two returned to the sofa and unwrapped the oil paper packaging of the tanghulu. The hawthorns were very large and round, making it a bit difficult to eat one in a single bite. The sugar coating was very fragrant, crisp and sweet, melting in the mouth with a sugary delight. Although they tasted delicious, Chen Jinji was full after eating only 2, and Su Qingyi was forced to finish her leftovers. She herself walked to the window, pulling the curtain open a bit more to leisurely enjoy the night scenery. The moonlight fell on her shoulders, reflecting her figure like a goddess from Mount Wu descending to the world. Su Qingyi was buried in eating the tanghulu when he found one hawthorn that had somehow been mixed in, it was incredibly sour. Good grief, a tanghulu assassin. While he was clumsily spitting out the seeds, Chen Jinji suddenly said with surprise, Su Qingyi, look. Su Qingyi spat several times and looked up at her. The scenery outside the window was breathtakingly shocking. A magnificent and fantastical red appeared in the night sky, like Van Gogh's overturned palette. Su Qingyi got up and walked to the window. It's the aurora. Rumor has it that the probability of seeing the aurora in Mo is 1%. So lucky. Su Qingyi couldn't help but exclaim. The word aurora comes from the word eos in Latin. Legend has it that Eos is the personification of dawn in Greek mythology, the representative of hope and happiness, possessing the power to soothe people's hearts. Seeing the dawn in the darkness. There should be a hug at this time, Su Qingyi thought, so he turned and hugged Chen Jinji. After a long while, he heard Chen Jinji softly saying in his ear, I love you too. Su Qingyi, I love you with all my heart. Thanks to Book Friend ending in 1381, and Power Coin for the tip. Thanks everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. Now this is what you call a real love story. Tactical Lean Back, 284, Chapter 280. The world falls in love. Sunday afternoon, Mo Airport. Su Qingyi pushed the 2 suitcases into the security check area. This short journey had come to an end. This morning, the two of them had set their final stop at the boundary monument on the national border. It was clearly a popular tourist spot, as there was a queue for taking photos. After playing for several days, this was the first time they had encountered a situation that required queuing. From the northernmost post office and the northernmost outpost to the final border line, Su Qingyi took many photos of Chen Jinji. He didn't really have any thoughts about keeping souvenirs, as he wasn't naturally the type who liked to record his life. It was just that the camera happened to be hanging around his neck, and when he saw Chen Jinji, he couldn't help but snap away. Perhaps this was the innate attraction of being the center. Business at the northernmost post office was booming, with many people writing postcards to send to family and friends. However, Su Qingyi obviously couldn't send any, because except for Chen Jinji, everyone in the world thought he had gone to find He Wufei for matters concerning the game studio. Chen Jinji didn't write any either. The reason was equally simple: she no longer had any family, and the only person worth writing to was right by her side. Su Qingyi thought this as his gaze lingered in the distance. Chen Jinji was picking out gifts for her teammates in the airport specialty store, while he stayed behind to watch the suitcases. Although the prefix "bought at the airport" seemed insincere, the local specialty shops actually sold the same things. Buying them directly at the airport saved the effort of lugging them around the whole way. Chen Jinji picked out local specialties with the air of someone shopping for luxury goods. Su Qingyi got bored waiting and simply took out his phone to browse Weibo. The Saising fan incident had caused quite a stir, even prompting an official statement calling for the importance of rational idol following. Her teammates also spoke up for her on Weibo one after another. The calculating Chen Jinji had successfully fooled everyone. Not a single person guessed that she had intentionally used this incident to secure a vacation. John Eunyoun's short post was written haltingly, clearly written by her own hand rather than a team of ghostwriters, which felt very sincere. Hello everyone, I am Eunyoun. Everyone knows about the recent events, right? Saising fans are not real fans. You cannot express love this way. Jinjiani has always been protecting us, so I must protect her too. Please abide by the law. Those last 5 words were powerful and resonant. Su Qingyi could almost imagine her quirky yet forceful tone. It was a bit funny. The fans of these two also rarely refrained from arguing, appearing to have called a truce. Thank you, little sister, for speaking up. You two should work hard together. Our Eunyoun has always been a kind baby. Walk the flower path with your favorite uni. The dog company isn't acting human. Pretty unis and dongsangs, please take care of yourselves. Crying, Lin Yixue also posted on Weibo, a very brief sentence. Leave the love for the stage. At 101 Iris, this was the only Weibo update Lin Yixue had made since her debut, and the comments section immediately exploded. A rare sight indeed, our Xiao Shui finally remembered her Weibo password. Grandma. The idol you follow is finally working. Xiao Shui is really. I'm crying my eyes out. Be best friends with Jinji for a lifetime. This Weibo post was even reposted by her famous director mother, Caroline, and it stayed on the hot search list for a long time. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the fans of the entire 101 group were holding a team-building session in the comments. May I ask when the new movie starts? Filming. Can we see it before 101 disbands? I mean, if all else fails, just let our 11 girls film it. Don't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Flower, Heart, Sister CA, when will you take our little group to film a movie? If there's no movie, a group variety show is fine too. Mama CA, look at your daughter Xiao Shui. She's too detached, she doesn't say a single word in a 10-minute interview. Among these comments, Caroline only replied to the last one. Is there a possibility that she simply doesn't understand what people are asking? Instantly, the comments section was invaded by s. Su Qingyi had only just caught up on this gossip. There was no signal in the most scenic area, and he hadn't had much time to check his phone after returning to the guest house. It wasn't until Chen Jinji walked back carrying a bunch of bags that Su Qingyi turned off his phone to help her take them. So many. What did you buy? Su Qingyi looked down at the packaging boxes. Harbin red sausage, Arctic blueberries, honey, matsutake mushrooms. If those were all understandable, there was even a bag of rice. Actually, it's not specifically to bring back as a gift, we can all eat it together at the dorm. Chen Jinji smiled and explained. Su Qingyi asked with a frown, be that as it may, does anyone in your dorm actually cook? Aha. Sister Nan Yun is a very good cook. Chen Jinji bent over to stack the boxes one by one, preparing to send them for check-in. Ah, right. Nan Yun really did debut in the final spot. Su Yang had cried a river of snot and tears that day, and even got mocked sarcastically by Han Bing. She looked like the type who would take care of people. Why did she leave him with that impression? Su Qingyi only thought for a moment before understanding the reason. Because her aura was somewhat similar to Sister Lin's. When he was on the phone with Yang Lu last time, she mentioned that Sister Lin had quietly saved up nearly 3 months of monthly leave, presumably to come to Beijing to see Lin Tong. Although she didn't actually need to save it, she just needed to say the word to Yang Lu, and 10 days or half a month wouldn't matter. But given Sister Lin's personality, she certainly wouldn't do such a thing. That was fine, he could show her around the capital when the time came. After helping Chen Jinji finish the check-in procedures, Su Qingyi looked down at his watch to check the time. The two of them couldn't even take the same flight back. Chen Jinji had to return to Shanghai, she would officially resume work tomorrow. For a rookie who just debuted, every day of the residual heat from the show was precious. Being able to take such a small long vacation at this juncture was actually a very, very luxurious thing. He also had to return to Beijing, he had major specific classes tomorrow. Besides that, he had already skipped 2 consecutive sessions of debate club activities. According to the frontline report sent by his informant Yi Ju, President Deng Yizhou's campus-wide wanted poster was already in the works. After briefly escaping from the rule-bound daily life, he had to return to the social torrent and settle back into being a screw in a massive machine. At this thought, Su Qingyi let out a soft sigh. Chen Jinji naturally knew what he was thinking, but she didn't rush to speak, only reaching out to straighten his scarf for him. There, all done. She stood on tiptoe again and patted his head as if comforting a puppy. Will you miss me? Asking despite knowing the answer. Su Qingyi looked down, gazing at her beautiful peach blossom eyes visible above her blue medical mask. Will you? Yes. Faced with her persistent questioning of what she already knew, Su Qingyi could only nod. Chen Jinji's eyes curved as she continued, when you miss me, you can still see me on the screen. When I miss you, I can only think about you. Put that way, it seemed true. Su Qingyi was silent for a while, feeling convinced by her words. The flight to Shanghai was half an hour earlier, so Su Qingyi saw Chen Jinji to the boarding gate first. I'm going now. Chen Jinji squeezed his palm. Be careful on the way. Will there be staff to pick you up when you arrive? Yes, there will be. I'll message you when I land. The people in the queue ahead were gone, and the boarding gate announcement began its second round of reminders. Chen Jinji pulled down her mask and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Su Qingyi looked at her, unable to bring himself to say goodbye. She clearly felt the same, so the two looked at each other for a few seconds and finally just nodded. Chen Jinji had just taken 2 steps after turning around when her wrist was grabbed by the person behind her. Forgot to give you this. Su Qingyi pulled an envelope out of his coat pocket, handed it to her, and then stepped back 2 paces. Chen Jinji looked down, seeing the Northernmost Post Office commemorative stamp on the envelope. Goodbye. Su Qingyi waved his hand, his expression having returned to its usual indifference. Putting on an act. Chen Jinji felt like laughing, the envelope in her hand was still warm with his body heat. After walking into the boarding gate, she found that he was still standing there quietly. Across several layers of glass, Chen Jinji raised one hand over her head and made a half-heart gesture toward him. Even from such a distance, she could clearly feel the other party's expression stiffen. Then, he reluctantly pulled his precious hand out of his pocket and made the other half of the heart in the same pose. Ah, it's really over for me. Chen Jinji thought, the world has fallen in love. On the postcard inside the envelope, Su Qingyi hadn't written anything significant. Because he had been with her the whole time, he hadn't found a suitable moment to write seriously. In the end, he only scribbled a sentence and didn't even have time to sign it. Just like most people who came to the post office, it was to leave a souvenir. The scenery on the postcard he chose was a birch forest. Compared to the auroras or sunsets on other postcards, this one was particularly simple. But he just liked this place, because this was where they had encountered the legendary divine beast of the northeast. After seeing Chen Jinji off, he moved to another boarding gate to wait. Before boarding the plane, he sent a message to He Wufei. Setting off. When he got off the plane, he found He Wufei, whom he hadn't seen for months, at the exit. He looked as frail as ever. Whether it was the clothes or his build, he looked like a skeleton draped in cotton cloth. The kind of look that suggested he might fall apart in 2 steps. Was it because the training camp was too tiring? Su Qingyi felt a pang of guilt and couldn't help but quicken his pace. He Wufei had been peering inside, but it wasn't until Su Qingyi stood in front of him that he belatedly let out an ah. How long have you been here? Su Qingyi sized him up inconspicuously. He seemed okay, aside from some dark circles under his eyes. there were no issues, and his face even had a bit of a healthy glow. Not long, 20 minutes. Cough, cough. He Wufei's eyes lit up with some surprise, to the point that he choked and coughed a few times. Su Qingyi was puzzled. You've started university, and you look even more handsome. He Wufei said with a smile. Su Qingyi gave a tisk. He was thin-skinned and could never stand hearing such things. It's just that your aura has matured a bit. He Wufei added. There was nothing wrong with that statement. After all, he could be considered someone who had independently completed a phenomenal project. The profitability of Miao Miao was much more excellent than he had imagined. As of now, the turnover had officially surpassed 100 million. As it turned out, for a transmigrator, using the World Cup as starting capital was completely unnecessary. Relying on the information gap accumulated from his past life, plus the programmer skills etched into his DNA, and the network boost of this life, he had 10,000 ways to become wealthy. Su Qingyi glanced down at the time and led He Wufei outside. Let's go eat first. What do you want to eat? Anything's fine. He Wufei tried to reach out to help him carry the suitcase, but Su Qingyi dodged it. In work, we are partners, in life, we are friends. Don't actually treat me like a boss. After saying this seriously, he changed the subject. How's the training center cafeteria? The previous sentence had left He Wufei stunned for a moment before he replied, the cafeteria is actually quite good. Much better than what I cook myself. Then why have you thinned down to this state? Su Qingyi casually gave him a punch on the shoulder. No joke, it felt like hitting a steel plate, he felt like his knuckles were about to shatter. You're very thin too. I'm a normal thin, you're not. I'll get you a gym membership in a bit. Is that really necessary? Handsome, would you like to learn about swimming and fitness? They hailed a taxi after leaving the airport. For their first meal in Beijing, Su Qingyi decided to treat He Wufei to roast duck. The way they eat roast duck in Beijing seems a bit different from back home. He Wufei looked at the pancake skins, cucumber strips, sauce, and the whole series of side dishes on the table, finding it quite novel. True, if you bought roast duck in Tangan, you buy the whole thing, at most have it chopped into pieces, and then eat it dipped in chili powder. The taste is also a bit different, it's sweet here. You'll know once you try it. Su Qingyi rolled one up himself and handed it to him. Thanks. He Wufei took it and tried a bite. Actually, he definitely wasn't used to it at first, but he quickly finished the roast duck wrap in his hand. Really good. He remarked. The training center cafeteria must be terrible. Su Qingyi thought. The two of them ate while ordering a few bottles of beer to cut through the grease. He actually kind of wanted to trick him into drinking a bowl of dojier. A final shred of conscience made Su Qingyi drop the idea. It wasn't easy for him to eat something, it would be bad if he threw it all up later. If word got out, people might misunderstand and think he was mistreating his colleague, making him malnourished. After a few drinks, the unease He Wufei felt upon his first arrival finally diminished a bit, only for him to hear the person opposite him ask slowly, "Do you know why I asked you to help me tell this lie?" The feeling of unease quickly surged back. He Wufei had a hunch that he was about to hear something difficult to explain. Sure enough, as if he had drunk fake liquor, Su Qingyi briefly and concisely told him the whole story from beginning to end. No joke, after He Wufei finished listening, he only felt a buzzing in his ears. Liking two people at the same time, okay, that's normal. As long as a choice is made in time. He said he wanted both. He Wufei's eyes were full of disbelief. This theory was too advanced for him, he was just a pure-hearted boy who intended to stay single for Su Jihan his whole life. I know it's hard for you to accept, it was hard for me to accept at first too. But I've already decided. Su Qingyi refilled a glass of wine. He Wufei noticed that his fingers were very steady, and his way of pouring the wine was meticulous, without a shred of nervousness. From the looks of it, he really had decided and had no hesitation about it. He Wufei sighed, and only after a long while did he speak with difficulty, "Have you thought about how you're going to handle it? It's impossible for them to accept it, right?" Su Qingyi shook his head and replied, "I'm not a saint, how could I have a specific method thought out right now? So before everything is ready, I need external support." He raised his glass and lightly clinked it against He Wufei's on his own. "But as a comrade in arms, you can rest assured. Su Qingyi paused slightly and said with a smile, "Only fight battles I'm prepared for." He drained the wine in the glass in one go. Thanks to readers Juvenile Addiction Y, Power Kuan, Love to Leave Early, Single Push Chen Jinji, and Luo Luo Only Loves EE for the tips. Thanks everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 285, Chapter 281. The correct strategy for resolving the Shura field. The game studio was located not far from the university town. In a newly built complex, the monthly rent was only 4 figures. When Su Qingyi went to view the property, he signed a 6-month contract on the spot. Tangan was a legitimate first-tier city, but compared to the capital, it was still somewhat inferior. The development focus of Tangan City was roughly centered on economy and education. If someone wanted tourism or cared about urban cultural heritage, they rarely chose Tangan. Su Qingyi thought about it and, for a moment, couldn't even think of any fun places to visit in Tangan. The reason He Wufei came from a small southern fishing village to study in Tangan was also because the education system here was famous far and wide. The provincial top scorer for the college entrance exam came from Tangan City every year, but of course, a national top scorer as absurd as this year's was unprecedented. And this legendary figure was currently walking expressionlessly 2 steps ahead of him, looking as if the whole world owed him money. He was far from the high-spirited image of a triumphant top scorer that the public imagined. As the two reached the entrance of the residential complex, a look of hesitation appeared on He Wufei's face. Since it had just opened, the environment of the complex looked extremely high-end, worlds apart from Olive District. The places where housing prices are expensive aren't here, it's the old city district. Su Qingyi walked ahead, speaking leisurely. He Wufei was startled, thinking that seemed to be the case. 2 rows of newly transplanted evergreen trees stood neatly by the roadside. The flower beds hadn't had time to bloom, the fountain had no water, and everything looked very new. The unit was on the 17th floor. Opening the door revealed a massive floor-to-ceiling window with a decent view. The furniture was ordered online by Su Qingyi in a minimalist modern style, with black, white, and gray as far as the eye could see. The living room was set up like a public office, with partitions separating each workstation. Valuing personal privacy was a habit etched into Su Qingyi's DNA. The desktop computers were all top of the line. Su Qingyi understood the pain of programs crashing and freezing all too well. On the other side, the bookshelves were lined with many tutorial books related to computers and game production, and even instant coffee was prepared. Su Qingyi took He Wufei for a tour around the living room and then led him to the kitchen. The facilities are quite complete, but... Su Qingyi reached out and pulled open the refrigerator door. It was completely empty. You'll have to buy the groceries yourself. There's a supermarket downstairs. He Wufei nodded. He had always cooked for himself anyway. Though it was usually plain noodles with a few vegetable leaves all year round, he would only add an egg on extravagant occasions. Your bedroom is over here. Bring your luggage in. Su Qingyi pushed open the door to the room on the left. The room shared the same decor style as the living room and had great lighting. It was still bright at this hour. He Wufei spread out his very small suitcase in front of Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi didn't intend to look on purpose, but the items in the suitcase were truly few and far between. They could be seen in a single glance. A few sweaters and coats that seemed too thin for a winter in the capital, several notebooks, likely notes taken during his time at the training center, and a pack of cheap cigarettes. Su Qingyi watched him take these things out one by one. He was about to say that if he wanted to smoke, he should smoke something better, as it would at least be less harmful to his health. However, He Wufei very carefully unfolded what looked like his thickest sweater and took a picture frame out from inside. The corners were well protected, the glass was wiped clean, and the wooden frame was polished smooth. It had clearly been held and caressed by its owner many times. Su Qingyi didn't even need to look to know what photo was inside. It was that class group photo he had stolen from the school archives earlier. The reason He Wufei had cherished and protected that worn-out suitcase so much along the way was finally found. He carefully placed the frame on the nightstand, looked up, and gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. Su Qingyi shook his head and said nothing. There's nothing much to do for the next few days. You can go visit some famous attractions and check them out first. I'll be quite busy this week. I'll come find you over the weekend. He pulled a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the desk. This is your payroll card. As if anticipating what kind of refusal He Wufei would offer, he made a shushing gesture in advance. Don't decline. You know I'm not short of this. Before He Wufei could say a word, he was cut off and could only give a dry cough. He did indeed know that Su Qingyi wasn't short of this. There were quite a few people who knew that Miao Miao was developed by Su Qingyi. Chu Qingyan knew, Chen Jinji knew, and everyone in the small group knew. But only He Wufei knew exactly how profitable that thing was. Sometimes he really felt a lot of confusion regarding Su Qingyi. This person didn't seem like someone who would exist in real life at all. Setting aside his absurdly good grades, where did his knowledge of computers come from? Could a person really have the time to teach themselves about computers under the high intensity of the 3rd year of high school? Even if he was exceptionally gifted with a learning ability far beyond ordinary people, why was he so successful the first time he developed a game? One must know that even many well-known major companies today would stumble significantly in game development and lose everything. Yet for Su Qingyi, it was as if there was no testing phase at all, he simply ascended to the heavens in one step. Too mysterious. Generally speaking, the unknown and mysterious always make people feel danger. With He Wufei's risk aversion awareness, he should have bailed long ago. But strangely, Su Qingyi didn't have any dangerous aura or signals about him. His whole being was peaceful, like a pool of bottomless water. He didn't have an ambitious temperament, nor was he a sharp-edged personality. Contrary to all the descriptions above, he was actually a gentle and quiet person. He Wufei sighed. It was just that his way of handling emotions was a bit too advanced. How could Su Qingyi know about He Wufei's messy thoughts? After finishing his instructions, he took a spare key from the ring for himself and hurriedly took his leave. Just as he had discussed with He Wufei, he never fought a battle he wasn't prepared for. And to resolve a Shura field, one could only start from the following aspects. The first point, and the most important one. There must be enough love, the kind of love that can never be given up. Su Qingyi couldn't guarantee this point, and he truly didn't know the depth of emotional matters. Moreover, while love is important, it is not the entirety of life. Especially for those two. Of course, he wasn't questioning their feelings for him. However, the family education Chu Qingmian received from a young age clearly taught her to place emotions at the very bottom of her priorities. Even though Miss Chu didn't agree with it, it didn't mean she didn't understand the logic. She was only naive. Not stupid. Chen Jinji went without saying. She was able to walk all this way through the mud because she possessed a state of mind and will far beyond ordinary people. Having persisted for so many years to reach this step, she would never be a foolish, love-struck girl. On this point, Su Qingyi could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. He understood one principle quite well. If he were dead, those two would certainly be heartbroken and might even follow him. But if he were alive and well and had done such a thing, the ending might truly be, never to meet again in life or death. So the second point was to continue deepening his intersection with the two of them while everything was still unexposed. That is to say, not just staying at the emotional level, but continuing to deepen it through their careers. This way, even if things went sour emotionally, there would still be reasons and opportunities where they had to interact regarding work. This point was currently the most urgent and something Su Qingyi needed to start on as soon as possible. Then there was the third point, winning over the other's family and friends. This way, even if she fled to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't truly lose news of her. Chen Jinji's side was simple. Before meeting him, the only person by her side who could be called a close friend or relative was Zhang Eunyan. Now, a few teammates might be added, but in short, her circle of interpersonal relationships could be seen in one glance. And there was no scrutiny from elders. Chen Wendi was indeed still alive, but was he worthy? Thinking of this, Su Qingyi gave a cold snort. There would be a gift waiting for him on the day he was released from prison. Chu Qingmian's side was more troublesome. Chu Yuanjiang was not an easy person to deal with. Having built his fortune from scratch to reach this stage, he was well connected in both legal and illegal circles. With Su Qingyi's current capabilities, he was completely insignificant in front of him. Furthermore, Miss Chu was an only child, a pearl in the palm who had been pampered and protected since childhood. Sweet talk and sugar-coated bullets were clearly ineffective. So for him, it also had to follow the same logic as the second point, using career interests as a counterbalance. As for friends, Han Bing clearly couldn't be won over. She was 100% on Miss Chu's side and didn't want her to be wronged. Just as Su Yang would certainly stand on his side. So, Su Qingyi thought, Operation Matchmaker had to be stepped up. Su Yang with the title of boyfriend was clearly much more competitive and persuasive than Su Yang as a high school classmate and a smart aleck. Lin Tong went without saying, Su Qingyi now had 100% trust in him, an excellent wingman. The near disaster on the debut night was only avoided because Lin Tong remained calm in the face of danger and used his quick wit to prevent any trouble. And there were reasons why Su Qingyi chose to come clean with He Wufei so early. First, he was in the capital now, and they would inevitably meet often in the future. It was better to clarify things early to avoid misunderstandings later. Second, one can never have too many wingmen, the more there are, the safer it is. It would make providing cover more convenient in the future. Thirdly, Su Qingyi was closing his eyes and seriously organizing his thoughts when the taxi driver's loud voice interrupted him. "Young man, we're here." Su Qingyi opened his eyes and saw the gate of Peking University. He nodded and scanned the code to pay. Just as he pulled open the car door, someone recklessly threw themselves into his arms. The hug came so unexpectedly that Su Qingyi almost sat back down in the car. He coughed, lifted this human-shaped ginger cat who smelled of fructose to the side, and closed the car door behind him. Are you trying to commit murder? Only after the taxi drove away did Su Qingyi reopen his coat and pull her into his embrace. Chu Qingyan was amused and let out a laugh, then looked up at him with watery eyes. Su Qingyi felt a bit strange and reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes. They were indeed moist. What's the matter? Nothing. She mumbled, burying her head in his shoulder and nuzzling. Hungry? Su Qingyi guessed. It's not that. Chu Qingyan retorted, then pulled a piece of candy from her pocket. And you say it's not? It really isn't. She peeled off the colorful candy wrapper, revealing a sparkling fruit hard candy inside, red in color. Su Qingyi didn't speak, waiting for her to eat the candy before continuing. The next second, however, she stood on her tiptoes and held it to his lips. Here. Su Qingyi paused slightly, then opened his mouth to take the candy. It was indeed strawberry flavored. I won this in a lucky draw at the debate club yesterday, amazing right? Humph, I was the only one out of 20 people who won. Chu Qingyan put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. With the candy in his mouth, Su Qingyi replied indistinctly, this is the kind of junk you guys have for a lucky draw. Su Qingyi, you're so annoying. Chu Qingyan gestured a circle with her hands and explained, it was a lollipop thigh-size big. And then there were a lot of these little candies inside. I ate all the others. I saved a strawberry one for you. Oh. Su Qingyi nodded, understanding slightly. He had seen those giant lollipops in supermarkets when he was a kid. They looked quite comical, like they could be used as a club to hit people. The taste of the candy in his mouth wasn't bad, the strawberry flavor was strong, not a cheap saccharine taste, but sweet and sour. Maybe that was why Chu Qingyan had specifically saved one for him. But letting it melt slowly was too slow. He began to crunch and break it. Chu Qingyan had a complicated expression, staring at him with the disgusted eyes one would use for a barbarian. After finishing, Su Qingyi spoke leisurely, didn't I tell you that you didn't need to come pick me up? I would have naturally gone to find you in a bit. I'll pick you up if I want to. I don't want to wait in a bit. Chu Qingyan looked up and glared at him, starting to be contrary. Su Qingyi reached out and grabbed her palm, it was as cold as ice, clearly she had been waiting here for quite a while. He inconspicuously glanced around. It was deserted, with few people around. In this kind of weather, no one except security guards would stay at the school gate for no reason, especially since this was a wind tunnel. Was there only one strawberry-flavored one in the lollipop? Yeah. There were also grape, green apple, peach, orange, mm. Without any warning, Su Qingyi raised his hand to pinch Chu Qingyan's chin and gave her a deep French kiss. The strawberry flavor spread between the two of them. Su Qingyi, you're going to be the death of me. In broad daylight, Miss Chu was flushed with embarrassment. But just standing steady took too much effort, and even her tone of questioning was weak and powerless, like a soft pout. Did the teacher ever teach you to share? Is this how you share? Su Qingyi laughed and led her into the school. Chu Qingyan looked back stealthily several times, fearing that her out-of-line behavior just now had been noticed by others. Only after a long while did the crimson on her earlobes gradually fade. Su Qingyi glanced at her, secretly amused. Compared to Chen Jinji, Miss Chu was truly too easy to embarrass. Though he thought about it afterward, Chen Jinji actually hoped that through such behavior, she could give him more of a sense of security in their long-distance relationship. But on Chu Qingyan's side, it was different, her idea was clearly to let things take their natural course. How could Chu Qingyan know how absurd Su Qingyi's thoughts were? Having finally calmed her heart, she quickly tried to relieve the awkwardness. From just now by changing the subject. Did He Wufei come to the capital with you today? Yeah. I just took him to the place where he'll be staying. Chu Qingyan's hand in Su Qingyi's coat pocket finally warmed up, and a faint, hard-to-detect smile of satisfaction appeared at the corners of his eyes. That's great. Chu Qingyan was sincerely happy, the story of He Wufei and Su Jihan had cost her many tears. You're really amazing, Su Qingyi. I'll reward you with a little red flower. Do you want to go to the studio with me this weekend to take a look? Su Qingyi said leisurely. He didn't bring it up proactively but waited for her to speak first, otherwise, it would seem too intentional. Okay. Can I? Won't there be internal secrets or something? Chu Qingyan was completely unaware that she had already stepped halfway onto a pirate ship, and was excited by herself. Of course there are. Su Qingyi remained expressionless. Chu Qingyan looked troubled. Ah. Then it might not be good for me to go. You're also an internal staff member. Huh. Chu Qingyan looked shocked, not yet reacting. You're already a major general in the development department, little concept artist Chu. Don't worry, I'll pay your salary on time. This was precisely a part of the plan, the first step in intersecting their career lines. Su Qingyi stopped, raised his palm, and patted her shoulder. Like a coronation ceremony. Welcome. Thanks to book friend Power Kuan for the tip. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 286, Chapter 282. A twisted fate added. Su Qingyi had originally thought Chu Qingyan would decline. After all, she was already very busy on a daily basis. She had worked for the literary and art department and was in the debate club. Compared to him, she also had more classes. Unexpectedly, after frowning and thinking for a long time, she just looked up and said seriously, "But I'm afraid I won't be able to draw well." Su Qingyi felt a sudden softening in his heart. So he reached out to cup her small face and said, equally seriously, "You will draw very well." Miss Chu was very easy to coax. She immediately beamed with joy, looking like a spirited orange cat with its tail held high in the sunlight. "Humph, all right then. Then I'll reluctantly help you out." Su Qingyi chuckled. With her being so cooperative, the lines he had prepared beforehand were no longer needed. Logically speaking, Miss Chu wouldn't be bound by something like a career. It was also impossible for her to truly treat collaborating with him on a game as her main profession. After all, if she ever became unhappy, she could just go home and inherit the family business. So in this matter, what could truly serve as leverage over her was, in the end, emotion. An excellent artist should pour deep emotions into every character and every piece of original art they create. Su Qingyi had considered this point, which was why he chose to invite Chu Qingyan to join the team at this time. Just like raising a child, emotions are deepest when nurtured from the embryonic stage. But her agreeing so readily made these considerations seem like useless scheming. Carrying such complex thoughts, Su Qingyi was pulled to the cafeteria by Chu Qingyan. He glanced down at his wristwatch. It was indeed approaching dinner time. There weren't too many people in the cafeteria, but there weren't few either. Because most people were concentrated in a line at one window, like a long dragon. What is that? Su Qingyi glanced over curiously. The shop seemed newly opened, and even the sign hadn't been hung up yet. Ah, this. It seems to be a newly opened milk tea shop. Chu Qingyan clapped her hands as if she had just been reminded. With so many people lining up, it must be delicious. Let's go buy some too. Huh. Su Qingyi was reluctant. It was completely not worth it to wait in line so long for a cup of milk tea. Then wait for me a bit, I'll go line up. Student Chu Qingyan would never wrong her own taste buds. Forget it, you go see what to eat. Su Qingyi sighed and pushed the suitcase next to a seat. After you order, come back here and wait for me. Don't wander off. Hee, I know. Chu Qingyan smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. In fact, Su Qingyi noticed that something was a bit off about this line. 90% of the people in the queue were male. Under normal circumstances, what attracted them absolutely wouldn't be the milk tea shop itself. What could it be then, a promotional event for the new store? With a heart full of doubt, Su Qingyi walked to the end of the line. Fortunately, although the line was long, the efficiency was decent, and the crowd moved quickly. Another wave of people quickly followed behind Su Qingyi. As the distance to the window narrowed, the sound of customers ordering could be heard. I want a cup of invincible domineering super peachy. An incredibly thick and deep baritone voice said. Su Qingyi almost tripped upon hearing it. What kind of avant-garde and cringeworthy milk tea name was this? I'm sorry, we don't have invincible domineering super peachy here. A crisp female voice answered politely. Sorry, I want a cup of invincible overbearing universal super peachy. Unbelievable, the requirements were quite strict. Very well, and the sweetness and temperature? The female voice rose at the end, sounding quite gratified. The big guy in front clearly breathed a sigh of relief and answered, half sugar, less ice. All right, please take your receipt and wait over here. It turned out that the group of people gathered on the other side were those who had their receipts and were waiting. How long would this take? Su Qingyi sighed. Fortunately, it was finally his turn after one more person. Hello, what would you like to drink? Hello, If I order milk tea, can I get the shop girl's WeChat? The short man in front leaned his elbows on the counter and asked in a greasy manner. Su Qingyi frowned as he heard this and looked up. No, you can't. The clerk replied with a smile. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Su Qingyi locked eyes with Yi Ju, who was wearing a uniform and a small cap. She narrowed her eyes craftily, looking like she was saying hello. Why not? Doesn't it say here that you can add the work WeChat to get coupons? The short man argued plausibly. The WeChat here belongs to our store manager. If you want to add it, you're welcome anytime. Yi Ju was still smiling as she pointed to the staff plaque behind her. A photo of an older woman with a landlady-style perm appeared prominently there. That won't do. Today, I must add yours. No matter who comes, it won't work. The short man gave a huff and then, with an air of reckless abandon, stayed rooted to the spot. No, do you really think so many people came here just to buy milk tea? You're thinking too much, aren't you? Just to buy a crappy cup of milk tea and wait in line for 20 minutes, is it worth it? Everyone knows what's going on, so just be direct. The short man pointed to the long line behind him and continued to act bossy. Su Qingyi leaned back in time to avoid being swiped by his finger. So this was the reason why so many people were lining up, he thought silently. Contemporary college students were really a bit too bored. It was just like how if the teacher of an elective course was a beauty, the course would become extremely difficult to get into. And last time when Chu Qingyan was organizing an event for the literary and art department, it seemed to be the same scene. Are you going to buy or not? There are people waiting behind you. Yi Ju still maintained a fake smile. This girl really had a good temper. Su Qingyi thought, she had mentioned before that she had worked part-time in many places. No wonder she could maintain such an attitude toward this kind of troublesome person. If it were him, the moment this short man spoke. His first sentence, he would have already slammed that cup of invincible overbearing universal super peachy onto his bald forehead. Whether I buy or not is none of your business, anyway, no one else is going to buy either. The short man spread his hands, blocking the window. Su Qingyi heard a wave of impatient clicks and complaints from the queue behind him, but no one chose to speak up and stop him. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yi Ju. She received his signal of, "Do you need help?" and quickly shook her head. She even pulled out a high stool from behind her, climbed up to sit on it, and said with a grin, "That's great then, I can finally take a break." The short man didn't expect her to act like this and was momentarily at a loss for words. To save face, he couldn't back down either. The two of them were forced into a stalemate. Su Qingyi glanced sideways at the other side of the cafeteria. Miss Chu was about to fill the table he had just occupied with his suitcase. If he didn't stop her, it would soon become a full Manchuhan feast. Just as he was about to speak, a girl with a ponytail came out from the kitchen. She shook her hands and whispered to Yi Ju, "I didn't expect business to be so good, we're running low on prepared ingredients. I estimate we can only make 10 or 20 more cups at most, we need to tell the people behind not to line up anymore." After she finished speaking, she realized the situation outside was wrong and asked with some confusion, "What's going on here?" The short man gave a cold snort and was about to speak when a lazy voice came from behind him, "I'll buy all the remaining ones." "Got it." Yi Ju jumped off the stool and started printing receipts. Temperature and sweetness. Low sugar, no ice. To go or drink now. Pack them all individually. Beep payment successful. The two of them played along perfectly, and even though the short man was furious, he couldn't get a word in. It wasn't until Yi Ju hummed a little tune and handed the order to the girl with the ponytail that he shouted angrily, "Why are you cutting the line?" "The one cutting the line is me, who are you shouting at?" Su Qingyi said leisurely. The short man glanced at him from the corner of his eye, then turned back as if he hadn't heard a word, shouting at Yi Ju instead. "Is this how you do business? I'm going to complain about you. I'm going to post about your shop on the wall. Just you wait." Su Qingyi was annoyed. Seeing that the drinks were coming out on the other side, he stepped forward and picked one up at random. Then he turned around and said, "Students in line, these remaining ones are on me. Please help yourselves." Such a generous act naturally garnered a round of praise. The short man's protests were quickly drowned out, and he was pushed far away by the swarming crowd. Just as Su Qingyi was about to leave, he was called back by someone at the workstation. "Hey, wait." He turned his head and saw that Yi Ju had already taken off her apron and work hat at lightning speed. Her bangs fell over her forehead, and her eyes were bright. Su Qingyi paused and walked back. "For you." Yi Ju produced a cup of milk tea from behind her like a magic trick. Before Su Qingyi could ask where it came from, she explained on her own, "Employee benefits for the milk tea girl." "Thank you." Su Qingyi originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he reached out and took it. "You're welcome." "So they were all here to buy it because you're working here? How is that possible?" Yi Ju widened her eyes. It's not like I'm the only youthful, beautiful, waist-length-haired, bright-eyed, lively, and cute girl left in the world. Su Qingyi regretted asking this question out of curiosity. What would you have done if you hadn't run into me? He asked again. I wouldn't have done anything. Yi Ju shrugged and said, I'm just a lowly part-timer, not the boss. If business is good, I get this much money. If business is bad, I still get this much money. Why should I work so hard? Since he came to cause trouble, I could take the opportunity to rest for a bit. That seems to make sense. Su Qingyi was completely convinced. By the way, you absolutely, definitely, positively cannot skip the debate club activity this week. Yi Ju rubbed her small face. Su Qingyi noticed the red marks on her face from wearing a mask for too long, which looked a bit funny yet a bit sad. Why? Do you want to guess who our opponent is for the next high school debate? Yi Ju's face tightened, her expression serious. Could it be, exactly, it's the neighbors. All right. Su Qingyi sighed, that was indeed an activity he couldn't skip even if his life depended on it. Whether he went on stage or not was one thing, even if he was just in the support group researching data, writing lines, and refining viewpoints, or just being an audience member, he couldn't be absent. Otherwise, if there were too few people, they would lose half the battle in terms of momentum from the start. If that happened, Deng Yizhou really would assassinate him. Su Qingyi returned to his seat carrying the milk tea. The Manchuhan feast on the table had clearly been set up. Although the table was packed full of things, they were all untouched. Chu Qingyan sat opposite him, waiting obediently. You're back. Yeah. Su Qingyi originally wanted to let her pick one herself, but then he remembered that one cup was given by Yi Ju. So he paused and handed over the one he had chosen earlier. Chu Qingyan took it with a smile and thanked him first. Thanks for the hard work. This cup is full of energy-bursting juicy big orange. Sounds pretty good. Su Qingyi coughed. It seemed the naming style of this shop was very much to Miss Chu's taste. The one Yi Ju gave him was a strawberry fruit tea. It was amazing. Did the whole world know he liked strawberry flavor? Su Qingyi took a large gulp. The tea base mixed with slush and strawberry pulp had a great texture. It seemed that the business being so good was also partly due to the taste. However, the facts proved that this was not the case. Yi Ju only worked part-time at the shop on Sundays, so the shop was always mediocre from Monday to Saturday, and business exploded on Sundays. To the point that later on, no one cared what the original name of the shop was anymore, they all called it Sunday Milk Tea. When attending their weekly elective course with Chu Qingyan this week, Su Qingyi noticed that she seemed to be in a bad mood. She didn't take a seat in the front row, nor did she arrange her stationery one by one in advance. What's wrong? Su Qingyi asked. Oh dear. Chu Qingyan lay on the table, sighing. Tonight's literary and art department activity is a chess competition. And? Su Qingyi squeezed the mineral water bottle in his hand. And I don't know how to play chess. Chu Qingyan said pitifully. I only know how to play jungle. Su Qingyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't laugh. Chu Qingyan reached out to cover his mouth. Su Qingyi coughed and grabbed her wrist. It's understandable if you don't know Go, but what about Chinese chess? I don't know how. Chu Qingyan said honestly. Then she suddenly thought of something, her eyes lit up, and she added, I also know how to play Gamoku. This sentence seemed to trigger a switch in Su Qingyi's buried memories. He pondered for a long while and finally recalled a past event. In elementary school, at the strong request of his teacher, he had participated in a youth Go tournament. The opponent he encountered in the first round of the draw was a truly extraordinary girl. Every move she made was beyond his expectations. First of all, her very first move was at the Tengen point, the hardest place to defend and the least valuable. The young Su Qingyi initially thought the opponent was a strategic person playing a grand game. It seemed like random moves. But in reality, it was a layout. In a small youth Go tournament, to have such an opponent was truly terrifying. So Su Qingyi was startled and immediately switched from his initial, just play casually, mindset to super serious mode. After a few moves, he finally saw a clue. Damn it, this person was actually playing Gamoku. Su Qingyi couldn't describe his mindset at the time, he just raised his hand to call the referee over and said he couldn't play this game. Before leaving, he took a special look at his opponent's name tag. Tangan City Foreign Language School, Chu Qingyan. If she hadn't brought up Gamoku, Su Qingyi might have really forgotten about this. One more fated encounter added. Looking at Su Qingyi's expression at this moment, Chu Qingyan immediately guessed what he was thinking and instantly covered her ears like an ostrich. I'm not listening, I'm not listening. I know what you're going to say. I'm not listening. Su Qingyi held the mineral water bottle in front of her and asked seriously, may I ask, student Chu Qingyan from the foreign language school, what kind of mindset did you have when you participated in the competition back then? Chu Qingyan had always kept this matter buried because she found it embarrassing. Unexpectedly, she had met her Waterloo, and Su Qingyi had remembered it after all. Oh, what's the big deal? It was just that the teacher asked us who knew how to play Go back then. I saw the black and white pieces on the podium, and I thought it was the kind of game I played with the butler. I happily raised my hand and said I knew how, I was really good at it. But when I got on the field, I found out, well, it seemed like something was different. Hearing this, Su Qingyi was already laughing uncontrollably. And also, do you know how hateful you were? You had an expression like you were looking at an idiot back then. Then you even raised your hand to call the referee over to laugh at me together. Su Qingyi, you're not allowed to laugh, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Thanks to book friend Power Kun for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 287, Chapter 283 Life is full of choices, I'll be a tough nut to crack. Chapter 283, It's hard to have it both ways, so I'll be a tough nut to crack. The consequence of mocking Miss Chu was having to give her an impromptu chess lesson after class. Having heard that the school had a dedicated chess room, the two of them circled the campus before finally finding its hidden location. It was noon, and the chess room was currently empty. A sign posted on the door read, "Please keep quiet," and upon closer inspection, there was a line of small text at the bottom, "After the game is over, please tidy up the board and return it to its original state. P.S. Please do not take the chess pieces. The same set is available for sale at the school supermarket." How should I put it? From this sign alone, it was clear that this chess room was likely established by the students themselves. The whole place exuded an air of being unprofessional and unreliable. Fortunately, the internal layout wasn't bad, the tables and chairs were all there, and the chessboards were neatly arranged. There was even an oversized chessboard hanging on the wall, used for explaining game positions. Chu Qingyan was drawn to it the moment she walked in. She couldn't wait to run over, grab a massive black piece, and slap it onto the board with a thwack. Su Qingyi glanced over. Good grief, she placed it on the Tengen point again. This little classmate certainly stayed true to her roots. He cleared his throat, pulled over a random stool to sit on, and spoke leisurely, "Look, they have all kinds of chess here. You choose." Chu Qingyan carefully removed the piece she had stuck on and put it back in its place before starting to think about the task at hand. Her main goal was to get an impromptu lesson so that during the chess activity tonight, she wouldn't expose the fact that she knew nothing at all. But if she were to confess her request directly like that, Su Qingyi would definitely mock her. Chu Qingyan could already imagine the punchable expression on his face. Huh. For a question like this, why don't you just ask Baidu? You're hopeless. I can't teach you. Just thinking about it made her want to hit him. Chu Qingyan glared at Su Qingyi through gritted teeth. The latter raised an eyebrow, looking confused, thinking she wanted him to introduce the games. Personally, I prefer Go. Actually, Go techniques are also very helpful for playing Gamoku. However, while Go's rules seem simple on the surface, finishing an entire game is actually quite exhausting and time-consuming. As for Chinese chess, it's quite popular in our country, so getting started is relatively simple. The same goes for Western chess. Comparing the two, in Chinese chess, the pieces decrease as you play, so you need to consider things patiently at the start, and the endgame becomes clearer. Go, on the other hand, has more and more pieces as the game progresses, and since every section affects the others, there's much more to consider. Su Qingyi, do you know how to play all of these? Chu Qingyan found it a bit hard to believe. Su Qingyi nodded nonchalantly. I learned from my grandfather when I was a kid. In fact, many of his skills were learned from his grandfather. In his young eyes, his grandfather was practically a walking Huang Yaoshi. Knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, the Qimen Duanjia, and the 4 arts of the scholar. He knew everything and was a master of it all. Although the young Su Qingyi didn't like to talk, he still loved to learn. As long as someone was willing to teach, he would learn in silence. So, even though he considered himself to have only a superficial knowledge, objectively speaking, he had inherited a fair share of that learning. Chu Qingyan had also grown up under various private tutors, but she didn't learn everything like Su Qingyi did. The piano was actually something her mother forced her to learn. She didn't want to disappoint her mother, so she had studied it diligently for all these years. Then, let's go with Chinese chess. Chu Qingyan thought about it. After all, she still knew basic rules like, the horse moves in an L shape, and the elephant moves in a field. It should be easier to pick up. Fine, set up the board. Su Qingyi tucked his hands away and jerked his chin toward the board. Eh? Miss Chu was incredulous. Is there any apprentice who makes the master set up the board? Su Qingyi. In the end, Miss Chu chose to swallow her pride. The positions of the horse and the chariot are wrong, oh. The cannon doesn't go here. Then why don't you just do it yourself? Su Qingyi's face remained expressionless, but he was actually laughing hysterically inside. By the way, let's swap places, Su Qingyi. I want the red pieces, they're prettier. Chu Qingyan moved her small stool. Su Qingyi nodded, not minding at all. He methodically emphasized the basic rules, such as how soldiers cannot retreat, cannons need to jump over one piece to capture, and under what circumstances a horse's path is blocked. Chu Qingyan listened very seriously, even wanting to pull out a notebook to take notes at one point. But Su Qingyi said it wasn't necessary and that she just needed to play a game with him. Okay. At this moment, Miss Chu, who was rubbing her hands in anticipation, had no idea what she was about to experience. Hey. Wait. I regret it. I'm not moving here. No take-backs. Wah. I'll let you off this once. Phase 1, starting to act shamelessly. Ah. My cannon. Chariot, hang in there. Don't die. Little horse, wah. Phase 2, getting too emotionally invested, starting to cry and whine. Fine, just take them all. Take all my soldiers too. Just let me be a pitiful, lonely general, Su Qingyi, I only have this last advisor left. I'm begging you, have a heart. Phase 3, giving up completely and letting things go to hell. In just 15 minutes, the Black Army had closed in, while the red side only had a single general left, shivering in fear. Chu Qingyan covered her eyes, unable to watch any longer. What kind of master was this? To hell with her Chinese chess dreams. Su Qingyi wasn't bullying a novice on purpose, he was using this game to help her get the hang of it as quickly as possible. Although she was crushed miserably, Chu Qingyan did indeed commit all the capture rules to heart through the pain. This way, at least she wouldn't be laughed at tonight for not even knowing the rules. The two of them played 3 games in a row like this. In the latter 2 games, Su Qingyi didn't charge in like he did in the first one, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. Instead, he patiently explained step by step, pointing out where her problems lay. It's not appropriate to place a cannon here. Su Qingyi pointed to the little horse watching from the other side. Don't just look ahead and ignore what's behind. When you think the opponent is being an idiot by giving away a piece, it's more likely that there's a trap hidden behind it. Just as Chu Qingyan was feeling smug about her chariot taking a soldier, Su Qingyi curled his finger and lightly tapped a cannon that had long been in position on the other side. If the horse jumps here, its leg will be blocked and it'll be stuck. Don't move your elephant around randomly, you'll get checkmated in one move. Moving the cannon as the first step is fine. The mainstream of the chess world is the central cannon opening, which can lead to the confrontational same-direction cannon battle, the balanced central cannon versus screen horse defense, or the counter-attacking palatial horse versus central cannon, and so on. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, looking unusually serious. Chu Qingyan. Don't look at me. Look at the board. The two of them sat in the chess room for the entire afternoon. By the time they packed up the pieces and walked out, it was already sunset. Chu Qingyan stretched. Having stayed indoors for too long, she wasn't used to the bright light outside for a moment. She squinted her eyes, looking a bit tired. But she also looked very happy. From Su Qingyi's perspective, her shallow dimples were faintly visible. She even started singing. The Go Boy goes through hardships tasting the bitterness of the world. Enduring the long nights. Su Qingyi found it a bit familiar and remembered it was the theme song of the animated series, The Go Boy. He also remembered the lyrics of the ending song, which were also quite interesting. Life goes on from generation to generation, endless and infinite. People come and go, who will make the first move? Life is like a game of chess, a mix of black and white. Inside and outside the play, may your life be a good journey. Chu Qingyan happily hummed a tune as she walked a few steps, then turned around to look up at him. Chinese chess is so interesting. Su Qingyi, thank you for teaching me, no need to thank me. You're the dumbest apprentice I've ever taught, believe it or not, I'll slay my master to attain the Tao. Chu Qingyan glared at him. You only know the rules for now. Don't try to save face tonight by taking on anyone and everyone, you hear me? Su Qingyi smiled and reached out to rub her head. I won't. Chu Qingyan gave a HMPF. On the way to the cafeteria, she was still full of enthusiasm and confidence regarding the literary and art department's chess activity tonight. But after finishing her bowl of hot pot rice noodles, when Su Qingyi said he was going back to the dorm, she started to look worried. What if someone insists on playing with me, to compete or spar? What should I do? Then just say you're a novice and don't really know how to play. Okay. But what if they think I'm just being modest? Do you have a grudge against them? What good would it do them to force you to embarrass yourself? Su Qingyi pinched Chu Qingyan's cheek. The bit of baby fat that hadn't faded yet felt great to pinch, soft and squishy. Alright then, I'm going. Chu Qingyan rubbed her face and sighed softly. Go on. Don't embarrass your master. Su Qingyi waved his hand and watched her dejected figure disappear around the corner. He turned around and walked a few steps. As the distant sunset vanished into the clouds, a cool night breeze suddenly picked up, making the leaves rustle. The evening stars twinkled faintly, reminding him of the look in Chu Qingyan's eyes just now. Actually, she wanted him to go with her. She was just afraid he wouldn't want to, afraid he didn't want to meet strangers, afraid of his social anxiety. Su Qingyi's footsteps stopped. After a while, he clicked his tongue, turned around again, and walked toward the corner where Chu Qingyan had just disappeared. Walking alone on the road, Chu Qingyan actually felt a strong urge to skip the activity. Her nervousness today wasn't an act. Since she was a child, she had been taught to be the best at everything. Piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. Except for chess, she was decent at everything else. And the reason chess didn't work out could be traced back to that incredibly embarrassing incident where she thought it was a Gamoka competition only to find out halfway through that it was Go. That led directly to her throwing a tantrum at home, flat out refusing to learn chess anymore. Her parents couldn't win against her and had to let it go. For this literary and art department activity, she had also said early on that she didn't know how to play chess. However, the department head said that if she wasn't there, even if the activity was held, everyone would be disinterested, and it wouldn't be fun. Chu Qingyan had a soft-hearted, easy-to-talk-to personality, so she eventually braced herself and took on the task. But the reason she had such high standards for herself since childhood was simply because the people around her had placed infinite hopes on her, and she knew they would be disappointed by any small mistake or fault. This caused this small department activity to feel as nerve-wracking as an international competition in her heart. In things she was good at, she was very confident. For example, with the piano, she was only 11 when she won her first international gold medal. When she played Ives' Concord Sonata, the judges in the audience were moved to tears. But for things she wasn't good at, she would be like this, so nervous her heart was racing. When she was with Su Qingyi, Chu Qingyan felt like there was absolutely nothing to fear in the world. But after he left, that familiar, suffocating pressure swept over her again. Chu Qingyan stood at the door of the activity room and sighed softly. No, I can't be like this. She secretly clenched her fists and silently encouraged herself. It's fine. Su Qingyi taught me so patiently all afternoon, and I've remembered all the rules. I definitely won't make a fool of myself. Hey, little Chu. The department head was leaning over the second-floor railing, waving his arm to greet her. Chu Qingyan looked up and gave a polite smile. Come quickly, everyone's waiting for you. Okay. Chu Qingyan took a deep breath and stepped inside. It's fine, just relax. There are so many skills in the world, she can't possibly know everything, right? Joke's on them, she's not Su Qingyi. It's hard to have it both ways, so I'll be a tough nut to crack. Before pushing open the door to the activity room, Chu Qingyan shook her head to clear her messy thoughts and returned to her usual, perfect Miss Chu state. Our protagonist is here. Welcome, welcome. Come, little Chu, you sit here. Chu. Qingyan gave a slight smile and walked to the table under everyone's gaze. She secretly decided to speak less today. After all, the more one says, the more mistakes one makes. Think about how Su Qingyi usually is and just imitate that. Chu Qingyan thought hard for a while, but unfortunately, she really couldn't pull off that expression of his that made it look like everyone owed him a lot of money. And things didn't go as she wished. She wanted to be quiet, but people kept preventing her from being quiet. People kept coming up to strike up a conversation with her. Chu Qingyan, which type of chess are you usually more interested in? Well, if I had to say, I'm actually quite interested in all of them. Unfortunately, I haven't studied them. I only know the rules slightly and don't really know how to play. I'm actually participating in this activity with a mindset of learning and exchanging ideas. Chu Qingyan had a formal smile on her face, her words being perfectly airtight. As expected of student Chu, so modest. Exactly, exactly. Now look at you, a half-filled bottle making the most noise. The crowd began to flatter her with varying degrees of sincerity. The department head knew she really didn't know how to play and coughed, trying to come to her rescue. Everyone, don't just crowd around here. This isn't a press conference held by Chu Qingyan, okay? Those who should play chess, play chess, those who should discuss, discuss. Go, go, go. He raised his hand to shoo them away. Got it. Reluctantly, everyone backed away. Except for a girl with a high ponytail who looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. Seeing the others leave, she stepped forward with a smile. Student Chu, can I play a game with you? Chu Qingyan blinked and searched her memory, certain that she didn't seem to know her. The department head blocked her with his arm and bluntly exposed her. Xiao Qian, why are you joining in? Aren't you from the chess club? The girl with the high ponytail called Xiao Qian let out an "oh my" and said in a dainty voice, I'm just a newcomer to the chess club. Look at those boys over there, they look so fierce. I just want to play a friendly game with a beauty. The way she spoke was quite a mismatch for her looks. Chu Qingyan was a bit surprised and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Newcomer? You're kidding. Isn't your boyfriend the vice president of the chess club? The department head looked skeptical, still standing between the two. Chu Qingyan sighed imperceptibly, just about to explain properly that she really didn't know how to play and wasn't refusing on purpose. Then there was a thump, thump, thump knocking at the door, and the noisy environment immediately went quiet. What's wrong with being the vice president? Can't the vice president come to exchange and learn? The person at the door said with a smile. Oh my, who told you to come? This is our literary and art department's activity, why are you joining in? Get out, Xiao Qian's coquettish tone gave everyone present a bad case of the creeps. Chu Qingyan felt a wave of revulsion and couldn't help but start reflecting, I don't sound like that when I talk to Su Qingyi, do I? God, if I do, I might as well just end it all. Just seeing if anyone is bullying my person. The vice president kept his voice very low and deep. At this point, who could tell the difference between him and a domineering CEO? Everyone present was so cringed out they felt like covering their faces and banging their heads against the wall. But clearly, the two protagonists were not aware of the issue at all, they were just immersed in the idle drama atmosphere they had created for each other. The other innocent bystanders had already been reduced to a part of their roleplay. Thanks to Book Friends Power Kuan, ending in 9512, and Energy Saving Coke for the tips. Thanks everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 288, Chapter 284. Why did you provoke him? Chapter 284, Why did you have to provoke him? This chess event was open to all student groups, so although the department head really wanted to gag, he didn't have a suitable reason to stop this CEO. Watching the vice president walk toward his woman with a flamboyant stride, everyone instinctively cleared a path. Among the crowd of onlookers on the podium, Chu Qingyan felt a mix of awkwardness and amusement, completely unaware that the main event was yet to come. After Xiao Qian gave the vice president a coquettish punch, she pointed a delicate finger at Chu Qingyan. I want to play chess with this pretty sister today. Chu Qingyan's expression at that moment. Me? She pointed at herself in disbelief. But of course. The vice president's vocal fry remained as consistent as ever. Chu Qingyan subconsciously thought he was going to give some reasonable, appropriate, or legitimate excuse, but she didn't expect him to say, I will not allow you to play chess with any man other than me. If it weren't for Miss Chu's good upbringing, she felt like she would have vomited right in front of everyone. The others didn't look much better, they were all struggling to hold it in. The key was that Xiao Qian had a look on her face that said, he's so overbearing, I love it. Chu Qingyan was silent for a long while before finally squeezing out a smile. I see. Actually, classmates, I don't really know how to play chess. I just came here to learn and exchange ideas with everyone. Oh. You don't? The vice president smoothed back his side-parted hair and gave her a wicked smile. Junior, if you don't know how to play chess, why don't you join our chess club? No need, gag asterisk, sorry, I think I have a bit of food poisoning. Sorry, my chess skills are poor, so I won't participate, gag star dot. Chu Qingyan was nearly at the point where she could no longer maintain her last shred of dignity. Seeing her boyfriend be so proactive toward another girl, Xiao Qian was instantly dissatisfied. She stomped her foot and slapped the table so hard the chess pieces jumped in place. Student Chu, you pick the game, and I'll play with you. Chu Qingyan originally wanted to say that there was a possibility she had been saying she didn't want to play all along, but after seeing the vice president's posturing, she suddenly felt it would be better to play one round and run away quickly. Chinese chess, then. Fine. Xiao Qian gave a cold snort. What a coincidence, Chinese chess was the one she was best at. The two walked to the chessboard. Xiao Qian magnanimously gave Chu Qingyan the chance to pick her side first. Chu Qingyan chose the red side, which she thought looked prettier. Thinking of Su Qingyi's words from that afternoon, she didn't hesitate much and opened with the cannon. Xiao Qian was somewhat serious at first, but after a few moves, she realized that this most famous figure among the freshmen was truly a novice at chess. Her psychological state suddenly felt a bit more balanced. Ever since she could remember, Xiao Qian was the kind of person people called a striver or a grinder. Throughout her entire third year of high school, she maintained a schedule of only 4 hours of sleep a day, surviving on iced Americanos. It was because of this perseverance that she finally ground her way into a top 2 university in the country, but she soon realized a problem. That is, in university, her philosophy of either I grind you to death or you grind me to death was no longer as effective. She wasn't chosen as the freshman representative, she lost the election for class officer, and she wasn't valued in the student union. In the crowd, she became a truly marginal character. If all that was still acceptable, the success of her classmates made her feel even worse than death. The classmate she regarded as her imaginary enemy was the one sitting across from her at the chessboard right now. The legendary Chu Qingyan. The freshman representative, the goddess of the business school, and supposedly a hidden second-generation rich kid whose casual dresses cost 5 figures. A top-tier, fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful girl, a human peony. How should one put it? Even her hair strands were perfect. With such a top-tier setup, even if she had some character flaws, people would forgive her. But she didn't even have those small shortcomings. She was so perfect she seemed like a human set by an AI, fake and unreal. Yet she clearly appeared before everyone, bright as spring sunlight day after day, constantly reminding Xiao Qian of how mediocre she herself was. After moping for 2 months, Xiao Qian finally learned from her pain and realized the shortcut to thriving in university. That was to latch onto someone influential. So, she quickly scouted an upperclassman who seemed to have a lot of connections, the side part guy. Namely, this vice president of the chess club. Xiao Qian finally gained a name in some people's hearts through this opportunity. When others mentioned her, she was finally no longer a no-show, but oh, her. She's the girlfriend of that side part guy from the chess club. But then she heard another thing. That was that all the boys in the business school were heartbroken because their white moonlight supposedly had a boyfriend. And this damn boyfriend was even more extraordinary. The national top scorer in the science stream of the college entrance exam with a 737, a top-tier academic god, handsome with a great aura, a classic man who stepped out of a manga. Right after entering school, he won the best freshman debater for the law school's debate club. The line of people with secret crushes on him could stretch from here to the neighboring Hua University. And so, Xiao Qian's fragile self-esteem shattered once again. At this moment, thinking of this damn past, Xiao Qian was so resentful she nearly crushed her back teeth. Chu Qingyan looked at Xiao Qian, confused. She seemed very agitated, as if she were about to crush the pawn in her hand. Student Xiao Qian, are you feeling unwell somewhere? She asked with some concern. Xiao Qian was pulled back to reality by her words and belatedly realized she had lost her composure. Ah, no. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to relax. It's fine. Hasn't the chance to vent her frustration arrived? She smiled and advanced her pawn. Chu Qingyan frowned in thought. This girl's chess style was inconsistent with her way of speaking. It was a very fierce and sharp style. She thought, though, compared to that first game she played with Su Qingyi, it was still far off. Su Qingyi was simply not human, it was a completely heartless massacre. So even as Xiao Qian mercilessly captured many of her pieces, causing onlookers to sigh in pity, Chu Qingyan remained unfazed. The department head stood by and watched for a while, unable to resist speaking up, "Hey, she's a real beginner. Go easy on her." Before Xiao Qian could speak, the vice president spoke first. "Exactly, Qian. If you finish this game like this, she'll never want to touch a chess piece again. How am I supposed to recruit people for our club?" The greasy smile on his face was a bit repulsive to look at. Xiao Qian felt a bit smug. The red side's pieces were already in full retreat. She would only need 3 to 5 moves to call checkmate. But when she raised her eyes to observe her opponent's expression, her smugness turned back into confusion. Despite being pushed into this corner, there wasn't a single trace of awkwardness or embarrassment on Chu Qingyan's face. She was just looking at the board seriously and intently. It was as if only this game existed in her eyes, and she didn't care at all about anything outside the board, or who had pushed her to this state. That anger of being ignored swept through Xiao Qian's heart again. She lost interest in slow torture and impatiently slapped down her final move. Checkmate. Anyone who knew how to play chess could see that this was an inescapable corner horse checkmate. But Chu Qingmian, who didn't know how to play, still seriously analyzed the situation. Only after confirming she truly couldn't struggle anymore did she gently set down her piece. Xiao Qian wanted to see the dejection of defeat on her face, but Chu Qingmian actually started laughing. It wasn't the kind of laugh to ease awkwardness, but a sincere smile of happiness for her opponent's victory. Hee, I lost. Student Xiao Qian, you're very good. Her eyebrows were curved with a smile, and her eyes were as clear as the waters of a salt flat, with hints of freshly melted snow within them. No, it shouldn't be like this. Xiao Qian found it unacceptable. Someone as perfect as her should find it hard to accept failure, right? She should be gritting her teeth and vowing to study chess hard to win it back next time, right? What is with this reaction, hey? Although she thought this, to be honest, if they locked eyes for a few more seconds, Xiao Qian felt like her soul would be purified. She now felt that the kind of female lead from childhood cartoons who could purify and heal all evil forces actually existed. And she was sitting right in front of her. Oh, Qian, don't you even understand the basic etiquette of showing courtesy to a newcomer? The vice president put his arm around Xiao Qian's shoulder, signaling for her to get up. Come on, set up the board. Let me teach you a few moves. Chu Qingmian shook her head. She was already a bit tired after finishing that one round. The vice president acted as if he hadn't seen her refusal and started setting up the board on his own. It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, the guys in our chess club treat me like they've seen the king of hell whenever they see me, saying I bullied them too hard last time. But don't be afraid, okay? I'm always gentle when dealing with with newcomers. I can even give you a 3-move handicap, no problem. Sure. A calm voice suddenly rang out above their heads. Chu Qingmian recognized who it was instantly and turned around with pleasant surprise. Why are you here? Su Qingyi had been standing behind them, though it was unclear for how long. His face was as expressionless as always. Looking at his slightly tense jawline, Chu Qingmian inexplicably felt that he was in a bad mood, with a low-pressure aura radiating from him. In fact, Su Qingyi had arrived just as Chu Qingmian started playing. He had long anticipated that this girl was soft-hearted and couldn't resist others' requests, so she would definitely agree to a match. He hadn't expected the opponent, who clearly had formal training, to be so merciless toward a newcomer. If not for the principle of remaining silent while watching a game, he would have spoken up to warn her long ago. No, he might have even stepped in to make the moves for her. The opponent was clearly acting out of personal spite, but he hadn't expected Chu Qingmian to still be able to smile after losing, which left him bewildered. Watching this game made Su Qingyi feel a nameless anger rising in his heart, and he was wondering how to resolve it. After all, wouldn't playing against this girl make it look like he was bullying her? Unexpectedly, a guy with a side-parted hairstyle walked right into the line of fire. This guy with the side-parted hair was clearly unhappy about Su Qingyi's inexplicable interjection. He frowned and asked irritably, "Buddy, who are you?" The hired gun she invited. Su Qingyi remained expressionless. He patted Chu Qingmian on the shoulder, signaling her to stand up. Chu Qingmian, still confused about what hired gun meant, blankly moved aside. Su Qingyi sat down and leisurely rolled up his sleeves. A hired gun. That's interesting. Does that mean you want to play around? The vice president chuckled and ruffled his hair. That's exactly my intention. Su Qingyi collected the scattered pieces and returned them to their original positions. All right, good lad. The newcomer was trouble, he might actually have some real skill. The vice president couldn't help but get serious. The board was reset. Su Qingyi took over Chu Qingmian's red pieces, and the vice president took over Xiao Qian's black pieces. The onlookers held their breath, anticipating the battle that was about to break out. Only Chu Qingmian wasn't nervous. She had absolute confidence in Su Qingyi's abilities. Sitting there quietly, he made it feel as if he carried an invincible protagonist's aura behind him. She just inexplicably felt a bit of sympathy for the vice president. Why did you have to provoke him? Xiao Qian had already recognized that this sudden interloper was the legendary man torn from a manga. How should she put it? It felt like everyone hadn't been exaggerating at all. This made her even more eager to see this match. Her boyfriend might be lacking in other areas, but his Chinese chess skills were genuinely good, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to the position of vice president. Su Qingyi's first 3 moves were exactly the same as the ones Chu Qingmian had just played, he had deliberately restored them. But everything that followed was completely different. Su Qingyi's eyelashes were lowered, his expression restrained and composed. It looked completely contrary to his playing style. Every move drew blood, every step was a lethal strike. The vice president had never encountered such an opponent. There were no patterns, no formations, none of that existed. It was completely like a madman's suicide style of play. The problem was that if you played like this, no matter how you deployed your troops to cut losses, you would always sacrifice more than he did. The black pieces on the board were dwindling, and the red side had already easily taken the dominant position. The vice president's forehead was already starting to sweat. He forced himself to calm down, ordering himself not to be led by the opponent's rhythm. The opponent was attacking the right flank, so he would attack the left. In any case, he couldn't just keep defending, that was just a slow death. The vice president was, after all, a veteran with plenty of real-world experience. Finally, after successfully dispatching pieces into the opponent's heartland, he let out a sigh of relief and looked up to see what the opponent thought of his counterattack. He was met with a pair of black pupils devoid of any ripples. The vice president was stunned. Before he could react, his opponent slowly uttered 2 words. Check. He was instantly horrified and looked down at the board. The 3 attacking red pieces, the chariot, horse, and cannon, were all on the right flank. At a glance, the board was filled with lethal intent. The 3 pieces had converged on the flank, and the game was a dead end. The vice president's face turned bright red. He knew how to play, so he naturally knew there was no room left to struggle. But he couldn't lose face, so he could only pretend to still be studying the board. But he understood the game, and so did those around him. Seeing the outcome was settled, they immediately began whispering. Is it checkmate? Definitely. There's no playing on from here. The red pieces played so fiercely, it made my palms sweat just watching. Good thing I'm not playing the black pieces, I'd have trauma after this game. This guy is too ruthless, I've never seen anyone play like that. The last time I was this nervous was watching the old men at the park betting 10 years of their pensions on a match. The more the crowd discussed, the less the vice president could hold his head up. His palm tightly gripped a red piece, the one he had thought was the horn for his counterattack, but which turned out to be his final move. The game was over. Su Qingyi pulled back his chair and stood up. He looked calm and indifferent. And it was hard to imagine that the murderous game just now had been played by his own hand. After watching this match, Chu Qingyan felt that Su Qingyi had truly shown her mercy in the game he played against her. If that previous game could be called annihilating humanity, this one was practically pressing humanity down, kneading it flat, deep frying, stewing, and then eating it. Let's go. Su Qingyi tilted his chin to signal. He looked very arrogant. Chu Qingyan thought, forget it, let him be arrogant. He has his reasons. Wait. The vice president's voice trembled a little, but he didn't sound like he was about to admit defeat. Su Qingyi paused his steps, waiting with keen interest for what he had to say. In Chinese chess, you are indeed one move ahead. When he finished this sentence, everyone around couldn't help but let out a collective, you. How could it be just one move? It was a complete and utter crushing defeat, the kind where you're pinned to the ground and beaten so hard you can't even spit out blood. Perhaps, are you interested in Go? This was the vice president's final struggle in the project of saving face. Before Su Qingyi could answer, Chu Qingyan reached out and covered his mouth. She had already guessed what he was going to say from that familiar, harmless but incredibly annoying look in his eyes. No, classmate, you don't know, but actually this guy plays Go even better than Chinese chess by a lot more. Let's go. Amidst the varied gazes of everyone behind them, Chu Qingyan pulled Su Qingyi and quickly slipped away. If they played another round and the guy got desperate like a dog jumping over a wall and started biting, what then? The sound-activated lights in the hallway turned on one after another with their footsteps. Chu Qingyan's palm was warm, and the tips of her hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze. Su Qingyi thought that her words just now might have caused more damage than if he had played another game against the vice president. It was practically killing the person and punishing their heart. Chu Qingyan ran down the stairs with a clatter, then suddenly, as if recalling something important, turned back abruptly. Su Qingyi hit the emergency brakes, barely stopping in time. Why did you come to find me again? Chu Qingyan tilted her face up and asked with a smile. If I didn't come over, wouldn't you have been bullied for no reason? Su Qingyi curled his knuckles and tapped her on the head. Chu Qingyan shook her head and grabbed his finger with both hands. I wasn't bullied, it was just a game of chess. Before Su Qingyi could continue lecturing her, she asked on her own, you came to find me because you were worried about me, right? Chu Qingyan's eyes were sparkling, which was very heartwarming to look at. Su Qingyi remained silent. Isn't it? Su Qingyi, do you like me? Su Qingyi had originally only wanted to answer with, you know the answer, but the tone in which Chu Qingyan asked this seemed to carry a hint of unease, which was different from her usual playful, pestering manner. He was silent for a long moment, feeling that it was best not to be too arrogant at this moment. So, he lowered his head and planted a light kiss on her cheek. Of course I like you. Then you have to like me forever. Okay. Thanks to book friend Power June and the one with the tail number 0728 for the tips. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and votes of support. 289, Chapter 285. The growth of Miss Chu. After finishing this game of chess filled with murderous intent and old grudges, Su Qingyi's mood finally improved a bit. But he also felt that he needed to have a good talk with Chu Qingyan about this matter. Back in high school, she had suffered more than a few schemes from jealous people because of her good-natured temperament. Though it couldn't exactly be called scheming, she probably had no idea people harbored so much malice toward her, and even if she did know, she wouldn't understand it. Writing this here, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, with its extensive collection. Read anytime. But then again, Chu Qingyan had grown up in the bright, open sun. How could she understand such dark, twisted, crawling thoughts? Except for her mother, who had obvious psychological issues, everyone around her had always treated her very well. It was because of this that she was able to develop such a pure and translucent personality. Han Bing always said that Chu Qingyan was the kind of person who lived floating above the clouds, unaware of the world's suffering and the wickedness of the human heart. To put it simply, she was a silly, sweet, and innocent girl. In high school, it was fine because everyone around her was familiar and she was close to home. University was different. Most people weren't that pure, the counselor wasn't a homeroom teacher, and everyone had their own little agendas. Most of those who could navigate university life successfully were sophisticated egoists. Clearly, Chu Qingyan was not. A situation like Xiao Qian's today was actually okay, she was just acting out of jealousy, wanting to make her look foolish in front of the public. Even though Chu Qingyan lost the game, she didn't realize at all that she had made a fool of herself. She even simple-mindedly congratulated the other person. To Xiao Qian, that must have felt like punching a bale of cotton, completely unsatisfying. What Su Qingyi was thinking about was, what if she encountered someone like their high school classmate, Zhu Zhu? That kind of person would insist on being her friend on the surface, and a girl like Chu Qingyan would definitely return that kindness with 10 or 100 times the sincerity. Once the relationship was established, that person would turn around and play dirty tricks, using all sorts of low-handed methods to backstab her. Losing a bit of profit or something wasn't important, what Su Qingyi worried about more was that Chu Qingyan would be hurt by it. That was why, from identifying the suspect to dealing with the Zhu Zhu incident, he never let Chu Qingyan know about it from start to finish. In today's world, people like Chu Qingyan were too few and far between, and too precious. Su Qingyi thought it over and decided it would be best to drop some hints indirectly. He looked at their two long shadows overlapping and swaying under the streetlight, and spoke cautiously, about today. Yeah, I know. Chu Qingyan kept her head down, the light was dim, making it hard to see her expression. Su Qingyi paused and came to a stop. I haven't even said anything yet. I've already guessed it. Chu Qingyan still had her head lowered. The night breeze blew her bangs into a bit of a mess. Under the dim yellow streetlight, she seemed to be covered in a halo, looking soft and fuzzy to the touch. You want to say that girl today was targeting me on purpose, and that guy wanted to take advantage of me even though he has a girlfriend. You want me to be firmer next time and reject them from the very beginning, right? Chu Qingyan looked up. To adjust to the light of the street lamp, her curled eyelashes fluttered several times. Su Qingyi stood against the light and reached out to shade the glare for her. Yes. Chu Qingyan's eyes rested in the shadow created by Su Qingyi's palm, shimmering like water. I've thought about it too, but it's so hard. Su Qingyi was a bit puzzled because such a thing couldn't be simpler for him. Chu Qingyan blinked and then sighed softly. Su Qingyi, university is different from what I imagined. How is it different? Well, I can't quite say. I just suddenly really miss life at number 1 middle school. It's strange. Clearly, during the 3rd year of high school, I felt it was bitter every day and wanted so badly to graduate. But if you let me go back now and live that life of waking up at 6 every day, I'd be willing. As Chu Qingyan spoke, the rims of her eyes turned red. Su Qingyi leaned down slightly and wiped the corners of her eyes. Everyone who just started university feels this way. When you start working, you might miss this time instead. Anyway, after he graduated back then, he felt that university was better because it was so free. That's possible, but that's all in the future. I'm only a freshman, graduation is still a long way off. Chu Qingyan sniffled aggrievedly. I miss Teacher Li Lu and Teacher Wantingting. Su Qingyi couldn't help but laugh and nodded as if it were a serious matter. King Li would be very moved to hear that. You truly are her little class monitor. I'm serious. Alright. But why did you only forget Teacher Zhang Xiaoye? Do you have a problem with her? I get it, if you have any complaints, I'll help pass them along. Don't you dare talk nonsense. I miss every teacher. The more Chu Qingyan spoke, the sadder she became, and tears soon fell. Okay. Seeing the tears coming on strong, Su Qingyi had no choice but to pull this sudden little crybaby into his arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. If you miss them, why don't you go back to number 1 middle school to see them during winter break? Anyway, when we're on holiday, they'll still have extra classes at the school. Then you have to come with me. Okay. Really? After coaxing her gently for a good while, Miss Chu's sentimental tears finally stopped. Once the wave of bad emotions passed, she couldn't help but feel happy again. I'm glad you're here with me, Su Qingyi. I'm glad we're at the same university. Isn't that right? Otherwise, today's chess game. Su Qingyi's nonchalant tone couldn't hide the fact that he was still brooding over it. You really hold a grudge. Chu Qingyan laughed. Undried tears still clung to her eyelashes, like tiny fragments of diamonds. What else? Su Qingyi didn't argue, he indeed had a temperament that demanded an eye for an eye. Alright, I understand what you mean. Chu Qingyan took hold of his finger and swung it a few times as if trying to please him. But I won't be hurt by this kind of thing. I hold goodwill toward everyone, not because I expect anything in return, but just because I want to act that way. Whether they accept it or not has nothing to do with me. I just need to be myself. Chu Qingyan's eyes were very bright, shining with a firm light, so beautiful it was hard to look away. If I were to withdraw my own kindness because I was afraid of someone else's bad reaction, I would feel like I wasn't being myself anymore. I know you worry about me and are afraid I'll be sad. But I'm not as dim-witted as you think, I know who is worth being sad over and who isn't. Humph. I'm not that easily hurt. She pumped her fist, looking like she had regained her usual energetic self. Listening to her words, Su Qingyi suddenly felt that the silly, sweet, innocent young lady in his memory was actually growing up in secret. She wasn't as ignorant of the world as he had imagined, she actually understood everything, it was just that she still lived with a clear and open heart. Knowing the ways of the world without being worldly, having experienced sophistication yet remaining innocent. Good. Having realized this, Su Qingyi felt a strange sense of pride, so he curled his lips into a smile. Seeing how handsome he looked when he smiled, Chu Qingyan was about to say something when a deliberate cough came from behind a nearby tree. Cough. It was obviously on purpose. Su Qingyi and Chu Qingyan exchanged a look, and then he stepped across the green belt to see the person leaning behind the tree. President. It was actually Deng Yizhou, who looked like he had wandered here by mistake. People really do pretend to be busy when they're embarrassed. Su Qingyi watched as Deng Yizhou repeated the action of taking off his glasses, wiping them with his sleeve, and putting them back on, at least 4 times. After a long while, Deng Yizhou took the initiative to explain, I really did come here specifically to find you, but I just arrived. I didn't hear a single word of what you were talking about. He indeed felt very awkward. Late at night, in such a dark place, what else could a young couple be doing? Naturally, they would be all lovey-dovey and affectionate. Of course, Deng Yizhou himself had zero interest in such things. He had only been in one relationship since he started school, and the reason for the eventual breakup was that his girlfriend felt he didn't love her at all, he only loved debating. Deng Yizhou didn't try to win her back because he felt she wasn't wrong. There are otakus who love anime and games, and players obsessed with basketball, why can't there be someone who loves debating? This newcomer to the club clearly had a high talent for debating, but he was different from Deng Yizhou. Su Qingyi still indulged in worldly desires. Unlike him, who had debated to the point of nearly losing his mind and alienating everyone. Therefore, when he saw such a talented newcomer who had no interest in debating, he felt particularly frustrated, to the point of hunting him down all over campus. Unfortunately, this kid had an excellent talent for running away. Since the last interview, Deng Yizhou had basically never successfully caught him. Today, having heard about how the vice president of the chess club had been utterly defeated by Su Qingyi to the point of his Dao heart shattering, Deng Yizhou knew he was at school today and rushed over without stopping. He didn't expect him not to be alone, but with his little girlfriend as well.
Fortunately, he hadn't heard anything he shouldn't have. Or rather, before he heard anything inappropriate, he had spoken up to warn them. Thinking of this, Deng Yizhou breathed a secret sigh of relief. Feeling he had done nothing wrong, he went straight to the point. You were at school today, so why didn't you come to the debate club? A notice was sent out in the group. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said he hadn't seen it. Deng Yizhou observed his micro-expressions. The shock was very genuine. He really hadn't seen the message. Connecting this with the news of the chess match that had already spread across the school at light speed, the matter became clear. He must have come here to stand up for this little girlfriend of his. That vice president of the chess club next door. Deng Yizhou pondered for a moment, searching through his memory for the person. Is it the one with the side-parted hair who talks like he's got a tractor stuck in his throat, all put? His description was too accurate. He truly was a debater. Su Qingyi and Chu Qingyan nodded like chickens pecking at grain. Why bother with him? Just ask around in our year and you'll know that guy is notorious. Usually, no one pays him any mind. He bullies the juniors with all his might, and there are plenty in the chess club who can't stand him either. Since you didn't save him any face this time, he'll be bothering you a lot in the future. Remember, next time something like this happens, just say the debate club has an activity. See if he dares to make a sound. Deng Yizhou pushed up his glasses, a hint of impatience in his eyes. He seemed to really dislike those glib people who lacked any real substance. Okay. Su Qingyi didn't say much, just nodded in agreement. Of course he should use such connections. It was quite a hassle to have to solve everything himself every time. Then if there's nothing else, let's go to the club now. This debate competition is very important, we need to pool our efforts to prepare. As soon as Deng Yizhou finished speaking, he looked at Chu Qingyan, who was standing by as a spectator. The latter let out a confused, Student, the debate club is applying to borrow your boyfriend for a while. Deng Yizhou spoke with an air of righteousness, every word resonant. Chu Qingyan was so delighted by the phrase, your boyfriend, that she waved her hand grandly and said, fine. Borrow him, feel free to borrow him. How long do you want to borrow him for? Before she could finish, Su Qingyi gave her an expressionless glance. She immediately lost her confidence and changed her tune. Well, you can't just borrow him for too long. Not too long. I'll return him to you after we're done debating. Deng Yizhou maintained a very cooperative attitude. Su Qingyi really couldn't listen to the two of them going back and forth anymore and interrupted. Is this debate against Hua University? Yes, you've heard about it. In short, the situation is grim. And the opponent has a newcomer with pretty good skills. To match him, you have to go on too. Deng Yizhou reached out and patted his shoulder. Su Qingyi let out a reluctant, I thought I was in the logistics department. No choice, you have to step up. We can't let it look like our law school debate club only has these few old bones every time, as if there's no fresh blood. Deng Yizhou sighed, his tone heavy. Moreover, in the last encounter with Hua University, we lost. Though it was a narrow defeat, it's worth some serious reflection. Our 5-game winning streak was ended just like that last time. I still remember the smug look on the opponent's face after they won. Deng Yizhou gritted his teeth, fire in his eyes. So this time we must regroup, make a comeback, and take back everything we lost. All the build-up was for this one slogan of certain victory. He clenched his fist tightly, looking like a passionate motivational speaker. Su Qingyi suddenly felt that this senior had good prospects for future employment. Alright, enough talk. Let's go, let's hurry and have a group discussion. Deng Yizhou strode forward, then turned back and signaled with his hand. Su Qingyi, however, was in no hurry. He looked at Chu Qingyan and said, I'll see you back to your dorm first. Chu Qingyan looked at Deng Yizhou behind him, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and replied while stifling a laugh, oh, no need. Let's just walk together to the intersection ahead. Su Qingyi thought about it, the dorm was only a 5-minute walk from the intersection, and there were still quite a few people on campus at this hour, so he nodded in agreement. Deng Yizhou led the way like a lead sheep, while the two followed behind. They didn't speak, just felt that the atmosphere of the night was quite nice. When they reached the intersection, Chu Qingyan turned around and said with a smile, I'll message you when I get to the dorm. Good luck, okay. Su Qingyi waved his hand and watched until she turned and walked away. Seeing that Miss Chu's pace was quite brisk, he finally said, let's go. Deng Yizhou felt like he had been waiting half a lifetime for those words and couldn't help but sigh. Was it really necessary? They were at the same school and saw each other all the time. Young man, a land of gentleness is a hero's grave, Deng Yizhou cautioned earnestly.
Su Qingyi didn't reply. He walked slowly for a couple of steps and then suddenly looked back. Sure enough, he saw that Chu Qingyan, who had clearly turned and left just now, was secretly standing where she was, watching him go. The moment their eyes met, a hint of annoyance at being caught appeared on her face. He then lowered his head and let out a laugh. Yes, you're right. Thanks to Book Friend, why do you read your name backwards for the tip? Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support. These past 2 days of recurring low fever have been really hard to bear. I'll add more chapters once my body recovers. QAQ 290, Chapter 286. Everyone is waiting for Christmas. The debate club enjoys the highest level of treatment among all school clubs. They are very generous when it comes to both the application for activity classrooms and the allocation of activity points. This is likely because whenever the debate team participates in various competitions, they are openly representing Beijing University, directly bearing the school's reputation. Among them, the law school debate team is even more unique. Compared to philosophical debates, the clashes of legal principles appear to place more emphasis on practical logic and rationality. There are exactly 2 reasons why Su Qingyi has never applied to withdraw from the debate team. The first is that, compared to other debate competitions that focus on emotion and charisma, the law school's debate competitions, which prioritize facts, evidence, and logic, suit his personality better. The second is that he hasn't even participated in 2 collective activities of the law school debate club since the semester started. Yet Deng Yizhou has maxed out his activity points, not missing a single one. Regardless, he still feels a bit guilty in his heart. He is naturally the type of person who dislikes owing others favors. So this time, in Deng Yizhou's words, it is both a historic clash with an old rival and a battle to wash away past humiliations. Its importance goes without saying. No matter what, if he were to be absent this time, it would make him seem very unreliable. Thinking this, Su Qingyi followed Deng Yizhou and pushed open the door to enter the classroom. With a formidable enemy at the gates, the atmosphere was indeed very heavy. Not a single word was written on the blackboard, and everyone was sitting quietly at their desks. Some had their eyes glued to computer screens, searching for relevant information on various websites. Others lowered their heads, swishing away as they wrote draft arguments in their notebooks. And there were others. Well, someone was hunched over the desk eating instant noodles. No wonder he had been smelling a fragrant aroma. Looking at Yi Ju, whose vibe was completely different from the rest, Su Qingyi couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. Deng Yizhou coughed and clapped his hands to get their attention. The eyes of the group, who had been busy with their own tasks, were finally drawn over. After briefly resting on the club president, they all gathered on the rare guest standing behind him. Su Qingyi felt a bit awkward being stared at. It's true, he had been absent too many times. Perhaps many people in the club didn't even know who he was. Everyone, please stop what you're doing for a moment. I have a few things to say. Deng Yizhou walked onto the podium and gestured for Su Qingyi to come up as well. Su Qingyi quickly shook his head, took 2 steps back, and stood to the side. Seeing this, Deng Yizhou didn't force it. He just nodded and began to speak on his own. The purpose of today's collective discussion is very clear and very simple. It is for tomorrow's debate competition against Hua University. There are some differences this time compared to the past, which I believe you are all aware of. The contestants are limited to first and second year students. We old veterans can only serve as the logistics department this time. After he finished speaking, the people below were not surprised. They must have already known the news, as they simply nodded in succession. Su Qingyi looked up to observe the room. Yi Ju was still slurping away at the steaming bowl of instant noodles in front of her. Honestly, it looked very fragrant and delicious. Instant noodles are just like that. When you eat them yourself, they taste like wax, but when you watch others eat them, they look like a heavenly delicacy. Su Qingyi felt like he was getting hungry just watching, so he had to look away. Our contestants have already been decided. It was determined by a vote from those who were not eligible to compete, so it is very fair. For those who didn't get a chance to compete this time, don't be discouraged or feel unbalanced. There will be opportunities next time. Let me emphasize this again, this is a team battle. If we win, we all hold our heads high and shine. If we lose, we all leave with our tails between our legs. Therefore, Deng Yizhou knocked heavily on the podium, full of momentum. Everyone, perk up. From now on, bring out the momentum you have on the debate stage. Say it with me, go. Except for Su Qingyi, who was still a bit out of the loop, and Yi Ju, whose mouth was too busy to talk, everyone else passionately shouted along, go. Victory! Victory! After the pre-game pep talk ceremony ended, they finally got to the main topic. Su Qingyi looked at the empty blackboard and thought about how late he had arrived. he was likely the only person in the room who didn't know what the debate topic was. This couldn't go on, it was just delaying things. So, he had to take the initiative and ask, "Pardon the interruption, may I ask what the debate topic is for this competition?" "Ah, right. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet." Deng Yizhou looked up from his busy schedule. He was busy checking the tasks he had assigned to the members before he left, such as researching information and writing opening arguments. He strode onto the stage and, swish, 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 wrote the debate topic for this discussion on the blackboard. His handwriting looked a bit like his own, Su Qingyi thought. Except it was even messier. If he had written like that when he was a child, his grandfather would have disciplined him with a ruler. With such an oppressive and heavy atmosphere, the flamboyant and imposing handwriting, and the highly anticipated classic top 2 duel, Su Qingyi couldn't help but guess what the topic would be. It should be a philosophical topic like, is being misunderstood the fate of the expressor, or an enduring, eternal topic like, does late justice still count as justice, or perhaps a profound and interesting topic like, should a brand new life after completely losing one's memory be held responsible for crimes committed before? However, what appeared on the blackboard was, should not tell children that Santa Claus does not exist in the world. Su Qingyi felt completely rendered speechless. Deng Yizhou put down the chalk and turned around. After meeting Su Qingyi's gaze, he couldn't help but cough and sheepishly explained, the topic for this competition was randomly drawn. I just randomly pulled this out. It's actually quite good, right? Look, Christmas is right around the corner, it's so festive. Okay. The die was cast, so Su Qingyi nodded to accept it. I drew, should not, dot. Deng Yizhou switched to a red piece of chalk and circled, should not, on the topic. Very well. This was actually an answer that Su Qingyi was relatively satisfied with. He had originally thought it would be difficult for him to force himself to seriously discuss the question of, whether a white-bearded old man flying around in the sky on a sleigh really exists, in front of a bunch of judges and audience members. How is this any different from discussing, whether Ultraman actually exists in the world? But at this moment, he suddenly thought of the Finnish Santa Claus he had met in Mo. And that phrase of his, winter love story. Well, this didn't seem to be such a boring debate topic after all. After re-evaluating the topic and becoming interested, Su Qingyi returned to his seat. Next to him, Yi Ju had finally finished her noodles and was tilting her head back to drink the hot soup. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Su Qingyi walking over, but she only freed a little finger from her left hand, which was holding the noodle bowl, and curled it slightly a few times, as if to say hello. Su Qingyi suddenly had an urge to make the international sign of friendship, but he resisted. Such uncivilized and impolite behavior would be severely criticized and lectured by class. Monitor Chu if she found out. Did you not eat dinner tonight? Yeah. Yi Ju put down the bowl, pulled out a tissue, and carefully wiped her mouth before answering. I have a part-time job. I had just finished work when the club president bombarded me with calls, urging me to come over. She closed the lid and, as if by magic, pulled 2 connected boxes of yogurt from her pocket. Noticing Su Qingyi's gaze, she snapped the boxes apart and handed him one. Here, for you. No need. Su Qingyi shook his head. Just drink it. I work part-time at a bakery, and these 2 boxes of yogurt have. She flipped the box over, found the spot printed with the production date and expiration date, and read it out with mock seriousness, 1 hour and 20 minutes left until they expire. So the store manager let me take them. After explaining the origin of the yogurt, Yi Ju opened the lid and started eating it with a spoon. Su Qingyi looked at Yi Ju, then looked at the box of yogurt sitting in front of him. It was strawberry and mulberry flavored. He fell silent for a moment, then opened it and took a spoonful. Although it was near its expiration date, it tasted no different from the ones he usually bought. It was no wonder that many people specifically waited for these discounted near-expired foods, they were much cheaper and more cost-effective than usual. But Su Qingyi clearly lacked such economic acumen. The 2 of you, come over once you're done eating, Deng Yizhou said with a complicated expression. These 2 newcomers, in whom he had placed such high hopes and who shouldered the reputation of the debate club of Jing University, were currently burying their heads and munching away at some near-expiry yogurt. It's truly frustrating to see such wasted potential. Su Qingyi finished the last bite and put the spoon back into the cup. He had been very careful when peeling it open, so now it looked completely intact, like a cup of yogurt that hadn't been opened at all. Yi Ju was eating with great focus, using her spoon to meticulously scrape every bit of yogurt from the sides of the cup. Su Qingyi saw this, and for a moment, he wanted to reflect on his own wasteful behavior. His gaze was direct, without any evasion. Yi Ju choked from being stared at, then glared and said, Hey, what are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty eat yogurt? No. Su Qingyi shook his head. Yi Ju huffily threw the spoon back into the bowl from a distance, muttering to herself, Yi Ju, oh Yi Ju, calm down. Men are all ferocious beasts, they are unprovoked disasters. Question mark. Su Qingyi felt that his face must be wearing a huge question mark right now. It's nothing. Yi Ju, as if suddenly realizing her muttering would be heard, quickly shut her mouth. She stuffed the lid, still covered in a layer of yogurt, into the cup and tidied it up along with Su Qingyi's cup. Su Qingyi looked at the cup lid and suddenly thought of the famous meme, finally living the life of eating yogurt without licking the lid. Being so frugal, that shouldn't be right, could it be to maintain her image? He couldn't help but look up. Yi Ju finally finished eating and drinking, stretched, and happened to meet Su Qingyi's gaze. Seeing that she was about to make trouble again, Su Qingyi hurriedly pulled up a random topic. You were also chosen to participate in a debate competition. Yi Ju gave an and slowly stood up. I don't know what they were thinking, sigh, I'm not good at arguing at all. Su Qingyi didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what she said. No matter how you look at it, Yi Ju is the type of person very suited for debate competitions. Her wild and imaginative train of thought is absolutely unique enough to make opponents feel helpless. Of course, it's also possible it would make her teammates panic. The two cleaned up the trash and walked to the front row, hearing several resident debaters discussing passionately, so they didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. But they didn't seem to have any intention of stopping anytime soon. Su Qingyi leaned against the podium and waited for a long time, finally unable to help himself, he reached out and tapped the desk lightly. Amidst the chaotic and noisy voices, this crisp sound appeared quite prominent. So everyone fell silent in unison and looked at Su Qingyi. Everyone. Su Qingyi cleared his throat. I understand everyone's feelings, but for tomorrow's official competition, it's us who have to go on stage. You surely don't want to see us just dryly reading from a script on stage, and collectively speechless the moment someone cross-examines us, right? A debate competition with only script reading sessions is very boring. The affirmative finishes reading, then the negative reads, and the best part of debating, the sharp back-and-forth exchanges, is completely absent. Everyone was stunned by his question, realizing belatedly that they had unconsciously put themselves in the position of the protagonists. However, this time they were all supporting characters. Unanimously, they all stood up and gave up their seats. Su Qingyi was a bit awkward for a moment, he hadn't originally meant that. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired, so he had to keep a straight face and sit down seriously. People gathered around again. These are the relevant arguments I've organized, as well as reference materials that might be used. Look at this website, there's a lot of information that can be referenced. I'm responsible for organizing the arguments that the affirmative might use. What a professional support group. Su Qingyi was a bit overwhelmed, the materials he received were thick enough to crack walnuts. Yi Ju received the same treatment, and the one or two words of resistance she occasionally popped out were quickly drowned out by the enthusiastic voices. At this very moment, the neighboring Hua University is probably in the same situation, Su Qingyi thought. When he walked out of the classroom, it was already the early hours of the morning. They had actually discussed for nearly 6 hours. Even more terrifying was that Deng Yizhou's demonic voice was still 3D, surrounding in his brain. Has the debate topic been broken down? Have you thought of the cross-examination questions? Are these few examples enough? The judges would want to laugh when they hear this logic of yours, sort it out yourself before speaking. The first speaker's script still has big problems, everything I circled needs to be changed. Fourth speaker, what are you hiding for? Do you know you have to do the closing statement? Students, have you ever seen a school at 2 in the morning? It was simply too terrifying. Su Qingyi's steps were weak, he felt like he had said more tonight than in his entire life. As soon as Yi Ju went out the door, she ran away in a hurry, not knowing what she was busy with. Perhaps she was afraid that if she walked too slowly, she would be caught and dragged back to memorize scripts. There was no one else going the same way, so Su Qingyi walked back to the dormitory alone. Passing by the study room, the brightly lit scene made him realize that although Jing University is famous for its free and easy school spirit, in such an environment, there will never be a shortage of people silently competing. And not knowing if it was because of his rebirth, Su Qingyi had a deep feeling of, I can't compete anymore, whoever wants to compete can do it. When his thoughts were messy, the phone in his pocket ding-donged. Without looking, he knew who would be sending a message at this hour. Su Qingyi opened his phone, and the message in the notification bar, as he thought, displayed NS Iris. Since returning from Mo, as if to make up for everything missed during the vacation, Chen Jinji's schedule was astonishingly full. It had been so many days, and the two hadn't even had a single real-time conversation. Chatting was like having a time difference, every message was separated by an hour or two. But neither of them cared about this. Chen Jinji many times didn't even have time to type, she just sent a photo over. Sometimes it was in the practice room, sometimes it was while applying makeup, and sometimes it was a sunrise or sunset on a plane. Su Qingyi would reply to every one. She sent photos of the practice room, and Su Qingyi sent notes he took in class. She sent photos of today's stage makeup and styling, and Su Qingyi sent a faceless selfie. And for the sunrise and sunset on the plane, Su Qingyi responded with the sunrise and sunset while walking on campus. The two had a tacit understanding, sharing their mornings and evenings with each other while thousands of miles apart with incredible chemistry. Today Chen Jinji sent over a musical score for a new song. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and sent over the debate topic from the blackboard he had just photographed. He wondered if Chen Jinji would find it funny after seeing it. Should not tell children that Santa Claus does not exist. Just now, while discussing intensively at the blackboard, some people were seriously listing the arguments for the affirmative and negative, while simultaneously building a mind map. On the other side, under Yi Ju's leadership, people collaborated to doodle a colorful Christmas tree on the side. Looking at it now, it was actually just as Deng Yizhou said, it really had a Christmas atmosphere. Su Qingyi put his phone back in his pocket and exhaled a puff of white air, the temperature in Beijing was getting lower and lower. Yes, Christmas was almost here. As if responding to his thoughts, the next song randomly played in his headphones was that very fitting Christmas classic. Before every Christmas, this song would return to the top of the charts. Everyone jokingly called it this female singer's retirement insurance. I don't want a lot for Christmas, I have no other requests during the holiday season, there is just one thing I need, only one thing makes me yearn, I don't care about the presents, I don't care about the gifts underneath the Christmas tree, the gifts under the Christmas tree, I just want you for my own, I just want to have you by my side. All I want for Christmas is you. The only thing I want for Christmas is you. Thanks to Only God Bishop, Power June for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and voting support. 291, Chapter 287. Enemies are destined to meet. The debate competition was scheduled for 9 a.m. the following day. Since Hua University was the host, the venue was set on their campus. Su Qingyi had originally planned to get ready and head out just after 8 o'clock. After all, the two schools were adjacent and very close to each other. However, at exactly 7 a.m., he was forced awake by Deng Yizhou's relentless barrage of phone calls. He had set his phone to vibrate before sleeping last night. When he opened his eyes, his head felt like it had been struck hard with a mallet, leaving it faintly numb. Are you up? Come to the cafeteria for breakfast first, then we'll take the shuttle over together. By the way, wear formal attire. I reminded you last night. You can throw a down jacket or something over it for now. Do you have any in your dorm? If not, I'll bring one of mine over for you now. The club president was fussing like a worried mother, prattling on at the other end of the line. Su Qingyi closed his eyes and rested for a moment before replying slowly, I have one. Have what? Formal attire. Yang Lu had given him a suit for his birthday. He hadn't tried it on yet, but the size shouldn't be much of an issue. Dress sharp, okay? You're the face of our team. Deng Yizhou sounded like he was breathing a sigh of relief, but he quickly emphasized again. Su Qingyi opened his eyes and sat up. You seem to have said the same thing to Yi Ju last night. Both men and women need a face for the team. Deng Yizhou coughed and changed the subject, alright, just hurry over once you're ready. First cafeteria, soup dumplings. I'll order for you first, and you, Before he could finish, Su Qingyi hung up the phone. If he let him keep talking, it would never end. It was better to talk in person once he got there. He rolled out of bed and prepared to wash up. It was only 7, and Li Tao was already gone from his bed, likely out for a morning run. Shang Guanyu was already awake, lying on his back and playing with his phone. Only Matthew was still snoring away. Did I wake you? Sorry. Su Qingyi lowered his voice and spoke softly. No, it was my own alarm. Shang Guanyu hurriedly waved his hand, his expression a bit apprehensive. Even after living together for several months, he still maintained this cautious and timid manner, perhaps it was just his nature. Su Qingyi had no intention of trying to change anyone, so he simply nodded. Are you going to the debate competition? Good luck. Shang Guanyu scratched his head and said with a smile. Thanks. Su Qingyi returned the smile and walked into the bathroom carrying his toiletries. He also took the opportunity to try on the suit Yang Lu had given him. It was a classic black and white style. The gold-stamped patterns on the cuffs had a very designer feel, giving the suit an overall high-end and luxurious look. Su Qingyi straightened his cuffs and tied his necktie. Fortunately, he was a returned corporate slave, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have known how to tie a necktie at this age. The person in the mirror still looked a bit youthful, but he could fully pull off the suit. It didn't give off the comical impression of a child wearing their parents' clothes. When Su Qingyi turned and walked out, he received a gasp of surprise from Shang Guanyu. "Whoa! That outfit, you look so handsome." Su Qingyi smiled. As he took a black woolen overcoat off the hanger, he answered truthfully, "My mom bought it." "No wonder. It suits you very well." There was a hint of envy in Shang Guanyu's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Su Qingyi naturally didn't notice this. He went back to grab his phone and the materials he prepared last night, then headed out. If he dawdled any longer, Deng Yizhou's phone call would be coming again. This was the peak time for students heading to 8 a.m. classes. Walking through the crowd in a formal suit made Su Qingyi feel a bit out of place. He felt more or less self-conscious. He had to lower his head to avoid the intersecting gazes and quicken his pace. Sometimes Su Qingyi felt that his social anxiety hadn't been cured, but had merely entered a latent period. It would always flare up unexpectedly, like right now. But today, it absolutely could not flare up, he had a mission to fulfill. If he suddenly couldn't say a word on the debate stage, that would be a total disaster. Carrying this slightly pressured mood, Su Qingyi looked at the mottled stone tiles beneath his feet and gave a soft sigh. "Student, please wait a moment." Just then, a clear and charming voice rang out from beside him. Su Qingyi paused and looked up. Chu Qingmian had appeared out of nowhere. Meeting Su Qingyi's somewhat dazed eyes, she curled her eyes into a slight smile. As if suddenly injected with oxygen, Su Qingyi felt his stifled heart become light again. "What's wrong?" "Not fully awake." Chu Qingmian raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Su Qingyi knew she could tell something was slightly off with him, so he simply went along with her words. "Humph, I told you to get some rest early last night." Chu Qingmian stood on her tiptoes and pinched his earlobe. "Aren't you cold? Why are you trying to act cool by wearing so little? Everyone else is wearing down jackets." Su Qingyi shook his head. The weather was great today with bright sunshine, and he didn't feel cold during the walk. "Did you see our club president and the others?" "Yeah. They're at the first cafeteria. Our faculty's debate club is going to watch the competition today too." "Huh?" Su Qingyi frowned slightly. "What? You're not happy about it?" Chu Qingmian glared at him. "That's not it." Su Qingyi quickly changed his tune. The two of them walked side by side toward the first cafeteria. Chu Qingmian seemed to be in a very good mood. She skipped a few steps, then turned around and took out a bottle she had been keeping in her down jacket pocket. "Here, this is for you." "What is it?" Su Qingyi took it. The glass bottle was still warm. She must have been carrying it like that the whole way, keeping it warm with her body heat. Chu Qingmian pursed her lips and smiled. "A latte. I brewed it myself this morning." "Did you add sugar?" "So what if I did?" "Nothing." To prove he wasn't being picky, Su Qingyi had to unscrew the cap and take a sip. It was smooth and fragrant on the palate, making him feel refreshed instantly. The ingredients were clearly high-quality coffee beans. It was much better than instant coffee, though unfortunately a bit on the sweet side. Su Qingyi put the bottle into his overcoat pocket and pinched Chu Qingmian's small face. "Thanks." Chu Qingmian perked up as soon as she was praised, looking quite proud of herself. "You're welcome. I think I have a real talent for hand-grinding coffee." This was only my 11th time. Su Qingyi found it amusing and was about to tease her when he caught sight of a figure jumping up and down like a monkey in the cafeteria out of the corner of his eye. It was Deng Yizhou, who had clearly been waiting there for a long time. "Hurry up, the buns are getting cold." Su Qingyi nodded from a distance and looked at Chu Qingmian beside him. "Did you eat breakfast?" "I did. I had half a cob of roasted corn, a slice of toast, and a bottle of yogurt." "Are you on a diet?" Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow slightly. For Miss Chu, this modest amount of food seemed a bit abnormal. "What's that supposed to mean?" Chu Qingmian gave him a playful punch. "Can't I just not be hungry today? Then accompany me and eat a bit more." "Fine then." The cafeteria's heating was turned up high. It was crowded at this hour, and the air was filled with the aroma of various foods. Deng Yizhou pointed to the table covered with various types of food, looking like a buffet. "Sit down and eat quickly. We'll take the shuttle over in about 20 minutes." Su Qingyi nodded and sat down in front of the soup dumplings. "Eat slowly, don't rush. The milk is over there. Did you bring the materials?" Give them to me, I'll check them again. Deng Yizhou took the materials from Su Qingyi and began flipping through them while dialing a number on his phone. Yes, everyone on my end is here. Come over later. What? The third speaker hasn't arrived. Call his number, I'll dictate and you write it down, 187. Su Qingyi watched his busy, frantic manner and shook his head inwardly. He became even more certain that he absolutely did not want to participate in any elections for club leadership. Su Qingyi lowered his head and took a bite of a soup dumpling. The broth was rich and the crab roe was savory. Surprisingly, it was a very authentic Jiangnan flavor. He casually picked one up and placed it in Chu Qingyan's bowl of hot dry noodles. You organized these materials very well, but during the closing statement, be very careful not to just read the script. The key is to summarize all the points made during the session. Deng Yizhou finished his call and sat down opposite him to give his final instructions. Su Qingyi nodded and continued eating his dumpling seriously. Chu Qingyan let out a surprised then tilted her head and asked, Su Qingyi, you're the fourth speaker. I didn't expect that. Chu Qingyan blinked, a bit surprised. She had originally guessed Su Qingyi would definitely be the first speaker. Because the first speaker's task is to open the argument for their side and explain their points during the questioning phase. Generally speaking, it suited Su Qingyi's usual personality better. The fourth speaker is responsible for the closing statement, which means summarizing their side's points and expanding upon them. When the preceding discussions are neck and neck and difficult to judge, the fourth speaker's closing statement becomes the final criteria for judgment. Its importance is self-evident. The fourth speaker needs to have the presence to deliver the final blow. The second and third speakers go without saying. The second speaker is responsible for rebuttal and inference, needing to challenge and question the opposition, looking for conflicts and fallacies in the opponent's arguments to strike at them. The third speaker's task is to set conceptual and logical traps, using the art of language to lead the opposition into a misunderstanding. To put it simply, digging pits and laying mines. Neither of those seemed like things Su Qingyi would do. I was originally going to have him be the first speaker. Deng Yizhou scratched his head and explained, but you know, since ancient times, the first speaker is always a beauty. When those words came out, Su Qingyi almost choked to death on his dumpling. Stifling a laugh, Chu Qingyan handed the strawberry milk in her hand to his lips. She had heard this saying long ago. Because in her own faculty, she was also the first speaker. So the reason he swapped positions with Yi Ju was actually this. In the original plan, he was the first speaker, while Yi Ju had wanted to be the third speaker. She herself felt that the task of digging pits and laying mines suited her very well. Especially compared to making a serious opening statement. But through various back-channel rumors, Deng Yizhou had already learned about Hua University's lineup this time. Their first speaker was a young beauty, and their fourth speaker was a brilliant newcomer rumored to be very skilled. Deng Yizhou's strategy was to meet force with force, using the same configuration to crush the opponent. After all, he had absolute confidence in these two newcomers he had brought along. Are you finished? Let's go if you are. Deng Yizhou stood up and checked his watch. Su Qingyi finished the strawberry milk Chu Qingyan had given him. Then I'm heading over. Our club is taking a different vehicle. Chu Qingyan pointed to another exit and secretly tickled his palm under the table. Okay. Su Qingyi nodded. Good luck, see you in a bit. Chu Qingyan winked. I'll be in the audience cheering for you. She made a wobbly heart shape with both hands. Would the audience member please refrain from interfering with our debater? Su Qingyi stood up with a serious expression. See you in a bit. On the shuttle, Su Qingyi realized that Deng Yizhou must have notified everyone to dress formally. The entire shuttle was filled with people in suits, looking as if they were all being taken to an interview at some big company. Only Yi Ju's style remained different. She wore a Japanese-style high school uniform with a red checkered bow tie. It couldn't be said to be informal, just a bit too youthful. It doesn't matter, as long as it looks good. Deng Yizhou didn't offer any opinion on it, seemingly only caring about the definition of the face of the team. President, I just thought of another point. President, I can't find one of my case materials. Check the group chat, everyone. The vice president sent a link. During the short 10-minute ride, Deng Yizhou was still pestered until his head was spinning. Only the two sitting in the front row were quiet. Su Qingyi stared out the window in a daze, while Yi Ju on the other side had already tilted her head and fallen asleep. Her head was swaying more and more, always just a fraction away from bumping into the window. Su Qingyi watched this in the reflection for a while, and finally couldn't help but speak up to wake her. He naturally wouldn't do something like use his hand to cushion her head like some warm-hearted guy. Are we there? Yi Ju was bleary-eyed. Not yet. Then why did you call me? Yi Ju glared. Su Qingyi was silent for a moment before making up an excuse. The president is looking for you. One of the 36 stratagems, diverting the trouble elsewhere. What is it, President? Yi Ju turned her head suspiciously. Deng Yizhou was stunned and began to think, did I call her? Do I have something for her? If I didn't call her, why would she ask that? Well, I must have called her then. He cleared his throat and said very seriously, when you make the opening statement later, first, pay attention to your speaking speed, and second, pay attention to the time. Yi Ju listened with a speechless expression. From last night until this morning, she had heard this speech at least 20 times. Su Qingyi sat upright in the front row, secretly amused. Fortunately, they reached their destination after just a few more words. Su Qingyi pulled the door open and hopped out. The unfamiliar teaching building meant they were already on Hua University territory. There were activity volunteers at the entrance responsible for guidance, directing the audience into the venue. The scene was orderly. Hardly anyone was even talking, it was very quiet. This was a completely different style from his own school. Soon, staff members came to receive them, leading the group from the Peking University debate team through a side door into the building. It's not yet time for the formal entry. Please wait here for a moment. Dealing with the staff was Deng Yizhou's job, so the several newcomers stood aside with nothing to do. Su Qingyi took Miss Chu's love coffee out of his pocket and took a sip. Yi Ju peered through a crack in the backstage door, then circled back. I have to say, the venue looks really formal. Hua University is like this. You'll get used to it. Deng Yizhou had finished talking at some point and stood there with his arms crossed. President, where are our opponents? They should be waiting around here too. Deng Yizhou also found it a bit strange. He craned his neck to look around and successfully spotted the target. There, look over there. Hearing this, Su Qingyi followed his guidance and looked over. Sure enough, there was a group of people also dressed in suits, talking to the same staff member from before. The group over there quickly noticed the concentrated gazes from this side and looked back in unison. After a brief pause, Su Qingyi couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. That clean-looking boy wearing a light blue striped suit, who else could it be but Zhou Lian? To run into an acquaintance at a time like this was truly, too much of a coincidence. However, the other party didn't seem to be in as good a mood as him. He couldn't smile at all, and his fair face was faintly turning green. The surrounding air seemed to freeze as the two stared at each other from a distance. Thanks to book friend Power Cohen for the tip, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 292, Chapter 288. A game of personal grudges. It truly was a small world for enemies. Zhou Lian had never believed in the randomness of fate as much as he did now. His good mood from earlier that morning was completely shattered. He felt as nauseated as if he had swallowed a fly. Heaven knew how much effort he had put in before filling out his college applications, only choosing Hua University after confirming from multiple sources. Why? To avoid his nemesis, Su Qingyi, of course. Since coming to university, Zhou Lian felt his life had never been happier. He was far from his dysfunctional family, far from those dark days of the past. And naturally, far from the loathsome Su Qingyi. In the days without Su Qingyi, he had truly become the sunny, cheerful, and warm guy he used to have to struggle so hard to fake. He thought he was standing at a brand new starting line, but he hadn't even taken 2 steps before realizing that what awaited him at the finish line wasn't a bright future. But rather, the greatest shadow of the first half of his life. And now, that shadow was walking toward him as if nothing were wrong, wearing that same punchable smile as always. What a coincidence. Su Qingyi said with a beaming smile. Fine, this wasn't a dream, this was real. Zhou Lian felt his head spin. Gritting his teeth, he said, yeah, what a huge coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you also here for the debate competition? Su Qingyi could naturally tell that Zhou Lian wasn't happy to see him. But since Zhou Lian was unhappy, he was actually quite pleased, so he intentionally struck up a conversation. Yes. Zhou Lian forced himself to squeeze out a smile that didn't reach his eyes. And this is? The other contestants from Hua University asked curiously. Zhou Lian ground his back teeth. Just as he was about to introduce him, Su Qingyi answered for himself, hello everyone, I'm Zhou Lian's high school classmate. I only realized it after arriving here, what a coincidence. It's so good to see a familiar face. Wow. Really? That's such a twist of fate. Zhou Lian, I really didn't expect that. Zhou Lian really wanted to smash a club into Su Qingyi's politely smiling face. It's so good to see a familiar face. Who are you pretending to be, you hypocrite? Are you the kind of person who likes socializing with people? It was obvious that Su Qingyi was doing this just to annoy him. Ah, do you need us to step away and give you two old classmates some space to catch up? The members of the Hua University debate team were quite perceptive. Zhou Lian swore to himself that if Su Qingyi agreed right now, he would rip every single gold thread off the cuffs of Su's suit. No need, no need. We can catch up after the match. I won't disturb you further. You guys go ahead and discuss, I'll head back now. Su Qingyi took a step back and smiled slightly. Talk later. At the last moment, he even extended his hand in a friendly gesture. Zhou Lian initially thought he wanted to shake hands, so for the sake of appearances, he reluctantly reached out. Su Qingyi suddenly shifted direction, merely patted Zhou Lian on the shoulder, and then leisurely returned to his team. Zhou Lian felt that if anger levels could be displayed, his would definitely be at max right now. From this moment on, this debate was no longer just a normal competition, it was a total personal grudge match. But Zhou Lian looked at Su Qingyi's back and, after a long while, only sighed softly. It had been like this since they were kids. Su Qingyi was like a final boss with 9,999 HP, while he was a level 1 slime holding a small dagger at the start of the game. Childhood Zhou Lian had treated him as an imaginary enemy for so long, fantasizing every day about how to defeat him, while Su Qingyi didn't even know who he was. As time went on, he finally evolved from a level 1 slime to an ultimate slime, and he finally saw the opponent's health bar start to drop by 1. But it turned out that after depleting one health bar, there was a second one, and who knew how many more layers lay beneath that? It was simply a bottomless pit. After realizing this, Zhou Lian began to question his life. If all these years had been for nothing, then what was the point of everything he had done? Perhaps what Zhong Qiuhe said was right, his birth was merely the product of settling for second best. So it was only natural. Because you weren't the protagonist, your anger, humiliation, and decade-long persistence couldn't give you any power. Zhou Lian found this conclusion hard to accept at the time, which led to that suicide attempt that shocked the entire school. He couldn't even say for sure if that counted as a so-called drowning man's final cry for help. He just felt that life was too hard, and he wanted to talk to someone before ending it all. Even though the person who happened to show up then was the one he least wanted to see. In the end, that person had even risked his life to save him. Recalling it now, Zhou Lian still felt as if it were a lifetime ago. Can you imagine it? It was actually Su Qingyi who saved him. Such an ending was both tragic and a bit absurd. And the other party had said in a matter-of-fact tone, "You don't need to overthink it, nor do you need to thank me. It was just physical instinct. No matter who it was, any Tom, Dick, or Harry, I would have subconsciously tried to save them." How high-sounding, and how noble. It only made him look more like a disgusting creature crawling in the shadows. Zhou Lian coughed, feeling a bit of difficulty breathing. He had thought that since so much time had passed, he had already moved on. "Zhou Lian, are you okay?" The person next to him noticed his abnormality and asked with concern. "Ah, I'm fine." Zhou Lian adjusted his emotions and forced a smile. On the other side, Su Qingyi seemed to sense something and looked back. He had already retracted his teasing smile from before, returning to the indifferent expression Zhou Lian was most familiar with. Zhou Lian briefly met his eyes before looking away. Right, finish the debate first. That's what he meant, right? Alright, let's focus. Let me see the opening statement draft again. Zhou Lian began to smile with his usual warm, spring breeze-like expression. With the word debate at the fore, through eloquence, sophistry, and emotion, we look to the life sciences for the ultimate discourse. Weighing the world's affairs through fallacies, heresies, and relativity, let us not judge heroes by victory or defeat. Judges, students, hello everyone. Welcome to the scene of this debate competition. Our topic today is, should we tell children that Santa Claus does not exist? Today's host didn't look like a student part-timer, but a proper, professional staff member. While waiting for the proceedings to begin, Su Qingyi boredly twirled his pen, his gaze sweeping over the audience. The spectator seats were packed, the name, Hua University vs Jing University, alone was enough to attract a large crowd of onlookers. Chu Qingmian's seat was easy to find, in the third row on the left. The reason it was easy to find was simple. She was so outstandingly beautiful in the crowd that it was like a sudden burst of vibrant color appearing in a black and white silent film. Su Qingyi met her eyes, and she pursed her lips, making an X gesture with her hands. She probably meant for him to stop twirling his pen. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, not caring, and even twirled it more vigorously. The transparent pen barrel whirled and flipped between his fingers, which was actually quite ornamental. And at this moment, the process moved to the introduction of the affirmative side. Affirmative fourth speaker, Zhou Lian was smiling as he introduced himself when a crisp, loud clack interrupted him. In such a quiet setting, the sound was particularly jarring. Everyone's searching gazes landed on Su Qingyi. The pen in his hand had flown out, bounced off the floor, and rolled far away. Sorry. He raised his hand to apologize without changing his expression. Zhou Lian's smile froze for a few seconds. He took several deep breaths before speaking again. Affirmative fourth speaker, Zhou Lian, representing Hua University, greetings to everyone present. Below the stage, Chu Qingyan covered her face with her notebook, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Su Qingyi sighed imperceptibly. He really didn't do it on purpose, he just accidentally messed up. Ultimately, it was the fault of the pen provided by the organizers, it wasn't very good for twirling. Next, we invite the representative team from Jingqing University to introduce themselves. The host clearly wanted to laugh too, but she had great professional quality. And tried her best to hold it in. Negative first speaker, Yi Ju. Yi Ju had also witnessed everything just now. The fact that she didn't burst out laughing was a great victory that could be recorded in history. Negative second speaker. Su Qingyi stood up. Negative fourth speaker, Su Qingyi. Along with my four fellow negative debaters, greetings to everyone present. A round of orderly applause rang out in the venue. The debate competition officially began. The first segment was the affirmative first speaker's opening statement. The first speaker from Hua University sounded somewhat like a newcomer, but her tone was rhythmic and her explanation was relatively clear. Recalling Deng Yizhou's saying that first speakers have always been beauties since ancient times, Su Qingyi became curious for a moment, so he leaned back slightly and stole a glance. She looked like the typical engineering beauty in the public's perception. But lately, Su Qingyi had seen his fair share of beauties. He was already somewhat aesthetically fatigued by such beauties, so he felt no inner ripples. And this stolen glance of his happened to be caught by Yi Ju on the other side, who narrowed her eyes and gave him an affected, fake smile. Su Qingyi quickly withdrew his gaze and focused on listening. In summary, the affirmative's opening argument was relatively simple. Their point was also very clear. Choosing not to tell a child that Santa Claus doesn't exist might seem like it comes from a place of meticulous protection, but it actually underestimates the child's capacity for understanding. Using self-righteous protection to deliberately fabricate lies for the sake of a false reality is meaningless, because the pursuit of truth and the pursuit of kindness are innate human needs. This point had been considered during last night's intensive discussion, so in the cross-examination phase, the negative side countered with points like, do lies always cause harm, and, what if the parents themselves believe in Santa Claus? A somewhat argumentative angle. Su Qingyi didn't stand up to speak. Firstly, this wasn't a task assigned to him by his superiors. Secondly, his teammates were so capable that he simply had no chance to interject. If your side's view is that lies always cause harm, then this is a boomerang that hits your own side. Yi Ju was all smiles as she finished this provocative sentence in the last 2 seconds. Next, it was the negative first speaker's turn to speak. Our side believes that people have the right to derive happiness from reality, as well as the right to derive happiness from imagination. We have no reason to use our own realistic world to crush a child's world of fantasy. Disregarding a child's feelings and acting only according to one's own ideas is an arrogant and erroneous way of education. Our attitude toward this should be reflection, not support. Unexpectedly, Yi Ju also did very well in the position of first speaker. She was like a salesperson pitching a product, unknowingly drawing people in until they were ready to pull out their wallets and pay the next second. When it was the affirmative's turn to cross-examine, the point they gave was, knowing that Santa Claus is fake doesn't affect the happiness derived from it. For example, when everyone watched Journey to the West as children, they didn't think Sun Wukong actually existed, but they still derived happiness from the world of the story. Surveys by psychologists show that a significant portion of children already have doubts about Santa's existence and say they can accept it. The affirmative first speaker was neither humble nor arrogant, and her words were well-founded. Su Qingyi casually wrote, dumping data, on his paper. This was one of the Hua University debate characteristics, summarized by Deng Yizhou, constantly throwing out various questionnaire data and famous quotes to appear professional and persuasive. Telling a child that Santa doesn't exist is equivalent to telling them that Hogwarts doesn't exist, superheroes don't exist, Ultraman doesn't exist, that all these worlds they love and look forward to don't exist. Although Yi Ju wore a smile, her tone was very serious. Our side tentatively acknowledges the so-called scientific research results your side has brought out. However, just because children say they can accept it doesn't mean they won't feel frustrated and sad because of it. Since our side's choice both protects the child's imagination and avoids the negative emotions brought by the truth, I cannot help but think that your side's argument exactly proves that our side is the optimal solution to this problem. Well said. Su Qingyi felt like laughing. Yi Ju truly was a natural-born debater. Every time, what was originally the affirmative's point would be twisted by her to favor the negative side. With her setting the pace, the affirmative side clearly lost their footing, and several of their counterarguments were weak and ineffective. Seeing the situation about to lean entirely toward one side, the long-silent Zhou Lian finally took the microphone. First, the result of scientific demonstration is always to avoid lying unless necessary, even the white lies advocated by your side. Children have difficulty distinguishing between good and bad intentions. The so-called distinction between good and evil is only decided from an adult's perspective, using a self-righteous standard of judgment. We cannot deprive them of the right to pursue truth just because they are children. Second, the original purpose of Santa Claus's appearance was to reward well-behaved children. The opposite figure is Krampus, whose role is to punish naughty children. Therefore, our side believes that for such a product essentially designed for moral indoctrination and discipline, its significance cannot be extended to the heights of a fantasy world. Zhou Lian's defensive counterattack was beautiful, even throwing out a point the negative side hadn't prepared for at all. For a moment, the negative second and third speakers looked at each other, not knowing from what angle to cross-examine. The scene froze for a while. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and stood up. This was his first time speaking in this match. He hadn't originally intended to speak during the free debate segment. Regarding the point about Krampus, our side needs to clarify that its appearance is limited to folk tales passed down in certain parts of Northern Europe. When the church promoted the image of Santa Claus, it had already completely eliminated Krampus for the very reasons mentioned by the affirmative debater. That is all. Having pointed out the error in the argument succinctly, Su Qingyi sat back down. But his words indeed caused a flaw in Zhou Lian's perfect counterattack, and the judges below would have to re-evaluate the score for this point. Zhou Lian's face looked a bit bad, but he quickly composed himself and stood up again. The free debate time was coming to an end. The affirmative side had about 1 minute left, while the negative side had no time left for a counterattack because the second and third speakers had taken too long. This was a huge disadvantage for the negative side. Before the match, Deng Yizhou had been emphasizing the need to control the time, precisely for fear of such a situation. Because this also meant that their last chance for a counterattack was left solely to Su Qingyi's concluding statement. Thanks to bookfriend Power Kuan for the tip, and thank you all for your subscriptions and voting support. 293, Chapter 289. Because we are higher than this world. Deng Yizhou, watching from the audience, had a grim expression. The match had gone from a favorable position to an unfavorable one, and by now, they were almost in a desperate situation. They were still rookies after all, too easily led by the nose. Deng Yizhou sighed softly. Zhou Lian, the affirmative's fourth speaker, spoke with great ease. After summarizing the affirmative's core arguments once more, he continued, finally, regarding the point about stifling imagination, our side believes that the real world is also worth imagining. The oceans, the Earth's core, the sky, the universe, there are so many unknown and unsolved mysteries in the world. If not for our predecessors' imagination regarding reality, humanity would never have been able to reach those distant places. Therefore, seeing the truth behind those false lies is always more important and more worthy of our entire human race's unremitting struggle. As soon as he finished speaking, applause of genuine admiration erupted from the audience. Zhou Lian returned the gesture with a polite smile. Honestly, in a normal competition, these words would be tantamount to ringing the bell of victory. They could have popped the champagne early. The opponents were like fish on a chopping block, struggling in vain. But today was different. Zhou Lian still felt uneasy, all because the opponent's fourth speaker was Su Qingyi. He even started to suspect if he had developed some kind of Su Qingyi phobia. In any case, whenever he encountered anything related to him, he lost all confidence. He always felt like this guy had some trump card hidden up his sleeve that could turn the tables. Zhou Lian's speech was indeed very good, Su Qingyi thought. It summarized the arguments of the entire debate while elevating the central theme. It could be called a textbook example of a concluding statement. Next, we invite the negative side's fourth speaker to deliver the concluding statement. The moderator said. Su Qingyi stood up in response. He folded the draft he had prepared before the match and set it aside. He couldn't say it was completely useless, but it was close. Everyone had been debating so intensely that, by the end, it hardly had much to do with the main topic anymore. Su Qingyi gripped the microphone and cleared his throat. Good grief, it was time for the crowd-favorite impromptu speech segment again. Although most of the audience felt the outcome was already decided, they remained quietly respectful, waiting for this final speech. Except for Chu Qingyan, she always unconditionally trusted and stood by Su Qingyi. Just like Zhou Lian, Su Qingyi first briefly summarized the arguments from the entire debate. Of course, he only emphasized the favorable ones and deliberately ignored the weak points that the opponent had focused their attacks on. Furthermore, the realistic significance of fantasy worlds is also a point very worthy of discussion in this debate. Su Qingyi tilted his head slightly to check the time. There were 2 minutes left. Deng Yizhou, in the audience, paused slightly. This hadn't been discussed last night, nor was it written in the script. His heart, which had already turned to ash, began to burn faintly once again. The opposing debater just mentioned that even knowing Sun Wukong is fake, one can still find joy in the world of Journey to the West. But, if the demons and monsters are fake, are the trials and tribulations Xuanzang encountered on his journey west also fake? Fantasy is a reflection of reality, a beautiful hope and vision that people hold for reality. Therefore, Sun Wukong is not fake, he truly lives in each of our hearts, giving us the courage to slay demons and eliminate evil at all times. To erase fantasy worlds is to erase fairy tales, heroes, and magic, it is to erase that courage and love. These words left the audience in dead silence. At this age, who didn't grow up watching Journey to the West? Who didn't pick up a bamboo stick as a child and pretend it was the golden cudgel? Ding! The indicator signaled that only 10 seconds of speaking time remained. Su Qingyi raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the audience, and slowly said, "Therefore, please be proud of all things that are not real, because we are above this world." Heaven knows how much effort it took for him to convince himself to recite this incredibly cringy line. He almost had an out-of-body experience. But the response seemed very good. These words might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but for university students, they were just right. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the entire room was stirred by the wave of teenage angst. This was the true clincher, the outcome was now clear. Zhou Lian, on stage, heard the enduring applause and sighed softly. How to put it? Just a moment ago, he had been feeling anxious and unsettled, but now that he knew he was going to lose, he actually felt much more at ease. The final result was as everyone expected. The Beijing University debate team successfully turned the tables and emerged from the shadow of their winning streak being broken. Deng Yizhou was incredibly excited and sent the recorded video to every WeChat group he was in. After the event, he was jumping around everywhere looking for someone. Where is Su Qingyi? That was great, he performed so well, he really made a huge contribution. Deng Yizhou could barely resist giving him a hug lasting at least 5 minutes. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time without seeing him, he finally learned from Chu Qingyan that he had left early for something. Su Qingyi didn't know Deng Yizhou had such thoughts. If he had, he probably would have run even faster, carrying the shuttle bus with him to escape. While everyone was still immersed in the aftertaste of the debate, passionately discussing the final speeches of the two fourth speakers, the two debaters had already quietly slipped away through the side door. The campus of Hua University was larger than Beijing University's, and the architecture was a different style, leaning towards modern. Su Qingyi walked slowly, leisurely taking it all in. Can you walk a bit faster? Zhou Lian, walking ahead, could no longer tolerate it and turned around to scold him. Is this the attitude you have when treating someone to a meal? Su Qingyi smiled slightly. Zhou Lian took a deep breath, put on his signature warm guy smile, and asked nicely again, could you please hurry up? It's almost mealtime, and the cafeteria will be out of seats. No. Su Qingyi, you son of AB*TCH. The two entered the cafeteria, one after the other. The usually gentle and refined person had a face as foul as if he'd had a stroke, while the usual poker face now looked to be in a very good mood, his eyes and brows filled with smiles. What's the specialty? Su Qingyi adjusted his coat collar and sat down elegantly. Zhou Lian ground his back teeth and said resentfully, this is the third cafeteria, there's a place that makes good chicken pot. Then let's eat that. Su Qingyi waved his hand, acting like a big shot. Seeing that Zhou Lian was at his limit and about to lash out, he added, I don't have a meal card, so I'll have to trouble you to go. Zhou Lian closed his eyes to calm himself down. Patience brings peace of mind, taking a step back widens the horizon. When it came down to it, treating him to this meal was his own big mouth's fault for feeling obligated by etiquette to ask. He hadn't expected this guy to climb up the pole as soon as it was offered, nodding and agreeing immediately. Eat quickly, and be done with it once finished. And so, Zhou Lian busied himself back and forth, queuing to order, picking up the food, grabbing utensils, and setting out drinks, looking exactly like a waiter. Su Qingyi hadn't moved an inch from start to finish, just sitting there waiting for the food. Once the food arrived, his chopsticks moved quickly. He even evaluated the dish based on color, aroma, and taste, giving each a star rating. Throughout the meal, Zhou Lian was suppressing the urge to dump the chicken pot on his head. The meal tasted like chewing wax. Su Qingyi leisurely finished the last bite of rice in his bowl, then propped his chin on his elbows and stared at Zhou Lian. "What are you looking at? If you're finished, hurry up and leave," Zhou Lian said irritably. "Thank you," Su Qingyi blurted out, apropos of nothing. Zhou Lian was stunned, not knowing what his intention was. "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for treating me to dinner." Su Qingyi shook the lemon tea that came with the chicken pot, inserted the straw, and took a sip. It was slightly sweet. Zhou Lian was silent for a moment, then answered dryly, "It's nothing, old classmate, it's only right." "How is your university life?" Su Qingyi asked, biting the straw and speaking indistinctly. Zhou Lian couldn't understand what this person in front of him was thinking at all. His attitude was as if he were truly catching up with an old classmate he was on good terms with. However, both of them knew very well that they didn't have that kind of relationship. "It's all right." But Zhou Lian still answered, "That's good." Su Qingyi thought for a moment, then continued, "Actually, if you want to get away from your old life, your goal shouldn't be focused on getting rid of me." He changed the subject too quickly. Zhou Lian was a bit stunned and didn't know how to answer. "All along, I've never had any malice towards you, you should know that." "Indeed, where would the malice come from? You don't even know who I am." Zhou Lian snorted coldly and didn't respond. "Besides that, I've always had a strange feeling. That is, if it weren't for all that crap, we might have been able to be friends." After saying this, Su Qingyi placed the finished lemon tea cup on the table and stood up. "So, today you said your university life is going well, and I am genuinely happy for you. Well then, goodbye." Su Qingyi took one last look at him, then turned to leave. "Wait." Zhou Lian watched his back and, on a whim, called out. Su Qingyi paused his steps and turned his head to look at him. "If you come to Hua University again next time, I'll treat you to stone pot bibimbap at the first cafeteria." Zhou Lian turned his face away awkwardly, as if he were talking to the air. Su Qingyi curled his lips and replied, "If you come to Beijing University, I'll treat you to sauerkraut fish. Someone once found a pebble in the stone pot bibimbap at our first cafeteria. What a coincidence, someone once got acute gastroenteritis from the sauerkraut fish. Su Qingyi, I swear, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. I'll be waiting with open arms." 294, Chapter 290. I hope you like it. After the debate, thanks to Su Qingyi's brilliant performance, Deng Yizhou was basically doing whatever he asked, so Su Qingyi finally had some rare, free time. However, one trouble followed another. A new problem had emerged. In the warm winter sun, Su Qingyi walked across campus with a guitar on his back. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was from the art department next door. This birthday gift from Su Zilong had been gathering dust in the dorm for nearly 2 months. Who plays guitar at school for no reason? Not only that, but this thing was also in the way. The 4-person dorm was already cramped, and Su Qingyi naturally wouldn't put his own things in the common area, so it could only awkwardly lean against his desk. Because of this, it was inevitable that he would bump into it when moving around. While nursing the pain from bumping into it, he also had to worry about knocking it over and breaking it, as this guitar wasn't cheap. After thinking about it, Su Qingyi decided to take the guitar to the game studio this weekend. In fact, not packing it up and mailing it back to Su Zilong was his final act of mercy. When he arrived at the studio by taxi, Su Qingyi had a moment of doubt about whether he had walked into the wrong door. The interior and exterior of this flat had been completely renovated, with all kinds of furniture and facilities fully equipped. It looked nothing like the show flat it was when he last visited. Su Qingyi stood at the door in silence for a long time, soon grasping the source of all these changes. Tada, Miss Chu, who was also off for the weekend, beamed as she popped out of the kitchen. "How is it? Surprised? Unexpected?" Su Qingyi didn't answer, first taking the guitar off his back and walking into the kitchen. Whoa, the kitchen was even more incredible. Not only were there dishwashers and microwaves, but even an oven was ready. If the living room equipment still looked like a studio, the kitchen was entirely Miss Chu's own personal indulgence. "What are you doing all this for?" Su Qingyi pulled Chu Qingmian out of the kitchen. She didn't struggle, just took the opportunity to hug his arm. "What do you mean? Didn't you say I'm also a member of the studio?" Miss Chu was very righteous about it. "Aha, and you know this is a studio?" Su Qingyi gently pinched her cheek and led her around to look. Game console, projector, smart speaker. "If I rented a bigger room, were you planning on putting a pool table in here? That way, after working, we could exercise, combining work and rest. How nice. Oh my, isn't this a game studio? Doesn't a game studio allow for playing games?" Or watching game playthroughs. So what's wrong with buying these? Chu Qingyan remained unconvinced. Su Qingyi stared at her for a long time, but eventually gave in. Forget it, she was the person he had gone through so much trouble to recruit anyway. Seeing his expression soften, Chu Qingyan beamed and pulled him to sit in front of the projector. A white wool carpet was laid on the floor. She had just ordered it today, and it felt great to step on. Let me tell you, the effect is really not bad. I think it's even better than the one at home. Saying the effect was good was understandable, but saying it was better than the one at her house was really an exaggeration. Miss Chu, that's a private cinema you have at home, okay? Su Qingyi didn't respond, watching the screen show, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. The picture was indeed very clear, probably the best projector available in this era. Miss Chu really had no concept of money. Chu Qingyan observed him secretly for a while, and seeing that he seemed to be watching very intently, she quickly slipped away to make an urgent phone call. Hello, sir. Don't deliver the pool table for now. Yeah, no need to refund the shipping fee, you keep it, sorry for the trouble. Su Qingyi really wanted to say that he was just watching a movie, not deaf. So she really had ordered a pool table. After hanging up, Chu Qingyan felt even more relaxed and smilingly brought the guitar over from the door. Su Qingyi, why did you bring your guitar here? My dad gave it to me last time, and there's no room in the dorm. Su Qingyi watched as she excitedly unpacked the case, revealing the classic Yamaha body. Her posture for holding the guitar was decent, but she gave herself away as soon as she plucked a string. This person couldn't play guitar. Su Qingyi took her fingers and gently plucked the strings. A melody familiar to everyone, from 80-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old toddlers, flowed from their fingertips. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, Chu Qingyan sang happily, her tone as melodic as a little lark. Why bring it here? I still want to hear it. She sat up and handed the guitar to Su Qingyi. It's useless, it gets in the way at school. Su Qingyi took it, but didn't intend to play, just said slowly. Chu Qingyan looked at him holding the guitar and started thinking about what it could be used for. Thinking about it, she really did come up with something. Ah, right. The school's Christmas social event seems very formal this time. Is that so? Su Qingyi replied nonchalantly, he had absolutely no interest in these activities. So-called social events were nothing more than large-scale blind date scenes for college students. And given that the school organized it, it just meant adding a student performance segment to the process. After that, it was the same old routine. Men and women drinking together, playing drinking games, then exchanging contact information. Those who could develop a relationship would, and those who couldn't would continue to be drinking buddies. Of course it is. I heard students from other schools are coming to participate too. As Chu Qingyan was speaking, she suddenly thought of the aftermath of the last debate. By the way, what did you do with classmate Zhou Lian last time? Su Qingyi, you didn't bully him, did you? How could that be? Su Qingyi laughed, pleading his case. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? However, ever since he had dinner with Zhou Lian last time, Su Qingyi felt that he seemed to have changed a bit. Although he still had that grumpy attitude toward him, how should he put it, they seemed less tense when together. In the past, whenever Zhou Lian saw him, it was like he was cursed, everything he did was wrong. Now it was much more natural. If he sent a message to Zhou Lian now saying he was at the gate of Hua University, the other party would definitely scold him over the phone. But within 10 minutes, he would put down what he was doing, come to the gate as promised, and help him swipe his card to pass the security gate with a sour face. This could also be considered a somewhat unique friendship. That's not it. Chu Qingyan wanted to take back what she just said. Su Qingyi being able to make a good friend should be a very happy thing worth celebrating. How could she think he would bully a classmate? Stereotypes were not advisable. She thought for a moment, changed her posture, and leaned her face a little closer. Her knees were on the floor, but fortunately, the carpet was wool, so it didn't feel cold or hard. Su Qingyi looked down at her, calm and composed. Chu Qingyan was wearing lip glaze today, the color was beautiful, shiny, like a pink and delicate peach. She looked like she wanted to kiss him. But she had the desire but not the courage, just closing the distance made her face flush red. Chu Qingyan had originally intended to wimp out and pull back. It was broad daylight, and the studio was, to some extent, a public place. Inappropriate, very inappropriate. But as luck would have it, a second before she was about to retreat, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Su Qingyi's slightly mocking eyes. That was clearly looking down on her. Miss Chu couldn't stand this, and anger rose in her heart. She closed her eyes, steeled herself, and leaned in. Unlike what she imagined, the taste on her lips was a faint chocolate flavor. Clang. A soft sound suddenly came from the door. Chu Qingyan trembled at the sound, scared out of her wits, and scrambled up to run to the bathroom. On the other side, He Wufei was flusteredly squatting on the ground, picking up the beer cans that had rolled all over the floor. Running into this scene, he was also so embarrassed that he almost wanted to turn around and leave immediately. Su Qingyi was quite calm, he had heard the sound of the key turning in the lock. Chu Qingyan was probably so nervous that her head was buzzing, so she didn't notice at all. He stood up and helped pick up the beer can that had rolled under the dining table leg. "You're back." "Yeah, went to the supermarket to buy some things." He Wufei was quite shocked, and only answered after he calmed down, taking the opportunity to show him the 2 large bags of things he was carrying. Su Qingyi glanced at them. Apart from the cigarettes and alcohol He Wufei couldn't do without, everything else was vegetables, tofu, noodles, and eggs. "That's good, Chu Qingyan renovated this place, so it's more convenient for you to live here." Su Qingyi took the bag of groceries and carried it into the kitchen. He Wufei didn't answer, just followed behind him, stacking the beer cans one by one. He didn't know what to say, just felt that the kindness of these 2 people was too overwhelming, making it hard to even say thank you. Su Qingyi noticed his silence and switched the topic at the right time. "By the way, have you read the proposal I sent you a couple of days ago?" "Finished it." Seeing him bring up business, He Wufei clearly breathed a sigh of relief and led him to his workstation. The basic UI interface is roughly this layout. He Wufei displayed the schematic. Su Qingyi was a bit surprised, because it was almost identical to the interface of Disco Elysium in his memory. He Wufei's execution was still very strong. Of course, this was still far from a properly functional game, but a glimmer of hope could already be seen. And at least it was certain that the first official member of this studio was a very reliable person. Su Qingyi patted He Wufei's shoulder in a good mood. Even the whole studio looked much more pleasing to the eye. Perhaps this could be more than just an ordinary game development room, it could also be a proper safe haven. "This is an annual pass for the gym downstairs." Su Qingyi handed it to He Wufei. "Huh?" The latter hadn't reacted yet. "Didn't I tell you last time? You have to make time to exercise. I also got a card, and I'll be with you when I'm free." Although he had signed up for a boxing training class. Like in his past life, he had no interest in fitness, but boxing was a great stress-relieving exercise. Seeing that he had already said as much, He Wufei had no choice but to take it with a bitter face. By the time Chu Qingyan finally adjusted her emotions and walked out again with an attitude of burying her head in the sand, Su Qingyi was already sitting in front of the computer, entering the work state he had when he was a programmer in his past life. He was, of course, very familiar with this state, but Chu Qingyan had never seen it before. How to put it, there was a sense of numbness, a lifeless puppet-like feeling. In Chu Qingyan's impression, the image of typing on a keyboard like this was the IT nerd in movies, or a high-level hacker. Those were all very cool and stylish, completely contrary to the dejected guy in front of her now. Chu Qingyan circled behind him, looking at the English characters constantly refreshing on the screen, and felt dizzy just looking at them for a few seconds. Su Qingyi finished typing a line of code, leaned back slightly, and seeing Chu Qingyan frowning and thinking seriously, he wanted to laugh for a moment. Miss Chu had no idea what kind of life corporate slaves lived every day. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still switched to an interface she could understand, a piece of text he was halfway through writing. This was also his favorite piece of dialogue in the game. Nevertheless, for someone who hadn't played the game, this should just be a nonsensical, incomprehensible conversation. Chu Qingyan was a notorious game black hole, she was someone without a shred of gaming talent. But Su Qingyi hoped she would like it. No reason, he just held this expectation. The Phasmid said, "When you are tired, when your vision loses control, the insects will always watch you, support you. When you fall, we will come to encourage you, sprouting on you, like a flag. Blooming on you, separating you in the sky burial. To commemorate your passing. Though I won't, because I'm just one who eats leaves. You are a miracle of violence and irrepressibility. The vacuum of the universe, and the stars burning there, are afraid of you. If there is enough time, you will wipe us all out, and there will be nothing to replace us, and for you, it might just be an accident." Its joints regained vitality, just like a stopped record starting to play again, with a swaying, prayer-like posture. The text stopped abruptly here. Su Qingyi moved the mouse away. When typing these characters, he recalled the feeling of playing this plot for the first time. "I think I'm starting to like this game." Chu Qingyan muttered behind him. Su Qingyi lowered his head and laughed. Sure enough, his expectation was not wrong. It was already afternoon when he returned to school, and Su Qingyi's good mood continued. It was hard to say why. Maybe it was because the game production finally had some progress. Maybe it was because his initial goal of dragging Chu Qingyan into the partnership was achieved. Or maybe, it was simply because she really liked this game. This good mood lasted until he pushed open the dormitory door, and after Li Tao greeted him enthusiastically, he said, "Back so late, preparing for the program?" Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "What program?" Li Tao thought he was joking and said with a smile, "The Christmas party program, of course." Seeing that his expression didn't look faked, Li Tao felt something was wrong and explained, "Just last night, when the counselor asked in the group. Matthew joked that our dorm had a ready-made guitar god, and asked if he should sign you up. You answered, sure, didn't you? We were even surprised at the time. By the way, God, where is your guitar?" Su Qingyi reached out to support the desk, frowned, and recalled for a long time before he found this memory in his brain. Last night he was wearing headphones, listening to Coast while writing game plot text, and vaguely heard someone ask if he needed help signing up. He subconsciously thought it was some lecture. There had been many times like this before, so he agreed offhandedly. He didn't expect it to be a party program. Is it too late to cancel the registration now? Su Qingyi asked with his last shred of hope. Li Tao had already guessed the reason, and replied with a hint of pity in his eyes, "The registration deadline was 12 p.m. today, brother, it looks like you have to do it." Su Qingyi thought briefly about whether to go back to the studio and bring the guitar back. That way, his program could at least be a fingerstyle piece, or playing accompaniment for someone else. That would be an easy and simple job. He looked down at the calendar on his phone and checked the time. 2 days later, Christmas Eve would arrive. 295, Chapter 291 Christmas Eve. Su Qingyi felt that he was truly quite unlucky. During the centennial anniversary celebration at First High, the school had insisted he perform on stage, eyeing the bit of popularity he had. Now that he was at university, surrounded by so much talent, there were plenty of people better than him. He could have perfectly avoided this disaster. Yet, through a series of coincidences, he had inexplicably walked right into the line of fire. Su Qingyi leaned against the balcony railing, feeling the wind and thinking about how fate liked to play tricks on people. At the last school anniversary, he at least had Chu Qingyan and Chen Jinji for company, but it looked like he would have to face this one alone. Su Qingyi sighed, the white mist from his breath quickly dissipating in the cold wind. In this moment, he suddenly felt the urge to call Chen Jinji. The very next second, he actually dialed. Although he didn't really expect her to pick up. Chen Jinji's schedule was packed tight, even Superman wouldn't be this busy. Sometimes he thought about how she had only debuted such a short time ago, yet she had almost walked a path that would take others decades to traverse. Every smile and frown of hers could hang on the trending topics list for an entire day. Last night, Su Qingyi had watched the live stream of her 101 group's performance, and the top comments and barrage chat were remarkably consistent. Queen Jean dominated the whole world tonight, thanks. To the person above, don't you know that Queen Jean is a derogatory nickname? What derogatory or not? Who understands all your fandom jargon? I'm going to call her Queen anyway. Iris is the best in the world. The mortal goddess of the Luo River, Chen Jinji first. Love of the world, Chen Jinji, in short, regardless of whether they were compliments or insults. The first 2 pages were entirely discussions about Chen Jinji. You had to scroll quite far down to see the names of other teammates. After their debut, without the protection of the show's production team, the gap in their actual popularity became even more apparent. Su Qingyi had once thought that Zhong Xingyue's fan count might actually be able to go head-to-head with Chen Jinji's, but it seemed that was all an illusion, a very huge illusion. He didn't know if 101 had any activities planned for Christmas, but it was highly likely they did. A few days ago for Halloween, they had appeared on a show with a masquerade ball theme. Chen Jinji had cosplayed a classic horror movie character, and the makeup and costume were actually quite faithful to the original. However, because her face was just too superior, the comments section was filled with fans' flattery, all claiming that the female ghost was no longer a childhood trauma, and that they wanted to hold a séance immediately. Su Qingyi sometimes enjoyed reading fans' private interactions. It was quite interesting. But according to Chen Jinji, idols weren't supposed to do that. Strictly speaking, it was called lurking in the fandom. Although Su Qingyi didn't understand, he could tell it was considered bad behavior, so he felt he could help Chen Jinji by keeping an eye on things. While his thoughts were wandering, the rectangle in his hand suddenly gave a beep. Su Qingyi snapped back to reality, seeing "Call in progress" on the screen, and was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Chen Jinji's voice came through the receiver that he belatedly said, "Hello. Hello." It sounded unusually quiet on Chen Jinji's end.
Lately, she usually only had time to send short voice messages while in the dressing room, where it was typically very noisy. "Ah, are you free right now?" Su Qingyi looked at the white frost congealing on the tree branches and asked, deliberating his words. "I am, what's up?" "Take your time, no need to rush." Chen Jinji's tone was always very gentle, which made people feel inexplicably at ease. Hearing these few sentences, Su Qingyi felt as if the frost in front of him was about to melt. "It's nothing major." He sighed and briefly explained this stroke of bad luck. Chen Jinji laughed for quite a while on the other end of the line. "Anyway, that's how it is." Su Qingyi coughed and continued, "Star Chen, help me think of something. What can I perform?" Chen Jinji pondered for a moment, appearing to be seriously considering a suggestion. Su Qingyi, however, always felt it wouldn't be anything good. "That song you sang for me when you were in Mo last time was very beautiful." Sure enough, she brought that up again. Su Qingyi had absolutely no idea how to explain this matter. He couldn't just say he wrote it himself, he didn't look like someone with that kind of skill anyway. "But..." She changed her tone. "I also hope you've only sung it for me alone." Su Qingyi couldn't tell if she was joking again, or if she knew he was evasive about the song's origins and was deliberately giving him an out. But he could only go along with it. "I have only sung it for you." "That's good." Chen Jinji laughed softly again. "Then just sing any other song." "What should I sing?" Su Qingyi looked up, the sky was misty, looking like it was about to snow, yet no snowflakes were falling. "You already sing very well, whatever you sing won't be wrong." There was a smile in Chen Jinji's tone, making it impossible to tell if she was being serious or not. She sounded like she was in a good mood, and Su Qingyi suddenly felt lighter in his heart as well, so he laughed along, "You flatter me, big star." That was true, it was just a song, and for a school performance at that. Maybe not even that many people would go to watch, so why was he worrying so much about it? Instead of wasting time on this, he might as well worry about the upcoming finals week. He had spent so little time studying this semester, aside from attending classes, he hadn't even opened his textbooks many times. Before hanging up, Su Qingyi suddenly remembered that the day of the event was Christmas Eve, so he asked, "By the way, do you have any plans for Christmas?" Not sure yet. If there is, it'll probably be something like an online live stream." That made sense, after all, it was a foreign holiday, and the company wouldn't promote it excessively. Su Qingyi continued, "Will it be like last time for Halloween, with a masquerade ball or something? I saw you cosplaying that female ghost last time, you ruined the terrifying image the director had carefully crafted. Chen Jinji, you need to reflect on that." Through the receiver, he could imagine her smiling with her eyelashes curled. After finishing this call, Su Qingyi's mood continued to shift from cloudy to sunny. Just submit any song to sing and be done with it, it wasn't a big deal. After the matter weighing on his mind was resolved, he belatedly realized how cold it was. Having spent over half an hour blowing in the wind on the balcony, he was frozen stiff. In weather that was 10+ degrees below zero, there wasn't even any snow falling. Su Qingyi wrapped his coat tighter and opened the door to return to the dormitory. Li Tao had been observing him in the room for a while, and seeing him return, he immediately spoke up to comfort him. "Actually, you don't have to perform if you don't want to. Do you want me to help you talk to the counselor? We can just say there was a misunderstanding when our dorm signed up." Seeing this, Matthew also added, "Yeah, or at worst, I can go pull some strings at the student union and get your act cut." "No worries, brother, I know a senior in the organization department." If it were really as easy as he said, that would be fine, but unfortunately, it was impossible. Matthew was just an ordinary freshman, no matter how hard he worked like a horse for the student union, he had no real say. Although he said it lightly, in reality, to actually pull it off, who knew how much persuasion it would take and how many favors would need to be given. Su Qingyi shook his head and replied, "No need, it's just one performance. Don't force yourself." Sheng Guanyu poked his head out and said worriedly. "Yeah, don't worry." Su Qingyi pulled that incredibly thick book, General Principles of Civil Law, from the bookshelf and waved it at the three of them. "Christmas is here, can finals be far behind?" "Holy crap, that's true." The three of them exclaimed in unison. Time flew by, and the first finals week as law students was about to arrive. In the 2 days leading up to Christmas Eve, Su Qingyi didn't pay any attention to the performance matter at all. He spent 2 days diligently living a routine of the library, the dormitory, and the cafeteria. It turned out that if you don't use your brain, it seems it will rust. He felt that compared to his study state before the college entrance exam, this was a completely different level. Sometimes he had to read a paragraph 3 or 4 times to understand it.
Fortunately, after these 2 days of high-intensity studying, his state had a slight trend of recovering. On the day of the Christmas social event, Su Qingyi paid no attention to external matters, finishing up the last set of notes from a PPT in the library, and only received a call from Li Tao as evening approached. "Hello. Boss Su, the event is about to start, hurry over, I'll meet you at the entrance." "Okay." Su Qingyi packed up his bag and stood up to walk out. The library was very quiet today. When he arrived, he had specifically chosen a corner seat, but that was completely unnecessary. There were only a sparse few people there all day. Was it because of the holiday? Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. Christmas Eve, in his impression, was nothing special. In his previous life, he was alone, let alone these foreign holidays. Even the Mid-Autumn Festival or even the Spring Festival couldn't bring him any particular emotions. It was just another ordinary weekend that required shift adjustments. The only special thing was that when working overtime late into the night during such times, the road home wouldn't be as deserted as usual. The streets were filled with red and green traffic lights that had a festive atmosphere, and in the biting cold wind, pedestrians weren't walking in a hurry like usual, but were walking together in twos and threes. Shops along the road would play some BGM with a Christmas feel, all songs he was familiar with, and Su Qingyi would hum along in his heart as he passed by. It seemed he had also, unknowingly, been infected by such an atmosphere. But in reality, he was very clear that he was just happening to pass by the bustle of the holiday. Thinking this, Su Qingyi pushed open the library door. At some point, red and green tassels had been hung in front of the door. Su Qingyi slightly turned to avoid them, and only after walking out did he realize it was a decorative banner with the words, "Merry Christmas," written on it. It wasn't there when he came in the morning. The night had not yet completely enveloped everything, but the streetlights had already lit up one by one. The light decorations had turned into red and white striped candy canes, and people passing by occasionally held apples and greeting cards in their hands. On the other side, the open-air event venue had already started playing warm-up music. "Last Christmas I gave you my heart, last Christmas, I gave my heart to you, but the very next day you gave it away, but the next day you threw it away, this year to save me from tears, this year, I'll recover from my tears, I'll give it to someone special, I will give my heart to someone special." Su Qingyi tightened his coat collar and walked down the library steps. The night wind suddenly brought a small, cold sensation. He paused his steps and looked up slightly. Under the warm yellow streetlights, crystal-clear snowflakes were drifting down. This snow, which had been brewing for a long time, finally chose the moment Christmas Eve arrived to fall in great abundance. 296, Chapter 292 Christmas Eve turned into a chaotic scene. Covered in snowflakes, I walked from the library to the event venue. The stage had been set up in advance. The organizers clearly hadn't expected this snow to fall so perfectly on time. There were more audience members than Su Qingyi had imagined. The cold snowflakes failed to dampen their enthusiasm, instead, they felt it was a symbol of romanticism. A snowy night sky, branches covered in frost, warm-colored lights, and crowds singing along softly to the music. Su Qingyi stood on the outermost edge of the crowd. Setting aside subjective factors, he gave an objective evaluation. It is indeed romantic. "Over here, over here." Li Tao waved at him from behind the stage. Su Qingyi nodded, took a detour, and walked over to his side. "Your act has been submitted. You're last, so don't be nervous." Li Tao smiled and pointed out his position on the program list. To be honest, Su Qingyi actually hoped he was first, that way, he could leave as soon as he finished performing. Why suffer in the cold here? Approaching 7 o'clock, staff members finally began to maintain order. Someone was also carrying a large basket of apples, handing them out one by one. "Classmate, Merry Christmas Eve." Su Qingyi nodded in thanks and took one. The apple even had a Jingda University label on it, it was quite unique. He casually stuffed the apple into his pocket. He had glanced briefly at the program schedule earlier. In fact, there weren't many performances, the activities afterward were more attractive. Although they were all cliché party games that middle schoolers might find childish, they still held a certain appeal for college students. The first act was a song and dance performance by a few girls from the dance club. Su Qingyi had no interest in this performance, he lowered his head and focused on staring at the apple in his hand for a while. He kind of wanted to take a bite. But then he remembered it probably hadn't been washed, so he gave up on the idea. But when the first line of lyrics rang out, he lifted his head. Although, they were dancing to a new song by the 101 group. Just when the public thought the 101 group would continue with their debut-style songs, they took a different path and suddenly released a very energetic song. This was the very song being performed on stage right now. The student standing in the center position, that is, the position for Shinjinji, looked like the star of the dance club. She danced more naturally and gracefully than the students beside her. Of course, compared to the original singer, she was still far off. Tell me. Yes or yes, Su Qingyi silently shouted the fan chants in his heart, following the rhythm. Unexpectedly, the audience offstage was much more enthusiastic than him. They shouted along loudly. If they had light sticks in their hands, it would be almost indistinguishable from a concert. Halfway through the song, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly ignited. It's simple. Y. E. S. Hey. The stage lighting was also great. Everyone the light swept over in the audience was bobbing their heads and singing along. Su Qingyi had an urge to record a video for Shinjinji to see, but after thinking about it, she might be at an event right now, so he gave up on the idea. This song was clearly a very successful opening act. The perceived temperature in the surroundings rose by at least 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. Su Qingyi silently unbuttoned one button on the collar of his coat. The following acts were more common. The newly appointed president of the Magic Club performed magic tricks, randomly selecting lucky audience members to go on stage and assist. From Su Qingyi's angle, he could see the back of the performance. He thought for a moment and slightly averted his gaze. He always felt that seeing through a magic trick was a bit unethical and a bit awkward. The magician on stage was probably afraid of making a mistake, so he chose to perform a fairly common card trick. It was mostly just letting the audience draw cards randomly, and then he could find which one it was, a simple little magic trick. Su Qingyi thought about it. There were many variations of this performance format, so there shouldn't be any problems. He set his mind at ease and began to watch again. Alright, next I will find an audience member to assist with my performance. The magician waved his robe, then went off the stage himself and, amidst the jeers, pulled a girl out from the audience. It felt like a kindergarten talent show where you could get a prize for going on stage to play little games like musical chairs or idiom solitaire. Just as Su Qingyi was thinking this, he suddenly locked eyes with this lucky audience member. It was actually Yi Ju. She was wrapped in a cotton-padded jacket, shivering, and the smile on her face was fake at a glance. She didn't look like she had volunteered to go on stage. Could she be a plant? Su Qingyi was silent for a long time. No, wait, how did he suddenly get a bad feeling for the magician? Alright, this beautiful lady, please look at this deck of cards in my hand. Yi Ju nodded quickly, giving the impression that she wanted to finish the performance quickly and get off work. She must be a plant. Su Qingyi basically confirmed his guess. Otherwise, why not pick from the many enthusiastic audience members off stage, but instead insist on picking someone with such an unwilling face? It must have been arranged beforehand. This is just a normal deck of cards, right? 54 cards, no more, no less. Alright, now let us spread them out. After. The magician displayed the cards in his hand several times. He rubbed his fingers, causing them to spread out into an even fan shape. Come, classmate, please hold this for me. The magician smiled slightly. Okay. Yi Ju reluctantly took her hand out of her pocket and took the prepared deck of cards. Okay, very good. Then, next, is the moment to witness a miracle. The magician snapped his fingers crisply, showing his confident demeanor. However, before he could demonstrate, an accident happened. Yi Ju, whether because it was too cold or something else, suddenly shivered, and with that, she couldn't hold the card steady. Following her gasp, the colorful playing cards flew everywhere and scattered all over the ground. A burst of laughter immediately came from the audience. The expression on the magician's face turned green instantly, and he froze on the spot. Okay, Yi Ju really wasn't a plant. Sorry, he had miscalculated. Su Qingyi's habit of feeling embarrassed for others flared up instantly. It was too tragic, it was simply too painful to look at. Oh my god. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Yi Ju carefully stuffed the remaining 3 cards in her hand back into the magician's hand. In any case, the magic segment passed just like that. Although it was bitter for the newly appointed Magic Club president, at least the audience at the scene had gained some joy. This was truly boundless love. The performances passed one after another. Although the snow was trending heavier, the audience still maintained high enthusiasm. Jingda University was indeed full of hidden talent. In this weather, there was actually someone playing a Mozart piano solo in a tuxedo. Su Qingyi reasonably suspected he had 20 heat packs stuck inside his formal wear. There was also someone doing a splash ink landscape painting on the spot. Su Qingyi felt that if he went on stage, he would be too frozen to even hold a brush steady. The only relatively reasonable one was the Northeast group performing the Yanga dance. They once again raised the enthusiastic atmosphere of the scene to a new height.
Next, we invite Su Qingyi from the 2014 law school class to sing a song for us, Suzhou River. Go for it, brother, we'll record it for you. That's really not necessary. Facing the cameras raised in unison by his three roommates, Su Qingyi made a very firm gesture of refusal. He coughed once and walked up to the stage. Although it was said he could choose any song, it was actually Chen Jinji who chose it for him. It was said to fit his temperament very well. Su Qingyi had listened to it repeatedly for about a few dozen times over these 2 days, but he still didn't understand where it fit his temperament. However, there was a Cantonese version of Suzhou River, the melody was the same, but the lyrics were different. In comparison, he preferred that song, Morong Shui. The name sounded better, and the lyrics were written better too. As soon as Su Qingyi went on stage, the audience offstage seemed very excited. After the last debate against Hua University, plus the amplifying effect of Deng Yizhou bragging everywhere, he could be considered somewhat famous. Although all of this was not what he wished for. Su Qingyi sighed imperceptibly, nodded to the side, and signaled to the staff member nearby that they could begin. The prelude was melodious and gentle, just like the name, Suzhou River, it was a Jiangnan melody. Being stared at by the burning gazes from the audience, he was still somewhat nervous. Su Qingyi counted the beats in his heart and began to sing the first line of lyrics, parting from you before leaving, haven't appreciated enough, sharing a plate of love beans, sending a light boat on the winter solstice. As the trailing note fell smoothly, Su Qingyi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no, how did he end up singing Morong Shui? Fortunately, the tones of Cantonese are richer than Mandarin, and since Beijing is in the north, everyone generally hears less Cantonese. After he finished singing these 2 lines, everyone offstage assumed it was a deliberate arrangement. For a moment, they only felt amazed and no one realized that a mistake had occurred. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, but because of this, he had somewhat forgotten the original lyrics, so he had to just continue singing along. Red clouds melt you, white snow by your side. Su Qingyi originally thought the problem wasn't big, and he could just finish singing it according to Morong Shui. Unexpectedly, when it rains it pours, the accompaniment suddenly stopped abruptly at this moment. The audience also realized something was wrong and began to discuss it with some surprise. Silk embroidery produced in Gusu, covers my thinness. Now Su Qingyi was really a bit frozen, while continuing to sing a cappella, he turned his head and glanced at the staff member. The other person also looked blank, shook his head at him to indicate he didn't know what was going on, and there was no way to fix it. Li Tao and Matthew had also gone around. Matthew snatched the mouse and poked and clicked on the computer, while Li Tao very helplessly made a pause gesture at him. It was probably that the accompaniment had a problem. With no other choice, Su Qingyi had to bite the bullet and keep singing. However, this made the performance result much worse. Plus, without accompaniment, I could clearly hear my own voice echoing in the snow, which was truly embarrassing. After singing the last line before the climax, Su Qingyi even had the urge to put down the microphone and bow out. But at that moment, a piano accompaniment suddenly sounded from behind him. The light and melodious piano sound connected with his voice so naturally, as if this had been the plan all along. Su Qingyi turned his head in surprise and saw Chu Qingmian. She was sitting at the piano that had just been used for the solo performance, blinking at him through the fluttering snow. Su Qingyi gripped the microphone slightly tighter, instantly calming down. Chu Qingmian had clearly rushed onto the stage, her face flushed with an unnatural redness from running in the cold weather. But her fingers danced gracefully on the keys, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, flapping its wings. At that moment, Su Qingyi suddenly remembered the lyrics to Suzhou River. Love is just love, great love is love in the end. In the depths of the vast blue sky, no one has ever existed. Reminiscing, yet still unable to escape staying out of it. His voice was very clean, and it blended with the piano accompaniment perfectly. It was a match made in heaven. Snow fell on the shoulders of the 2 people on stage, everything was just right. It was surprisingly touching to listen to. I am not me, when you turn and leave, the one in Suzhou is not me. And the beautiful scenery covers up that I am living as well as before, but, it's all just holding your misty waves. For the last part, Su Qingyi followed his heart and sang his favorite lyrics. Chu Qingmian added a few very emotive accents to this section, and the audience below quickly understood, waving their arms in support. The atmosphere was great, as if they weren't in the northern capital, but in a small town in Jiangnan with fine snow falling. This song, Suzhou River plus Morong Shui, finally finished, and Su Qingyi bowed to the applause before turning and pulling Chu Qingmian off the stage together. Why did you come? Su Qingyi felt that her fingertips were frozen stiff, so he used his palms to help warm them. I was going to come anyway, just a little late. Chu Qingmian smiled.
Today is Christmas Eve, of course I have to spend it with the person I like. Seeing that her hair tips were covered in snowflakes, Su Qingyi couldn't help but free a hand to brush them off. You were a huge help. Humph. Chu Qingyan narrowed her eyes triumphantly and couldn't help but say, but you're a cappella. Singing was also very good. Have you heard this song before? Su Qingyi realized belatedly that he had asked a silly question. How could she play it if she hadn't heard it? Yeah, but I'm not very familiar with it. Just now, I was improvising a little bit. Chu Qingyan stuck out her tongue. She usually played mostly classical pieces, and mostly just messed around with pop songs. Fortunately, the two of them had good chemistry, and the collaboration went off without a hitch. The stage was handed back to the host, who was also a bit confused, not knowing if what just happened was a stage accident or a deliberate arrangement. But in any case, if the result is good, it's a good thing. The host happily began to move on to the next segment. Have all the friends here received our apples? We received them, the audience replied in unison. It's no wonder they say college students are easy to manage. Everyone was extremely cooperative. Su Qingyi took out the apple he had just received from his pocket and waved it in front of Chu Qingyan. Do you have one? If not, you can have mine. I do. Chu Qingyan turned around and pointed to her down jacket hood. Su Qingyi was a bit confused, but he reached in and felt around. Good grief, it was like Doraemon's pocket in there, it had everything. Apples, candy canes, chocolate coins, they were probably all gifts from the Christmas event. Su Qingyi took out the apple and disdainfully tossed the candies back in. Hey, hey, hey. I won these by participating in minigames, please show them some respect. Chu Qingyan took the apple and glared at him. They're 50 cents each at the convenience store. It's not the same. Fine, if you can name 10 famous players, I'll reward you with a chocolate coin. That's challenging enough, right? Not at all. Jordan, Yao Ming, and also, David Beckham, Michael Owen, Maradona. Chu Qingyan counted them one by one on her fingers. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow in surprise at this. Alright, I'll buy you a whole box later. Why? You're much smarter than I imagined. Just how stupid do you think I am? While the two were bickering, the host had already announced the rules of the game. The apples we handed out just now all have our school's label on them, did you see them? Now, peel off the label, and the student with the number 23, please come up to the stage. Su Qingyi was shocked, here it was again, another lucky draw segment like this. He immediately recalled many moments of bad luck in his mind. But he still had to cooperate, otherwise, if it really was him, it would delay the event schedule. Su Qingyi sighed and carefully peeled off the label. The number that came into view was 25. Su Qingyi let out a sigh of relief instantly, thank goodness, he had missed it. Ah! Meanwhile, Chu Qingyan, after watching him, felt slightly disappointed, so she casually peeled off her own. Unexpectedly, the number 23 was clearly visible. Su Qingyi quickly raised his hand to signal, pushing Chu Qingyan, who was a bit inclined to run away, up onto the stage. Although she was so angry she was clawing and scratching, she still obediently went up on stage. Su Qingyi folded his arms and watched the show leisurely from off stage. Wow, classmate, you are so lucky. We gave out over 200 apples, and you are the chosen one of the night. This snack gift bag is yours. The host's tone was excited. Miss Chu smiled politely and replied, I think this luck doesn't just belong to me, but is something to be shared with everyone here. Heh, she really knew how to talk. Su Qingyi, watching the fun, couldn't help but curl his lips upward. Applause also rang out from the audience at the right moment. Classmate, you are so generous, here is a little red flower as a reward. The host somehow actually pulled out a rose and handed it to Chu Qingyan. It looked like it was fake, the petals were very stiff. Seeing that the other person was also a girl, Chu Qingyan accepted it and smiled in thanks. Our social event process will start from the lucky classmate. Please choose a petal and read the words on it. So this is where it was leading, tricks, it's all tricks. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue, watching Chu Qingyan pull off a petal and read hesitantly, please choose a classmate in the venue and hug him, her for 1 minute. It was a bit different from bar games. If it were in a bar, this rule would definitely specify the opposite sex. Su Qingyi looked up at Chu Qingyan on the stage. She was clearly in a difficult position, so nervous that even her eyelashes were trembling. A hug is no big deal, he thought. Besides, it's in the name of a game. What is this girl hesitating about? There were already quite a few volunteers off stage, and the jeering grew louder and louder. Chu Qingyan took a deep breath, as if she had made a big decision, and turned to walk off the stage. At first she was a bit evasive, but when she really stood in front of him, her flickering gaze became firm again. She handed him that fake petal with the rules written on it. Su Qingyi looked at her slightly trembling fingertips and, without hesitation, reached out and took it. The jeers of the onlookers and the sighs of those who missed their chance rang out in unison. "Get ready. We are starting the timer immediately." The host was so excited that his voice was cracking. What could be more exciting than watching a handsome guy and a beautiful girl play such an ambiguous game? Su Qingyi stood in place and opened his arms, his waiting eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Chu Qingyan's heart was pounding like a drum, she lowered her eyes and gently hugged him. "What are you hesitating for?" Su Qingyi asked, lowering his voice. "Nothing." Chu Qingyan was glad that he couldn't see her expression while hugging. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to guess what she was thinking. On this Christmas Eve, which she had imbued with special meaning, this minute suddenly became very long. Long enough for her to sort out what to say next. Su Qingyi had no idea what the person in his arms was thinking, he was just following the game rules, counting down accurately. 17, 16, 15. His timing was always accurate, he had practiced it by following the watch hand when he was bored. However, the next second, Su Qingyi's heart rate accelerated suddenly. Under the Christmas tree in the distance, a figure he was incredibly familiar with stood there. A person who absolutely should not have appeared here. Almost the moment his gaze landed there, she turned and left without hesitation, disappearing into the shadow cast by the Christmas tree. Where was the countdown? He didn't know. Emotion made him want to chase after her immediately, while reason made him wait for these last few seconds to finish. In just a few seconds, Su Qingyi deeply understood what it meant for the brain to crash. Because the person standing there seemed to be Chen Jinji. Thanks to Book Friend Power for the tip. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes of support. 297, Chapter 293. Extreme wisdom is bound to bring harm, deep affection is short-lived. Everyone's attention was on the two people standing in an embrace, but only Su Qingyi noticed the blurry figure in the distance. Logically speaking, visibility on a snowy night at such a distance was poor, and the lighting in that corner was very dim. Given all these factors, it was actually difficult to be certain that the person was Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi hoped more sincerely than anyone that he was mistaken. Yet he knew better than anyone else that he couldn't be wrong. Furthermore, if there was even a 1% chance it was Chen Jinji, he had to go and confirm it. The countdown began to feel like years for every second. Su Qingyi's heart was in a mess, and he naturally couldn't continue counting down steadily. 3, 2, 1. Su Qingyi held Chu Qingyan's shoulders and pushed her away. He opened his mouth, feeling his throat go slightly dry. Time should be about up. A hint of bewilderment colored Chu Qingyan's eyes, she clearly felt that something was wrong with the person in front of her. But in the end, she only nodded submissively. She was interrupted just as she uttered a single syllable. "I'll be going first then, I have something to take care of." Su Qingyi glanced at the Christmas tree in the distance. That path led to the southeast gate. Usually, few people went there, and there was only one exit. Unable to find an excuse to get away at the moment, he could only leave behind such a vague sentence and hurriedly turned to leave. Passing through the stunned crowd that hadn't reacted yet, Su Qingyi could hardly care about what the people behind him thought, his pace quickening. There was no time to worry about it, he'd deal with it later. He had to first confirm whether that person was really Chen Jinji. If it really was her, he had to find her first before anything else. Su Qingyi's back soon disappeared around the corner in the distance, leaving behind a group of bewildered people at the event site. No one understood why, within a single minute, he had suddenly become like a different person. Chu Qingyan stood where she was, slightly dazed. She didn't understand either, only feeling as if her heart had fallen into an ice cellar, a chill spreading from head to toe. The host on stage was the first to react. She coughed awkwardly and chose to continue with the program. She held up the timer in her hand, gave 2 dry laughs, and said, "Aha, student, look." Chu Qingyan turned her head blankly, looking at the numbers on the timer. 0:59, so that was it, they were off by 1 second. If the game isn't successful, we can perform a talent here to make up for it." For some reason, the host's words, which were originally meant to liven up the atmosphere, were spoken with less and less confidence. Perhaps it was because the girl in front of her looked truly heartbroken. Snow fell on her eyelashes, melting for a moment, then falling silent. What was going on? It was clearly just a game, so why did it feel like something catastrophic had happened? The host inexplicably began to feel nervous and was about to say some smoothing words to comfort her. Chu Qingyan, however, nodded and flashed a beautiful, perfect smile. But this smile made people feel even sadder, causing even the host's breath to hitch. When someone so beautiful shows such a lonely expression, it makes people infinitely reflect on whether they have done something wrong. Under everyone's complicated gazes, Chu Qingyan returned to the stage and sat down at the piano. In her pocket, she carried a prepared apple and a greeting card. The bulging pocket held her burning sentiments. So the snacks she had won from the games and the apple given by the event could only be placed in her down jacket's hood. She hesitated for a moment, then took them out of her pocket and placed them casually beside the piano lid. It seemed they wouldn't be given away tonight. A thin layer of snow had accumulated on the piano keys, feeling very cold to the touch. She struck the first note. The melody of "Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence" began to ring out. Su Qingyi hadn't gone far yet, so he naturally heard the piano music. A calm yet sorrowful melody. But he only hesitated for an instant and did not stop his pace. Matters had to be prioritized by urgency. He was completely unsure how much Jinji had seen. If she had only seen the embrace, the misunderstanding would be huge. Though it couldn't exactly be called a misunderstanding, it could only be said that the situation was terrible. As for Chu Qingyan's side, although running off inexplicably was strange, at least they had cooperated to complete the game task. Which was more important seemed very clear. Around the corner behind the Christmas tree, a trash can with a new Christmas makeover appeared, and it was already overflowing. Things that could no longer fit were forced to scatter out or pile up on one side. Su Qingyi noticed it at this time because the items inside weren't common daily waste. Instead, it was a pile of apples, flowers, and cakes. Uncommon trash filled with a festive, limited edition atmosphere. It was a large pile of sincere feelings discarded like worn-out shoes. The apple and greeting card placed on the trash can lid also looked very special. Because the other trash was already covered by a layer of fallen snow, while they were still clean. This meant they had been placed there not long ago. Su Qingyi's hurried footsteps barely came to a halt as he turned back to pick up the apple. It was nothing special, just an apple, looking like one randomly picked from a fruit shop. But tucked underneath was a postcard. A postcard from the northernmost post office, with that Finnish Santa Claus on the cover. Su Qingyi's heart instantly settled, settling like a bowl of burnt-out incense ash. Damn it, it really was Jinji. He didn't have time to check the contents, stuffing it into his pocket and running toward the intersection. If this were a TV drama, it would probably be a cliché plot of, she flees, he chases, and they both can't escape even with wings. The female lead would be tearfully and hurriedly hailing a taxi, while the male lead would arrive at the last moment, blocking the car door. The female lead would cover her ears and say, I won't listen, I saw everything, while the male lead would grab her wrist and shout at the top of his lungs, you crazy woman, listen to my explanation. Su Qingyi was thinking of a similar plot in his head. Except the two of them probably weren't as emotionally explosive as TV drama leads. But after stopping the car, he should immediately explain and try to salvage things. Then the question was, how to salvage it. Fortunately, we didn't get a marriage certificate. If we had, I'd have wasted your whole life. Will we meet again, Jinji? When we do, you must be happy and blessed. Jinji. How can I live without you, Jinji? Wait, what is all this nonsense? Su Qingyi felt his pocket. Luckily he had been mindful enough to keep that pedal with the game rules written on it in his pocket. This way, everything would be logical and well-founded. The embrace was just a game between classmates. While repeatedly practicing such lines in his head, he finally saw the intersection of the school's southeast gate. Running on a snowy road was not easy, the road was very slippery, and one could fall after just a couple of steps. Falling wouldn't be a big deal, but it would waste more time. Panting heavily, Su Qingyi finally rounded the corner. The scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. On this night of a grand festival, this street, which was usually the most deserted and quiet, seemed even more desolate. The streetlights flickered on and off, devoid of decorations and remaining in their original state, the shadows of the lampposts lying faintly on the thin layer of snow that had already covered the ground. The Christmas atmosphere was thick elsewhere, but it seemed to have forgotten this place. Jinji was right there, but she wasn't in a hurry to hail a taxi and leave. She just tilted her head slightly, her profile looking very quiet, without any particular emotion. At first, Su Qingyi thought she had anticipated that he would chase after her and was waiting. But as he got closer, he felt that wasn't it. Jinji was just standing there, she wasn't waiting for anyone. In the sub-zero weather, she was only wearing a light-colored coat. This wasn't attire suitable for the capital, she had probably rushed over right after getting off the plane. From where? It should be some warm southern city. Snow drifted down onto her, making her thin figure look as if it would dissolve into the night at any moment.
Sue. Chingy took off his coat and quickened his pace toward her. When he finally stood before her, the aura of travel fatigue and being travel-worn hit him full in the face. Jinji looked truly exhausted, with an unnatural shade of blue under her eyes, clearly having not rested well for a long time. She was already thin with a delicate frame, and this aura gave her entire being a sickly sense of beauty. In Su Chingy's memory, there were few instances of Jinji being like this. Most of the time she was always poised and self-contained, never letting others see her true side. But now she looked somewhat fragile, like exquisite porcelain that had suddenly developed cracks. It wasn't until a coat was added to her shoulders that Jinji's gaze fell on Su Chingy, only for a brief moment before moving away again. Su Chingy's coat draped over her shoulders, almost enveloping her entire person. But this brief eye contact still gave Su Chingy the courage to speak to her. He was silent for a long while, recalling the wording he had prepared earlier, and said, "When did you arrive?" Jinji didn't speak, her expression indifferent. Su Chingy had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue, "You've misunderstood." He took out the pedal from his pocket and handed it to her. "These are the game rules, written right here. You know this is a mixer event." "Yes, I know." Jinji replied. Su Chingy didn't expect her to respond at this point and was momentarily stunned, continuing awkwardly, "Right, so I thought you might have misunderstood. Is that so?" Jinji suddenly smiled, a smile that made Su Chingy's heart thud as if it were about to jump out the next second. "Think before you speak." Her tone was casual, even carrying a hint of her usual gentleness. It didn't sound like a conversation after a shocking confrontation, but more like their usual phone chats. But this ill-timed normalcy actually made Su Chingy even more nervous. "Calm down. Calmly think about the scene just now." Su Chingy recalled everything from beginning to end, certain that nothing would reveal anything other than a mixer game. She and I were chosen to play a mixer game, which required a 1-minute embrace. That's all there was to it. If you have any doubts, I can confirm this with the staff or my roommates who were present right now. Jinji's eyelashes drooped slightly, seemingly indifferent to his explanation. Su Chingy. Su Chingy paused slightly, waiting for her to continue. "Merry Christmas." Jinji said softly. "I came here just to say those words to you. Now, I'm leaving." She took off Su Chingy's coat and handed it back to him. Su Chingy looked at her, not reaching out to take it. Jinji waited for a few seconds, then loosened her fingers, and the coat quickly slipped from her fingertips. Su Chingy had no choice but to bend down and catch it, looking up and saying somewhat helplessly, "It's sub-zero in the capital today, you'll catch a cold like this." Jinji turned and walked away. Su Chingy followed closely behind, his mind becoming more and more chaotic. Because he completely couldn't understand what Jinji meant. Was she simply angry because of the game? Or had she already sensed more? If it was the former, it would be easy to handle. If it was the latter, what was her attitude toward it, and what should he do? The two walked one after another. At this time, a gust of night wind blew past. Su Chingy hadn't put the coat back on after taking it, wearing only a sweater, and his perceived temperature was probably about the same as Jinji's. No joke, it was practically like winter swimming in the moat. This wouldn't do. Su Chingy hurried forward a few steps and wrapped the coat around Jinji, including her head. She seemed to want to resist at first, but after failing, she stopped struggling and just looked at him quietly. Su Chingy took a deep breath and looked into her eyes. "Before the problem is solved, you can't leave yet." "What problem?" "The problem you're thinking about right now." He put on an air of being unreasonable, and Jinji closed her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Su Chingy. Your reason is perfect, seamless. I have nothing to doubt about it." It was obvious she had more to say, and Su Chingy's heart rose to his throat. "But can you convince yourself? With your personality, would you embrace another girl in public because of some reason like a mixer game? Would you?" At this point, a ripple finally appeared in Jinji's beautiful eyes. "If you would, then is it because of everlasting friendship?" The cracks hidden inside the porcelain finally shattered because of this, and tears flickered for a moment in the drifting snow. Su Chingy felt his disguise and excuses being torn to pieces before her. She didn't even need to read into other things or find any flaws, just the tip of the iceberg she had seen with her own eyes was enough for her to deduce the truth of everything. She was too clever and too clear-headed. As they say, extreme wisdom leads to injury, and deep affection does not last. Su Chingy felt he had nowhere to hide under her gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times, still not knowing how to answer. Jinji's phone rang, and at the same time, a taxi slowly pulled up by the roadside. She had even calculated the time like this. "After you've thought it through, contact me again."
Jinji broke free from his arms, easily this time. Su Qingyi kept his eyes down, he was already not good with words when it came to emotional matters, and he was even more silent now. Jinji took off the coat covering her and looked at him for a long while, her thoughts unknown. She seemed to let out a soft sigh, or maybe she didn't, the white mist dissipated in the air. After a long time, the taxi driver by the roadside grew impatient and honked the horn to urge her. Knowing he wouldn't take it, Jinji simply draped the coat back over his shoulders and, after a moment of hesitation, buttoned the top button for him. Su Qingyi suddenly felt her fingertips trembling slightly, as if she wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. "Merry Christmas," he said in a low voice. Jinji didn't answer, simply turning and getting into the car. The flight arriving in the capital was at 9 p.m., and the time leaving the capital was 10:15 p.m. On her packed itinerary, a secret journey was like a swan treading on snow, leaving no trace. The taxi's taillights soon disappeared at the intersection. Su Qingyi stood where he was, looking at the black tracks left by the tires. The distant Christmas celebration bells were carried far by the biting night wind, reaching his ears. The snow was falling harder and harder. Main text divider, early update today. Happy winter solstice to everyone, remember to eat dumplings. Thanks to book friends Power Kun and Hen Ai Zao Tue for the tips, and thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. 298, Chapter 290 For the Bright Moon Bears Witness, Deep Affection Lasts a Lifetime, Your Hot Water. Thank you. Chen Jinji took the cup from the waiter. Her eyes curved slightly above her mask, her aura gentle and approachable. Call me anytime if you need anything. The waiter bowed, somewhat flattered, then exited the lounge and gently closed the door. Chen Jinji listened to the sound of the lock clicking. She lowered her eyes, the glass was warm to the touch, and the rising steam moistened her eyelashes. She was curled up in a large soft chair, wrapped in a blanket. From behind, one wouldn't even realize someone was sitting there. The second her phone rang, Chen Jinji pressed the mute button. The caller ID showed Dunyan. She cleared her throat, waited another 3 seconds, and then pressed the answer button. Sister Jinji, What's up? Chen Jinji's tone sounded the same as usual, showing no flaws. The live stream on my and Xiao Shui's side is over. Where are you? Is your stomachache better? We want to come see you. Zhao Yunyan rambled on, followed by a very firm from the side. It was likely Lin Yishui. It's much better now. I can return to the company tomorrow morning. We have to queue up early for hair and makeup to film the dance version of the MV. Don't forget, okay? By the end of her sentence, Chen Jinji's voice was a bit raspy. She quickly picked up the cup and took a sip of water. All right then. See you tomorrow morning. Zhao Yunyan sighed and answered reluctantly. Get some good rest. Lin Yishui's voice suddenly grew louder, she must have leaned in toward the microphone. Okay. Good work today, get some rest early too. Chen Jinji hung up the phone. She switched the hand holding the cup and then pressed her palm, still warm from the hot water, against her stomach. The waves of sharp pain persisted, it seemed difficult to alleviate with just hot water. It wasn't easy to ask for leave from the 101 group. Chen Jinji fumbled in her pocket and took out a box of medicine. It was the most common fast-acting painkiller on the market, 20 pills per box. Today was the 15th day of back-to-back schedules, and only one pill remained. Chen Jinji swallowed the pill with the hot water, threw the packaging into the nearby trash can, and slowly closed her eyes. The lingering stomach pain, the exhaustion from traveling long distances, and the effects of the medicine combined to make a layer of cold sweat break out on her forehead. At a time like this, sleeping would probably help. But she couldn't sleep, she had to board the plane in half an hour. Thinking this, Chen Jinji forced herself to stay awake, her thoughts drifting and wandering amidst the chaos. 2 days ago. Is it confirmed that the Christmas Eve live stream will be in pairs? In the 101 group's lounge, Chen Jinji looked at the schedule in her hand and looked up to ask. Before the staff could answer, Zhao Yunyan raised her hand and shouted, "Then I want to be in a group with Sister Jinji." The staff member let out a chuckle. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Yishui, who had been sitting with a stiff little face, walked straight over to Chen Jinji and sat down, looking like she was staking her claim. Hey! Seeing the situation was not in her favor, Zhao Yunyan immediately rushed forward to pull Lin Yishui away. The cameraman on the side naturally wouldn't miss such behind-the-scenes footage and recorded the whole thing. A stream of ha 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 floated across the bullet screen. Yunyan, you don't need to shout before you make your move next time. Jinji, being too popular is also a kind of trouble. Xiao Shui, don't be too in love. Prophet here, those two will definitely live stream together in a bit. Amidst the atmosphere of Zhao Nunyan and Lin Yishui staring each other down, Chen Jinji put down the schedule and glanced at Nan Yun, who was sitting in the corner. Live streaming in pairs, yet there were 11 people in the 101 group. According to the company's previous arrangements, the 11th person would either live stream alone or join others for a 3-person stream. Either way was somewhat awkward. During the last live stream event, Nan Yun was alone in the very last room, broadcasting in solitude for 4 hours before finishing the task. Chen Jinji thought for a moment, then raised her hand and said to the staff, "If it's not a mandatory arrangement, I'd like to request a night off then." The staff member was stunned, their expression very troubled. Because if Chen Jinji wasn't there, the live stream's popularity would drop by at least half, which would be a huge loss for the company's interests. Chen Jinji seemed to have expected this reaction. She looked up and exchanged a glance with the nearby cameraman. The other party understood and quickly turned off the equipment. Only then did she pick up her handbag and pour the contents onto the sofa. It was full of various messy medicines. Every box had been opened and used: stomach medicine, ibuprofen, diclofenac sodium. All sorts. The staff members' confidence immediately evaporated. Everyone had seen how tired Chen Jinji had been over the past half-month. For a live stream event whose sole purpose was to squeeze gift money out of fans, her wanting to take a leave was completely justifiable. In short, after using her physical discomfort as leverage to negotiate with the company, Chen Jinji secured a half-day break. Actually, going to the hospital properly would have been the optimal solution, but Su Qingyi called at that moment. He said he unluckily ran into a mixer event. He asked the big star to give him some advice. He asked what her plans were for Christmas. Chen Jinji replied that it was fine, that he sang very well, that Suzhou River suited him, and about Christmas. Of course, she couldn't say she was sick. Only to that last question did Chen Jinji give an ambiguous answer. After hanging up the phone, she returned to the bedside and looked at the postcards carefully arranged on the cabinet. The front showed the birch forest where they met the northeast divine beast, and on the back was a sentence. "Love is a smoke made with the fume of sighs, being purged, a fire sparkling in lovers' eyes. Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs, being purged, a fire sparkling in lovers' eyes." The handwriting was very messy, clearly written in a very nervous and secretive state. It was a line from Romeo and Juliet. Su Qingyi had been thinking about that love story the Santa Claus had mentioned offhandedly, so he had hurriedly written down this sentence. Actually, there was no need to be secretive, it was very obvious. Trying to pull off little tricks under her nose was far too difficult. Chen Jinji pulled open a drawer. Inside lay another postcard from the same series, with a picture of Santa Claus on it. She had bought it while Su Qingyi was busy with his little tricks. "Any plans for Christmas?" So, a line on the original schedule was crossed out, and she booked the nearest flight to the capital. It was Chen Jinji's first time at Capital University. Perhaps because of the holiday, the attendance checks at the entrance were not strict. She wore a mask and a hat, looking completely